Chapter 331 Dongzhua's rebellion begins. Extra. Extra. Lu Bu killed his father to prove his faith, controlled nearly half of the Bingzhou army, and was promoted to the status of a prince. And then attacked the king's troops at night to help Dongzhua defeat Yuan Shao and others, allowing the latter to successfully enter Luoyang and control the emperor's life and death, and command the ministers. Dongzhua ignored the causal weapon Lu Bu among people, specializing in stabbing his adoptive father, and forcibly recognized Lu Bu as his adopted son. Even with the dissuasion of Li Ru and others, he could not stop it. Wang Fusong led the imperial army back to Luoyang, but found that the sky in Luoyang had changed. He was forced to bow to Dongzhua, and was appointed as the chief censor. Dongzhua abolished the eldest and established the youngest, helping the princes to assist. He ascended the throne and commanded the ministers, which displeased most of the literati in the court. Some of the respected old ministers resigned and left Luoyang, leading their people back to their hometown. Dongzhua wanted to massacre the scholars in the name of justice, but was dissuaded by Li Ru, and instead lavishly rewarded them with official positions. Yuan Shu, who had fled abroad, was appointed as the governor of Nanyang, and Yuan Shao, the governor of Bohai, was given the title of Marquis of Xiang. Sun Jian, the counselor, was sent to a place outside, and was appointed as the governor of Changsha to suppress the turbulent Chuxing traitor. A series of events in Luoyang soon made a sensation in the entire Huaxia area, and with the word of mouth from various players, various versions emerged one after another, and it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. Yuan Shao, who had fled back to his old nest in Bohai, received Dongzhua's reward, and his face changed. To be honest, Dongzhua did not continue to hunt him down, but promoted him to a higher position and a higher title, which surprised him a little. He had dealt with Dongzhua before, and knew Dongzhua's character. He would never lower his face to make peace with him. If he was even a little irritable, he should rush to Bohai County to attack him. Although he had an irreconcilable hatred with Dongzhua, he was also very excited about the title of Marquis. After all, the honor of being a duke for 4 generations was achieved by his ancestors, and had nothing to do with him. If he could be granted a title at this time, his status in the family would naturally rise, and the family's resources would inevitably tilt towards him, which would also suppress Yuan Shu. Cui Hao saw a hint of hesitation on Yuan Shao's face, and hurriedly pushed his lord, Zhang, who stepped forward at Cui Hao's signal, bowed his hands and said loudly, "Lord, I think it's better not to accept it." "Why?" Yuan Shao was a little curious. Dongzhua's decision to depose the eldest son and entronize the youngest was disrespectful. He then purged all the ministers in the court. At this moment, Luoyang had become Dongzhua's one-man show. Even the highly respected Lord Yuan and Lord Yang did not dare to speak out against it. After who heard that Dongzhua had enthroned the Prince Xie as the emperor, he used the emperor's words to promote himself to higher positions and titles, and was promoted to Taiwei, one of the 3 highest officials. Later, he made himself a county marquis and was appointed as the prime minister, ranking first among the 3 highest officials. Now Dongzhua cannot even be described as under one man, above 10,000 people. His power and status are far greater than that of the emperor. The current emperor is just a puppet. If the lord accepts Dongzhua's reward, it will undoubtedly tell the whole world that the lord is a vassal of Dongzhua, and the Runan Yuan family, which has a reputation of 4 generations of 3 highest officials, has surrendered to Dong. May I ask the lord, how will the noble families in the world view us? After hearing Zhang Hu's words, Yuan Shao came back to his senses, and a cold sweat broke out on his back, soaking his silk brocade robe. That makes sense. That makes sense. However, Su Yu and Feng Ji, representatives of the Nanyang faction, objected at the same time. My lord, we think it is best to accept Dongzhua's reward. Dongzhua is now powerful, and is holding the emperor hostage to control the princes. If you don't accept Dongzhua's reward, you will definitely suffer Dongzhua's thundering wrath. Don't you need to consider your own career? Yuan Shao remained silent, and thought that what Su Yu and Feng Ji said made sense. Zhang Hu saw Yuan Shao's expression, and secretly said something bad. It was obvious that Yuan Shao was beginning to be indecisive, and his previous courage was declining. If a few more people from the Nanyang faction came out to oppose, Yuan Shao might give up the idea of attacking Dongzhua. It's not like this in history. Zhang Hu had a headache. At this time, he seemed to have forgotten that Yuan Shao's forces in history were divided into several factions, among which the Yingchuan faction, the Nanyang faction, and the Hebei faction were the most powerful. The representatives of these three factions fought openly and secretly, sabotaged each other, and tried to win favor in the behemoth of Yuan Shao's forces. It was not obvious at first when Yuan Shao became rich, but in the later period, after Yuan Shao took over the 4 northern states, the contradictions between the three parties began to intensify, and they fought happily. Zhang Hu obviously overlooked this point and forgot that the other 2 brothers were figures from the Nanyang faction and the counselors who followed Yuan Shao for the longest time. Cui Hao, who was hiding behind Zhang Hu, frowned. With his wisdom, he easily discovered that something was wrong with Su Yu and Feng Ji, as well as the character flaws that Yuan Shao showed. Although he did not talk much with Su Yu and Feng Ji, he knew from their speeches at the meeting that they were quite intelligent and could naturally see the harm of Dong Zhuo. It was reasonable that Su Yu and Feng Ji should have told Yuan Shao about the disadvantages of joining Dong Zhuo, and even used this incident to win reputation and status for Yuan Shao. However, Su Yu and Feng Ji did not do so, but intervened and opposed them. Cui Hao had not yet realized that Su Yu and Feng Ji were very xenophobic people. Even when they joined Yuan Shao, they were labeled as Hebei faction by Feng Ji and were competitors of Nanyang faction. Yuan Shao is not a wise leader. I don't know why you insist on joining him. With my talent, I can help him conquer this world. Forget it. Let's solve this matter first. Cui Hao's eyes turned cold, and then he stood up and bowed, saying, although Dong Zhuo is a Han minister, he is actually a Han traitor. He has no respect for the current emperor. He proclaimed himself as the prime minister and enjoyed the power of hiding and worshipping without a name, entering the court without bowing, and wearing a sword and shoes in the palace. Dare you two do this as a Han minister? Su Yu and Feng Ji were speechless for a while and dared not refute. Then Cui Hao said to Yuan Shao, Dong Zhuo ignored the Han emperor and used the emperor to command the princes. He was a great disapproval of the world and was not tolerated by the world. Dare I ask if you want to go with such a bug? Yuan Shao shook his head. Now, except for the Sili and Liangzhou areas controlled by Dong Zhuo, the governors and prefects of other provinces all hate Dong Zhuo. If there is one person who can lead these people together, can Dong Zhuo resist all the heroes in the world? You mean? Yuan Shao leaned forward, obviously persuaded by Cui Hao, and wanted to refuse Dong Zhuo's reward. Your Excellency is from the Rudin Yuan family, and you are praised by people all over the world for your reputation of having 3 officials in 4 generations. With your reputation, if you write a letter to command the heroes of various states and counties, and use the righteousness to coerce them, why worry that they will not respond to your call and fight Dong Zhuo together? Then you can take advantage of the situation to enter Luoyang and become famous all over the world. After hearing Cui Hao's ambitious plan, Yuan Shao couldn't help but be ecstatic and said, Bo Yuan's intention is to let me gather the heroes to defeat Dong Zhuo, and then attack Luoyang to imitate Dong Zhuo's holding the emperor hostage to control the princes? Your Excellency is wrong. We should obey the emperor to command the disobedient. Cui Hao pinched his mustache and said, Good, good, good. Yuan Shao slapped his thigh 3 times in a row, and ecstasy continued to emerge on his face. Cui Hao's plan directly ignited his ambition. The Rudin Yuan family has had 3 dukes for 4 generations. No matter how talented Yuan Shao is, he can only be a duke, the highest position among officials. Now someone tells him that there is such an opportunity for him to go further. Yuan Shao will not let this opportunity go easily. Even if he dies, he will never regret it. Bo Yuan, you should write a letter to denounce Dong the thief as soon as possible, so as to seize the righteousness for us and enhance our prestige. Yuan Shao agreed with Cui Hao's suggestion and asked the other party to prepare the letter quickly. At the same time, he also sent invitations to invite heroes from all states and counties to fight against Dong Zhuo together. Su Yu Fengji of the Nanyang faction saw Yuan Shao's plan to use Cui Hao, and his face turned pale. They failed in this fight. Announcement to all players in Huaxia district. Yuan Shao followed the advice of his advisors and wrote a letter to attack Dong Zhuo, calling on heroes and heroes from all over the world to gather in Xuanzhou and attack Dong Zhuo. The letter to attack Dong Zhuo. I have heard that when traitors rise up, virtuous people are born. In the past, when the Lu clan was in chaos, Ping Bo rose up when Mang rebelled and usurped the throne. Do Rong was worried, because if loyal ministers did not speak out, the country would be in trouble. I have read the Qin Chronicles. Zhao Gao was domineering, and Li Si joined the rebellion. The 120 Qin passes changed hands overnight. It was not lost to Chu and Han, but was destroyed by the treacherous. Looking at the historical records, the tyrants, The greedy and cruel were the worst of Dongjua. The shogunate raised millions of long spears and thousands of Hu cavalry, and the soldiers of Huang Yuhua, and the power of good bows and strong crossbows. The prefectures and counties should organize their troops and prepare to go, in order to save the generals from collapse, and to help the country and establish a virtuous name. So it is written, as the law. Announcement to all players in Huaxia district. The plot Dongjua enters the capital, and the plot Dongjua's manifesto have been completed, and the conditions for the epic event 18 Princes Fighting Dongjua have been met. The specific content of the event will be introduced in detail later. Announcement to all players in Huaxia district. The second epic event 18 Princes Fighting Dongjua will be launched in 3 months. Players are requested to prepare their troops and horses within these 3 months, and wait for the launch of the event. In Wancheng, the seat of Nanyang County, Yuan Shu, who happily accepted Dongjua's reward, received Yuan Shao's manifesto of fighting Dongjua before he even had time to sit down. He opened it, and saw that the content was so literary that he almost felt dizzy. I didn't expect that Yuan Binshu would have such a capable person around him, who wrote such a good article. I don't know if I should respond to his call. Yuan Shu was somewhat resistant to Yuan Shao's call, thinking that once he accepted this invitation, he, Yuan Gonglu, would be seen by outsiders as bowing to Yuan Shao and undermining his dignity. Fool! Why are you still hesitating? You and Yuan Binshu are from the same family. So why don't you respond? If outsiders knew about this, they would think that our Yuan family was split in half. A vigorous and powerful voice sounded outside the house. And Yuan Wei, the current head of the ruined Yuan family, walked in with a cane in his hand. Yuan Shu followed the advice of the lord who had taken refuge with him, and was afraid that Dongjua would harm his Yuan family. So he brought the Yuan family members in Luoyang City out in advance, and returned to Renning County. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as Yuan Shao's manifesto came out, Yuan Wei, who was far away in Rennin, found Yuan Shu in a hurry and provided advice to Yuan Shu. Uncle. Yuan Shu shrank his neck, a little afraid of the cane in Yuan Wei's hand, which caused him great psychological trauma when he was a child. With the status of our Rennin Yuan family, all the heroes in the world will raise troops to respond to us. Binshu did a good job. If handled properly, it may be able to make our Yuan family go further. What does uncle mean? I want you 2 brothers to work together to defeat Dong and bring down the thief Dong first. When the world is in chaos, you can fight. Whoever wins, I will support him. Yuan Wei glanced at the ecstatic Yuan Shu and shook his head slightly disappointed. Compared to Yuan Shu, Yuan Wei felt that the illegitimate Yuan Shao was more capable of taking over the world. In Changsha, Jingzhou, Sun Jian took off his bloody armor and checked the anti-Dong manifesto sent by Yuan Shao. When suppressing the Liangzhou rebels, I had already seen Dongjua's wolfish ambitions. I didn't expect that after driving me out of Luoyang, he would be so presumptuous and dare to sleep in the dragon bed at night. It's really hateful. Sun Jian regretted taking the emperor's edict to go to Changsha to suppress the uprising of Chu Xing and others. If he were in the court, he might be able to contain Dongjua and prevent him from acting recklessly. The battle to defeat Dongjua will last for 3 months. Chu Xing and others must be suppressed within 3 months to prevent future troubles. Dongjun Prefect Cao Cao was invited by Yen Shou Mulu Dai to attend the meeting. The purpose of the meeting was only one. That is, Yuan Shao's anti-Dongjua manifesto. The governor of Bohai has widely issued a letter inviting people from all prefectures and counties to gather in Swanzhou. It just so happens that most of the government affairs in Yinzhou have been handled. I want to lead troops to support Yuan Shao. What do you think? Cao Cao, who is still a passionate young man, stood up and replied, my ancestors have been eating Han's salaries for generations. If I don't think about serving the country, what is the difference between us and beasts? Liu Zhimu. Cao is willing to go. Good. After hearing what Cao Cao said, Lu Dai, who was born in the Han dynasty, had to value this passionate young man a little bit, thinking that he was a loyal minister of the Han dynasty. In Shochuan City, Yangzhou, Lu Yao, as a governor of a state and a relative of the Han dynasty, naturally received Yuan Shao's letter to fight against Dong. For this matter, Lu Yao was both happy and surprised. He was happy that the Runan Yuan family, which had 3 officials for 4 generations, actually valued him so much. He was surprised that the governors below did not obey his orders, and could not spare many troops to participate in the war against Dong. He immediately summoned his confidant Sun Shao and his general Zhang Ying, and others to discuss whether they should respond to Yuan Shao's call and send troops to Suanzhou. Lu Yao's expectant eyes made Sun Shao a little embarrassed. So he had to bite the bullet and asked, "I wonder what you think. I am a relative of the Han dynasty. So I naturally want to respond to the call of the governor of Bohai and bring the troops of Yangzhou to the north for support. But you also know the situation in Yangzhou and Changshu. And we don't have too many troops on hand." The nervous Zhang Ying and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Yao's words. With their ability, it is difficult to suppress the bandits in Yangzhou. If they go north to support Yuan Shao and face Dongzhuo's elite Xiliang army, they might as well find a place to wait for death. They know the name of the Xiliang army. Sun Shao pondered for a while, and then said, "Since we don't have enough troops, we can just leave this matter to the governor below." Chapter 332 Imperial Examination. An edict to punish Dong? I know Dong Zhongying. How could I join others to punish him? Besides, Lu Yao is the governor in name. But the troops he has are not as good as ours. Why should I obey his command? It's a joke. Wang Yao, the governor of Yuzhong, received the edict to punish Dong from Lu Yao and sneered. He only glanced at it twice, and threw it on the ground with disdain on his face. The two generals Jiang Lang and Yan who followed him in the wars of the south and the north hurriedly flattered him and said, "Your Excellency has said too much." Lu Yao only took advantage of his status as the governor of Yangzhou because he was a relative of the Han dynasty. In terms of ability, among the 6 county governors, only you are qualified to be the governor. Wang Yao was flattered to the point of being carried away by his pride. And he kept humiliating Lu Yao, who was far away in Shochuan, with words. Fortunately, the people below were his confidants. Otherwise, if his words were heard by Lu Yao, he could use this as an excuse to suppress them. Then how should we deal with this manifesto? Dong Zhongying and I are acquainted, so we will not bring troops to the north to attack him. Not only that, we must also order the people and lords in Yuzhong County not to go north to join the coalition forces. Once they are discovered, we must suppress them with iron and blood. These are the enemies of the Prime Minister, and only coercive means can prove our loyalty to the Prime Minister. Wang Yao's pupil shrank slightly, like a lone wolf showing a bloodthirsty look. If someone under his rule openly supports Yuan Shao and others, he doesn't mind using blood to sound a warning bell for these anti-Dong heroes. Unlike other Yangzhou prefects who came from aristocratic families, if he had not been appreciated by Dongzhuo during the Yellow Turban Rebellion and recommended as a military assistant, I am afraid he would still be in the northern border at this time, labeled as a traitor. It was Dongzhuo who made him stand out. At Wang Yao's suggestion, Yuzhong County began a vigorous purge, especially those player lords who claimed to lead troops to the north, who were brutally suppressed by Jiang Lang and Yan Hu. Wang Yao's open support for Dongzhuo greatly displeased the surrounding county governors, especially Lu Yao, the governor of Yangzhou. The governor of Yuzhong's move was undoubtedly a slap in the face in public, telling the world that Lu Yao's title of governor of Yangzhou was worthy of life and death, and the governors below did not obey his orders. So Lu Yao joined other governors to issue a statement to denounce Wang Yao, and the two sides fought in the war of words, which made many players who were watching from the sidelines call it exciting. It is rare to see a governor-level figure openly tearing each other apart in the world. However, after Lu Yao quarreled with Wang Yao, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to ask other prefects to go north on his behalf to respond to the anti-Dong alliance. However, these cunning prefects immediately stayed at home, either refusing him on the grounds of being ill, or making excuses that there were bandits in the county that needed to be suppressed, and it was difficult to withdraw troops to the north, which made Lu Yao very embarrassed. Lu Yao's face was completely lost under the teasing of many prefects, when he had to accept Sun Shao's suggestion to take the troops north to save his reputation. An uninvited guest expressed his willingness to support Yuan Shao. This person was Li Ji, the prefect of Kuaiji. Lu Yao was both happy and surprised by Li Ji's sudden statement. He was happy that there was finally a prefect willing to obey his order to support the anti-Dong cause in the north. And he was surprised that this person was Li Ji, the most powerful prefect in Yangzhou. Lu Yao couldn't figure out Li Ji's thoughts. He thought that this cunning guy was not so kind and must be doing something behind the scenes. Fortunately, the players who had joined him told Lu Yao that Li Ji would definitely participate in the battle against Dongzhuo to gain fame. In addition, Sun Shao also thought so, which made Lu Yao feel relieved. At Sun Shao's suggestion, Lu Yao, who was overjoyed, also sent a batch of money and food to Li Ji to help him and get a good reputation. This made Li Ji a little bit amused. Announcement to all players in Huaxia district. The epic event 18 princes fighting against Dongzhuo will be divided into two camps, the coalition camp and the Dongzhuo camp. You can choose one of the camps to participate 3 days before the event starts. But you only have one chance to choose. Please choose carefully. Announcement to all players in Huaxia District. This event will not limit the identity of players. If players have successfully become a governor of a state or a governor of a county, they can choose to become a prince with the same status as NPC princes. But the troops sent out will not be less than 100,000. Please choose carefully. Announcement to all players in Huaxia District. If players participate in the 18 princes fighting against Dongzhuo event, they can choose any prince to participate. The system will not randomly assign players to various princes. You can choose to be a player prince or an NPC prince. Announcement to all players in Huaxia District. In order to encourage players to actively sign up for the event, the leaders of both camps have offered generous rewards. During the event, players can gain merit points by killing soldiers of the enemy camp. In addition, the system will reward merit points according to the player's performance. Please go all out. Announcement to all players in the Huaxia area during the event. The territory of the Lord player will not be protected by the system, and other players can threaten the territory of the Lord player through various means. Please be cautious. When Lu Yao and Wang Ao were fighting a war of public opinion, Li Ji had already received the specific rules of the anti-Dong campaign. As a loyal minister of the Han dynasty, the governor of Kuaiji, and the anti-rebel captain, Li Ji chose the coalition camp as a matter of course, and was also honored to become a lord. Speaking of which, the system also allows players to become lords of the coalition, which really surprised Li Ji. This approach is not to hope that players can seek official positions for themselves through unconventional means. After all, the emperor is controlled by Dongzhuo, and still imitates the Hanlingdi's selling of titles and officials. As long as the player has money, he can get an official position from Dongzhuo, and then become a lord in the next event. Li Ji estimated that in the anti-Dong war 3 months later, I don't know how many strange lords will emerge. However, there are still 3 months before the campaign to defeat Dongzhuo. During these 3 months, Li Ji can continue to train his troops and prepare food and grass. During these 3 months, Li Ji finally started the first imperial examination in Kuaiji County. In the entire Huaxia area shrouded in the shadow of the war, Kuaiji is a unique place. The imperial examination in Kuaiji County is divided into civil examination and military examination, with civil examination in the front and military examination in the back. Under the preparation of Wang Ming and others, it has quietly begun. Li Ji controls the entire territory of Kuaiji County and governs 15 counties. In order to ensure the orderly conduct of the imperial examination, Li Ji specially set up examination sites in each county. Those with excellent results can go to Longkai City for another re-examination to test their level. This is a bit like the palace examinations during the Sui and Tang dynasties. And those with excellent results can be personally received by Li Ji. Reporting to the Lord, there are a total of 150,000 people participating in the imperial examinations, and many of them are from Wujuan and Yuzhangjian. Li Ji personally sat in Longkai City and had a good chat with Sima Hui, Lu Ji, and Kai Yong. After hearing Wang Ming's report, he was a little surprised. These 150,000 people have undergone preliminary screening. They are not ordinary people who can only write their own names. They are talented people with ink in their stomachs. However, seeing the 3 big figures around him, Li Ji was also relieved. These 3 people are all famous scholars and Confucian scholars of the Han dynasty. I don't know how many people are willing to learn knowledge from them. Before, when Li Ji released the news that these 3 people appeared in the imperial examination, countless literati from all over the world came to visit. Their residence was surrounded by people every day. If Li Ji hadn't asked people to drive these people away, I'm afraid these 3 people would have to find a way to escape from here. Although Li Ji drove these people out, which made many people angry, they immediately changed their appearance when they heard that Lu Ji and Kai Yong would be teachers in the Imperial College, claiming that they would take the Imperial examination and win the first place, and enter the Imperial College for further study. The scholar's face was like the sky in June, changing at any time. Of course, there are also many people from the present world among these 150,000 people. The cultural level of these people is much higher than that of local NPCs. So Li Ji pushed everyone's dissuasion and raised the difficulty of the exam several times. With the help of Lu Ji, Kai Yong and others, Li Ji prepared a set of devilish test papers, trying to torture these candidates. Mr. Shuijing, Mr. Lu, Mr. Kai, I wonder if there are people you know on this list. Li Ji took the list of candidates from Wang Ming. And Li Ji was a little dizzy when he saw the dense small words. After Sima Hui glanced at the list, he happily handed it to Lu Ji. Obviously, he did not find any acquaintances among them. Instead, Lu Ji observed carefully, and suddenly stared at a place and shouted, Bo Yuan, I didn't expect that both of your students took the imperial examination. Li Taisho, don't worry about our face. Just deal with it as you want. If they fail, it can only be because they are not good at learning. And it has nothing to do with me, Tai Yong said with a straight face, looking selfless. Li Ji smiled and said nothing. In fact, the imperial examination this time was an exam with names covered. At the same time, Li Ji also set people to copy the contents of the candidates' test papers. Unless someone can bribe the clerk who copied his own test paper, there is no room for favoritism and fraud. In addition to working hard on the test paper, Li Ji also asked Wang Ming and others to personally monitor the examination room. With their mental strength, they were able to observe whether anyone in the entire examination room used cheating methods, such as cheating. Li Ji made a strict rule that as long as someone was found cheating, no matter what the score was, they would be directly kicked out of the examination room and would not be hired for life. If they are not honest even in taking the exam, then they will probably use all kinds of means to deceive their superiors and subordinates, and be corrupt and pervert the law when they become officials. The imperial examinations have many items, and they have to take exams almost every day. Soon these great scholars can no longer sit still, and they want to go down to the counties to inspect the examination halls and see if there are any great talents among them. Li Ji also readily agreed, and took Lu Ji and the other two to the examination hall in Shaanxi County, where Shi Jisai happened to be inspecting. My lord. Shi Jisai originally wanted to come forward to salute, but was stopped by Li Ji with his hands pressed down. Then, with a look from Li Ji, he seemed to know the purpose of Li Ji's coming. Li Ji set up a total of 16 examination centers, among which the examination center in Longkai City was the final examination location, which has not yet been opened. As the former seat of Kuaiji County, Shaanxi County is huge in size, and can almost be regarded as the largest of the 15 examination centers, accommodating far more examinations than other examination centers. The examination center in Shaanxi County accommodates nearly 30,000 candidates. In order to ensure that the candidates dare not cheat, dozens of officials were sent to inspect the examination hall during the period. And Li Ji's confidant Shi Jisai was in charge here. This can be said to be the place where the nightmare of the candidates occurs, and the strictness is far beyond other examination centers. In addition to these measures, in order to maintain the discipline of the examination room, Li Ji also sent a large number of Dragon Sparrow army soldiers who had fought in the battlefield to guard around the examination room to prevent anyone from making trouble. It would have been fine if the Dragon Sparrow army soldiers did not appear, but once they appeared, many candidates collapsed on the spot and their mentality exploded. The reason is that these soldiers have been fighting in the battlefield for many years, and have developed a murderous aura. The faint smell of blood diffused in the air, which made these unarmed scholars extremely horrified. They were frightened by the murderous aura, and it was difficult for them to exert their strength. Originally, Li Ji wanted to replace the soldiers with a group of new recruits to reduce the pressure on this group of candidates. But Lu Ji stopped him directly, believing that there was no need to withdraw. According to Lu Ji's point of view, now is in a chaotic world, and all counties and prefectures are in a state of war at any time. If these people are sent to the counties and attacked by the enemy, they will easily surrender to the enemy without experiencing the baptism of war, which is very unfavorable to Li Ji's strategic deployment. Li Ji thought Lu Ji's words made sense. After all, he was not only a famous scholar, but also one of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty. Leading troops to fight was as easy as eating and drinking, and his psychological quality was extremely strong. Shisai, can you find any talents in the examination room? Li Ji pulled Shi Shisai aside alone and let Lu Ji and the other 2 walk around in the examination room. With him present, even if the candidates saw their idols, they did not dare to move around at will, for fear of being beaten out. Shi Shisai bowed and replied, Zhong has been inspecting the examination room for a long time, and found that many of them wrote good articles, and they were well organized, and did not seem to be from wild ways. However, they did not seem to know much about the 4 books and 5 classics, and there were many questions. Li Ji knew who the talents Shi Shisai was talking about were. They should be players from the present world. These people may have taken relevant exams in the present world or worked in the government system. and they are very familiar with official operations. However, this is ancient times, and some things are not feasible. Moreover, the imperial examination set by Li Ji not only includes the assessment of current affairs, but also the examination of famous books such as the 4 books and the 5 classics, which are not mentioned much in the current education. Many players may fail because of this subject. This imperial examination was held in a hurry, without a very detailed division of each examination, and even the textbooks for the imperial examination were not made. This is undoubtedly a great challenge for the candidates who lack books to review. The one who can win the first place must be a great talent with good ability. After this imperial examination is over, Li Ji will let Lu Ji and Kai Yong participate in the compilation of textbooks and reform and renovate the imperial examination projects. Reform is the main driving force for progress. Chapter 333, Jiang Biao Tiger Minister appears. The civil examination and the imperial examination lasted for 3 whole days. Many candidates were tortured by the extremely difficult questions. Some even quit the examination on the spot and left in disgrace. During these 3 days, even though there were officials and soldiers patrolling the examination halls, there were still candidates who adopted all kinds of strange cheating methods. Li Ji did not tolerate these people. He had them beaten out on the spot and announced that these people would not be admitted for life. If any officials violated the rules and admitted these people, these officials would also be stripped of their hats and would not be allowed to be officials for life. The iron-blooded means of killing chickens to scare monkeys directly deterred the remaining candidates. Even if they had all kinds of small thoughts, they did not dare to show them in front of Li Ji, for fear of ruining their future. You must know that Li Ji was the only one in the entire Huaxia area who dared to hold the imperial examination. This was their only way to quickly cross the class. They did not dare to mess with their future. The 3-day examination time passed quickly, since more than 100,000 examination papers needed to be reviewed. The examination results would not be announced until 10 days later. During these 10 days, the martial arts examination began under the auspices of Li Ji. Compared with the civil examination, the content of the martial arts examination is much simpler. It is divided into 2 major subjects. One is the military strategy examination, and the other is the military strength examination. These 2 major subjects simply divide the candidates into 2 groups. One is the commander type talent, and the other is the bravery type talent. Among them, the military strength examination requires multiple small subjects such as horsemanship, archery, and strength to comprehensively examine the candidate's strengths. The military strength examination further subdivides the candidates into various types of talents. If the unsuccessful candidates are willing to serve in the army, Li Ji can arrange them to the appropriate military branch. Candidates can only choose one of the 2 major subjects of the martial arts examination. Those who pass can be ranked. If they are confident in themselves, they can participate in both. The comprehensive ranking of those who take 2 subjects is a little higher than that of those who take a single subject. The martial artists under Li Ji are very curious about the martial arts examination. With Li Ji's tacit consent, they began to observe the candidates participating in the martial arts examination in the martial arts examination room. For them, it is also a good thing to watch rookies fighting each other occasionally. Li Ji divided the subject of military strategy to Yang Su and Zhao Qu to preside over. After all, the former was a famous general of the Sui dynasty, and the latter was Ma Fuzi, who was eloquent. If there was a candidate who could convince Zhao Qu in the military strategy, I am afraid that this candidate would be ranked at the top in history. The premise of talking about military strategy on paper is that you have to know what military strategies there are. Xu Dao, Zhao Qu. Are there any talents among the candidates participating in the military strategy examination? Li Ji came to the place of military strategy examination and found that there was no one here, and the 2 examiners were sleepy. Zhao Qu yawned, rubbed his eyes and replied, "Report to the Lord." The number of candidates participating in the military strategy examination these days is very small, and there was not even a shadow this morning. Qu estimated that there were no more than 30 candidates after the martial arts examination was over. So few? The 150,000 people who participated in the civil examination before made Li Ji subconsciously think that his imperial examination was sought after by people. But he did not expect to encounter Waterloo in the military strategy examination. My lord, you are wrong. Most of the military books in the world are written by generals. The famous generals in ancient times all had family inheritance. They were influenced by their fathers since childhood. Ordinary people do not have such an environment. It is really difficult to discover talents through military examinations. Yang Su thought this was a normal phenomenon. After all, the ability to command troops depends on God. Even if you work hard, it is difficult to become a top general. After hearing Yang Su's explanation, Li Ji nodded in approval. A person's growth is greatly influenced by the environment around him. What kind of class creates what kind of person? Although some people have talents comparable to Han Xian and Bai Qi, if there is no famous teacher to teach him, I am afraid that his achievements of leading tens of thousands of soldiers and horses are already the peak. Li Ji wanted to find a famous general among the common people in Kuaiji County. And he didn't know if it was difficult for the people. Even if there were not many people participating here, Li Ji did not intend to withdraw this subject. He told the two not to relax and left directly. Soon after Li Ji left, two scholars came in one after the other, wearing conspicuous Confucian clothes. You want to take the civil examination, right? Sorry. It's over. This is the military strategy test. Xiaoque looked at the two and reminded them. One of the scholars came forward and asked. We have both taken the civil examination. I wonder if we can take the military examination. Yes. Please. Yang Su touched his chin. His eyes flickered slightly. Shaanxi County Military Examination Hall. Li Guang sat firmly on the horse's back, then twisted his waist and abdomen, like a python twisting its body, accompanied by a loud sound of breaking through the air. A dazzling stream of light suddenly pierced through the red heart, and the terrifying power directly crushed the target into pieces. The candidates who were watching nearby were all amazed at Li Guang's archery. Compared with Li Guang's performance, they were no different from big kids playing with bows and arrows before. This is archery. What did you shoot just now? Li Guang taught dissatisfiedly. Most of these people were archers under his command, because Li Ji did not restrict the participation of serving soldiers, resulting in many veterans from the battlefield signing up enthusiastically. However, Li Guang thought that his subordinates performed very poorly, and coming to participate in the martial arts examination was simply embarrassing for him. Haha, Li Guang. Your subordinates are not very good. Let's see how my men are. Huang Gong, another examiner in charge of the archery examination, laughed and then pushed out a phoenix longbow. The soldier drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the target dozens of meters away in an instant. The next second, the arrow left the string dragged the red fire, like a red meteor that cut through the void, tearing the air and leaving a visible trajectory in the air, accurately hitting the red heart of the target in the distance. The soldier's superb archery won a round of applause from everyone present, and they all applauded. The corners of Li Guang's mouth twitched, and then he suddenly stared at his subordinates, and his murderous eyes made these soldiers shrink their necks. You guys are only embarrassing me. All of you go back and practice more. Li Guang roared, like a defeated lion, venting his anger on his subordinates. When these people saw their boss was furious, they immediately ran away, wishing they had 2 more legs. I didn't expect Li Guang to be recruited by Li Ji. Now he has 2 sharpshooters in his camp. I wonder which one of them is better at archery. I bet on Huang Zhong. After all, his subordinates are much stronger than Li Guang's. And Huang Zhong is one of the 5 tiger generals, one of the best sharpshooters in the 3 kingdoms. If he wants to shoot Erie's helmet, he will shoot Erie's helmet. He will never shoot Erie's arm. Erie, please turn on the microphone to communicate. Li Guang is also very strong. After all, he is called the Flying General by the Huns. Shooting stones and fighting tigers is not a problem. He should not be better than Huang Zhong. Everyone, please be quiet. I declare Yang Yuji invincible. 6. Huang Zhong and Li Guang can be regarded as the same type of generals, and they will inevitably be compared. Don't say that the spectators like to talk nonsense. If a good archer soldier appears, they are more willing to choose the one with the best archery before choosing a unit. Li Guang's ears were extremely sensitive, and he could hear everything the examinees were discussing. So he challenged Huang Zhong. Han Sheng, why don't we take this opportunity to compete in archery and see who is better? We didn't decide the winner last time, but we must decide who is better this time. Huang Zhong was not a coward, and he accepted Li Guang's challenge directly, laughed loudly, and jumped on his horse to compete with Li Guang in archery. Both of them were famous sharpshooters, and their fancy techniques made the audience feel excited. More and more people were attracted and gathered here to watch. My lord, do we need to stop them? He asked worriedly. Li Ji shook his head and smiled. They are all people who know their limits. The archery competition can inspire the enthusiasm of the candidates. Moreover, I am here in person, so they dare not make too much noise. On the other side of the examination room, A cavalry centurion held a wooden stick, facing the candidates who stumbled and rushed over. He only needed to flick his wooden stick slightly to knock the candidates off their horses. The long stick kept sweeping horizontally and vertically. The centurion became a 10,000 enemy in this group of candidates. The oncoming candidates were swept off their horses one after another, and their clothes were covered with white powder. If the centurion's long stick was replaced with a spear, these candidates would have died on the spot. Fail. Next batch. The centurion narrowed his eyes slightly, which put great pressure on the candidates. Candidate Dong Shi is here to teach me. A strong man, with a height of 8 feet, and a square face, and a wide mouth came out with a big knife. His imposing manner made other candidates dare not approach. Dong Shi? Li Ji noticed the situation here, and hurried over to check the situation. Name Dong Shi, Ziyuan Dai. Occupation Military General War. Identity Yao. Kuaiji County. Level 83. Brave 85, 88. Commander 80, 80. Wisdom 61, 61. Political Strategy 40, 40. Charm 72. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Extraordinary Force, Blue Strength plus 20%. When fighting with others, if the enemy's bravery is lower than yours. Personal Combat Power plus 10%. Danwu Navy, Blue when leading the Navy. Personal Combat Power plus 8%. Unit Combat Power plus 5%. If leading the Jiangdong Navy. Unit Combat Power plus 5%. Wu Ying Lai, Purple Extraordinary Bravery. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 15% when charging into battle. Personal Combat Effectiveness plus 18% when fighting with others, when leading the army in battle. The combat effectiveness of the troops plus 10%. And morale is not easy to fall. Jiang Biao Tiger Minister, Purple together with Cheng Pu. Huang Gai. Han Dang. Jiang Qin. Zhou Tai. Chen Wu. Gan Ning. Ling Tong. Su Sheng. Pan Zhang. And Ding Feng. They are known as Jiang Biao Tiger Ministers. If they are in the same faction. Dong Shi's personal combat power plus 2% for each additional person. Killing to protect the Lord, Purple if the Lord is around. Dong Shi's personal combat power plus 15%. Can be seriously injured to block a fatal injury for the Lord. Holding a blade and stepping on a boat, Gold ignoring the influence of terrain. If fighting on the water, personal combat power plus 25%. Speed increased. Physical strength limit increased. Physical strength recovery speed increased. Not easy to be fatally injured. Skills overturning the sea S level. Dragon in the river S level. Walking on flat ground S level. Overturning mountains and seas S level. Working together S level. Hard method mixing the river hard method. Equipment broken Ming knife, diamond level weapon. Special troops Jiangdong Navy. Special troops of the 1st to 3rd level Navy. The upper limit of 100,000 people can be recruited. It turned out to be Dong Shi, a tiger minister of Jiangbu, and one of the generals of Danwu. Li Ji thought it was someone with the same name as Dong Shi, but he didn't expect that the real person was at the scene. Dong Shi was 8 feet tall and had extraordinary martial arts. In history, when Sun Ce entered Kuaiji County, Dong Shi welcomed Sun Ce and others at Gaoqian Pavilion. Because of this incident, Sun Ce noticed Dong Shi. So he was valued by Sun Ce and sent to the local area to serve as a bandit chow. Later, when Sun Ce attacked the bandits Huang Longluo and Zhou Bo, it was Dong Shi who bravely rushed into the bandit army and personally killed the 2 bandit leaders. However, the 2 bandit leaders had been killed by Li Ji a long time ago, and it would be difficult for Dong Shi to follow the old path in history. With Sun Ce's respect and his own ability, Dong Shi's status in Danwu naturally rose. He soon served as a general and led the Danwu Navy to fight. Dong Shi was a general who was good at water battles. He once rushed into the warship set up by Huang Zu with Ling Tong and cut off the big olive with a short knife to help Sun Wu win. However, the end of this naval general was a bit ridiculous. Dong Shi died in the river he was most familiar with and ended up drowning. It just so happened that Li Ji's navy lacked a general who was good at charging into battle. And the appearance of Dong Shi could make up for this shortcoming. Sweat dripped from the forehead of the cavalry centurion. Dong Shi's appearance brought him pressure. The opponent was like a vicious dragon that could overturn the river and sea, and could knock him over and fall into the water in an instant. I heard that as long as I defeat you, I can become a centurion? Dong Shi was eager to try, wanting to ascend to heaven in one step, in order to quickly screen out those who are brave and extraordinary. Li Ji also set up various rewards, as long as the cavalry centurion is defeated. The candidate can be promoted to a centurion on the spot and command 100 people, as long as Zhou Song, who is sitting here, is defeated. The candidate can be promoted to a military marquis on the spot and command 1,000 people, as long as any fierce general of the Dragon Sparrow army who is watching the show is defeated. The candidate can be promoted to a military Sima on the spot and command 5,000 people. Basically, all candidates are here to become centurions, and few people who are blind dare to challenge the black-faced man Zhou Song. As for Li Tsunxiu, Shi Jingxi and others who were watching on the side, they didn't even dare to look over there, for fear of angering the other party and getting beaten up. Dongxi didn't dare to be careless either, and decided to challenge them layer by layer. First get the guaranteed centurion, and then see if he could defeat Zhou Song and become a military marquis. He instinctively felt that this black-faced, bearded man from Guanxi was not so easy to mess with. At least, he didn't think he could suppress him steadily. Chapter 334 Talents Hidden in the Imperial Examination. Come and fight! Dongxi sharpened his sword, roared loudly, and strode forward like stepping on the river and driving the waves. The sword in his hand swept across, and in an instant, a huge wave was raised, rolling towards the centurion like a tsunami. The centurion was sweating profusely. Dongxi's pressure brought him a great sense of oppression. For a moment, he had the idea of running away. But then he saw Li Ji in the crowd and immediately stopped this idea. Running away from the battlefield is a taboo. Even if he was defeated, Li Ji would only think that he was not as skilled as others, and would not be punished. If he fled the battlefield in front of Li Ji, he would definitely be punished by military law, and it would even affect his official career. He gritted his teeth, held the long stick and swept towards Dongxi, and hit the sword energy of the huge waves with one stick. Dongxi's body sank, and the broadsword blocked the long stick that was coming with great momentum. With the help of the horsepower, the centurion burst out with amazing strength, allowing him to stop his body in an instant. However, that was all. Dongxi's nose moved slightly, and he took a deep breath. The air around him became moist, and the sound of the rolling waves was faintly heard in the void. He pushed the broadsword with both arms to shake the long stick away. Dongxi roared, like a warship rushing towards the tsunami. The broadsword made a blasting sound that smashed the waves, and instantly cut the centurion's waist and abdomen. The next second, the roar suddenly exploded. The centurion was directly swept away, and the huge force directly blasted him off the horse's back, rolling 2.5 circles in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, almost making him faint. Fortunately, Dongxi was holding a wooden broadsword, which was far less sharp than ordinary weapons. Otherwise the centurion would have been cut in two and exploded into a bloody mist. I didn't expect that there would be such a good player among the candidates participating in the martial arts exam. It's really exciting. Zhou Song loosened his muscles and bones, and his strong body kept making crackling sounds. He threw the big knife on the ground on his shoulder, and the terrible weight made him sink. Every step forward always left a footprint on the ground. Zhou Song came to Dongxi with the big knife. The murderous aura he developed on the battlefield made the surrounding candidates look defeated and their hands and feet weak. The strength of the chief examiner Zhou Song was much stronger than that of the centurion. Zhou Song is going to take action. I want to see how powerful the deputy general that Guan Eri has chosen is. If he can't even deal with Dongxi, then his strength is a bit weak. What do you mean? Dongxi is also very powerful, and Dongxi is also a general who is good at surface combat. Zhou Song can't compare with Dongxi in this aspect. I don't care. I like to watch the duel between fierce generals the most. I used to watch from a distance, but this time I want to watch with my eyes wide open. If I can learn 1 or 2 moves, this will be much better than you. Ah. Right. Right. The brain has learned but not the hands and feet. Zhou Song decided to take action himself, which made many people excited. One is the future Jiang Biao Huchun, a brave general who rushed into the enemy's formation with hundreds of people and cut off Dallin. The other is a brave general who ranks at the top level of the Yellow Turbans and is used by Guan Eri to carry a sword. The two are about to collide, and the game of similar strength makes many people look forward to it. Even the fierce generals of the Dragon Sparrow army shouted and instigated the two sides to fight, making the atmosphere hot. Zhou Song, don't embarrass our Dragon Sparrow army. If you lose to a little candidate, you better not go back to the barracks. The Lord is still here. If you lose, you might end up in trouble. Li Tsunxi was not afraid of trouble and started to make trouble. After hearing Li Tsunxi's words, Zhou Song's face turned black. but his face was as black as coal. And even Dongshi, who was facing him, didn't find anything wrong. I won't take advantage of you. And I will fight you directly in the form of foot battle. If you beat me, I will recommend you to the Lord as a military marquis and command 1,000 people. Okay. Dongshi turned his wrist and his face became solemn. Zhou Tsong's momentum is not comparable to that of an ordinary centurion. He felt that even if he went all out, he could not guarantee that he could defeat the opponent. I had heard that the Dragon Sparrow army was full of hidden talents, and it seemed that he had come to the right place. Dongshi was eager to try and looked excited. Fight! Zhou Tsong's face was dark. His eyes were filled with tears, and in the void behind him, a huge wave was faintly rising, reaching tens of feet high. Suddenly, the surrounding air became moist and sticky, and the air above Zhou Tsong's head was affected by an unknown force. And small whirlpools rolled up. Countless raindrops splashed on the ground, piercing Dongshi like needles. He took a big step forward, and the ground under his feet cracked instantly. Countless cracks twisted and crawled in all directions like little snakes. Zhou Tsong raised his hand and slashed with a knife, accompanied by endless waves. Before the knife fell, the surrounding candidates were under great pressure, as if they were swept into it by thousands of waves, and their breathing gradually became heavy. Some were even pressed to the ground by heavier waves, unable to move. Zhou Tsong's full-strength knife was beyond the candidates' tolerance, and the boundless power almost made them lose their will in an instant. Kill! Facing the knife, Dongshi roared wildly, forcibly suppressing the fear rising in his heart. Zhou Tsong's outburst put him under great pressure, and he had to go all out. The rainbow light rolled up huge waves and came, and Dongshi urged all his strength to swing his knife to block it. Boom! The collision sound of the weapons rang out, like a depth charge dropped into a pool of water, and it exploded with endless air waves, and the roar continued to sound, setting off an extremely violent and powerful wind. The figures of Zhou Tsong and Dongshi flashed in the battlefield, like two peerless evil dragons tumbling in the river, as if countless strong winds swept in all directions, hiding the energy. The surrounding candidates had to retreat, and only Li Tsunxiao, Shi Jingxi, and other fierce generals stood by with their heads held high and their faces defiant. The fight between the two was nothing in front of them. If Li Tsunxi wanted to intervene and stop it, he could separate the two in an instant. Although Dongshi's upper limit is higher than Zhou Tsong's, he has not yet reached his peak state, and is not yet Zhou Tsong's opponent. Li Ji's bravery is also much higher than these two people, belonging to the first-class level of generals. Even if the two are fighting hard and various moves emerge in an endless stream, making people dazzled, Li Ji's eyes can still perfectly capture the trajectory of the two people's moves. The improvement of bravery not only brings strength and physical strength to the player, but also improves the reaction speed, vision, and other aspects of the player. It can be said to be an attribute of physical development. Rumble. With a bang, the vortex phenomena above the two people collided, and the incomparable power rolled up a gust of air, carrying raindrops and blowing the people around them so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Zhou Tsong roared wildly, and the muscles on his arms kept bulging and squirming, providing him with more and more rapid power. The big knife in his hand seemed to turn into a water-blue streak, forming a vortex of knife energy to engulf Dongshi's body. Dongshi's tightly closed mouth made a muffled groan from time to time, and the big knife formed a series of extremely tough defenses in front of him, but was constantly destroyed by Zhou Tsong's fierce attack. Block! Block again! The veins on his forehead bulged, and Dongshi's footsteps began to fall backwards, leaving two deep marks on the ground, almost submerging his knees. Defeat me! Zhou Tsong let out a final long roar, and thousands of waves vaguely emerged behind him. A dazzling water light burst out from his body. The speed of the big knife slashing suddenly increased by a few points, and the power surged. The broadsword in his hand burst out with a strong water-colored rainbow light, and the sharp blade split the space in front. The piercing explosion made many people subconsciously cover their ears and scream in pain. Between the water and the sky, Zhou Tsong's sword slashed Dongshi's broadsword. The powerful force made the opponent almost unable to hold the weapon. The surrounding ground shook violently, and the strange force instantly raised sand and dust. The void where the two fought was turbulent like the surface of the water, and the ripples spread in circles in all directions. Boom! The aftermath was huge. Zhou Tsong's fierce attack made it difficult for Dongshi, who was almost exhausted, to stand firmly on the ground. The whole person was blown away several feet like a cannonball, and a deep pit was smashed on the ground. In this contest, Zhou Tsong won. Zhou Song wins. Just at this moment, the sound of war drums resounded through the sky, shaking the clouds above to pieces. All the candidates who witnessed this scene felt their scalps numb and their hearts were shocked. The real battle between two fierce generals was so fierce. Their previous fights were just like children's fights, and there was no comparison. Zhou Song was panting, stepped on the steps and pulled up Dong Shi, who was a little dizzy, and said, "You are quite strong. My master cherishes talents. Even if you lose to me, he will never be stingy with a military marquee position. Just because I lose now does not mean that I will lose to you in the future. I will definitely defeat you in the future." Dong Shi was full of fighting spirit and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. The heavy blow just now hurt his internal organs. Zhou Song shrugged and said, "Then give it a try. I'll wait for you." At this time, Li Ji stood up and announced on the spot that Dong Shi would be named a military marquis and command 1,000 people. He also assigned Dong Shi to the Longke Navy, and was controlled by Yang Su and Li Shunshan. In this way, there were 4 famous generals in Li Ji's navy, with Yang Su and Li Shunshan as commanders, and Zhou Song and Dong Shi as military forces. It can be said that the framework was set up, with Dong Shi as a shining bead. The remaining candidates for the martial arts examination were directly suppressed, even if there were 1 or 2 people with good strength. Compared with Dong Shi, they were like ants and elephants, with a huge gap. After Li Ji looked at a few of them, he obviously felt that the quality of the candidates behind was not very good. So he left directly, leaving Li Cunqiu and others to educate these candidates. One of the purposes of establishing the martial arts examination is to find talents with good bravery and promote them to the corresponding grassroots officer positions through this method. However, a historical general appeared in the martial arts examination, which really surprised Li Ji. He thought he would not be able to pick any good roles, according to Dong Shi's performance, unless some big figure appeared in the military strategy project to take the exam. Dong Shi would basically take the title of the first Imperial Examination Martial Arts Champion. The martial arts examination was completed in the 10 days of marking the civil examination papers. About hundreds of soldiers were promoted through this method, and their official positions were raised 1 or 2. The Imperial examination ended perfectly. Li Ji received the list of civil examinations. A total of thousands of candidates were selected and assigned to various places by Wang Ming and others according to the content and results of the examinations. Either they served as civil servants in local counties, or were elected as village chiefs. Although they might not be able to perfectly display their abilities, they could also add a large number of grassroots officials to Li Ji and eliminate many children of aristocratic families who were just waiting to die. As for the possibility of corruption and abuse of power, Li Ji said he was not too worried. After all, Wen Tianxiang, as the supervisor of posts, was impartial and selfless. He whipped many officials to behave themselves and not dare to reach into the pockets of the lower class people. TSK. I didn't expect such a great talent to appear here. And there is more than one. Li Ji received the list of candidates for the civil and military palace examinations, and found a very familiar name on it. I didn't expect that Dong Shi, an SR, was drawn in the military examination, and an SR, and even an SSR, was drawn in the civil examination. Li Ji sat in Longke City and personally served as the chief examiner in the civil and military palace examinations. On his left were Wang Ming, Shi Jisai, Gu Jia and Jia Su, for great counselors, and on his right were Sima Hui, Lu Ji and Kai Yong, 3 famous scholars. The lineup was extremely luxurious. There were 10 candidates for the civil palace examination, and 8 for the military palace examination. Originally, the number of candidates for the military palace examination should have been 10, but 2 of them took the civil examination, and the identities of the candidates overlapped. Originally, 2 people were required to be transferred from other outstanding martial arts candidates. But Li Ji adhered to the principle of better to have nothing than to have something inferior, and did not choose to do so. I, Su San, greet the governor. A middle-aged man dressed in silk brocade and looking rich and noble bowed his hands. Li Ji casually gestured to the other party to stand up, and secretly checked the other party's data panel. It was found that the other party's wisdom and political strategy were both over 70. And most of the other party's characteristics were related to promoting the market and money. If he were put in the modern world, he would definitely be a financial talent. According to the background investigation provided by Wang Ming, Su San came from a merchant family in Kuaiji County, mainly selling fruits and other things. Later, Under Su San's vision, he discovered the commodity value of rice wine, and was the first to take rice wine from Lonke village at that time and sell it to various places, earning a lot of money. It must be said that Su San is a financial talent with a sharp vision, and he deserves to make money and become rich. Li Ji talked with Su San and found that although this guy was very sensitive to money, he was a mess in government affairs, so adhering to the principle of giving full play to his strengths, Li Ji assigned him to the market-related department to adjust the market economy of Lonke City. When Su San heard about the appointment, he was very happy. Li Ji's appointment made him an official, which meant that he jumped from the level of merchants to the level of landlords, and his social status was much higher. After sending Su San aside, Li Ji raised his eyebrows and looked at the others, and assigned them to various suitable places according to their characteristics. Soon, there were still 4 people in the palace examination who had not decided on their positions. I, Ruan Yu, meet the governor. Li Ji sat up a little straighter. The first highlight is here. Chapter 335 Disciples of Kai Yong. Ruan Yu and Ruan Yuanyu, who were taught by Kai Yong, were quick-witted and were called prodigies by Kai Yong, because they learned calligraphy and music from Kai Yong. They wrote good articles and became famous all over the world. In history, Cao Cao knew Ruan Yu's reputation and wanted to recruit him to work for him. However, Ruan Yu was a proud scholar and refused to work under Cao Cao. He even fled into the mountains to avoid Cao Cao's summons. However, he seemed to underestimate Cao Cao's desire for talents. Cao Cao's fire forced him out of the mountains and forests and forced him to accept Cao Cao's summons. Ruan Yu's memorials and letters were very outstanding and were highly valued by Cao Cao. At that time, most of the Cao Wei forces manifestos were written by him and another Jinan 7 sages Chen Lin. Writing a letter to Sun Quan for Cao Gong is Ruan Yu's masterpiece, which can be said to be a model of conquest manifestos. And the military force is hidden in the writing style. Name Ruan Yu Ziyuan Yu. Occupation civilian war. Identity disciple of Kai Yong. Level 59. Brave 34. Commander 31. Wisdom 84. Political strategy 72. Charm 75. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Disciple of a master, blue born under a master, with a reputation, easily sought after by the monarch. Master of music, blue can easily stir up the audience's emotions and influence their judgment when playing music. Poet, blue can write poems at will, with a small chance of doing so, increasing the territory's attraction to civil officials. 7 sages of the Jinan period, purple together with Kong Rong, Chen Lin, Wang Can, Su Gan, Ing Yen and Lu Zhen. They are known as the 7 sages of the Jinan period. For every additional person in the same faction, Ruan Yu's article rendering power plus 5%. Skill power plus 5%. Refined writing, purple write articles in one go, without adding or deleting. The written expeditionary manifesto will cause a blow to the morale of the enemy forces and reduce the combat effectiveness of the enemy troops. Skills writing like a dragon, S level. Qin Song, S level. Driving out of Bagua Gate, S level. Bright and clear, S level. Mental method Ruan Yuanyu collection. Equipment none. Special arms none. Just as Li Ji thought. Most of Ruan Yu's characteristics are related to the rhythm of articles. And there is almost no political affairs. He is just a literary man. This can only be said that there is a teacher. And there must be a disciple. Think about the disciples taught by Lu Ji, who are all commanders like Liu Bei and Gong Sun Zan, while the students taught by Kai Yong are mostly related to poetry. Only those who are outstanding have the ability to be appointed as marquises and prime ministers. Since he knew that Ruan Yu was good at writing, Li Ji asked a question directly. Has Yuan Yu read the recent Bohai governor's manifesto to attack Dongzhou? I know a thing or two. Ruan Yu answered respectfully. So how does Yuan Yu evaluate this manifesto? Or does Yuan Yu think there is room for improvement in this manifesto? Ruan Yu pursed his lips slightly. He didn't expect that Li Ji's question had no logic to trace. Although Bohai Governor Yuan Shao announced to the world that he would summon the princes to attack Dongzhou, this matter has become the hottest current affairs. And it is not surprising that Li Ji asked questions related to this matter. But according to his guess, he should ask him how he views this matter, not his opinion on the manifesto. This is a bit like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, which makes people a little confused. Ruan Yu raised his eyebrows and wanted to observe the expressions of the examiners in front of him. He found that their expressions were normal and obviously had no objection to Li Ji's question. Is it a question raised by the teacher? Kai Yong? as a teacher, was naturally the most familiar with Ruan Yu's talents. Only he knew that he was good at writing but not government affairs. But no matter what, whether it was his teacher who was behind the scenes, Ruan Yu didn't care about it. Anyway, he was the best at this question. Ruan Yu cleared his throat and said confidently, "The Bohai governor's proclamation against Dong Zhuo is well written. Yu thinks it can be called a model." Dong Zhuo claimed to be a loyal minister of the Han dynasty, but his actions showed no signs of loyalty. The person who wrote the proclamation used it to criticize Dong Zhuo, putting him in a weak position and making the scholars and officials of the world hate him. If Yuan Yu wrote a proclamation against Dong Zhuo, I wonder if it can surpass this article. This article is so good. How can the subsequent proclamation surpass it? Yu doesn't think it can be better. Ruan Yu didn't dare to speak carelessly and said directly that he couldn't do it. Li Ji nodded, then glanced at Kai Yong and found that this great scholar closed his eyes and rested, and didn't seem to have the intention to speak. In fact, if he wanted to use his reputation to seek a high position for his disciple, Li Ji would not agree. Then Li Ji glanced at Wang Ming, who stood up after receiving Li Ji's eye signal, and said aloud the arrangement for Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu, a native of Chenlu, has a quick mind and refined articles. My lord knows his talent very well. I specially appointed Ruan Yu as a subordinate of the chief recorder Jia Su to write documents, and at the same time ordered Ruan Yu to study in the Imperial College. Thank you, Lord. Ruan Yu bowed and thanked, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. The chief recorder is generally responsible for writing documents, which requires officials to practice good articles. It happened that Ruan Yu was good at this, which can be said to be the best of his talents, and he didn't have to deal with any government affairs. He could fish on the side in his spare time. He could also take advantage of this time to recite poems and write couplets, and be a literati. And he could also enter the Imperial College for further studies, and accept the two great Confucian scholars Lu Ji and Kai Yong, although he was Kai Yong's disciple. After Ruan Yu's appointment was resolved, he also stepped aside with great foresight, and let the remaining three candidates out. Are you Gu Yong Gu Yuan N? Li Ji raised his lips slightly, looking up and down at the elegant, but taciturn son of aristocratic family in front of him. He had met him at Lu Yao's banquet a few days ago, and Gu Yong took the initiative to greet him. At that banquet, Li Ji personally invited him to take the imperial examination, but Gu Yong did not answer Li Ji directly at that time, making Li Ji think that he did not want to take the imperial examination, but he did not expect Gu Yong to appear here, which really surprised him. Even the children of the four major families in Wu County have come out to walk around. It seems that they are going to bet on potential princes. Li Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. A dynasty of 100 years. A family of 1,000 years. To continue the inheritance of his family, the head of the family will definitely make bets according to the situation at that time. The most typical example is the dragon, tiger and dog of the Zhuge family in Lengya, which bet on the three most prosperous forces at that time. Obviously, their bets were very correct. Relying on Zhuge Dan's status in Chaowei, they successfully continued the family until the Tang dynasty. Before this, there was the Sun family of Yingchuan, which invested in Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, two great northern lords. Sun Yu and Sun Yu, uncle and nephew, successfully helped Cao Cao unify the north and maintain the famous family of the Sun family of Yingchuan as the four major families of Wujue and active in the Wei and Jin dynasties. Although they were difficult to invest in the most powerful Chaowei due to geographical reasons, their series of operations successfully made them one of the top families during the Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties, and their family children were everywhere in the court. It seems that Gu Yong suddenly appeared here. It should be that the Wujue and Gu family behind him valued him and wanted to invest in him. However, except for the Gu family, the other three families seemed to have no action, still watching from the sidelines and treating them coldly. The representatives of the four major surnames of Wujue are Gu Yong, Lu Sun, Zhu Huan and Zhang Wen. Among them, Gu Yong and Lu Sun have the strongest abilities. One is the Prime Minister of Dongwu, and the other is the Governor of Dongwu. Name Gu Yong, character Yuan Tan. Occupation Civil Official, War Department. Identity a native of Wu County. Wu Commandery. Level 37. Brave 43-48. Commander 40-40. Wisdom 80-88. Political Strategy 82-93. Charm 77. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Sui, Blue inherit the family business, and your own reputation will rise. The four great surnames of Wu Commandery, Blue descended from aristocratic families. The people's hearts in the territory will rise. and the ambitions of other aristocratic children will be suppressed to a small extent. The 8 gentlemen of Wei and Jin, purple together with Jiasu, Jiakue, Zhang Ji, Cheng Yu, Wang Hun, Lu Yu, and Yu Yi. They are called the 8 gentlemen of Wei and Jin. For every additional person in the same faction, Gu Yong's skill power increases by 10%. Minister of the State, purple, the resource output speed in the territory increases by 20%. And there is a small probability of specialty products and special mineral veins. Impartiality, purple, the corruption in the territory decreases. The people's hearts increase. And the annual tax revenue increases by 5%. Assisting the monarch in government affairs, gold when assisting the monarch in government affairs. The development speed in the territory increases. The resource output increases by 40%. The administrative efficiency increases. And the government is harmonious. Appoint officials according to their abilities. Gold officials can always be placed in appropriate positions. The ambition of officials decreases. The relationship rises to harmonious. And conflicts are not likely to occur. The administrative efficiency of the territory increases by 50%. Words are always accurate, gold, although he is taciturn. He can always say what he says. Gu Yong can always speak to the point. Whenever the monarch asks Gu Yong, if Gu Yong speaks and answers, Gu Yong's 4-dimensional data will be temporarily +1. And will fall back as the meeting ends, up to 3 times in one meeting. Skills: silence, S level. Wisdom, S level. Clear eyes, S level. Iron face, S level. Mental method, Gu's mental method. Equipment, none. Special arms, none. The 4 surnames of Wu County, Gu, Lu, Zhu, and Zhang, originated in the Eastern Han Dynasty, rose in the Eastern Wu, flourished in the Eastern Jin Dynasty, declined in the Lu Song Dynasty, revived in the Qi and Liang Dynasties, and finally declined in the Liang and Chen Dynasties. As the top of the Gu family, Gu Yong showed extraordinary talents since he was a child. When he was a teenager, he followed the great scholar Kai Yong to learn calligraphy and music. Because of his outstanding talents, he was deeply loved by Kai Yong. So he was given a name by Kai Yong, making Gu Yong's name homophonic with Kai Yong's name. In addition, Kai Yong also gave Gu Yong the character Tan, which shows Kai Yong's love for Gu Yong. After Gu Yong served in the Eastern Wu, he was soon valued by Sun Quan. After Sun Shao, the first prime minister of the Eastern Wu, died of illness, he was immediately appointed by Sun Quan as the new prime minister. And he served for a full 19 years. During these 19 years, Gu Yong worked hard to govern the country, imitating the way of governing the country in the early Han Dynasty. The officials he appointed must be competent and suitable, which shows that he has a very accurate vision. In addition to Gu Yong's ability, his character is also one of the reasons why Sun Quan values him. Gu Yong often visits the people, collects opinions, and secretly submits them to Sun Quan. If Sun Quan adopts his opinions, Gu Yong will give the credit to Sun Quan, and he will never take any of them. If his opinions are not adopted, Gu Yong will keep them to himself and never mention them to others. Such a minister who is both talented and able to keep his mouth shut. Which monarch would not like him? However, this may be affected by Gu Yong's character. Gu Yong is not as good at communication as others. He always remains silent and does not say much if he can. In addition, his impartiality and selflessness made many civil officials and military officers consciously distance themselves from him. At a banquet, Gu Yong neither drank nor spoke, and always had a stern face facing others, which made many people dare not let go of themselves, fearing that Gu Yong would catch them. Even Sun Quan said in person, "Gu Yuan is here. I am afraid we can't do our best." Everyone has their own personality traits. Guijia's carelessness, Jiasu's cunningness, Wang Meng's love of making trouble, Shi Jizai's stability. Li Ji is used to seeing people, so naturally he doesn't think Gu Yong has any character flaws. Gu Yong, Gu Yuan, a descendant of the Wuju and Gu family, meets Li Taisho. Gu Yong saluted gracefully, and his words and deeds concealed the style of a noble family, with a refined and easygoing temperament, as expected of a disciple of a noble family from the 4 major surnames. He is completely different from those dandy children from small noble families. Even if he has contempt for ordinary people in his bones, there is no expression in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be another disciple of Bo Yuan. Lu Ji chuckled. Kai Yong said with a straight face, although Yuan Ten is my disciple, he has already learned and completed the etiquette of leaving the school. He has nothing to do with me. Now he is just a candidate. Although he said so, Kai Yong's eyes often flashed with relief. Gu Yong's talent can be said to be the highest among the disciples he taught. Even if he is ruthless, he will never give up his disciples at will. What's more, it is such an excellent disciple. Yuan Tan. Dongzhuo disturbed the court. Li Ji was about to test Gu Yong. At this time Zhang Shiji rushed in breathlessly, shouting, "Oh no! The situation is urgent. The Lord needs to make a decision." "What's the matter?" Li Ji frowned. "Today is the most important palace examination in the imperial examination. He has already given orders to his subordinates not to disturb this place unless it is a major event." But who knew that Zhang Shiji, who was patrolling outside, would actually rush in at this time? And he was still rude. Even though he was a little unhappy, Li Ji suppressed his anger and called Zhang Shiji over. Zhang Shiji quickly came to Li Ji's side and whispered in his ear, "Wu Ju and Governor Sheng Xian sent troops to fight Yin Baihu in the Baihu mountain area, but was defeated by the ambush set by Yin Baihu, losing tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Now he is besieged by Yin Baihu in Wucheng County and is forced to ask our army for help." Sheng Xian couldn't even deal with Yin Baihu and was trapped in the county town? Li Ji was shocked. When Sheng Xian sent troops to attack Yin Baihu, he asked him for help with a troop. But he was busy with the imperial examination and preparations for the fight against Dongzhuo, so he didn't agree. He just asked Zhang Shiji to patrol the county town in the Qiantang River area to prevent accidents. But he didn't expect that the officers and soldiers led by Sheng Xian were defeated by Yin Baihu and lost tens of thousands of people in one breath. It can only be said that Sheng Xian is not very good. Li Ji wanted to announce the postponement of the palace examination, but was pulled by Wang Ming's arm. "My lord, didn't you think they were evenly matched before? Why don't we use this difficult question to test them? Whoever has the best answer will be the champion of this year's literary examination." Wang Ming held Li Ji and chuckled. Chapter 336. There are many loyal souls on Yashan Mountain, and it is unforgettable in the temple. The palace examination will continue. Li Ji's decision surprised all the candidates who participated in the palace examination. They thought that Li Ji would be forced to interrupt the attack of the palace examination because of the sudden government affairs. After all, Zhang Shiji rushed in, and the anxious look on his face did not contain any false elements. The emergency needed to be solved immediately. Yuan Tan, the governor of Bohai, ordered the governors of all the states in the world to raise troops to attack Dongzhuo. In your opinion, what are the chances of the coalition winning? Li Ji ignored the candidates' opinions and continued to test Gu Yong. Gu Yong is only 20 years old now, but he has developed a majestic aura. After hearing Li Ji's question, the taciturn man immediately bowed and said, "Yong thinks that although the coalition army is powerful and has gathered countless soldiers and horses from all over the world, Dongzhuo is in Liangzhou and Sili, and has strong passes such as Luoyang Bagwan. Unless there is a problem within Dongzhuo's army, the chances of the coalition winning are not very high." After that, Gu Yong fell silent, and obviously did not intend to explain further. Li Ji's advisors nodded thoughtfully, and Lu Ji also fell into deep thought, thinking that Gu Yong's point of view made some sense. The two literati, who had not yet participated in the assessment beside Gu Yong, showed their approval on their faces. Although Yuan Shao had the golden signboard of Renan Yuan family, most of the governors and prefects in the world were taken care of by Renan Yuan family, and even Dongzhuo, who was a cholera official, was once their disciple. It was not difficult for Yuan Shao to gather a large number of soldiers and horses. But Dongzhuo was not easy to mess with. He had a group of Chang soldiers who were tough and brave, and he also had his own Shiliang army and the Luoyang Imperial Army. It was not difficult to defend the coalition with the help of Sisui Pass and other strong passes. And most people overlooked one point. That is, Dongzhuo's army was a one-man show, while the coalition was not a one-man show of Yuan Shao. The governors involved had more or less hatred between them, and they only needed a fuse to disintegrate them. Although Gu Yong did not understand military affairs, he was very wise and easily saw the shortcomings of the coalition. If Dongzhuo loses, what does Yuan Tan think is the reason for his defeat? Li Ji agreed with Gu Yong's words and asked quickly. However, this time Gu Yong did not give a direct answer, but just shook his head slightly. Yong is not good at military affairs, and has no ability to understand people's hearts. I dare not make a judgment on how Dongzhuo defeated Yong. There are more talented people around the prefect than Yong, and they may know the conditions for Dongzhuo's defeat. Humble and polite. Your son is really good, Lord Kai. Li Ji suddenly laughed and applauded. He just followed me to learn music and calligraphy. I never taught him these things. He learned all these by himself. Although Kai Yong said so, he did not hide the joy on his face. He raised his eyebrows to his friend again, and his eyebrows were full of joy. Lu Ji's mouth twitched and ignored his friend. Even though Lu Ji was arrogant, he recognized Gu Yong's talent very much. And Li Ji's praise undoubtedly recognized Gu Yong's talent and wanted to entrust him with important tasks. The county magistrate of Taimu County is old and has repeatedly expressed his willingness to resign. I want you to take over this position. Are you willing? Li Ji directly entrusted the post of county magistrate to Gu Yong, which surprised the candidates present. They did not expect that Li Ji would value him so much and directly promote him to the post of county magistrate. At Gu Yong's age, as long as he did not make a big mistake in office, he would soon be promoted to the core of Li Ji's power and hold an important position. The previous candidates for the palace examination of civil servants felt a little sour. They were just appointed as officials in various places, and they were obviously not in Li Ji's eyes. In this case, Yong is willing to give it a try. Gu Yong also saw Li Ji's intention, and the silence on his face seemed to retreat a little. And he hurriedly bowed his hands and replied, "Being taciturn is not a bad thing, but not speaking all the time is not good either." Li Ji had to think that this was just a shortcoming of Gu Yong and ignored it as much as possible. After receiving Li Ji's appointment, Gu Yong did not choose to stay in Longkai City, but resigned to Li Ji on the spot, wanting to leave Taimao immediately to rectify government affairs. Gu Yong's swift and decisive actions were highly appreciated by Li Ji and others. So Li Ji agreed to Gu Yong's request and asked Shishisai, who was in charge of personnel, to select several capable officials from the government to follow Gu Yong to Taimao for training. Gu Yong, who took office, became the first to come forward, with Gu Yong taking the lead. The other candidates, who participated in the palace examination, also proposed to work immediately at their posts. Li Ji saw that his officials began to work hard, and there was no need to stop their enthusiasm, so he agreed to their request. Soon, most of the candidates for the civil examination left the mansion, leaving only the candidates who participated in the martial arts palace examination. You have participated in both the civil examination and the martial arts examination, and your scores have reached the standards for the palace examination. But you can only participate in one of the palace examinations. I don't know which one you will participate in. Li Ji did not start the examination immediately, but instead asked about the two most special people among the candidates. They all wore shabby Confucian clothes, and they had a strong Confucian temperament. It was hard to believe that they also participated in the martial arts examination. The group of candidates for the martial arts examination were all strong men, especially Dongxi, who was 9 feet tall, with one arm thicker than the thighs of the two scholars. Replied to the governor, "We want to participate in the palace examination of the martial arts examination." The two looked at each other and then gave their answers. This surprised Li Ji a little. After all, they had served as prime ministers in history, so they should be more inclined to participate in the civil examination. However, what Li Ji didn't know was that they had guessed the general assessment of the palace examination of the civil examination and wanted to try the palace examination of the martial arts examination. Although they were not good at farming and almost couldn't even fill their own stomachs, they were always confident in their talents. Whether they were civil or military, they could quickly hold high positions and be highly valued. Since these two talents participated in the palace examination of the martial arts examination, Li Ji couldn't stop them and had to classify them as martial arts candidates. There were a total of 10 martial arts candidates, 8 of whom participated in the bravery subject assessment. And there were very few people who took the military strategy assessment. And there were some MTSH/LS who only knew the illusions, but didn't know the core of the military strategy. Even worse than Xiao Kua, Yang Su only needed to ask a few questions to silence them. Li Ji checked the data panel of all the candidates, except for Dongxi. Their bravery values fluctuated between 50 and 60, and none of them reached the level of a third-rate general. Not only that, their command value is also low, all in the ranks of more than 10 or 20, and their ability to command troops is almost equal to nothing. With their conditions, most of them will be used as grassroots officers in the army, and they have no qualifications for promotion to generals. A few of them may be selected to the personal guards of various generals and serve as scouts when necessary. At Li Ji's suggestion, the fierce generals of the Dragon Sparrow army selected 1 or 2 of the candidates to join their personal guards to serve as a front. Although Dongxi was defeated because he had fought with Zhou Tsang, Li Ji promoted him to a military marquis on the spot and assigned him to the navy. So there was no need to make any arrangements here. After sending away the 8 military candidates, 2 literati were left. These 2 literati participated in the civil and military examinations, and both achieved amazing results in these 2 examinations, which surprised many civil officials of the Dragon Sparrow Army. Candidates who are both civil and military are not common. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, only Lu Ji could be a representative figure. Lu Ji also heard that such talents appeared among the candidates, and naturally he became very interested. I, the humble Lu Xiufu, have seen the governor. I, the humble Fan Zhongyan, have seen the governor. If Lu Xiufu is not well known, but if Wen Tianxiang is mentioned, then most people know his deeds. Lu Xiufu is a national hero who is known as the 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty together with Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Shiji. In the late Song dynasty and early Yuan dynasty, the Mongolian Yuan army besieged more than 200,000 soldiers and civilians of the Song dynasty in Yashan. Lu Xiufu, who was appointed as the left prime minister at that time, was unwilling to surrender to the Yuan army. He resolutely carried the 70-year-old Song shouty Zhao Bing on his back and jumped into the sea from Yashan to commit suicide. There are many loyal souls in Yashan, and the later ones will shine through the ages. The 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty can be said to be models of loyal ministers, and Fan Zhongyan is a household name. Even if you don't know Fan Zhongyan, as long as you have been to school, you must have memorized his Yayang Tower. The sentence "worry about the worries of the world first, and enjoy the happiness of the world later" expresses his political ambitions. In addition to Yayang Tower, there are also a series of literary works such as Fisherman's Pride, Autumn Thoughts, etc. Fan Zhongyan has made great achievements in literature. Not only a famous writer, Fan Zhongyan is also a famous politician in the Song dynasty. Born as a poor scholar, he became a jinshi and was appreciated by Song Renzong and soon became the prime minister. The Qingli New Deal plan together with Han Qi, Fu Bai, Ouyang Xiu and others wanted to reverse the weak situation of the Song dynasty, but angered the vested interest groups, and the reform was soon declared a failure under the sabotage of these groups. In addition to being a civil servant, Fan Zhongyan was also stationed at the border and confronted the Western Xia at that time, and the barbarians called Fan Zhongyan 100,000 armored soldiers in his chest. The military system reform promoted a large group of military generals such as Zhong Xing and Di Qing, which undoubtedly demonstrated Fan Zhongyan's military talent. Li Ji did not expect that a small imperial examination would not only lead to Dongxi, a Jiangbu tiger minister, but also pull out Lu Xiufu and Fan Wenzheng, one of the 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty. Name Lu Xiufu, Zi Junshi. Occupation civil official, War Department. Identity refugee from Kuaiji County. Level 63. Brave 54, 56. Commander 80, 82. Wisdom 83, 86. Political strategy 85, 89. Charm 80. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Talented and beautiful, Blue Lu Xiufu can come up with countermeasures in a short time. Extraordinary, Blue compared with ordinary people. Lu Xiufu's policies can improve administrative efficiency. 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty. Purple when in the same battlefield with Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shiji. Zhang Shiji's personal combat power increases by 10% for each additional person. Loyal and brave of the great Song dynasty. Purple default is a die-hard state. Sun holder, gold loyal to the emperor. Whenever the Lord adopts his suggestions, the public sentiment and public security in the territory will rise. The combat power of all troops will increase by 10%, and the morale will rise to a high state. And it is not easy to fall if the number of enemy troops is more than twice that of your own. The combat power of all troops will increase by an additional 10%, and the morale will rise to a desperate state. Glory of history, gold being sought after by future generations. It will slightly increase the territory's attraction to wandering talents, greatly increase your personal charm, and make it easy to meet high characteristic talents. The probability of high-quality talents being born in the territory has increased significantly. Skills unknown, S level. Inspiring the army, S level. Golden armor in the clouds, S level. Iron courage at sea, S level. Mental method collection of loyalty and bravery. Equipment none. Special arms none. Name Fan Zhongyan, Zi Shiwen. Occupation civil official, War Department. Identity refugee of Kuaiji County. Level 65. Brave 63, 65. Commander 85, 88. Wisdom 91, 92. Political strategy 93, 96. Charm 80. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Scholar, Blue possessing a strong character. Literary master. Blue every time a literary work is created. The probability of attracting talents to the territory increases. Education. Purple when a new school is established. The probability of high characteristic civil servants in the territory increases. If Fan Zhongyan teaches students, there is a chance that the students will comprehend new characteristics, up to 3. Fu Gu Qingdiao. Purple Fan Zhongyan has a good eloquence. When debating with others, Fan Zhongyan used classics to suppress the opponent's momentum, leaving the opponent speechless and feeling guilty. The greater the difference in intelligence between the two parties, the greater the probability of suppressing the other party, and the shorter the time required. Civil and military. Purple when handling territory affairs. The development speed in the territory is plus 20% when serving as a military advisor. Fan Zhongyan's strategy success rate is plus 20% when leading troops to war. The combat effectiveness of the troops is plus 10%. And the power of personal skills is plus 20%. Water control. Purple the money consumed for water conservancy and digging canals is minus 20%. The time required is minus 10%. And the tax revenue within the range affected by the canals increases. And the living standards of the people are improved. Disaster relief. Gold the probability of natural disasters and man-made disasters in the territory is reduced. If appointed as a disaster relief official by the monarch, the public sentiment in the disaster relief area will increase significantly. Crime will decrease significantly. Public security will increase. And the recovery time of the disaster relief area will be shortened. Jishir Liangxiang. Gold when serving as a civil servant around the monarch. The development speed of the territory will increase by 45%. Resource output will increase by 30%. Administrative efficiency will increase. Official corruption will decrease. And official ambition will decrease. Longtu Laozi. Gold when fighting with foreign races. The combat effectiveness of the troops, led by Fan Zhongyan, will increase by 25%. Morale will increase. And defense will increase. If Fan Zhongyan is stationed at the border of the monarch's power, the solidity of the city will increase. The defense of the troops will increase significantly. And the attack power will increase slightly. Qingli New Deal. Color when the reform is carried out. The stability of the country will increase significantly. The people's hearts will increase significantly. The public security will increase significantly. The territory development speed will increase by 80%. The administrative efficiency will increase by 80%. The resource output will increase by 40%. The corruption of officials will decrease significantly. There is a high probability of cutting useless official departments. And tax revenue will increase. Skills Qiuxi S level. Jiangshang Yujie S level. Su Muzha S level. Yujiexing S level. Yisei S level. Hard method Ichiju. Equipment none. Special arms Conning Army, 5-level bow and crossbow special arms. The upper limit of recruitment is 36,000 people. Chapter 337 When Zhigong takes command. Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu are both civil officials, who can lead troops on horseback and govern the country on foot. This is also a major feature of civil officials in the Song dynasty. If Li Ji's territory becomes larger in the future, most of these civil officials will be sent out to become frontier ministers. When there is no war, they can govern the local area. If Li Ji wants to mobilize troops, he can let Fan Zhongyan and others attack first, and he will raise a large army in the rear. The civil officials of the Song dynasty are both civil and military. But Li Ji is a little confused with civil officials like Fan Zhongyan and military generals like Yu Fei. It is reasonable that they will not be bullied so badly by foreign races such as Xixia and Jin people. There are many civil officials like Fan Zhongyan in history. Yu Yuwen in the same dynasty. Zhuge Liang and Wang Ming in front. And Yu Qian and Wang Shouren in the back. The governor thinks that your military tactics are very good. Even if he comes to test you, he still praises you. Yang Sugui was a famous general of the Sui dynasty. He had participated in the war to destroy Qin and defeated the foreign Turks. Only Wang Ming could suppress him in terms of military tactics. Even so, when Yang Su was testing Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu, he was very impressed with their military tactics. But no matter how good the military tactics are, if you don't know how to use it, what's the difference between it and Ma Fuzi in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period? Xiao Kuo, who was training in the military field, felt his nose itchy and sneezed in public. After hearing Li Ji's words, Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were full of confusion. The story of Ma Fuzi talking about military tactics on paper is well known to everyone. Could it be that the governor of Kuaiji wanted them to lead the troops to go to war? But at this time, All the princes in the world were preparing for the war against Dong. And there was no major war at all, unless Li Ji wanted them to lead the troops to eliminate the bandits in the county. However, the bandits in Kuaiji County had long been driven into the deep mountains and forests by Li Ji's generals, and they basically dared not go out to rob. They did not show much technical skills in conquering these bandits. And why would Li Ji trust their abilities? Just based on a simple martial arts examination? Wasn't he afraid that they were all people like Xiao Kuo, who only knew how to talk about war on paper? Fan Zhongyan was puzzled. So he asked, "What does the governor mean?" "I just received a request for help from Sheng Xian, the governor of Wu County, a few days ago." Sheng Xian, the governor of Wu County, led his troops to attack Yin Baihu in the area of Shitu Mountain and Baihu Mountain, but was ambushed by Yin Baihu at the foot of Baihu Mountain, and tens of thousands of his troops were wiped out in one fell swoop. Now Sheng Xian is trapped in Wucheng County with his remaining troops, and sent a signal for help to our army, hoping that I will lead the troops to repel Yin Baihu. Does the governor mean that he wants us to follow the army to fight against the traitor Yin Baihu? Although Fan Zhongyan was in trouble in the Kuaiji area and was poor, he had heard that Sheng Xian and Yin Baihu had a conflict at Liu Yao's banquet before. He felt that even if Liu Yao incorporated Yin Baihu's bandit army, he was officially an official soldier. But Yin Baihu was a bandit from a powerful family, and he often harmed the people in Yangxian and Wucheng. Sheng Xian, the governor of Wujuan, naturally could not tolerate such a scourge in his territory. In addition, the two sides had a serious conflict at the banquet, almost to the point of drawing swords and fighting. It was hard for Fan Zhongyan not to believe that the two people who returned to Wujuan's old nest would be at peace. Sooner or later, these two forces will have a battle. What surprised Fan Zhongyan was that Sheng Xian, who had more than 100,000 officers and soldiers in Wujuan and was supported by the Wujuan family, was defeated by Yin Baihu and suffered heavy losses. He was forced to flee to Wucheng County and ask for help from outside. There must be something wrong here. Fan Zhongyan felt that this time the troops were not so simple. There must be some purpose. Perhaps this purpose was the real test. Li Ji shook his head slightly and said, "It's not like that. I want to appoint you two as the main generals and lead the troops to rescue the prefect of Wujuan. Through this battle, I want to see if you are worthy of the name." Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu were startled, and then they were ecstatic in their hearts. Although this looks like an assessment, it also shows that Li Ji recognizes their abilities very much. After all, Li Ji is not stupid. How could he hand over his army to two completely unfamiliar candidates to command? If they can successfully solve this matter, Li Ji will definitely be able to promote them to the core of his government through this war and hold important positions. This is a brighter future than Gu Yong, who was previously appointed as the magistrate of Taimo County. I didn't expect that I could be so valued by the governor. Please rest assured, I am willing to lead the troops to rescue the governor of Wujuan and repel Yin Baihu. Lu Xiufu bowed his hands and saluted, indicating that he was willing to lead the troops to rescue the besieged Sheng Xian. Li Ji looked up at Fan Zhongyan, who also nodded and accepted Li Ji's assessment. According to the evaluation of you by the governor, I want to appoint Fan Zhongyan as the chief general and Lu Xiufu as the deputy general. Do you two have any objections? I am willing to listen to the governor's orders. When Lu Xiufu met Fan Zhongyan, the other party was just a poor scholar who was not good at farming. If he hadn't helped him in time, Fan Zhongyan would have starved to death on the street, even though the other party was not good at farming. After Lu Xiufu had an in-depth conversation with Fan Zhongyan, he found that the other party had his own insights in military and political affairs, and even the talents he showed made Lu Xiufu feel ashamed. Li Ji appointed Fan Zhongyan as the chief general. Lu Xiufu had no complaints. Instead, he thought that Li Ji was very good at judging people and using them well. So how many soldiers do you need to repel Yin Baihu? Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu began to discuss. Yin Baihu gathered 100,000 people to rob the people in the Baihu Mountain and Shitu Mountain area of Wujuan. On the surface, there were at least 100,000 troops, but now they launched an attack in the Wucheng County area, and the old nest in Baihu Mountain needed a certain number of troops to garrison. Moreover, they also needed a lot of soldiers to siege Sheng Xian, which suffered heavy losses. According to Fan Zhongyan's guess, Yin Baihu had at least 50,000 soldiers in Wucheng County. The specific number needed to be found out on the battlefield. So the question is, how many people do they need to defeat Yin Baihu? Both of them agreed that the number of soldiers they requested from Li Ji should not be too many or too few. If the number of soldiers was large, Li Ji might think that they crushed Yan Baihu in terms of numbers, and it was difficult to reflect their military talents. If there were fewer soldiers, Fan Zhongyan and his men might be constrained by the numerical disadvantage, and find it difficult to deploy their plans, thus making it difficult to defeat Yan Baihu. They might even be defeated by Yan Baihu, and lose Li Ji's trust in them. Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu discussed fiercely, listing various situations. The famous generals and counselors present knew their talents through their conversation, and the original doubts about Li Ji's appointment of the two as the main generals also dissipated. Report to the Lord. I think at least 30,000 soldiers are needed to support, and it would be best if 10,000 people are good at climbing mountain walls. Fan Zhongyan kicked out his request. Li Ji touched his chin and began to guess Fan Zhongyan's intention, and then said, 10,000 Dongwu Mountain Forest infantry, 20,000 ordinary infantry, 5,000 cavalry, and 5,000 archers. A total of 40,000 people. How about it? Good. Fan Zhongyan was satisfied with such a military structure. In this case, this governor appoints Fan Zhongyan as the main general, Lu Xiufu as the deputy general, Wen Tianxiang as the accompanying military advisor, and transfers Zhang Shiji, Chen Dao, Yan Xing, Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Pei Yuanshao to the army as generals to obey orders. Do you have any objections? Li Ji waved his hand directly and announced the list of troops to go to the expedition. Fan Zhongyan was delighted, thinking that Li Ji's list of soldiers was very suitable for him. Wen Tianxiang, needless to say, was a supervisor who traveled around Kuaiji County and had a high prestige among the people. If he followed him to the expedition, it would help them stabilize the morale of the army. Zhang Shiji, Chen Dao, and others were all Li Ji's direct subordinates. Although they had a certain degree of arrogance, they could at least obey the commander's orders and knew the importance of military affairs. Fan Zhongyan was most afraid that Li Ji would transfer arrogant generals like Li Tsuanxia and Huang Zhong, even if they were highly skilled in martial arts. Fan Zhongyan's shallow qualifications might make it difficult to mobilize them. He preferred to promote generals for his own use. The 40,000 troops could not be mobilized at will, especially now that they had to actively prepare for the battle against Dong. And there were not many troops that could be mobilized. Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu were led away by Wang Ming, and together with other generals, they selected the appropriate 40,000 troops and waited for the collection of food and grass. Wenhe, have you found out who is behind Shang Xian's actions? After Li Ji came back from Lu Yao's banquet, he kept thinking about Jiasu's words. So, under Li Ji's suggestion, Jiasu began to inquire about Wu Juan's affairs through Zhang Xiaoming's player power. Jiasu stood up slowly and said, My lord, I have basically found out. It was not accidental that Yan Baihu gathered 100,000 people to roar in the mountains and forests someone was covering for Shang Xian. Do you know who it was? According to Su Su's guess, the most likely person among them is Su Gong, the commander of Wu Juan. Su Gong may be in collusion with Yan Baihu. Whenever Shang Xian wanted to eliminate Yan Baihu could always escape the encirclement of the officers and soldiers safely, so that now it has become a trend and Shang Xian's army can hardly solve them. Su Su believes that Shang Xian's defeat may also be related to Su Gong. Li Ji touched his chin and asked hesitantly, Wenhe means that Su Gong caused Shang Xian's defeat. Why did he do this? Su Gong has been the commander of Wu Juan for a long time. He must want to go further and become the prefect. Shang Xian is a famous scholar. As long as he does not choose to resign, Su Gong will not be able to serve as the prefect. Gu Jia made his own guess. Feng Xiao means that Su Gong colluded with Yan Baihu because he wanted to use Yan Baihu to get rid of Shang Xian and then take over as governor? It's not impossible. If so, Shang Xian won't live long. Shishisai frowned, realizing that this request for help was not right. Why does Shisai say that? My lord, I think Su Gong is the commander of Wu Juan, helping Shang Xian manage the army. Shang Xian is a famous scholar, but in fact he is just a weak man. If Su Gong hadn't been afraid of his reputation, he might have found an excuse to kill him. Now Shang Xian and Yan Baihu are fighting a seesaw battle in Wucheng County. It will take some time to end the war, and Su Gong can't find any reason to kill Shang Xian. However, Shang Xian made a mistake and asked for reinforcements from our army. Su Gong should know the reputation of the Lord and the strength of our army. It doesn't take much effort to defeat Yan Baihu, but he has to rely on Yan Baihu to get rid of Shang Xian. So he is likely to kill Shang Xian before our army arrives on the battlefield and transfer him to Yan Baihu. Or even our army, Shishisai said worriedly. Li Ji raised his eyebrows, thinking that Shi Jizai's point of view was not unreasonable. Now that the court is controlled by Dong Zhuo, as long as Xingxian dies, Su Gong can get the position of Wujun governor through bribery and govern Wujun with Yan Baihu. Isn't this better? Once Xingxian dies, Wujun will be leaderless for a short time. Doesn't the Lord have an excuse to intervene? Guijia didn't have any worries, but smiled. After hearing Guijia's words, Li Ji reacted quickly, slapped his thigh and said, I understand what Feng Shao means. Come on. Prepare a gift for me immediately, and I will write a letter of recommendation. I wonder who will send it to Luoyang for me. Li Ji's eyes swept back and forth below, and finally fell on Jia Su, who was hiding in the corner. Jia Su's scalp was numb, so he had to stand up and said, Su is willing to help the Lord with this matter, and please equip the Lord with a fierce general to follow. Li Ji was overjoyed and said, in this case, let Li Tsunxiu and Shi Jingxi follow Wenhe to Luoyang and personally handle this matter for me. Yes. Wujun, Wuqing County. Sheng Xian held the bloody sword in his hand. The fatigue on his face lingered, his eyes fixed on the bandits under the city. At the sound of the horn to withdraw the troops, Yan Baihu's soldiers retreated like a tide, leaving countless corpses under the modeled city wall. Had the other 5 prefecture governors agreed to send troops? Sheng Xian's hoarse voice sounded, and his dry throat was burned like a flame, making Sheng Xian in unbearable pain and almost unable to speak. Report to the prefect. Among the prefects of the counties we asked for help. Only Li Taisho agreed to our request for help, saying that he would lead 40,000 troops to support us. But the general beside him wiped the blood off his face and said hesitantly, originally, when Sheng Xian heard that there was a prefect coming to support, and it was the famous Li Ji, he immediately grinned, but the hesitation of his subordinates made him a little uneasy. But what? Li Taisho said that he had to prepare for the war against Dong Zhuo, and could not personally lead troops to support, so he could only entrust his subordinates to lead the troops. Who? County Magistrate Wang Meng or Commandant Lu Xiangshen? Neither. I heard it was the military examination candidates Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu. Commandant Su Gong, who was standing behind Sheng Xian, rolled his eyes and looked inexplicable. Chapter 338. You fight yours. I fight mine. Haha. Just as you said. Li Ji will definitely not personally lead troops to support Sheng Xian. At most, he will send his subordinates to support the scene. Wujun and Dui Su Gonggao sat in the first seat. As soon as he returned to the temporary mansion, he laughed loudly. The degree of his arrogance made the guests present puzzled and scratched their heads looking at their boss. One of the guests stood up and bowed to congratulate. Congratulations. Congratulations. With Yan Baihu's troops and your secret help, it won't take much time to break through Wuqing and chop off Xingxian's head. By then, you can. When the player guest said this, he couldn't help but let out a treacherous laugh. Congratulations, my lord, on becoming the prefect of Wujun soon. Sheng Xian is virtuous but not talented. But my lord is both virtuous and talented. No one is more suitable to be the prefect of Wujun than my lord. Sheng Xian only became the prefect because he has a certain reputation among the gentry. In terms of seniority and ability, in which aspect can my lord not compare with him? After the first guest congratulated Su Gong, the rest of the guests also stood up and bowed to congratulate him. The scene was very lively. Su Gong was addicted to the flattery of his guests and laughed loudly. Then he pressed his palms to suppress the voices of the guests. If I hadn't been hindered by Sheng Xian's reputation, I would have eliminated him myself long ago. Now I wouldn't have joined forces with Yan Baihu and promised him to govern Wujun together. Speaking of this, Su Gong's face darkened, and he told the guests below, now it's a critical moment. You must be careful and cautious, and don't leak this matter. Otherwise you know the outcome. As for Sheng Xian, let him live a few more days. At least when he dies, people won't suspect us. Remember the teachings of Ming Gong. The guests also consciously shut their mouths. They chose to follow Su Gong for high positions and generous salaries, so they would naturally not be stupid enough to ruin their own future. If someone leaked their secrets at this critical moment, Su Gong didn't need to do it himself. And these guests would definitely be the first to do it. And they would not let go of the inner ghost even if they chased him to the ends of the earth. But I am a little worried that the governor of Kuaiji agreed to Sheng Xian's request for help, and is gathering troops to prepare for support. I don't know if Yan Baihu and his men can resist it. Su Gong pinched his mustache, and said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Could it be that the governor of Kuaiji will lead the troops himself? That shouldn't be the case. Li Ji will definitely participate in the war against Dong Zhuo. It is impossible for him to lead troops during this period. The speaker was a player who had joined Su Gong. Unlike local NPCs, he could receive information from system announcements, and was well aware of the importance of the war against Dongzhuo to the players. The rewards for the war against Dongzhuo were extremely generous. No matter how confused Li Ji was, he would never give up this event. Even if the governor next door died, he would only watch coldly. This is why he asked Su Gong to instigate Sheng Xian to use large-scale troops against Yan Baihu at this time. The purpose was to kill Sheng Xian during this period of preparation for war, and the other governors would be unable to intervene in this war. As long as Sheng Xian died, they could spend money to bribe Dongzhuo, who was far away in Luoyang City, and push Su Gong to the position of governor of Wujuan at lightning speed, so that other princes would not have time to react. I heard that they are two candidates for the military examination, named Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu. I don't know if Li Ji has any problem, and dares to entrust tens of thousands of troops to these two guys. If Wang Meng or Lu Xiangqing leads the troops, I'm afraid our plan will be implemented in advance. Su Gong smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of teasing. In his opinion, Li Ji is a capable person who knows how to use soldiers well. After all, he participated in the Yellow Turban Rebellion and the commander of the Liangzhou rebels. No matter how much he underestimated him, he had to admit his achievements. If Li Ji led the troops himself or his subordinates led the troops, Su Gong would definitely consider whether to kill Sheng Xian first and seize power. However, he learned from Sheng Xian's conversation that it was not Li Ji who came out personally, but two candidates who came out of nowhere. He immediately relaxed and planned to continue to delay time to clear his suspicion. Fan Zhongyan, Lu Xiufu, the player's retainer muttered to himself, and suddenly remembered the long and smelly article in his mind. And his pupils shrank suddenly. Worry about the world before you worry about yourself. And be happy after the world is happy. My lord, don't be careless. These two are famous ministers of the time. Yan Baihu is no match for them at all. The retainer stood up in a hurry, and his hurried voice interrupted Su Gong's laughter. Huh? Famous ministers? Are there famous ministers everywhere on the street? Li Ji recruited a few candidates, and they were famous ministers. So do you all think you are famous ministers? If you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. Hey. No. My lord. Before the player finished speaking, Su Gong's eyes turned cold, and someone on the left and right stood up and dragged the player away. Su Gong narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, even if he is a famous minister, Sheng Xian is dead. Around Shirtu Mountain and Baihu Mountain. Since Yan Baihu set up an ambush at the foot of Baihu Mountain to kill tens of thousands of Sheng Xian's troops, the bandits on Baihu Mountain have treated Sheng Xian as nothing and often went down the mountain to rob food, making the surrounding people miserable. Even the wealthy families in the county were affected, and their interests were damaged. Drink. Yan Baihu's younger brother Yan Yu held a bottle of wine in his hand. His face was drunk, and his majestic body was shaking from time to time. Yan Baihu and Su Gong joined forces to withdraw most of the bandits on Baihu Mountain, leaving only his younger brother to sit in charge of the bandits to prevent accidents. However, Yan Yu's control over his subordinates was far less than that of his brother. As soon as Yan Baihu left, Yan Yu started drinking with his confidants, and the smell of alcohol on his body spread a few meters away. It's bad. Second master. The men found that there are scouts from the government army outside. At this moment, a soldier rushed in a panic and tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. What are you talking about? Why are the soldiers here? Isn't my brother in Wuching area to encircle Sheng Xian? Why don't they go to support Sheng Xian, but come here to make trouble? Yan Yu's eyes were blurred, and he burped and cursed. Second master, don't be careless. For the safety of the mountain stronghold, it's better to go and see if this is true or not. Forget it. Let's go and see. If it's fake, I will kill you without a doubt. Yan Yu shook his heavy head and brought dozens of his confidants to the wall of the mountain stronghold, looking down at the dark night in the distance. In their sight, there were vague figures surging and the flames flickering. Soon the flames grew, and more soldiers came out from all directions. A large number of torches were raised, almost illuminating Yan Yu and others on the wall. Several generals, wearing Han Dynasty standard armor appeared from the front of the army. One of them was wearing a white robe and white armor, holding a silver spear, and his sharp eyes swept the people on the wall. Yan Yu and others were suddenly startled, feeling that they were stared at by a beast, and they were like prey to be slaughtered. The cold wind blew slowly, and Yan Yu's drowsy head was instantly awakened, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. If there are really soldiers who dare to come and fight us. Yin Yu gritted his teeth and said. The two brothers gathered 100,000 people and roared in the mountains and forests. They fought with Shang Xian and other soldiers several times, and they knew the momentum of ordinary soldiers. However, the group of officers and soldiers outside the mountain stronghold rushed out, and the murderous atmosphere was almost condensed like clouds. Yin Yu only glanced at them slightly, and his heart began to beat unconsciously, and he was terrified. At this time, the white-robed young general of this army rode his horse to the open space in front of the mountain stronghold and shouted, I am a general of Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji. I came here to wipe out Yin Baihu's troops and support the governor of Wujuan. You have committed heinous crimes. If you don't surrender quickly and open the door, I can reduce your charges to the court. General of the governor of Kuaiji? Yin Yu looked around and found that his confidants were all confused, as if they didn't know each other's identity. Although Kuaiji and Wujuan are neighboring counties, why can the governor next door send troops across the county to wipe out the mountain stronghold? Could it be that the governor of Wujuan is dead? Oh! No. His brother is besieging Shangxian, which is not much different from being dead. Yin Yu's eyes flickered. This was because the troops were able to bypass the sentries he had set up outside and quietly come to the front of the mountain stronghold. They were obviously good at fighting in the mountains. But behind him was the solid mountain stronghold built by Yin Baihu with great effort, plus the tens of thousands of men stationed in the mountain stronghold. The other side might not be able to defeat them and break through the mountain stronghold. Moreover, his brother's large army was near Wuqing County, not too far from here. He only needed to send a troop to break out and inform his brother, and he could return here before dawn. By then, he could join forces with Yin Baihu to attack the Han army from both sides. Thinking of this, Yin Yu's eyes shone. And then he shouted, I don't care about the governor of Kuaiji or anything else. This is Baihu Mountain, my brother's territory. You'd better get out of here before my brother comes back. After that, he grabbed the bow and arrow from the soldier beside him, drew the bow and shot an arrow at Qin Dao. Fortunately, Qin Dao was highly skilled in martial arts, and Yin Yu was just average. Like a show-off, the silver dragon spear in his hand turned upside down and flew, and with one shot, he shot away the arrow. Then he twisted his waist and abdomen, and under the cover of the night, Qin Dao pulled the bowstring towards Yin Yu. A stream of light flew out quickly, and the harsh noise instantly broke the silence of the night, rushing towards Yin Yu's face like a wasp flapping its wings. Yin Yu was horrified, and felt that his eyes were blurred. The next second, a stream of light expanded rapidly in his field of vision, and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. The sharp arrow made his skin sting slightly from a distance. At the critical moment, Yin Yu's confidant shouted loudly, and swung the sword in his hand like a full moon, accurately hitting the flying arrow. With a crisp sound, the arrow split into two halves, the back half weakly inserted into the ground in front of him, but the front half slightly deviated in direction, still killing with undiminished power, with a fierce momentum. Ah! Yin Yu was shot in the right shoulder, and the blood splashed horribly. The terrifying impact almost knocked him to the ground. Fortunately, the confidants around him supported him in time. Qin Dao felt a little sorry when he saw that the arrow did not kill the opponent. Seeing that Yin Yu was dragged back by the confidant, he had to pull his horse back to the formation. General Fan, Qin Dao said with a bow, and at the same time, a reluctant look appeared on his face. Fan Zhongyan was just a minor military examination candidate, and his qualifications were not enough to step on Qin Dao's head and become the main general. If Li Ji had not announced in public that Fan Zhongyan and Lu Xiufu would be the main and deputy generals, and Qin Dao and others would obey their orders, they would have had to follow them reluctantly. Fan Zhongyan had a keen eye and caught the change in Qin Dao's expression at once. However, he ignored this small situation and asked, We have already arrived at Yin Baihu's lair. I don't know if Xiufu and others have made preparations. The mountain road is much more rugged than the official road. With the help of Mr. Wen, General Lu should have found a good place by now. But, Qin Dao opened his mouth, seeming a little confused. Just say it directly if you have something to say. Fan Zhongyan smiled slightly. I don't quite understand. Shouldn't we take all the troops to Wuqing to support Sheng Taisho? Only by repelling Yin Baihu's army can Sheng Taisho's life be saved. Xu Ji is a little bit foolish. Yin Baihu's troops are more than twice ours. They defeated Sheng Xian's troops before. Now they are in full swing. I'm afraid we will have to pay a huge price to defeat them. Moreover, most of our troops are infantry. Can Xu Ji rely on the 5,000 cavalry to defeat the enemy? Fan Zhongyan was calm and had anticipated Chen Dao's problem. He set up a plan before the expedition and deduced it in his mind without any loopholes. I wonder if Xu Ji has heard of the story of Wei Wei rescue Zhao. Of course I have heard of it. At that time, Zhao was attacked by Wei and was forced to ask Qi for help. Qi's commander Tianji chose to attack Wei's capital under Sun Bin's persuasion. Wait, do you want to follow Sun Bin's strategy and force Yan Baihu to withdraw from Wuqing? Chen Dao felt something was wrong while he was talking, and he figured out Fan Zhongyan and the plan. Fan Zhongyan nodded and explained. The mountain stronghold of Baihu Mountain is Yan Baihu's foothold. He will not give up his old nest just to attack Xingxian. As long as he hears that his old nest is under attack, he will definitely move troops back to help as soon as possible. So General Lu's troops are ambushing on the road that Yan Baihu must pass, trying to defeat the enemy? Although Yan Baihu has some wisdom, he is a reckless man after all. When he hears that his mountain stronghold is attacked, he will be very nervous, and his usual rationality and calmness will be washed away, and the success rate of Junqi's ambush will be greatly increased. Fan Zhongyan is sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Island. The way of using troops is to attack the heart first and the city second, which he has used to perfection. Xu Ji, please lead the soldiers to beat the drums and create momentum to make a posture of attacking the city. The roar of our army will shake the sky, and the enemy will be in chaos. Chapter 339. The Inner Ghost is in action. This is a strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. I didn't expect that Li Taisho's subordinates would be so smart. Li Taisho's trust in them is worthy. Sheng Xian lives in the county magistrate's mansion. Not long ago, Yan Baihu's army began to riot for some unknown reason. After sending people to inquire outside, he learned that Fan Zhongyan and others chose to attack the mountain stronghold of Baihu Mountain, forcing Yan Baihu to move troops back for support. Yan Baihu put too much pressure on Sheng Xian, coupled with the tragic battles for several days in a row. Sheng Xian has fallen into a state of despair, half a foot on the cliff of mental collapse. Now that Yan Baihu's siege was broken in an instant, Sheng Xian couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had long forgotten the image of a celebrity he usually maintained and was laughing loudly in the mansion. Yan Baihu has always been a big worry for me. After the war here is over, I will definitely join forces with other governors to wipe this man out on Baihu Mountain. Humph. Lu Yao. Just wait for my impeachment. Sheng Xian was badly harmed by Yan Baihu, and still remembered Lu Yao's protection of Yan Baihu at the banquet. After hearing this news, all the generals and officials below showed a look of relief. These days, they have been tortured by Yan Baihu very miserably. Not to mention that they almost died at the foot of Baihu Mountain before. The previous battle to defend the city made them miserable. Yan Baihu's high-intensity siege made them unable to sleep peacefully for a night. The military officers from the soldier class were fine, but these officials from the scholar official class were forced to participate in the battle at the request of Sheng Xian. They were almost scared to death without entering the battle. Now, when they heard that Yan Baihu, the plague god, was leaving, the group of people were about to burst into tears. If Sheng Xian hadn't been there, they would have been grateful and sang praises to Li Ji on the spot. However, among the group of officials, only one person smiled on his face, but cursed Li Ji in his heart. Captain Su Gong cursed Li Ji for intervening and ruining his good deeds, and then rolled his eyes and suggested to Sheng Xian, who was a little too proud. Sir, when Yan Baihu heard that his mountain stronghold was attacked, he would withdraw his troops to support him at all costs. We can attack them when they withdraw their troops and catch them off guard. With the restraint of Li Taisho's troops, our surprise attack is very likely to succeed, and we can even take advantage of the chaos to kill Yan Baihu, the traitor, on the spot. By then, the prefect will have made great contributions, and the court will definitely not be stingy with rewards. Su Gong knew that the mountain stronghold was Yan Baihu's lifeblood, and knew that the other party could do anything for the safety of the mountain stronghold, and it was possible that he would betray their agreement. So he wanted to persuade Sheng Xian to lead his troops out of the city. And before that, he secretly had someone notify Yan Baihu to let him leave a group of soldiers behind to prevent a surprise attack. In this way, Sheng Xian's attack would basically have no effect, and he could also hinder it and let Sheng Xian be killed by bandits in the chaos. He, Su Gong, could temporarily take over as the governor of Wu County by suppressing Yan Baihu's troops, and then have someone negotiate in the court. Over time, he could naturally become the official governor of Wu County and command the noble families of Wu County. When Sheng Xian heard this, His eyes lit up instantly, and he thought Su Gong's suggestion was very reasonable. Although he was a governor, he was not good at using troops. If Su Gong and his generals had not been commanding the soldiers beside him, Wuchang County would have been broken by Yin Baihu long ago, and his body would have been left cold. It sounds good. Captain Su, you are better at commanding and dispatching troops than me. Sending troops to sweep Yin Baihu. Your Excellency, do not relax. This may be Yin Baihu's conspiracy. He withdraws troops to support us on the surface, but secretly lays an ambush outside the city and waits for us to fall into the trap. A confidant of Shang Xian stood up and said. He instinctively felt that something was wrong with this matter. With Yin Baihu's character, he would not give up. Moreover, after his secret observation, he found that Su Gong was not normal these days. Whenever Yin Baihu's troops were about to attack the city wall, Su Gong appeared in the center of the battlefield, and the enemy seemed to have changed. It seemed that they had no fighting spirit to continue fighting. They retreated to the camp after a while of strong attack. It can't be said that Su Gong has the aura of repelling the enemy. Why should Yin Baihu be afraid of Su Gong? Whether he was afraid of Su Gong or Yin Baihu, he thought it was better to suggest that Shang Xian reject this dangerous suggestion. If they were not careful, Wuchang County would be lost, and they would die under the enemy's front. As soon as the doorman finished speaking, a hint of hesitation flashed across Shang Xian's face. He had been frightened by Yin Baihu these days, and he knew how terrible the other party was. He had to be more cautious to get through this period of time. Then Shang Xian said loudly, Yin Baihu is cunning and treacherous, and the surprise attack is over. Pass the order down. Let the soldiers of each camp be alert, and make sure that Yin Baihu really withdraws. Su Gong's face suddenly became gloomy. But the next second he smiled and said flatteringly, the governor is wise. I will definitely tell the soldiers. The meeting ended quickly, and Su Gong, who was talking and laughing, had a serious face as soon as he stepped into his temporary mansion. Then he called a few trusted confidants and asked them, you must tell Yin Baihu and the others no matter what. The plan will start tonight. Understood. Late at night, on the modeled city wall of Wuchang County, dozens of defenders snuggled together. They were so sleepy that they often yawned, and their eyes were almost narrowed into a slit. The offensive and defensive battle with Yin Baihu had already exhausted them physically and mentally. Today, they saw Yin Baihu retreating with their own eyes. Even with Shang Xian's instructions, they relaxed a lot. They were just a group of troops they had temporarily formed. They were usually garrisons stationed in various counties. They had never seen such a tragic battle. Even the garrisons of Wuchang County, which were often harassed, could not withstand Yin Baihu's high-intensity attack and had long been looking forward to Yin Baihu's retreat. However, what they didn't know was that a bandit army of thousands of people was quietly approaching Wuchang County. The spies that Su Gong had originally arranged in Yin Baihu's camp had been withdrawn. Tonight, the officers and soldiers seemed to have lost sight of Yin Baihu, and no one knew about this except Su Gong. The strong and powerful Yin Baihu was hidden in this team, and a trace of worry flashed across his fierce face from time to time. If Su Gong dares to lie to me, I will chop off his head first, and then Shang Xian's head. Yin Baihu's eyes were as fierce as a tiger, and his deep voice was like the roar of a mountain king, warning the people around him. The servant of Su Gong who was set here smiled and said, how could my master deceive the boss? If it weren't for my master's previous news, how could the boss know that Shang Xian was sending troops? And how could he ambush and kill tens of thousands of officers and soldiers at the foot of the mountain? Humph. Shang Xian is nothing but a waste. Even without Su Gong's reminder, I can still beat him back. Yin Baihu's eyes showed a trace of disdain, and it was obvious that he didn't think much of Shang Xian and Su Gong, especially Su Gong, who was a good official in the court. But he came to do business with him, a fierce bandit, and even murdered his boss in an attempt to replace him. Even he had to spit on such a disloyal and unjust person. If they hadn't reached an agreement, he, Yin Baihu, would have kicked him away. Yin Baihu made up his mind. After killing Shang Xian, he would immediately kill Su Gong and monopolize the entire Wu County to punish this disloyal and unjust person. The boss is very powerful, so it is easy for him to defeat Shang Xian. But don't forget that there are capable people like Li Ji around, and he is not as easy to deal with as Shang Xian. Upon hearing Li Ji's name, Yin Baihu instantly became angry, grabbed the other's collar with one arm and cursed, how dare you mention it? My stronghold is being attacked by his generals. If Shang Xian is not dealt with before they break through the stronghold, don't worry about me breaking the agreement and killing Su Gong as well. The guest blushed and his legs were hanging in the air. He forced a smile. As long as the boss helps my master to take down Shang Xian, how can a mere Li Ji be our opponent? And don't forget, boss, you can get half of Wujuan after the success. And that territory is much larger than a small mountain stronghold. Hearing this, Yin Baihu also calmed down, threw his arm, and threw the other party to the ground. Threatening, the mountain stronghold is guarded by my brothers, and they will not be breached and lost in a short time. As for you, if you don't keep your promise after the end, don't blame me for sending troops to fight you. Idiot! The guest's face was buried in the mud, and anger appeared on his dirty face. If he was not afraid of being killed on the spot by this reckless man, he would have started cursing early. They just used Yin Baihu to get rid of Shang Xian and let Su Gong ascend to the position of prefect with a legitimate reason. When everything was over, how could Su Gong allow Yin Baihu, a bandit, to exist in his territory? He would definitely find an opportunity to press Yin Baihu to death on the ground. Su Gong even fantasized about using Li Ji's army that entered Wujuan to let Yin Baihu attack the other side. And it would be best if both sides were defeated. Boom! At this time, the tightly closed gate of Wuchang County was opened, and Yin Baihu immediately abandoned Su Gong's followers and led his own soldiers to kill towards the wide-open gate. Thousands of soldiers and horses rushed into the city gate in an instant under the exclamation of the Wuchang County defenders, quickly killing dozens of stubborn defenders and controlling the city gate. Yin Baihu rushed into the defenders with the momentum of a tiger coming down the mountain, and his sharp sword slashed out dozens of sword auras. The defenders in front of him all screamed miserably and were cut in half in the blink of an eye. Where is Shang Xian? Yin Baihu broke through the siege and took away the lives of countless soldiers. With a long roar like a tiger's roar, Shang Xian should be resting in the county magistrate's mansion now. Su Gong's confidant stationed near the city gate immediately responded to Yin Baihu's troops and informed them of the primary target, Shang Xian. Yin Baihu immediately asked his generals Zhou Ta and Qian Tong to block the street with a part of the troops, while he personally led a group of troops and attacked the county magistrate's mansion under the leadership of Su Gong's confidant. Although it was night, the city of Wuchang County was ablaze with fire. Shouts of killing continued to ring in the air, and the city was filled with the sound of swords and knives hitting bones. The defenders of Wuchang County were fighting fiercely with Yin Baihu's troops. Although the loss of the city gate led to a large number of enemies entering the city, the surrounding generals soon reacted, and more defenders flew closer under their leadership, trying to stop Yin Baihu. However, the soldiers led by Yin Baihu were the elite among this group of bandits. They were all good at using swords and guns. Even if they met officers and soldiers, they would not fall into a disadvantage. Kill! Yin Baihu shouted loudly, and the big knife in his hand turned into a silver thread, sprinkling countless deadly sword auras under the moonlight. The soldiers in front of him were chopped to the ground, and blood gushed out from the hideous wounds. When the surrounding bandits saw Yin Baihu being so ferocious, they immediately howled, like a pack of wolves howling the name of the Wolf King, and their morale was boosted, as if they were beasts coming down the mountain and charging towards the government troops. In an instant, Yin Baihu, who was charging, set off a bloody storm, and the army formation in front of him was as fragile as paper, and was instantly torn into pieces under the swing of the big knife, destroying with withered and rotten. Invincible, Yin Baihu and his group of fierce bandits were like a torrent that washed over the earth wantonly, and the extremely sharp sword energy cut through all obstacles, and blood and meat flew everywhere. Like a meat grinder, they kept moving forward and soon approached the county magistrate's mansion. Shang Xian, who was sleeping in the county magistrate's mansion, had already been awakened by the sound of fighting from the distant city gate. He was standing by the bed, holding his only sword, with a nervous expression. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, which frightened Shang Xian. He quickly shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me, the governor." Shang Xian heard the familiar voice, and his heart immediately relaxed. It turned out to be the voice of Su Gong, the commander of Wujuan. So Shang Xian opened the door and quickly let Su Gong in. As soon as Su Gong stepped in, a strong smell of blood hit his nose, which made Shang Xian frown. With the help of the weak firelight, Shang Xian found that Su Gong's sleeves were stained with blood, and the sharp sword kept dripping blood, which soon gathered into a pool of blood. "Sir Governor, Yin Baihu bribed the soldiers stationed at the city gate and attacked Wuchang County tonight. Although I reacted in time and sent other soldiers to support, most of Wuchang County has been taken by the thieves. The fall of Wuchang County is only a matter of time." The veins on Su Gong's forehead bulged, And he gritted his teeth and said, as if all this had nothing to do with him. And he shirked all the blame. When Shang Xian heard that Wucheng County was going to fall, he was horrified. He didn't care whether Su Gong's words were true or not, and asked hurriedly, what should we do then? For now, we have to take advantage of the chaos to escape. No matter where we escape to. As long as we escape from Wucheng County, it's fine. Su Gong saw Shang Xian's panicked expression, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, sir. Su Gong, will escort you to escape even if I die. Then I'll leave it to Captain Su. Shang Xian's martial arts were not very good. If he was alone outside, there was basically no possibility of survival. Now Su Gong promised to escort him away. At least there was a little comfort in his heart. Under Su Gong's protection, Shang Xian opened the door, and what he saw was a pile of corpses. Chapter 340, Raising an Army. What the hell is going on? Shang Xian was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. The mansion that was originally full of people has now become a mass grave. Those loyal and trusted guests have had their throats cut and lost their voices. Su Gong, it must be you. You killed them. Shang Xian drew out his sword and angrily scolded Su Gong behind him. Su Gong just smiled slightly and replied, the world has become a mess. Shang Xian, you have no ability to be the governor of Wujuan. I just follow the will of heaven and take your place. What nonsense! Shang Xian was furious and stabbed at the opponent with his sword. But Su Gong was a martial artist after all, and his body slightly moved away, and Shang Xian's sword fell into the air. Then Su Gong stepped forward and pushed Shang Xian away with a palm. Shang Xian stumbled and fell into a pool of blood, splashing blood, and his face was open to death on both sides. What are you going to do next? I'll kill you. Right? Shang Xian let the blood stain his robe and face, and looked at Su Gong in despair. However, to his surprise, Su Gong just shook his head and said apologetically, although I really want to kill you myself. For my reputation, this matter should be handed over to professionals. As soon as the voice fell, a dense sound of footsteps came from far and near outside the county magistrate's mansion. The collision of swords and swords continued to sound, and from time to time, there were soldiers roaring, followed by a shrill noise. Reputation? What a reputation! Shang Xian, who fell to the ground, raised a sarcastic smile. If it was really for his own reputation, Su Gong would not have committed the crime of rebellion, nor would he have let the wolf into the house and colluded with bandits like Yan Baihu, and would not have ignored the lives of the soldiers of the Wucheng garrison and let them slaughter him. In the final analysis, Su Gong was not doing it for his own selfish desires. Such an excuse was just Su Gong's fraud on himself, but just a kind of psychological comfort for himself. Tap, tap, tap. Yan Baihu, holding a bloody sword in his hand, kicked the gate to pieces, and a lot of wood chips flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust. Yan Baihu, you came at the right time. The next thing will be left to you to solve. Su Gong ignored Shang Xian's inner thoughts and looked up at Yan Baihu. Su Gong hopes you will remember our agreement. All the counties south of Taihu Lake will be under my control. Otherwise, I will attack you regardless of everything. Yan Baihu asked someone to make way for a passage at the door, staring at the other party with a fierce look. Threatening. Su Gong chuckled and replied, when I take the position of Wujuan prefect, I will naturally recommend you to His Majesty as Wujuan Due. By then, you can naturally take charge of the county. Then Su Gong flashed through the passage and disappeared into the bloody night. Yan Baihu looked at the direction where Su Gong left, and finally did not choose to take action. Then Yan Baihu dragged Shang Xian, who looked as pale as death, up and found that the other's eyes had lost their luster. So he laughed. Shang Xian, he said at the banquet that he would destroy me. But now you can see who destroyed whom. I, Shang Xian, admit today's defeat. But don't forget that Su Gong is a villain. He can betray me once, so he can deceive you once. In terms of means, how can you, a reckless man, beat him? I hope you don't end up like me in the future. Ha ha ha. Now Shang Xian's life was in Yan Baihu's hands, so he simply smiled and began to mock this simple-minded bandit. Hearing this, Yan Baihu's face turned pale, and then he became angry and threw Shang Xian to the ground with one hand, cursing. Humph. I don't know what will happen to me in the future, but you are still stubborn when you are about to die. So unlucky. Swinging the weapon in his hand, Yan Baihu roared with all his strength. His tiger eyes almost opened, and his pupils were red. Between the hand and the knife, Shang Xian's smiling head flew to the ground, and blood gushed out from the cut on his neck and soared into the sky. Yan Baihu, bathed in the blood rain, saw Shang Xian's head and became annoyed for no reason. He kicked the head into a blood clot, and it burst in all directions. Ordered Qian Tong and Zhou to clean up the battlefield quickly. I want to completely control Wucheng County tomorrow. But boss, our stronghold is still being attacked by Li Ji's troops. Shouldn't we move troops back to help? A confidant said worriedly. Compared to the solid city, these bandits are more concerned about the stronghold on Baihu Mountain. Moreover, the bandits have their own money, food and women. If they are breached, they will be no different from being kicked out of the house. Yan Baihu had a headache. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, My brothers are stationed in the stronghold. It won't be breached for a while. Let's do this. Inform Wang Sheng to take some troops back to help. And then spread the news that Shang Xian died in the battle. They just came to rescue Shang Xian. As long as Shang Xian died, Wucheng County fell into our hands, and they had no reason to continue to besiege the stronghold. Yes. In the dark night, Su Gong successfully left the war-torn Wucheng County and successfully joined a group of guests who were staying outside the city. Under the escort of many retainers, Su Gong returned to Wu County, the seat of Wu County. Through the nearest city, the embarrassed group of people soon attracted the attention of many people. Su Gong first spread the news of Shang Xian's death in battle, and then hid in his mansion on the pretext of being seriously injured, and stayed indoors. This behavior made many people speculate, especially those noble families who were quick to act, and began to inquire about the news of Wucheng County. We should make the next plan. Under the candlelight, Su Gong's eyes were filled with faint flames, like a lone wolf walking in the dark. A retainer nearby immediately responded, Don't worry, Ming Gong. Our retainers who stayed in Wu County have contacted many noble families, and they are all willing to support Ming Gong. As long as Ming Gong successfully becomes the governor of Wu County, they will support Ming Gong as soon as possible. Then the retainer presented the list of noble families who had surrendered. Yes, you did a good job. Su Gong nodded with satisfaction, then turned his head to the side and asked, How is the situation in Luoyang? My lord, our people have successfully connected with Dongjue, and the appointment letter of the prefect will be issued soon. Well, good. Before the appointment letter comes, it is best for us not to contact the outside families and let them think about it. Let someone spread the news that Yan Baihu killed Shang Xian. It would be best if everyone in the county knew it. Su Gong grinned, but accidentally involved his wound. In order to make the play more realistic, he asked his confidant to cut him twice on the way, in order to make people mistakenly think that he had broken out and was seriously injured. Ming Gong, I think that in addition to winning over the powerful families, we should also win over the lords in the wild. They have a lot of private soldiers in their hands, and they are also a force when they unite. A player's retainer suggested. Su Gong also thought that there was some truth in it, and immediately arranged his retainers to be responsible for this matter, trying to win over the lords near Wu County as much as possible. If they fail to win over, they will be killed without mercy. The battle in Wucheng County was extremely fierce. Yan Baihu successfully attacked the city, causing a large number of deserters to run around. The people in the surrounding villages were also affected and forced to flee in the wild. However, all this seemed to have nothing to do with Fan Zhongyan and others. Under his command, they still harassed the White Tiger stronghold guarded by Yan Yu all night. How could Yan Yu's gang of bandits have suffered such grievances? All the bandits were stationed on the wooden city walls in full battle array. But the other side only made a lot of noise, but did not make any progress at all. For several days, Fan Zhongyan's troops beat the drums but did not advance, which made Yan Yu very annoyed. Finally, he went back to his residence and fell asleep. General, the number of bandits patrolling on the city wall today has obviously decreased. Should we? After saying that, a trace of murderous intent flashed across Chen Dao's cold face. Fan Zhongyan smiled slightly and said calmly, I originally wanted to follow Sun Bin's strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao, but I never thought that Yan Baihu would insist on attacking Wucheng County. What I didn't expect was that Shang Xian, who had a strong defense of the city, was actually broken overnight. It was really incredible. Why is the general still so calm? You know, Shang Xian has died in the battle, and there is no need for us to continue the attack. And the news from Wucheng County is that Yan Baihu has ordered people to bring troops back to help. It will be too late if we don't withdraw. Pei Yuanchao felt that there was no need to continue this battle, and he kept beating the drums here like a performance, which made him very upset. We should retreat. Why should we retreat? Fan Zhongyan did not give a direct answer, but smiled and asked back. Pei Yuanshao scratched his head and showed a puzzled expression. He was only good at charging into battle, and did not understand military affairs at all. It has been spread that Yin Baihu killed Sheng Xian. Isn't this a good reason for us to continue to stay in Wujian? With the wisdom of the Lord, he must have expected this situation to happen, and even started to deploy the next step. Fan Zhongyan tapped Pei Yuanshao's head lightly, making a crisp sound. Chen Dao pondered, seemed to have thought of something, and asked, General, what do you mean? Before he finished speaking, a soldier led the messenger from Longhai City to find them. The Lord has an order to continue to attack Yin Baihu and other bandits. It is best to wipe out Yin Baihu in Wuqing County. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Fan Zhongyan, who still looked indifferent. I wonder when the Lord's reinforcements will arrive. The Lord has ordered Lord Wang to bring 50,000 troops here. In addition, General Yang's navy has appeared in the Qiantang River area and is ready to cooperate with your actions at any time. I know. I will get rid of Yin Baihu as soon as possible. At least, I will take them down before Lord Wang arrives. The messenger bowed and left the army immediately. Speed is of the essence. He also needs to bring the news back to Longhai City. And he is not allowed to waste time on the road. As soon as the soldiers left, Chen Dao couldn't wait to ask Fan Zhongyan. Why did the general guess that the Lord would lead troops to support us? There was a trace of admiration in his words. Fan Zhongyan's attitude of predicting things made Chen Dao admire him very much. Even though the other party was just a fledgling candidate, Chen Dao had already accepted his arrogance at this moment and asked in a low voice. Fan Zhongyan laughed, waved his hand and said, it will take some time to explain this matter clearly. Before that, we have more important things to do. General Chen. General Pei listened to the order. I am here. Chen Dao and Pei Yuanshao bowed and replied. Now the enemy is paralyzed and careless. Now is the best time to attack. You two will be the first to lead the infantry to attack the mountain stronghold. Yes. Dong. Dong. Boom. Fan Zhongyan gave an order, and the sound of war drums exploded. The sound of war drums like thunder resounded through the sky, and the clouds above the battlefield were instantly shattered. The ancient and dull sound made people's blood boil. Under Fan Zhongyan's command, a large army with neat military appearance rushed out from the army formation, and the blood and chi that rushed to the sky almost condensed into substance, and the surrounding space was shaken. The extremely sleepy bandits in the mountain stronghold were washed by the blood and chi, and they became energetic in an instant. Their hands and feet kept shaking under the pressure of the Dragon Sparrow army, and they couldn't hold their weapons at all. Notify the second in command. They seemed to be serious. The bandits were horrified, and the timid ones were directly scared to death. They ran down the city wall like fleeing, looking for Yan Yu, who was sleeping soundly. Fan Zhongyan waved the flag and ordered an attack. Junsher, Yin Baihu's rescue troops are relying on you. At the same time, the troops sent back by Yin Baihu to support were passing through the wilderness between Baihu Mountain and Wuqing County. In this distance, there are mountains and forests everywhere, most of which are uninhabited places, hiding a large number of birds and beasts. Even if a large number of players cross to this area, most people will not choose to build villages here, and basically build them in the wilderness near the city. As long as it is far away from the city, most of them are still in an undeveloped state, uninhabited, and full of birds and beasts. Even the most experienced hunters have to be careful when passing through these places. This is why Yin Baihu chose to build a mountain stronghold in the Baihu Mountain area. First, the terrain of Baihu Mountain is relatively rugged, and it is difficult for officers and soldiers to attack. Second, these undeveloped wilderness near Baihu Mountain are good places to hide soldiers and ambush. Sheng Xian fell in these places and lost tens of thousands of troops. Wang Sheng led the reinforcements to the far end of the wilderness. The Black Army was like a giant python winding on the ground, crushing out roads. They have lived here for many years. For them, these mountains and forests are like home. Every blade of grass and every tree is within their familiar cognition. I don't know what's so good about Wuqing County. The boss insisted on abandoning the mountain stronghold to attack the county, which made me miss the women in the stronghold. If you ask me, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own doghouse. It's better to let the brothers eat and drink and become drunkards instead of attacking the county. Shh. Be careful. A bandit pulled the brothers, who started to talk nonsense around him, and stared at Wang Sheng, who was in the front row. Chapter 341 Defeat. Wang Sheng was different from these bandits. He was originally the governor of Hapu, but was dismissed because he offended the scholars in the court. Later, under the coercion and inducement of Yin Baihu, he was forced to join Yin Baihu's forces. It can be said that Wang Sheng was born in the scholar official class. And these bandits were just the bottom of the mud. And they were incompatible with each other. As the only scholar in the force, Wang Sheng was highly regarded by Yin Baihu. Apart from his brother Yin Yu, Wang Sheng should be the closest person to Yin Baihu. Even Zhou Ta and Qian Tong, who followed Yin Baihu in his early years and went through life and death, were not as important as Wang Sheng in Yin Baihu's heart. Wang Sheng had not joined Yin Baihu's forces for a long time, and was not used to living in a mountain stronghold in the deep mountains and old forests. So he often instigated Yin Baihu to capture a city as his base. This time, Yin Baihu and Su Gong joined forces to defeat Sheng Xian, and the action of attacking Wucheng County was also promoted by Wang Sheng. Many bandits complained about this. They were more used to hiding in the mountain stronghold and eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks without restraint, and were not used to living in the city and being restrained by others. But they dared to be angry but not to speak, due to the other party's status in the mountain stronghold. Most people could only hold back their resentment. How far is it from the mountain stronghold? Wang Sheng held the horsewhip in his hand, looked up at the dense forest not far away, pointed and asked. Suddenly, several bandits on horseback rushed over. They were all wearing sophisticated iron armor and holding sharp weapons. These equipment were taken from the corpses of the defenders of Wucheng County. Although there were cracks and blood on them due to the battle, they were much better than the leather armor made by their mountain stronghold. In addition, they had no taboos, so they took the dead people's things for themselves without scruples. Yin Baihu neglected to manage his own troops. Whenever a war ended, he would not ask his subordinates to send the spoils they had captured, but would turn a blind eye and let them collect the things. This is why Yin Baihu was followed by so many bandits. At least in terms of spoils, Yin Baihu could ensure that his subordinates could eat their fill. Mr. Wang, as long as we cross here and then walk another 10 miles, we can reach the Baihu mountain area. Yin Baihu's old subordinates responded, looking at the familiar dense forest with excited eyes. The dense forest not far away is the last barrier to Baihu Mountain. As long as they can cross here, they can return to the mountain stronghold unimpeded. Of course, before that, they still need to face the troops of the governor of Kuaiji. But with Wang Sheng's eloquence and their large numbers, they can definitely persuade the other side to retreat without spending a single soldier. Li Ji has always been knowledgeable about military affairs. It is impossible for him to send 2 little candidates to support Sheng Xian and bring so many soldiers. If I were Li Ji, I would not trust him so much. Wang Sheng is different from this group of brainless bandits. He used to be a prefect of a county and knew the importance of military power. Among all people, he is the only one who knows Li Ji, who is also a prefect. The best, in his opinion, no matter how much Li Ji trusts him. It is impossible for him to hand over tens of thousands of troops to a stranger to command without restrictions. Unless these 2 candidates have extraordinary talents. Maybe Li Ji can entrust the troops to them. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng was suddenly shocked and immediately grabbed the nearest bandit and asked, if we want to set up an ambush, where is the best place? Why do you ask this for no reason? Mr. Wang? According to my experience, the best ambush place is not far in front of the dense forest, which is where we are standing. You see, there are swamps here that are neither deep nor shallow. It is much more difficult for brothers to move their legs than usual. The bandit whose hand was held didn't understand. Looking at Wang Sheng's ugly face, he thought he had done something wrong. So he quickly offered his old experience. After hearing the other party's answer, Wang Sheng's expression immediately became more solemn. So we stepped in? Did the spies we sent out find anything? Are there any soldiers in the dense forest? Why are you so nervous? Mr. Wang? We are about to return to Baihu Mountain. How could there be an ambush? If there was an ambush, we would have been ambushed by the enemy in front. The bandit smiled awkwardly, trying to use other topics to avoid Wang Sheng's questioning. In fact, they did not send spies to explore the situation around. After all, this place is no different from home for them. They know where every blade of grass and every tree is. They can go back to Baihu Mountain with their eyes closed. Idiot! You don't need spies to explore the surroundings when you march forward. Doesn't that mean we didn't know we were in the enemy's ambush? Wang Sheng saw the other party's evasive eyes and immediately understood everything. He immediately cursed and whipped the other party with his whip. The nearby bandits did not expect that the 2 of them would actually fight while talking, and hurried forward to stop the 2 men. But even so, Wang Sheng's whip still landed on the other party, and he fell to the ground from the horse's back with one whip. Wang Sheng, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are valued by the big boss. I tell you, many brothers are already very unhappy. Believe it or not, I will unite these brothers to report you to the big boss. Faced with the other party's vicious threat, Wang Sheng was not only not furious, but also laughed out of anger. You don't even know your own mistakes, and you are still reporting me. Well, wait until we get rid of all these things, and see who will whip the big boss. The two did not seem to end the quarrel, and the sound of the quarrel became louder and louder. Even the bandits behind them could hear it clearly, stretching their heads and ears to listen. For them, the quarrels between high-level figures are a kind of fun. When the bandits were a little commotion, the surrounding void suddenly became heavy. The air in this space became as sticky as paste, and the terrifying murderous aura swept in from the depths of the dense forest like a flood and beast, covering Wang Sheng and others in an instant. Wang Sheng and the bandits around him all stagnated their breathing, and their chests seemed to be pressed by a huge rock, making it difficult to breathe. Not good. The situation has changed. Wang Sheng's face changed drastically, and he didn't care about the previous quarrel, and quickly drew his sword to protect his front body. The next moment, a whistling sound came from the dense forest not far away, startling countless birds and flying into the air. Hundreds of archers took off their camouflage, drew their bows and arrows, and locked onto the nearest bandit minions. These archers wore Han Army standard leather armor, held excellent crossbows, and pulled the bowstrings like full moons. They loosened their arms at the stun Wang Sheng and others, and in an instant, dense arrows shot out, falling into the bandits like a downpour. Swish, swish, swish. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the arrows whistled through the bandits in the front row, and then rushed to Wang Sheng and others. At the critical moment, the bandit next to Wang Sheng grabbed Wang Sheng's collar and threw him to the ground with a wave of his arm. But in this way, his middle door was wide open, and he was hit by several arrows in succession. Several blood flowers bloomed in the air and disappeared as the bandits' breathing became weaker. Even if they had some conflicts with Wang Sheng, they were loyal to Yan Baihu's orders and had to protect Wang Sheng's safety no matter how much they hated Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he tried to struggle to get up, but was thrown to the ground by a bandit. The next second, their scalps were scratched by the strong wind, and several arrows almost pierced their heads. Wang Sheng's warhorse became the target of everyone's arrows. Its body was instantly pierced by dozens of arrows, and a lot of blood gushed out of the wound. It wailed and collapsed in front of Wang Sheng. Form a military formation. Form a military formation. Wang Sheng roared. These archers were just appetizers, and the real troops had not yet appeared. If they could not form an effective military formation before they came out, I'm afraid this ambush would end with Wang Sheng and his men being defeated. However, Wang Sheng misjudged the organization of the bandits. Usually, these people looked like they were under the command of Yan Baihu. But once they lost Yan Baihu, the backbone, this group of people immediately showed their true colors. The bandits can fight with the wind, but these disadvantages will collapse faster than ordinary government troops under the attack of dense rain of arrows. Some bandits could not hold on any longer and fled around with blood and tears. They reached the edge of the cliff. Woo! Woo! An ancient horn sounded from the sky in the distance, passing back and forth in this world. The thunderous sound of horse hooves rumbled, and the earth was trampled and vibrated with an unusual vibration frequency. Elite cavalry appeared in the dense forest, even if the low-lying swamps on the ground prevented them from sprinting out with all their strength. They were enough to increase their speed and form an unstoppable torrent of steel. Led by the four generals Zhang Shiji, Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Yan Xing, the 5,000 cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army came like a tide. Kill! Yan Xing roared wildly and waved the spear in his hand forward, like a big hand rubbing the surrounding air, stirring up the energy in the void and rushing to kill the bandits in front of him. Boom boom! The spear hit the bandit's weapon, and a sound of metal and stone exploding suddenly sounded in the air. Yan Xing's arms emerged with unparalleled strength, and he bent the enemy's weapon. Then he swung his arms, and the spear twisted its body in the air like a black python. The sharp tip of the spear was like a fang, sweeping away the enemy's weapon and suddenly piercing the enemy's chest. With a puff, a lot of blood splashed, and Yan Xing's still somewhat immature face flashed a fierce look. He twisted his arms, and the bandit whose body was pierced suddenly made a sound of being torn into pieces. And then, there was a roar of explosions, and countless pieces of flesh and blood flew in all directions. Die! Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Zhang Shiji charged together, and the dragon bird cavalry behind them shouted loudly, like a tsunami, sweeping the entire battlefield. The speed of the horses' charge made them tear the air, making bursts of roars, and the silent evil spirit suddenly erupted under the emotional mobilization, and the violent murderous aura enveloped the enemies in front of them. The dragon bird cavalry rushed into the crowd, waving their weapons wildly. Under the continuous sound of horse hooves, a large number of bandits were chopped to the ground and then crushed into meat paste by horse hooves. Under the joint charge of the 4 generals, these bandits were no match at all. In just one encounter, the dragon bird cavalry pierced through one military formation after another. The broken limbs and arms, the blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the bloody road crushed by the cavalry was in a mess. And there were incomplete corpses everywhere. Trampling. A dense sound of footsteps sounded in the dense forest again, and a large number of dragon bird infantry appeared on the battlefield, led by some weak generals. The appearance of Lu Xiaofu and this infantry made the situation even worse. Soon, under the attack of Yanxing and others, a large number of chaotic bandits were killed, and the rest basically knelt down and surrendered, with their heads lowered, like defeated roosters. I am an acquaintance of Changsha Governor Sun Jian. If you kill me, Sun Jian will definitely avenge me. Wang Sheng, who was surrounded by heavy enemies, roared, holding a picked-up big knife and knocking Yanxing's spear aside, threatening. Now he has no other tricks, so he had to bring out the great god Sun Jian, trying to use Sun Jian's identity to save his life. Changsha Governor Sun Jian? Lu Xiaofu frowned, thinking that this matter was a bit tricky. Sun Jian had made great contributions in suppressing the Changsha thief Chu Xing a few days ago, and was named Wuqing Ho by the court. It can be said that he was in great glory. If what Wang Sheng said was true, then Lu Xiaofu's killing of Wang Sheng would easily cause unnecessary trouble to Li Ji. General Lu, Sun Jian, and the Lord have suppressed the Yellow Turbans and the Liangzhou rebels before. They often drank and talked happily. I heard that Sun Jian and the Lord are engaged. Why not give Sun Jian a favor and let this man go? Among the Long Ke generals present, Yanxing was the general who had followed Li Ji the longest. He had seen Sun Jian and Li Ji drinking in the Liangzhou War. As for the engagement, Yanxing only heard it from Wang Meng, who was drinking wine, and no one was true or false. In this case, come and take this man back to Long Ke City, and let the Lord decide his life or death. Hearing this, Lu Xiaofu rubbed his eyebrows, and had to follow Yanxing's advice, and kick the ball to Li Ji. A group of elite soldiers took the order, and controlled the disheveled Wang Sheng, and took him back to Long Ke City. The bandits who lost Wang Sheng were like a pile of loose sand, and they could no longer raise any thoughts of resistance. Those who threw their weapons, and those who knelt down to surrender. Under the control of the Dragon Sparrow army, these people began to clean up the battlefield and buried their recently dead companions in the ground. These bandits are high-quality soldiers, and most of them are good at crossing mountains and ridges. As long as they are trained by the generals, they can soon build a well-trained army. However, Lu Xiaofu and his men only used the teleportation array in Yangxin County. Before the war here is resolved, it may not be possible to escort these captives back for a while. I don't know what the situation is in Shiwen. Now that Yan Baihu has killed Sheng Xian and occupied Wuqing County, Shiwen should not let this mountain stronghold remain. Shiji, you lead the troops to continue to ambush here to prevent accidents, and the rest of you will support Shiwen and his men with me. Chapter 342, Taking Down the Mountain Stronghold. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were sudden whistling sounds in the sky, and the dense rain of arrows seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The sharp arrow tips tore through the air, and the angles were tricky and accurate, hitting the heads of the bandits one after another. In an instant, a burst of arrowhit sounds rose from the simple walls of the mountain stronghold, and many bandits' heads were like bursting watermelons, and red and white things flew around. There were also many bandits whose flesh and blood were pierced by arrows, and while making shrill screams, they fell from the walls one after another, and were shattered to pieces. The scene on the wall was extremely tragic, with signs of blood and flesh flying everywhere, which was disgusting. The rain of arrows from the Dragon Sparrow army caused Yan Yu's soldiers and horses to suffer heavy losses, and their morale plummeted after just one encounter. There were several more rounds of arrow rain, which submerged everything on the wall like a swarm of locusts. Every time the sharp whistling sound rang in their ears, The bandits would be terrified and their hands and feet would feel cold. Kill! Fan Zhongyan waved his flag and ordered the infantrymen who were waiting in formation to go into battle. These infantrymen were good at climbing first in the army. Among them were veterans, who had followed Li Ji in battle for a long time and had rich combat experience. A large number of elite infantrymen carried the temporary simple ladders and quickly approached the city wall under the cover of archers, smashing the ladders on it. After the ladders were built, the infantrymen climbed up under the leadership of the veterans. But in the blink of an eye, they climbed up the city wall and fought hand-to-hand with the enemy. After rushing up the city wall, these infantrymen quickly demonstrated their well-trained side and immediately formed small military formations of 3 or 5 people to kill the enemy. These small military formations, excited by the roar of war drums, became a meat grinder, constantly strangling the surrounding enemies while advancing on the city wall, and set off a bloody storm on the top of the wall. Wherever they went, they crushed a road of mixed flesh and blood, and everywhere fell enemies who screamed and incomplete bodies. Under the fierce attack of the Dragon Bird army, the roars and shouts of soldiers were heard on the city wall. Every minute and every second, someone was picked up and thrown off the city wall by the opponent's weapons, breaking his bones and muscles, and only breathing in but not out. Under the attack of the Dragon Bird army, the defense line of the bandits on the city wall seemed to be torn apart by a big hand. At the moment when the Dragon Bird infantry swung their weapons, people were constantly crushed, and the defense line became weaker and weaker. Rumble. The wooden gate had cracks after the sudden impact, and many infantrymen could see the panicked expressions of the bandits behind the door through these cracks. Follow me to charge. Qin Dao held the silver dragon spear, and hundreds of Baili elite soldiers followed him. After seeing the infantry occupy a wall, he decisively charged in person and gave the enemy the final blow. The roar of a dragon resounded throughout the battlefield, and Qin Dao's figure flashed on the ladder like a silver lightning, and rushed to the city wall in the blink of an eye. The long spear cut through the void, and a giant dragon phantom covered with silver scales appeared in this space. With Qin Dao's movements, the giant dragon phantom rolled up, and its sharp claws kept tearing the enemies in front of it into pieces. After Qin Dao joined the siege, the bandits who originally only knew how to play in a favorable situation accelerated their collapse, and collapsed under the impact of the army. The siege lasted only a short time, and the scarred gate creaked and was then pushed open by the Long K army soldiers who entered the city. Report to the general. Our army has taken this mountain stronghold. Qin Dao came to report in person. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Qin Dao followed Li Ji to conquer the 4 directions and served as a guard general for a period of time. It can be said that he was a general with a top position in the Long K army. But after seeing Fan Zhongyan's talent, he couldn't help but lower his posture. He knew Li Ji's character of knowing how to use people. Judging from the talent that Fan Zhongyan showed now, he would be entrusted with an important task as long as the war here was over. Qin Dao was not a fool, so he would naturally not offend Fan Zhongyan on his own initiative. He even consciously built a good relationship with Fan Zhongyan and won his friendship. This battle is entirely due to General Qin's contribution. I will report the contribution to the Lord after it is over. We will go into the mountains to rest and wait for Junshi and others to come back. Fan Zhongyan smiled and nodded, his eyes calm, as if he had a wise man in his hand, making people feel very reliable, now that they have solved Yin Baihu's lair. According to the time, Fan Zhongyan estimated that Lu Xiufu and others who were carrying the ambush mission should have solved Yin Baihu's reinforcements. They only need to wait for the 2 troops to meet, and then they will have a period of rest. During this period of rest, they still need to wait for the situation on Li Ji's side. I am Yenyu, the younger brother of Yin Baihu. Generals, please don't kill me. The first thing Fan Zhongyan did when he entered the mountain stronghold was to clear the money and population of the mountain stronghold. These things were the spoils of the Long K army. Even if Sheng Xian was resurrected, he could not snatch anything from them. When the soldiers searched the stronghold, they found countless gold and silver treasures hidden in a cellar, as well as a trembling strong man. Seeing Yenyu, whose face was covered with snot and tears, trying to get close to him, even the highly cultivated Fan Zhongyan could not help but frown, with a trace of disgust flashing across his face. After all, how could the second in command of a powerful force be so spineless? Fan Zhongyan thought that he would surrender only after being tortured. Seeing Yenyu's humble attitude like a dog wagging its tail, Fan Zhongyan could only give up his previous idea. You are a traitor, and your elder brother killed Sheng Xian, the governor of Wujuan. According to the provisions of the Han law, you must all die for murdering court officials, Fan Zhongyan said, shaking his sleeves. And Yin Yu wanted to come over to plead for mercy, but was kicked away by Qin Dao. General, please spare my life. I will repay you by working like a slave. When the cowardly Yin Yu heard that he was going to be beheaded, he was so scared that he peed and urinated. The whole mansion was filled with a foul smell. Everyone present frowned, covered their noses, and looked at each other with contempt. He looked like a big and strong man, but he was so timid. He was scared like this by a little intimidation. I don't know if Yin Baihu, who was in charge of Wu County, was his brother. You are of no value to us. Why should I spare your life? Valuable. Valuable. My brother, and I have no father or mother. And he only has me as a relative. If the general trusts me, I can persuade my brother to surrender on his behalf, so that the general can recapture Wucheng County without a single soldier. With my brother's love for me, I can definitely persuade my brother to surrender. Fan Zhongyan touched his chin and thought about Yin Yu's plan to persuade him to surrender. Yin Yu's suggestion seemed to be quite reasonable, but Fan Zhongyan didn't know what his relationship with Yin Baihu was like. If it was just SOSO, Yin Baihu would definitely not agree to surrender with his personality. Even if Yin Yu deceived him again, he didn't persuade Yin Baihu to surrender after entering the city, but took this opportunity to escape back, which would be a big loss. The family card is a powerful weapon against the enemy. Fan Zhongyan couldn't play it directly without any certainty. If he played it, it must have a good effect. Report to the general. General Lu has led his troops back. Let him come in to see me. Soon. Lu Xiufu came in with Yen Xing, Lu Pai, and Gong Du, holding a bloody head in his hand. When Yin Yu saw the head that was still open, he recognized the original owner of the head at a glance. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he was horrified. I have completed the general's mission, and defeated all the troops sent by Yin Baihu. This is the head of the traitor Wang Sheng, Lu Xiufu said with a bow, and then presented Wang Sheng's head. Fan Zhongyan looked at it carefully, confirmed Wang Sheng's identity, and threw the head directly in front of Yin Yu. Yin Yu was startled and jumped back like a frightened rabbit. I want you to tell me all the characteristics of Yin Baihu's troops. If you hide anything, Wang Sheng's fate will be your fate. Yes. 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 Yin Yu nodded like pounding garlic, sweating profusely. Luoyang City. Niu Fu's mansion, alas. Since you left me, I have been lacking a clerk. I am overwhelmed by the documents sent over. I originally found another one a few days ago, but it was poached by my father-in-law in a few days. Niu Fu sullenly poured the contents of the wine glass into his stomach. He was a little puzzled. Why was the clerk he had dug out so likable? It didn't take long for him to be poached. The first clerk, Jia Su, made a deal with Li Ji when he put down the Yellow Turban Rebellion and was poached directly. The second clerk, Qin Hui, was taken to the celebration banquet by him. Because of his congratulatory words, he was valued by his father-in-law and poached from his side with a promise. Now there are few people in the whole mansion who are as capable as Jia Su and Qin Hui. Sometimes he is so angry that he vomits blood. He is not as nice as these two people. The general is in a high position now. There must be countless children from noble families who come here to seek a position by the general's side. Why should the general be so worried? Jia Su smiled apologetically and then drank the wine. Niu Fu rolled his eyes helplessly. Since he followed his father-in-law into Luoyang, many people have come to visit him and choose to join him. But most of them are rough men who can't read a single word. And some of them are even less educated than him. Unlike the newly adopted son Lu Bu, there are so many followers who join him. Not only many sons of noble families, but also beautiful women who come to him and pay him tribute. And even say some bullshit like I will not marry anyone but Lu Bu. He is so jealous. He is the son-in-law of the prime minister after all. Why didn't such a scene happen? Jia Su didn't have the ability to see through people's hearts. But he observed the changes in Niu Fu's expression. And combined with what happened recently in Luoyang, he immediately guessed Niu Fu's thoughts. Before they set out, Li Ji told him that the Xiliang army was not a monolithic entity, and he had lived in the Xiliang army for a period of time. So he naturally agreed with Li Ji's words. My lord will participate in the battle against Dongzhuo next. But I haven't told everyone yet. Before that, I may use Niu Fu to disintegrate Dongzhuo's forces from within, at least to provoke their disputes. Thinking of this, Jia Su chuckled and began to calculate his old boss. As for the sense of guilt, how could Jia Su, who was called a poisonous scholar, know how to write these 3 words. Jiasu coughed twice, cleared his throat and said, General, after arriving in Luoyang, I heard that Prime Minister Dong had adopted a son and loved him very much. He not only gave him his beloved red hair, but also ordered people to make a treasure armor. Su only looked at him from a distance, and was blinded by the jewels on his body. After hearing Jiasu's exaggerated description, Niufu immediately knew the identity of the person Jiasu described, and his face turned black and looked very ugly. Don't mention it. I don't know what's wrong with my father-in-law. He actually adopted Lu Bu as his son. You know, Lu Bu killed his adoptive father Ding Yuan with his own hands before. Isn't my father-in-law afraid of ending up like Ding Yuan? Niufu was so angry that he slapped the table, and the wine bowl on his body was directly shaken up and spilled all over the floor. Jiasu quickly shushed Niufu to stop him from talking nonsense, saying, General, you are drunk. Be careful of ears. If the Prime Minister knows, you will be punished. What are you afraid of? Lu Bu just relied on his good martial arts to win the favor of his father-in-law. I, Niufu, have followed my father-in-law in the battles since I was a child. In terms of seniority, I am the closest person to my father-in-law. Niufu waved his hand and said with great passion, then picked up the wine bowl and drank it down. Isn't this Lu Bu a slave with 3 surnames? The surnames are Lu, Ding, and Dong. It's really a strange story. General Niu, I toast you. At the suggestion of Jiasu's eyes, Shi Jingxi stood up and grabbed the wine bowl to toast Niufu. 3 surname slave. Ha ha ha. 3 surname slave. Li Taisho's subordinates are still educated. When Niufu heard Lu Bu's new nickname, he couldn't help but laugh, slapping his thigh and laughing. General, you used to be the closest person to Prime Minister Dong, but now you are being pushed out by a slave of 3 surnames. Isn't that angry? Jiasu said in a persuasive way. Angry? Of course. But that slave of 3 surnames is highly skilled in martial arts, and he has the elite Bingzhou Wolf Riders by his side. I can only swallow my anger and learn from you. After Niufu burped, he wanted to show off his cultural level, but he touched his blind spot in knowledge and scratched his head. King Jian of you. Yes. Yes. King Jian of you. 3,000 you soldiers can swallow Wu. When a good opportunity comes, I will let Lu Bu see how powerful I am. Then Su will wait and see. The banquet set up by Niufu became particularly hot under Jiasu's deliberate provocation. But soon the voice of Niufu's servants came from outside. General, the Prime Minister has agreed to your request. Here is the appointment document. Please have a look. Niufu laughed and handed the document to Jiasu, saying with a smug smile, Look, I will definitely help you get it done. General, someone outside the palace wants to see you. I wonder if you want to meet them. Chapter 343, Proclamation to Suppress Yin. Accompanied by Niufu's roar, several players were swept out of Niufu's mansion and fell to the ground like a wild goose falling from the sand. Get lost? What are you? You want to seek the position of prefect with such a small thing? Do you really think that I, Niufu, am easy to bully? Niufu, who was drunk, cursed and retracted his kicked foot, sweeping these players from Wujuan with disdainful eyes. The players and guests who worked for Su Gong had no face left, so they had to lower their heads and run away. As for the money and gifts prepared by Su Gong, they did not dare to ask Niufu to take them back, and could only watch these things stay in the mansion. As soon as these uninvited guests left, Jiasu and others who were hiding in the shadows of Niufu's mansion came out with a slight flicker in their eyes. Alas, I didn't expect these people to look down on me so much. They want me to do something with these little jewels. It's really abominable. These jewels are my compensation. Niufu was as thick-skinned as a city wall. He took the things said by the other party for himself as a matter of course, without any guilt at all. If only everyone was as kind as brotherly. Just giving things would be very suitable for my status. Niufu continued to invite Jiasu and others to drink and talk happily. However, Jiasu declined Niufu's kindness and left after getting what he wanted. Under the protection of Shi Jingxi and Li Cunqiao, Jiasu left Luoyang City smoothly, returned to Longke City through the teleportation array, and handed the appointment letter given to him by Niufu to Li Ji. Li Ji checked the contents of the appointment letter, and after confirming that it was correct, he handed it to Wang Meng, and then said, Shiwen and his men have already broken through Yan Baihu's mountain stronghold. Now they only need to defeat Yan Baihu and others in Wucheng County. Jing Lu, the 50,000 troops have been assembled and it's time to set off. Wang Ming smiled slightly and said, Ming understands. And will definitely complete the task for the Lord. Well, Jiando, Anxing, Li Guang, Gongmia, the four of you will temporarily obey Jinglu's orders. And Jisai will serve as the accompanying military advisor. Lu Xiangxing and others who received the order immediately stepped out, and then followed Wang Meng out of the Lord's mansion. After Li Ji watched these people leave, he looked at Yuan Yu on the side and asked, Yuan Yu, have you prepared the manifesto? My lord, Yu has completed it. Please take a look at it. After that, Yuan Yu handed the manifesto prepared early in the morning to Li Ji. After taking a quick look, Li Ji found that this manifesto against Yin was very eloquent. After scolding Yin Baihu from head to toe, he couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Yu is worthy of being Kai Gong's disciple. His writing is indeed one step ahead of others. It's very good. Fo Xiao, you distribute this manifesto, so that we can have a good reputation. It would be best if Su Gong, who is a coward in Wu County, knows about it, and makes it difficult for him to sit still. Jia obeys the order. Gu Jia bowed and left with several officials to carry out the mission. Come here. Notify Yang Su and others outside Qiantang Bay, and order them to move west immediately, and take the 3 counties of Qiantang River. Order Yu Ji's troops to cooperate with their actions. Li Ji assigned the task and personally took charge of Kuaiji County to prevent those with ulterior motives from sabotaging in secret. At this time, the war against Dong was about to begin. Li Ji wanted to take advantage of this period to control the counties in the south of Wujuan. After the war against Dong was over, he could immediately march north and occupy the entire Wujuan. In this way, he could rely on the danger of the Yangtze River to split the south, use Danyang and Yuzhong as a shield, and concentrate on developing domestic affairs. As long as the opportunity came, he could join forces to march west and occupy the 4 counties south of the Yangtze River. My lord, when Su was seeking the position of Wujuan prefect for Wang Jinglu through Niufu, he found that Su Gong's followers had visited Niufu and also asked for the position of Wujuan prefect for Su Gong. Jia Su told Li Ji everything he saw in Niufu's mansion, and also emphasized this matter. Su Gong was once a person close to Sheng Xian and served as the commander of Wujuan. In the entire Wujuan, once Sheng Xian died, Su Gong had a high chance of succeeding as the governor of Wujuan due to his prestige. If Su Gong played some tricks himself, it would be a foregone conclusion that he would be the governor of Wujuan. Unfortunately, he never thought that someone would be faster than him and have connections in Dongzhuo's forces. Li Ji chuckled and then walked back and forth in the mansion. Before rescuing Sheng Xian, they suspected that there was a ghost around Sheng Xian. And Yin Baihu, the king of the mountain, rarely came out of the mountain to fight. Li Ji and a group of counselors believed that Sheng Xian would definitely die. So Li Ji borrowed Jia Su's relationship in the Xiliang army and his friendship with Niufu, and decisively sent Jia Su to visit Niufu with generous money and gifts, and asked for the position of governor of Wujuan in advance through Niufu. Although his adopted son Lu Bu has become a big celebrity around Dongzhuo recently, he is also very good to his son-in-law Niufu. Niufu took the position of Wujuan prefect from Dongzhuo with just 1 or 2 words and a lot of money. Of course, Sheng Xian had not died in the battle at that time, and Dongzhuo was still concerned about Sheng Xian's reputation. So he specially transferred Sheng Xian back to the central government to serve. But Sheng Xian died tragically under Yin Baihu's knife before the appointment letter was issued. If the news of Sheng Xian, a central official who had not yet taken office, died in the battle, it would be no different from slapping Dongzhuo in the face. I am afraid that if Li Ji did not move his troops at that time, Dongzhuo would also let the little emperor issue an edict to force Li Ji to move his troops. However, what Dongzhuo could not have thought of was that Li Ji had decided to participate in the battle against Dong. If Dongzhuo knew that Li Ji had just asked him for an official position and then raised an army to attack him, he would probably be so angry at this time. It's just that I'm a little surprised that Su Gong really dared to collude with Yin Baihu and kill his boss. If we spread this matter, I'm afraid those loyal soldiers will find trouble with him. Even if Su Gong won the position of prefect in this way, once this matter is known, not only will the soldiers be dissatisfied, but even the local noble families will not be willing to cooperate with him. After all, what these noble families fear most is the fickle villain. If they really cooperate with Su Gong, I'm afraid they will not be able to sleep every night. Jia Su continued Li Ji's words. If Su Gong knew that he did not become the prefect of Wu County, but was taken down by the cronies of the prefect of the neighboring county, what do you think he would do? Although I have not seen Su Gong in person, Su can tell from his behavior that Su Gong will not give up. In Su's opinion, Su Gong is likely to unite with the noble families in the north of Wu County to resist Jing Lu's entry, and may even resort to war. What you said makes sense. If I had not forcibly suppressed the noble families in Kuaiji County, the imperial examination would not have been so smooth. If the 4 surnames in Wu County really knew that Jing Lu had become the governor of Wu County, they would definitely not give up. And they would probably use their prestige to force Su Gong to be the new governor. Wang Meng is Li Ji's most respected subordinate. Wherever Li Ji appears, Wang Meng will basically appear there. It can be said that Wang Meng is a business card of Li Ji. Now that Wang Meng has taken office as the governor of Wu County, as long as you know a little about the relationship between Li Ji and Wang Meng, you will naturally know that all this is a trick played by Li Ji. There is not much difference between Wang Meng serving as the governor of Wu County and Li Ji serving as the governor of Wu County concurrently. Li Ji knew the faces of these aristocratic families, and they must have known the policies he implemented in Kuaiji County. For the aristocratic families, who regarded family interests as their lives, Li Ji's policies were undoubtedly a butcher's knife, desperately cutting flesh and bones from them. Now among the 4 major surnames in Wu County, only the Gu family saw his potential and sent Gu Yong, the best disciple in the family, to help. But even so, Li Ji did not open a back door for Gu Yong. Gu Yong had to take the imperial examination and got the position of county magistrate based on his real ability. I am afraid that in the eyes of these aristocratic families, it would be too cheap to let them take the exam with the common people. After all, they are all children from famous families. Most people think that their abilities are much higher than those who have problems even eating. So why do they have to take the exam? Seeing Li Ji lost in thought, the experienced Jiasu immediately guessed Li Ji's worries. So he chuckled and asked, "My lord, are you worried about those stubborn families?" "That's right. The 4 major surnames in Wu County are not as easy for us to control as the Kuaiji family. They have a very high prestige in the local area and are deeply rooted. If we don't handle them well, it will easily cause resistance." My lord has fallen into a misunderstanding." "Why do you say that?" Li Ji asked curiously, wanting to know what sinister and cunning strategy this old fox has come up with. "My lord, now that the young emperor is controlled by Dong Zhuo, even if they have great abilities in the court, it is difficult to make any waves. Moreover, Jing Lu is a legitimate governor, and his policies must be followed honestly by both the nobles and the common people. If it is illegal, my lord can use this as a warning to others. I almost forgot that when I first entered Kuaiji, I also used this trick. Pull a group and beat a group. The old ancestor really did not lie to me." Li Ji's eyes lit up, and his right fist hit the palm of his left hand. "Not only that, my lord, don't forget the newly appointed Taimao County Magistrate Gu Yong. He is a child of the Gu family. As long as the lord kills hard enough and beats hard enough, and then takes advantage of the situation to promote Gu Yong and put him on the stage, I think those noble families will not dare to act rashly, and it is even very likely that they will turn to the lord." Yes. When his words really cleared my mind, Li Ji laughed and held Jiasu's arm to discuss important matters. Announcement to all players in Wu County. Yangzhou, the bandit Yan Bai who killed Wu County Governor Sheng Xian, which angered the court. Wang Meng, the county magistrate of Kuaiji County, was ordered to be the new Wu County governor to lead troops to eliminate Yan Baihu. Announcement to all players in Wu County. Yangzhou, Wu County Governor Wang Meng hated Yan Baihu's atrocities, so he issued a manifesto to punish Yan, borrowed 50,000 troops from Kuaiji Governor Li Ji, and joined forces with Kuaiji Governor Li Ji's generals to fight against the traitors. Announcement to all players in Wu County. Yangzhou, Wang Meng completed the prerequisites and triggered the plot of punishing Yan Baihu. Please pay attention, players, and keep your money and personal safety properly. When Wang Meng mobilized his troops to the north of Wu County, Guijia released the manifesto written by Ruan Yu to punish Yan, which happened to trigger the historical plot and surprise the players in Wu County. TND. It's less than a month or 2 before the battle against Dong Zhuo. What the hell is Yan Baihu doing? He killed the prefect Sheng Xian before, and now there's a stronger one coming. It's really hard for people to live in peace. Hack. Isn't Wang Meng Li Ji's subordinate? How come he suddenly holds the same level of position as his lord? Wang Meng becoming the prefect of Wu County is no different from passing the money from the left hand to the right hand. Isn't it Li Ji who controls Wu County? Hack. Wang Meng will take action himself. This battle will be interesting. You know, this is the first time Wang Meng will lead troops as the commander-in-chief. Usually, Li Ji will take action. Come on. Place your bets and see how long Yin Baihu can hold out under Wang Ming's attack. I think Wuqing County will be broken within 3 days. And Yin Baihu will die tragically on the street. This time, all the players who received the announcement were in Wu County. The strongest among them were preparing for the next battle against Dong Zhuo. But the news disrupted their original plans. The pitifully weak players were happy to see it. They thought they would have nothing to do in the next 3 months. But they were awakened by the sudden plot and became the spectators. However, they were a little disappointed. The difference in strength between the two sides of this war was a bit large. On one side was Yin Baihu, who only occupied a county. And on the other side was the famous Wang Ming, who had the support of Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji. After all, the two sides of the original struggle in history were the little tyrant Sun Ce and Yin Baihu. At that time, Yin Baihu cooperated with Su Gong to occupy the entire Wujuan, while Sun Ce was a young man without any territory, and the soldiers were borrowed from Yuan Shu. The incident of Wang Ming borrowing soldiers had a great impact, and with the players' exaggeration, it soon spread throughout Yangzhou. Even Sun Jian, who was far away in Jingzhou, and Dong Zhuo, who was far away in Luoyang, heard about it. Jingzhou, Changsha County. After hearing this, Sun Jian's face was full of smiles. Haha. I really didn't misjudge this man. Brother on mean. He really dared to cross the county to attack the traitor Yin Baihu. Come on. Prepare the troops immediately. I also want to follow my brother's example and attack the traitors in Lingling and Guiying. Zhu Ji, who was acting as a counselor on the side, said with a worried face, No, Lord. After all, Li Taisho has a legitimate reason. But we have no reason to cross the county to attack. If we do this, I'm afraid it will cause criticism. Yes, Lord. And we still have to attack Dongzhuo. If we lose troops there, it may damage our strength. Huang Gai, the future old minister of Dongwu, also dissuaded. However, Sun Jian waved his hand, with murderous eyes in his tiger eyes, and said firmly, Most of the recruits we recruit are new soldiers. Even if the suppression of Chu Xing has received some training, we still need more opponents so that they can quickly grow into an elite force. Father is right. I will also go to the expedition with father this time, a half-grown child said arrogantly. Chapter 344. Please call me Wang Taisho. Yangzhou, Jiujiang County, Shouchuan County. With the assistance of his confidant Sun Xiao, Lu Yao took advantage of this period to integrate the political affairs of Jiujiang County, completely mastered everything in Jiujiang County, and had a county of soldiers. With the military power in his hands, Lu Yao straightened his back a little. But when he thought of the 4 county governors south of the Yangtze River, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, these 4 people have been entrenched in their respective county cities for a long time, and they are not comparable to him, the new governor of Yangzhou, in terms of military strength and qualifications. And Lu Yao suddenly found that his identity as a relative of the Han dynasty was not very useful, especially after Dong Zhuo entered Luoyang City. It seemed that all the noble families and powerful people received some signals at the same time and ignored him as the governor of Yangzhou. Fortunately, with the help of Sun Xiao, a capable minister, Lu Yao only spent more time to deal with the noble families and powerful people in his territory. Lu Yao had to admire Li Ji's rough way of treating the Kuaiji family. Not only did he create the imperial examination to recruit talents, so that the common people had a shortcut to success, but he also dug up the roots of these families, so that the people of Kuaiji County could go to school and read books. If Lu Yao were in Li Ji's position, he would probably not be able to do such a thing. After all, he was still a relative of the Han dynasty, and needed to rely on the powerful families to maintain his royal status for him. I didn't expect that Yin Baihu really killed Sheng Xian. So what should I do as the governor of Yangzhou? While sorting out the internal affairs of Jiujiang County, Lu Yao also learned about what happened recently in Wu County through the oral accounts of his own players. Lu Yao had a headache about this matter. Although Sheng Xian did not obey his transfer order at the banquet, the other party was still his subordinate in name after all, and being killed by someone also lost face for the court. As for Yin Baihu, Lu Yao publicly wooed this bandit at the banquet. In the eyes of outsiders, Yin Baihu can be said to be a figure of Lu Yao's faction. But the result was that Lu Yao's people killed their own subordinates. If this was reported to the emperor in Luoyang, Lu Yao might be punished. Sun Xiao apologized to Lu Yao in shame and said, My lord, this is all my fault. I originally just wanted to win over Yin Baihu to contain Sheng Xian, so as to buy more time for my lord to develop. As long as my lord's power grows to a certain extent, Xiao can use a little trick to make the two sides fight, so that my lord can sit back and reap the benefits, and control Wujun without spending much effort. But the result? But the tiger Yan Baihu actually escaped from our control and took the initiative to bite Shang Xian to death, so that we fell into a passive position. Lu Yao sighed lightly and said helplessly, moreover, your plan was used by Li Ji, who took advantage of the situation and pushed his confidant to the position of Wujun prefect. In this way, he, Li Ji, actually controlled both Kuaiji and Wujun counties. Please punish me, my lord. Sun Shao saw that his plan was used by others, causing Lu Yao to lose a lot of use, and even began to threaten Lu Yao's position. So he had to keep asking for forgiveness in an attempt to be forgiven by Lu Yao. Never mind. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. Li Ji is as cunning as a fox, and there are so many talented people around him to give him advice. We just arrived here with a weak foundation, so it is inevitable that we will suffer losses. Lu Yao waved his hand and asked Sun Shao to stand up. Fortunately, he had a broad-minded character. Even if Li Ji made him suffer such a big loss, he could quickly calm down. The most important thing now was that they had to do everything they could to curb Li Ji's development, at least to make it difficult for Li Ji to take Wujun as his own territory. Changshu, do you have any way to prevent Li Ji from taking Wujun? Or at least to make it difficult for him to take Wujun? Lu Yao asked Sun Shao for advice. But the latter was still immersed in his mistakes, and did not dare to speak out casually. Changshu, you are my most valued minister. If you don't give me advice, who can I rely on? Hearing this, Sun Shao also knew that Lu Yao did not blame him for this matter. So he breathed a sigh of relief and then said, report to the Lord. It is an indisputable fact that Wang Meng has become the governor of Wujun now. We have to start from other aspects. For example, Shao learned from the retainers that Shang Xian's death seemed to be caused by more than just Yan Baihu. There were other people involved. Oh, other people? Did Yan Baihu collude with others to murder Shang Xian? Lu Yao asked curiously. He didn't expect there were twists and turns in this. Yes. As far as Shao knows, most of the soldiers and generals that Shang Xian brought out died in Wucheng County, and only a small number of them escaped back to Wu County. Among them, Su Gong, the commander of Wu County, was the highest-ranking person among these people, and he was the first person to bring the news back to Wu County. In Shao's opinion, Shang Xian's death should be related to this person. Sun Shao told Lu Yao all his speculations, which surprised Lu Yao. Lu Yao showed a look of astonishment on his face, and asked hurriedly if it was really Su Gong who murdered Shang Xian. Then, he would not accept the airborne prefect of Wujun. After all, he was also going for the position of prefect. Yes, so Shao's strategy is to start with this person. Changshu means that we secretly send troops to help Su Gong and others? Not only that, we should also help Su Gong unite with the local aristocratic families. These aristocratic families are most afraid of others touching their cakes, and Li Ji is the one who likes to touch their cakes the most. As long as Lu Yao sends a person who is good at speaking to persuade them to unite, there is no worry that Li Ji cannot be delayed. And Li Ji has promised us to participate in the war against Dong, and he will certainly withdraw most of the troops in the county at that time. At that time, the Lord can take advantage of this opportunity to forcibly seize Wujun or even Kuaiji County. Great plan. Great plan. After hearing Sun Shao's plan, Lu Yao's eyes lit up, and his pupils showed an ecstatic expression. As for whether this strategy is in line with morality, Lu Yao didn't think too much about it. As long as they successfully defeated Li Ji's troops and captured Wu County and Kuaiji County, he would not be afraid of the responsibilities of the world with 3 counties in his hands. He could even use the power of these 3 counties to attack and capture other counties. In the end, he became a real governor of a state and one of the most powerful princes in the world. Those so-called people who stood on the side of morality would probably become fence-sitters and join him. Changshu, it's up to you to persuade them. Z, you follow him to protect Changshu's safety. A young general appeared in front of Lu Yao. His breath was as steady as a deep pool, making people puzzled. Shao will definitely do this for the Lord. Sun Shao had seen this general when he was in Qingzhou. At that time, he was still a general under Kong Rong. Unexpectedly, Lu Yao's letter actually brought this general over, with this tiger general joining. Sun Shao was very confident in his plan. Wujun, Yongxin County. A group of elite soldiers suddenly appeared in the teleportation array of this county, and the terrifying killing aura swept all around, making the surrounding guards pale. The magistrate of Yangtze County, who received the order early in the morning, came to Wang Ming with a big belly. This magistrate of Yangtze County is a descendant of the Gu family of Wujuan. Since the Gu family bet on Li Ji, they have begun to provide various conveniences for Li Ji. For example, they provided food and grass for Fan Zhongyan's troops and maintained a smooth connection with the Shaanxi County teleportation array. As long as there were convenient conditions for Li Ji's forces, Gu would take them out without hesitation. Li Ji certainly would not take Gu's intention of surrendering as nothing, but would use these things with peace of mind. This was also a signal sent by Li Ji to the Wujuan family. As long as they surrendered to him like Gu, he, Li Ji, would naturally not let the family suffer. At least, he would not lose to others in terms of official position. Yangtze County is located in the west of the middle of Taihu Lake. It is the only city connecting the counties in the north and south of Taihu Lake. Whoever has it has the possibility of attacking Wujuan. It was also thanks to the fact that the county magistrate of Yangtze County was a child of the Gu family. Li Ji could control this important county town naturally through Gu Yong's relationship. Otherwise, if he wanted to conquer the entire Wujuan, he would probably need to first take down the 3 counties in the Qiantang River area, and then use the power of rivers and navy to transport troops to the north in batches. With Yangtze County in hand, Li Ji did not need to spend extra time and energy to attack the 3 counties of Qiantang River. He could advance from both ends and use 2 troops to attack the southern part of Wujuan. Sir Wang, the magistrate of Yangtze County, smiled and looked at Wang Ming respectfully. Please call me Wang Taisho. But sir, you have only been the prefect for a few days. Wang Ming shook his head in disappointment, and the latter realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. Yes, Wang Taisho. You know what I mean by coming here, so I don't need to remind you too much. I have followed the instructions of my family and solved all the government affairs of Yangtze County. Taisho Wang can send someone to take over the government affairs of Yangtze County. The magistrate of Yangtze County had a bitter face. He was a descendant of the Gu family. If he had not shown certain talents, he would not have been able to become a county magistrate through his family. But in the end, the county magistrate did not sit for many years, and his but was forced to move because of the change of his immediate boss. Fortunately, his family agreed to compensate him, and he made a lot of money in the county, which was enough for him to be a rich man for life. Well, you did a good job. Wang Ming nodded, then looked at Lu Xiangxing and ordered, Jiando, you are both civil and military, and you are the best candidate to guard this county. I will give you 5,000 soldiers, and you can recruit some soldiers from the county to help defend the city. Remember, don't let this city fall into the hands of others. I understand. After Lu Xiangxing answered with a bow, he immediately transferred 5,000 soldiers to control the city defense of Yangtze County to prevent the northern enemy from moving south. Wang Ming and others did not stay in Yangtze County for a long time. They chose to rest for a short time and then left with the remaining soldiers and pulled a long axle-loaded convoy. This time, Wang Ming came here not only to get rid of Yan Baihu in Wuqing County, but also to control the county town in the south. Speed is of the essence. They must control the southern part of Wu County before Su Gong and others react, and temporarily divide Wu County with Su Gong. The mighty river water rolled eastward, rolling up countless waves. The sun was reflected on the vast water surface. The sea breeze blew the water surface and rippled the water surface, and the hazy water vapor covered the water surface, making it impossible to see the magnificence of the sea in the distance. No one knew that there was a large fleet covered by water vapor on the sea in the distance, and it was approaching the Qiantang Dam rapidly against the current. Each warship carries a large number of soldiers. The large oars protruding from the side of the ship stir the sea water under the push of the soldiers and push the warship to move. In this fleet, 3 5-tooth ships are guarded by countless warships. The ferocious poles are tied with huge stones, like the fangs of a giant beast. A large number of naval soldiers sway with the shaking of the deck. After a long period of training, they have long been accustomed to the rhythm of the hull shaking. Now they are on the ship as if walking on flat ground, without any impact. On one of the 5-tooth ships, Yang Su is wearing leather armor and holding a long stick. He is guarded by 3 generals, Li Shunchen, Zhou Tsang, and Dong Shi, and he is in high spirits. Yang Su is one of the main generals who participated in the war to destroy Qin. He also trained batches of elite naval soldiers in Chengdu and other places. He is very good at both naval and land battles. Moreover, he was assisted by the famous Goryeo General Li Shunchen, and with Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi, two brave generals who could charge and fight on the river. It can be said that Li Ji's navy was extremely luxurious. Yang Su's eyes shot out a brilliant light and looked into the distance, as if he could see the levee of Qiantang River and the water fort set up by the magistrate of Qiantang County through the water vapor in front of him. The magistrate of Qiantang County was a lord player. He frequently visited Kuaiji County and Wu County through Qiantang Bay, quickly collected a large amount of money, and bought the magistrate of Qiantang County through the relationship with Emperor Ling of Han in the early stage. Originally, he could use this advantage to quickly snowball, but he suffered heavy losses in the national war activities, and later suffered from Yen Bai Hu's looting, causing his financial resources to plummet and unable to buy a higher position. Li Ji investigated these things clearly before the war, although the lord said that the county magistrate set up a water fort here. In my opinion, this idea is really a pity. There are people who set up a water fort at the estuary. Aren't they afraid that the current will wash away the warships? Every time Yang Su saw this naive idea, he had to laugh. In my opinion, the solidity of this water fort is not very good. We can choose to rely on the weight of the warship to crush it directly. Li Shunshan, who was standing aside, suggested in a half-baked Chinese, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Li Shunshan was a famous general of Goryeo, but after being captured by Li Ji, he was forced to learn Chinese so that he could communicate with other generals later. Fortunately, Li Shunshan had a good language talent and was able to communicate with others in such a short time. Yang Su nodded in agreement, then looked at Zhou Cong and Dong Shi, and ordered, "You two attack at the same time and take the lead for our army." Chapter 345 Battle on the River. Sir, it's bad. A fleet has appeared outside Qiantang Bay. The ships are so dense that they almost cover the entire Qiantang Bay. A Qiantang Navy soldier's face was full of horror. He rushed into the main camp of the water fort regardless of his status. Li Jun, who served as the Qiantang County lieutenant and the commander of the Navy, immediately lifted the damp quilt and got out of bed. The Qiantang County Navy is well known among the 3 counties of Qiantang. It has a record of eliminating water bandits. Ordinary people should not be so blind as to raid them. You dare to come to provoke me. Is my name Hunjianglong for nothing? Gather brothers and prepare to meet the enemy. Li Jun's face darkened, and he immediately grabbed the Puteo beside him and rushed out. The first line of defense outside the Qiantang water fort is a solid stone wall that has been built for a long time. When Li Jun became the commander of the Navy, he did not agree to build a stone wall outside the water fort, thinking that the stone wall was of little use, required a lot of manpower and material resources, and the cost effectiveness was not too high. Compared with the stone wall, Li Jun preferred to build an earth wall and enough trenches and chevaux de frise. The purpose was to prevent the enemy from rushing ashore and effectively stop the enemy's charge speed. But after all, he was not the magistrate of Qiantang County, but only the county lieutenant who obeyed the order of the magistrate. His master ordered to build a stone wall, so he, as a minister, had to obey the order. However, he soon understood his master's intention, and the role of the stone wall was far beyond his imagination. The stone wall is stronger than the earth wall, and can provide safe cover for the soldiers. The catapults and crossbowmen can use the cover of the stone wall to continuously shoot and kill the enemies who attempt to land. In the early days of the establishment of the Navy, when it had not yet formed a certain scale of combat effectiveness, Li Jun relied on this stone wall to continuously repel the water bandits and immediately made many military exploits. Report to the county lieutenant. The brothers on the scout boat have discovered that they have entered Qiantang Bay. What should we do? What else can we do? Let the brothers attack. Li Jun's face showed a sinister look. He pulled out the machete at his waist, took off his clothes and threw them on the ground, and rushed into a small boat with his upper body naked. At the same time, a sharp whistle was blown from the height of Qiantang Water Fort. This whistle instantly resounded throughout the water fort. All the Qiantang Navy soldiers in the water fort suddenly changed their faces, and their expressions kept changing. They followed Li Jun's movements and quickly boarded their respective assault boats and warships, pulling out the short knives corroded by the river water. Since they became famous in the Qiantang River system, they have never encountered the enemy coming to attack them personally. This time, the whistle symbolizing the enemy's attack caught them off guard. The entire water fort was in chaos for a while. Dozens of warships rushed out of the water fort like a beast out of a cage. The bows of the ships cut through the waves and cut the water flow in front of them in half. Quickly approaching Qiantang Bay, Li Jun built the water fort in a place where the water flow in Qiantang Bay was relatively fast. so that the warship's release could reach a certain initial velocity in a very short time with the help of the fast water flow, thereby reducing the effort of the soldiers to row the boats. At the same time, it can also make the enemy coming from downstream spend more effort to break through the water flow here. This back and forth, Li Jun's navy can gain a certain advantage before the battle begins. But there are also many disadvantages to setting up a water fort here. The faster the water flow, the more difficult it is for the soldiers to control the balance of the boat. As long as you are not careful, even if you are a veteran with rich experience in fighting on the river, it is easy to capsize and fall into the river, and then be washed out of the ocean by the water flow. And your life and death are unpredictable. Moreover, the water fort needs to firmly fix the boats anchored here to prevent them from being washed away by the river water. However, Li Jun is very confident in his soldiers, and should be able to control such a water flow. Rather than being confident in his soldiers, it is better to be confident in his training methods. Otherwise, he would not be called the mixed river dragon by his lord, and thus famous in the Qiantang River. The warship sailed smoothly and at a very fast speed, cutting the water surface into pieces in an instant. Boom! There was a roar from the river surface in the distance. According to past experience, it should be that our ships collided with the enemy's warships and began to fight on the river surface. Li Jun looked forward with his eagle-like eyes, as if he could see the battlefield ahead through the water vapor. The river surface in the distance was shrouded in mist, and it seemed that there were dozens of warships entangled together. There were also faint sounds of soldiers shouting and killing, the sound of falling into the water, and shrill screams. The Qiantang Navy ships rushed into the water vapor, and then they saw the unbearable scene in this life, and they were terrified. 3 hideous behemoths tore off the disguise of the water vapor and led countless scout ships to appear on the river, accompanied by the sound of the horn echoing in the sky. The warships were like wild dogs smelling blood, with a murderous aura that soared into the sky, and quickly rushed out of the battle and rushed towards the scout ships of the Qiantang Navy. Like the sharpest sabers, they showed dazzling sharp edges under the reflection of the sunlight on the water surface. Under the exclamation of the Qiantang Navy soldiers, they interspersed the gaps between their ships in the blink of an eye. Yang Su, standing on the high point of the Wheel warship, looked at the river where the battle was taking place, waving his flag constantly, looking like a hunter, spreading the warships in his hands on the river, like a hunting net firmly controlling the prey in front of him. The warships of the Dragon Sparrow army collided with the enemy's scout ship, and then a cracking sound was heard. They only relied on the solidity of the ship's hull to force the other party into 2 pieces. The soldiers on the scout ship accidentally fell into the water, struggling to stick their heads out of the river, but were cut in the throat by the Dragon Sparrow army soldiers with a short knife, and sank into the river with a creaking sound. But more warships quickly approached the enemy's warships, and iron hooks hooked the edge of the ship. A large number of Dragon Sparrow army soldiers were skilled and courageous, stepping on the slender iron hooks and rushing into the enemy's ship, grabbing the short knife and fighting with the enemy. Woo woo woo. The horn sounded again, and the Dragon Sparrow army's 5-toothed warship got rid of its slow state under the command of Yang Su. Under the frantic rowing of many sailors, it rushed out of the forest like a tiger, roaring and crashing into the enemy's formation. The bloated body became the most deadly weapon at this moment. While advancing, it continued to crush all the warships in front of it, and a large amount of wood chips and blood flowed from both sides of the hull with the river. The 6 poles on the hull were like arms, and they fell down with a bang under the hard pulling of the soldiers. The warships approaching from both sides were hit instantly, and exploded with a bang, and countless broken wood stained with blood and flesh splashed in all directions. The soldiers on the warships kept screaming as they were crushed into meat paste by the slapping poles and boulders. With just 1 pull and 1 release, the 6 slapping poles smashed several warships. With remarkable achievements, the shouts and screams in front of them shook the earth and continued to spread on the river surface, blowing up circles of circular ripples. The soldiers' throats were cut and gushed out bright red blood, which scattered into the river and sea as the bodies fell. The next moment, blood-red waves appeared on the river surface, and then were covered by the waves, without any sound. The river water downstream of Qiantang Water Fort was filled with a lot of bloody smell. The Qiantang Navy soldiers who were still behind were all frightened by the purgatory-like scene in front of them, and their hearts and galls were broken. Retreat to the water fort. No. Retreat to Qiantang County. Li Jun was proficient in water battles, and he could see the power of the Wheel warship at a glance. It appeared on the river like a behemoth without natural enemies. The warships equipped by their navy were simply a joke in front of such a behemoth. and they could not play any role at all. Splash! The river surface in the distance was suddenly cut, and in Li Jun's vision, two small boats cut through the waves and shattered the water splashes in front of him, rushing towards him like an arrow from a string. You must be Li Jun. Dongshi laughed loudly, and he rowed the oars himself and rushed down Li Jun's warship at a high speed. The sharp bow suddenly pierced into the hull, and the two warships were connected together in an instant. Stepping barefoot on the edge of the boat, Dongshi held a short knife in his hand and grinned. His whole body was full of true energy, shattering the water vapor, and suddenly leaped forward, like an antelope crossing a cliff, and stepped on Li Jun's warship in the next second. His figure flashed on the boat like thunder, and the short knife was like light and lightning. Dongshi's weapon seemed to disappear in the void, and appeared at the enemy's neck in an instant. Dongshi slashed his arm, and with a series of shrill screams, several heads with frightened expressions shot up into the sky, and blood gushed out from the smooth cut like a fountain. Thief! You are so brave! Li Jun was furious, and shouted and rushed over with a broadsword. He had originally planned to jump into the water and escape, but Dongshi came to his warship alone and killed his brothers in front of him. No matter how cold-blooded he was, he would not ignore this scene. The water mixed with blood was drawn out from the river by the power of heaven and earth, twisted into a dragon in the void, and slapped the space to create a splash of water. As Li Jun's broadsword stabbed forward, the sword light was entangled by the water dragon, and rushed towards Dongshi. Dongshi grinned, as if he was very satisfied with the strength shown by Li Jun. His majestic body suddenly burst out with a mighty momentum like a river. A stream of water blew true chi condensed into a ray, and under Dongshi's push, it tore the water dragon in one fell swoop. With a rumble, a shocking explosion broke out in an instant, and countless water splashes were smashed into the void by the strange force, causing a burst of rain. The warship under the feet of the two people made a sound of broken wood, as if it could not withstand a collision between the two fierce generals. Li Jun's eyes were full of surprise. He did not expect Dongshi's strength to be so strong that only a stream of true chi could break his full-strength attack. As the rain fell, a sharp knife pierced a gap, and then small whirlpools formed in the void under the rolling of the strange force, and the rapid water flow was also rolled up, forming a waterspout on the river's surface. Dongshi let out a long roar, like a giant dragon diving into the deep water and breaking through the water curtain. The short knife in his hand was like a sharp claw, and before Li Jun could react, he stabbed into his left shoulder, picking up a lot of flesh and blood. Li Jun's face twisted instantly, and the muscles on his left shoulder squirmed, like a giant clamp tightly holding the short knife. And then he turned his wrist and swung the pu dao to chop Dongshi's arm, forcing the opponent to discard the short knife stuck in the flesh and blood. The next second, Li Jun gritted his teeth and turned most of his body out of the warship. His scalp was immersed in the water, and he almost escaped into the water. The reason why Li Jun was called Hunjianglong was not only because he was good at surface combat, but also because he was proficient in swimming. As long as he escaped into the water, it would be no different from a fish entering the sea. But at this time, his body suddenly stopped, and Dongshi grabbed the belt around his waist tightly, and then the muscles in his arms exerted force, throwing Li Jun back to the boat like pulling onions in dry land. Want to escape? Dongshi laughed like a devil, and his fists as big as sandbags kept hitting Li Jun's face. He was unprepared and was dizzy and starry. Just when he was a little dizzy, Dongshi seemed to be kind and stopped the inhumane fist attack. However, before he tried to open his swollen eyes to see the world, Dongshi grabbed his head and forced him into the water. A large amount of turbid liquid poured into his 7 orifices, and the unfamiliar feeling of suffocation made him feel the fear of death at this time. In order to protect himself, Li Jun had to flutter his hands and feet to try to break free from Dongshi's control. But the result was a greater force of suppression. Fortunately, Dongshi did not think of drowning Li Jun, seeing that the other party's fluttering was getting weaker and weaker. He dragged Li Jun back, feeling a lot of fresh air filling around him. Li Jun breathed instinctively, and his chest rose and fell greatly. At this moment, Li Jun felt a little disgusted with the river water, and was too eager for land and air. Poor Li Jun had been with water all his life, but he was almost drowned in the water after being tossed by Dongshi. Dongshi patted Li Jun's chest, very satisfied with his successful taming of the prey. At this time, a warship slowly drove over, and the soldiers on the warship struggled to shake the oars, carrying the dark-faced Guanxi man to approach Dongshi. Dongshi saw that Zhou Song's warship had much more water than ordinary warships, and instantly understood why the other party came so late. General Zhou. This is the enemy's main general. Dongxi showed off the dead dog like Li Jun to Zhou Tsang as a trophy. Zhou Tsang's mouth twitched slightly. But fortunately his face was dark enough for Dongxi to see no change. Otherwise the other party would definitely see his embarrassment. What Dong Xian didn't know was that Zhou Tsang actually discovered Li Jun's warship earlier than him. But his warship was very slow. So Dong Xian got there first. You captured the enemy's main general, which is a great achievement. I will report your contribution to the Lord after the battle. Thank you, General. Dong Xian's face was as happy as a flower. He had just joined the Dragon Sparrow army, and he had made military achievements. According to his speculation, he was estimated to be promoted to a higher rank. Yang Su led the five-toothed warship as the vanguard, and there were a large number of small warships deployed around. The Qiantang Navy, which lacked Li Jun's command, was no match at all and suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. The Qiantang Navy, which was once famous, was quickly reduced to ashes under the crushing of Yang Su, leaving only a legend. The legend of being crushed by the Dragon Sparrow Navy. Chapter 346, No Poison. No Man. A large amount of wood chips floated on the turbulent river surface, and swollen corpses were washed out from the mouth of Qiantang Bay along with the blood-red river water. Yang Su led Li Shunshan to sit in the center of the Weiyao warship, watching Dongxi and Zhou Tsang lift Li Jun up, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Generals who are good at commanding naval operations are extremely rare, and generals who are proficient in water and can charge on the river are also rare. Yang Su somewhat understood why his lord had to put these two people into the Longke Navy. Nothing more than to make up for the lack of fierce generals in the Navy. If a navy does not have enough fierce generals to charge and break through for the commander, it is likely that this navy will find it difficult to exert its combat power beyond its level. Yang Su considered himself an expert in naval warfare, but if faced with a situation of lack of generals and soldiers, it is probably difficult for a good cook to cook without rice, and it is difficult to exert all his abilities. Similarly, if the enemy had a fierce general who swam through the blockade of the navy on the river and single-handedly broke into the main ship to take the enemy general's head, Yang Su could only give up resistance and let himself be slaughtered. Compared with the troops on land, the navy relied more on the command of the commander. As long as the commander died, the warships without the commander's coordination would easily fall into chaos and run around on the river like headless flies. Go into the water fort and wipe out the remaining enemies. If they don't surrender, kill them all and throw them into the Qiantang River. Yang Su gave the order loudly, with a flash of violence in his eyes. Without the blockade of the Qiantang Navy, the river was unimpeded. The warships of the Dragon Sparrow army rushed into the water fort as if they were passing through an unmanned area. The hard bows of the ships hit the gate of the fort fiercely, and a crack was created. At this time, the soldiers who were still staying in the water fort saw the tragic situation on the river with their own eyes. Now that the enemy came to kill them, how could they think of resisting? There were constant cries and shouts from the water fort surrounded by warships. The agile soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army climbed up the fort and swung their arms to chop down all the enemies. For a moment, the whole water fort was filled with blood. A large number of Qiantang soldiers with their throats cut fell into the river from the bridge of the fort. The rest cried and knelt on the ground, begging for surrender. It didn't take much time for the Dragon Sparrow Navy to completely control the entire water fort. A large number of warships and large ships came ashore and moored here. The scale of the water fort built by Li Jun was built according to his own navy. But for the large number of Dragon Sparrow Navy, this water fort was a bit too small. There was not even a place for the five-toothed large ship to moor, so they had to continue to look for a place upstream. Yang Su led the Navy generals to land on the shore using a small boat, and suppressed the dazed Li Jun from behind. How far is it from here to Qiantang County? Yang Su narrowed his eyes in the distance, and vaguely saw the outline of the city on the horizon. General, according to the surrendered soldiers, there is a ferry about 10 miles away from this water fort, and Qiantang County is not far from the ferry. General, do you want to attack Qiantang County immediately? Our army just fought a big battle. Although the morale is high, we are exhausted physically and mentally. I am afraid that we can hardly exert our strength. Zhou Tsang felt that it was a bit too hasty to launch an attack at this time. Dongxi on the side also nodded and advised, fighting on the water is much more tiring than fighting on the ground. And this battle is the first official war for our navy. I am afraid that many people will find it difficult to adapt to such intensity. Moreover, we do not have the ability to build siege equipment, so we need to plan for the attack on Qiantang County. Yang Su waved his hand without saying anything, but looked at the silently Shunshin. It was obvious that he wanted to hear his deputy's advice. Li Shunshin's eyes shook slightly. And then he said, I also think that what the two generals said makes sense. It's best for us to stay in Qiantang Water Fort, and then use it as a bridgehead, so that the Lord's troops can be transported here continuously. After listening to Li Shunshin's words, Yang Su nodded, but shook his head. Your suggestions are all good, but don't forget that Wang Jingle's troops are still entangled with Yin Baihu in the Wuqing area. If Yin Baihu sends people to persuade the 3 counties of Qiantang to send troops north, Wang Jinglu will be attacked from both sides. The reason why the Lord wants our navy to attack the 3 counties of Qiantang is not only to conquer these 3 places, but also to rely on warships to block the entire Qiantang River system. In this way, Wang Jinglu will not have to worry about being attacked by others, and we can use the Qiantang River to support them. Yang Su's face was as calm as a pond, and he said the words he had prepared long ago. With his temper, it should not be too much to explain. But after all, he is new here, and he needs to rely on his talents to completely convince these naval commanders, so that they can obey his orders well. And he can also use this to develop a faction loyal to him in the Long K army, and gain more say in front of Li Ji. After hearing Yang Su's explanation, Zhou Tsong and Dong Shi nodded in agreement. But Li Shunshin's face was still a little worried. It takes enough troops to attack the county. Where can we get so many people? Don't worry. I have already had an idea. Li Shunshin, you won't ignore these captives. Li Shunshin frowned and said, these captives have just surrendered, and their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. There is no need to guarantee their loyalty, as long as they are afraid of death. Li Shunshin had something else to say, but was interrupted by Yang Su's wave. Leave a small number of soldiers and warships to control here, and the rest of the people will follow me to attack Qiantang County. The sound of the marching horn echoed in the air again. 3 5-toothed large ships led small and medium-sized warships, such as small and medium-sized warships, carrying naval soldiers and a large number of captives, and marched upstream. At this time, the people of Qiantang County heard that the enemy army was attacking the water fort downstream, and they were already scared to death and hid in Qiantang County. The boats originally arranged at the Qiantang ferry have been taken back to the shore by the boatmen, and the calm river surface has lost its former noise. Soon, the warships of the Dragon Sparrow army sailed in, and the calm river surface seemed to be swept by the evil spirit that surged into the sky, and countless waves splashed. The densely packed ships almost filled the entire river surface, without any gaps. Qiantang County not far away was silent. The Qiantang County magistrate climbed onto the city wall with the escort of his personal soldiers, frowning and staring at the warships and large ships on the ferry that were as ferocious as giant beasts. Our navy is finished. Is Li Jun back alive? The voice of the Qiantang County magistrate was very hoarse. Many soldiers of the Qiantang Water Fort had already fled back during the chaos, but the Dragon Sparrow army's combat power was amazing, and it didn't take much time to break through the Qiantang Water Fort and block the entire Qiantang Bay exit. The situation was very serious. Even though he had mobilized all the people to demolish their houses and boil water and prepare a lot of defensive materials early in the morning, it was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for them. They had not even cut down the trees outside Qiantang County. The commander of the Dragon Sparrow army could have used local materials to build a batch of siege equipment, under the gaze of many defenders. Yang Su led the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army and the captured Qiantang soldiers to the outside of Qiantang County. Each soldier of the Dragon Sparrow army had just fought out of the battle, and his whole body was soaked in blood. The strong smell of blood drifted to the top of the wall with the air, making the faces of the defenders pale. Li Jun's navy cannot be compared with them. Perhaps this is the real navy. Several important figures on the Qiantang County wall, such as the county magistrate and the county magistrate, looked at the enemy under the wall, and their 2 legs trembled under the aura of killing, and their heads were almost blank. The leading county magistrate bit his lips tightly. His palms tightly grasped the bricks on the wall, and his pupils were full of unwillingness. He was one of the first players to receive the recruitment order. He had the opportunity to rise quickly like Li Ji by relying on his generals, and become a dragon among men. Unfortunately, he suffered a heavy blow in the early stage of the Yellow Turban's activities, and he threw all his resources into the national war. But the result was a pile of yellow dust, so that he has not been able to improve until now, and is even worse than before. The pressure brought by Li Ji was too great, and he still couldn't accept it. County magistrate, look, there are our soldiers among them. There are many captives in the Dragon Bird army, And the guards standing on high ground can easily find their teammates in the same camp. My brother is not dead. God bless. My aunt doesn't have to be a widow. What on earth do they want to do? They brought the captives here. Shouldn't they be kept in the rear to take care of them? Many guards were puzzled by this. County magistrate. I'm afraid they want to use the captives to disintegrate the morale of our soldiers. The Chientang County magistrate next to him said. The Chientang County magistrate remained silent, but soon grinned and asked, Are you saying that they want to rely on captives to persuade us to surrender? No. I think they are not just that. What the county magistrate means is, let's wait and see. The Chientang County magistrate shook his lips. He was a player, so he naturally learned about the announcement that Wang Ming became the governor of Wujuan. According to his duties, as the Chientang County magistrate, he should open the city gates to welcome Yang Su's troops into the city. According to Li Ji's temper, as long as Wang Ming successfully took office, he would definitely remove him from the position of county magistrate. He was a little unwilling. He worked hard to get this position of county magistrate, and he didn't want to let it be arranged. After Yang Su arranged the army, he came to the wall of Chientang County under the escort of Zhou Tsang. He looked at the fearful defenders and said with a smile, The governor of Wu County asked my master for reinforcements. So I took the troops to take over the city under the order of my master. But you made such a gesture. Are you trying to rebel? Yang Su's shouting scared the defenders. Many soldiers did not know that Sheng Xian had died in the battle, and the court appointed Wang Ming as the new governor of Wu County. They made a gesture of defending the city just to follow the words of their own county magistrate. If they refused to let the other party enter the city, it would be no different from rebellion. The defenders on the city wall suddenly became chaotic, looking at each other, as if they wanted to verify whether Yang Su's words were true or false. At this time, the Chientang County magistrate said loudly, We have not received any orders saying that the Wujuan prefect has been replaced. This is probably Li Ji's trick, trying to use it to invade us. You are the rebels. Yes. Rebels. Rebels. Hearing what the county magistrate said, many soldiers, instigated by the generals, shouted loudly and cursed Yang Su. Yang Su did not stand up, but instead showed a contemptuous smile and said loudly, In this case, don't blame me for being rude. After that, he returned to the army with Zhou Tsang. You select 200 prisoners. Don't let them wear armor. Just give them a weapon. Tell them that if they don't take down the city wall, they will be hacked to death by the supervisory team. Yang Su gave the order, which surprised the generals around him. General, are you confused? How can 200 captives take Chientang County? Isn't this sending them to their deaths? I'm sending them to their deaths. Yang Su's tone was very cold and his expression was indifferent. He didn't feel any guilt for the 200 lives. Under Yang Su's eyes, Li Shunshan had to accept the order and dispatch 200 people. The changes of the Dragon Sparrow army were quickly captured by the defenders, but they saw their companions being pushed to the front of the battle, and they couldn't help but get angry. What a bastard. If you have the ability, charge yourself. What's the use of letting the captives charge the battle? Yang Su's heart was as hard as stone. Obviously, he would not be affected by the abuse. Instead, he showed a cruel smile and waved the flag to let the supervisory team push the captives to charge the battle. The 200 Chientang army soldiers were only wearing tattered clothes, holding a short knife in their hands, and showing a horrified expression on their faces. What's the difference between letting 200 people capture the city wall and sending them to their deaths? Some captives couldn't stand the stimulation and cried and wanted to rush back to the Lonke army. But the supervisors behind them waved their long swords indifferently and chopped off their heads. The bloody scene soaked the captives beside them. Dozens of captives' heads flew into the air while the long swords were swung. The bloody scene made others calm down immediately. They realized that the Lonke army commander was not joking when he asked them to charge. Go forward. You may die. Retreat. You must die. Ah! A captive let out a desperate roar, rushed out with a knife, and rushed into the open space in front of Chientang County in the blink of an eye. The defenders of Chientang County were in chaos. Obviously, they didn't know what to do when facing the impact of one person. Bang 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 sound came from the city gate. This lucky man did not encounter the baptism of arrow rain. He easily crossed this deadly open space and approached the city gate. The sharp short knife kept leaving knife marks on the solid city gate under the swing of his arms. One person led the charge, and the rest quickly took action, roaring and rushing towards the city. Anyway, retreating would mean certain death, but there was always a glimmer of hope for survival if we advanced. So it would be better to rush to the city wall to take the city, and fight for that glimmer of hope. What are you still standing there for? Shoot! The Chiatang County magistrate roared. And the surrounding soldiers suddenly shuddered, picked up their bows and crossbows, drew their bows and arrows, and shot at their former companions. The dense arrows were like locusts passing through, and the captives without armor were nailed to the ground directly. In just 1 or 2 rounds of arrow rain, more than 100 captives died tragically under the city wall. Their flesh and blood were blurred. Continue. The loss of 200 lives did not move Yang-Su at all, but instead, he uttered 2 cold words. Chapter 347, Breaking the City. Here he comes again. What a madman. The Chiatang County magistrate gnashed his teeth and said, his face extremely gloomy. Sparse arrows were shot down from the city wall, killing only dozens of the 200 charging troops. The remaining captives easily crossed the coverage of their arrow rain and continued to attack their city walls. This time, the 200 troops carried small blunt weapons and smashed the city gates frantically, and they were able to smash several cracks. Fortunately, the soldiers stationed at the city gates were ruthless and immediately led their soldiers to push the stones and logs off the city wall. The soldiers below had no space to hide at all. They screamed and were smashed to pieces by these hard objects, bloody and bloody, forming a pool of meat paste. Yang-Su sent another 200 captive soldiers to attack their city. This was the 5th wave, and they killed nearly 1,000 soldiers in total. In the past, they would have been so happy to have killed so many people with just a few arrows and rolling logs. But now, most of the defenders are in low morale, and it is difficult to raise any fighting spirit to kill these 200-man teams. After all, these people were their colleagues not long ago, and many of them were relatives of the soldiers. They could only watch them being smashed to death and shot to death, and not even a complete body could be preserved. The Chiatang County magistrate has noticed that many people have become tired of war, but he can only remain silent. He has no idea how to boost the morale of the defenders. How many captives do we have? Yang-Su asked the generals around him. But there was no pity in his eyes for the nearly 1,000 people who died tragically under the city, and his expression was very cold. Li Shunshan, who was standing aside, was immediately terrified when he saw such an indifferent commander. Facing Yang-Su's gaze, he did not dare to look up, and could only lower his head slightly. General, there are still more than 2,000 people. That's enough. Assign them armor and long swords, and let them carry simple ladders to capture the city wall for us. Come all at once. Don't we need to attack in batches? No. The effect has been achieved. Yang-Su's eyes passed over the generals and guards beside him, and fell on the trembling captives behind him. He was very satisfied with the performance of these people at this moment. As the saying goes, kindness cannot command an army. Yang-Su never thought that he was an upright person. On the contrary, in order to achieve his goals, he would even use some dirty means. Just like now, in order to quickly integrate the captured Chiatang Navy soldiers, he did not hesitate to consume the lives of 1,000 people, and use blood and death to force the remaining captives into a fearless army. Fortunately, these are prisoners. If he dared to use these methods to treat the soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army, no one would need to complain to Li Ji. If Li Ji heard a little wind, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. Boom, boom, boom. The long silent drum suddenly exploded, echoing in the air above the battlefield with the whistling of the wind. The sky above was filled with dark clouds due to the strong murderous atmosphere, covering the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. More than 2,000 prisoners had already put on armor. Their expressions became extremely ferocious, and they began to launch a desperate charge towards Chiatang County with the newly built ladders on their shoulders. Hurry! Hurry! They are attacking! When the Chiatang County magistrate saw more than 2,000 people rushing over at the same time, his face suddenly changed. Puff! Puff! The sound of arrows flying resounded throughout the entire wall, accompanied by bursts of breaking air. A large number of arrows tore through the air in front of them, and the harsh noise blocked their ears and eyes, like a heavy rain falling into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Kill! More than 2,000 people burst out with a long howl at the same time, like a lone wolf forced into a desperate situation, howling and rolling their weapons to hit the incoming arrows. However, the impact and speed of the arrows exceeded their imagination. They were still waving their arms in the previous second, and the arrows penetrated their armor in the next second. The sharp arrowheads tore their bodies into pieces, and the blood and flesh came out of their backs. Dozens and hundreds of screams suddenly rang out, and for a time, they also covered the deafening sound of war drums. However, the captives who had not fallen down still let out long howls, trying to knock off and slashed the flying arrows and crossed this extremely deadly defense line. Soon, to the surprise of the defenders, the captives who had experienced several waves of arrow rain rushed into the bottom of the city, put the ladders on the city wall, and stuck the hooks in the cracks of the bricks. The roars continued, and the captives stepped on the ladders and began to rush to the top of the city wall, trying to take down a small section of the city wall. For them, only by taking down the city of Chiatang County can they avoid death. In order to survive, they chose to charge towards death. Although there were only more than 2,000 people, the sweeping momentum made the defenders on the city wall seem to be facing thousands of troops, and the fierce wind-like murderous aura made them tremble. In addition, these were all former colleagues, and many people had no desire to fight at all, so they had to fight and retreat, leaving a space on the city wall. Zhou Tsang, Dong Shi, you two lead the troops to take down the city wall. I want to see the head of the other county magistrate before sunset. Yang Su saw that the 2,000 captives could actually take advantage of him, so he decisively ordered again to launch the final attack. Yes. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi looked solemn, although they were very disgusted with Yang Su's treatment of the captives. After all, the other party was their superior, and this was the critical moment of the siege, so they dared not have any complaints and had to lead the troops to attack. The Long K Navy soldiers who rested for a while recovered a lot of physical strength, and they had won a big battle before. At this time, their morale was high and they were in good condition. Even if they were not very good at attacking the city, they could still fight a favorable battle with Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi leading the charge. Kill! The two troops, led by Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi, burst into earth-shaking shouts of killing, and rushed up the city wall like a tide, launching an overwhelming offensive. The current Chiatang County magistrate and a group of officials and generals were pale, and they could not think of any way to turn the tide in the face of the enemy's full-scale attack. At this time, Chiatang County was already shaky. Mr. County Magistrate, let's surrender. The Chiatang County Magistrate was as timid as a mouse. The sound of fighting like a tide made him hold his sword tightly, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Seeing the second-in-command speak first, the county magistrate's confidant immediately followed up and persuaded, yes, Mr. County Magistrate, Li Ji is now a powerful figure, and his army is extremely strong. It is not shameful for us to lose to him with only one county. Moreover, Wang Ming became the prefect of Wujuan, and we are just following the prefect's orders. Yes, County Magistrate, you are also a player, and you have heard the content of the system announcement. It is normal for us to surrender to Wang Ming, and others will not laugh at us. Their army was very depressed because of Yang Su's cruelty. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these soldiers had no desire to fight, and fighting like this would only increase casualties, and they were also afraid of death. With Yang Su's temperament, if they stubbornly refused to surrender, they would die when they were defeated and the city was broken. If they opened the city gates and surrendered now, they might be able to use this city to save their lives. As for their property and official positions, they had not considered it. In this situation, saving their lives was already everything, and they dared not be extravagant about other things. After hearing the words of the county magistrate next to him, Chiatang County Magistrate suddenly became angry. But as the county magistrate began to persuade, more and more people joined the surrender faction, so that most of the officials and generals supported surrender. Only his own confidants still supported him. You? The Chiatang County Magistrate clenched his fists, and was almost speechless because of his subordinates. He didn't expect that one day he would be roasted on the fire by others, and he was in a dilemma. Forget it. If you want to surrender, surrender. After all, nothing is more important than your life. The Chiatang County Magistrate finally gave up the idea of holding on, leaned against the city wall weakly, and said with lifeless eyes, I am the Chiatang County Magistrate. No matter what the result is, the other party will not let me go easily. For me, only death is my end. After I die, you can open the city gate and surrender. After saying this, the Chiatang County Magistrate turned over the city wall and jumped off the city wall to commit suicide under the stunned gaze of everyone. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change, and even Yang Su, who was far away, changed his expression. Kill! Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi held big knives and set off a storm on the city wall. The aqua blue sword energy swept in all directions, strangling all the enemies in front of them into mincemeat. The two men were like a bulldozer, crushing the city wall recklessly. Wherever they went, there was a bloody storm. A lot of flesh and blood shattered in the air under the sword light. One soldier after another was chopped to the ground with screams and fell from the city wall. These were just the county defenders, and the real elite had been killed in the Battle of Chiantang River, without the elite soldiers blocking the city wall. The Long K Navy was like a god who killed gods and Buddhas who killed Buddhas, and they cut a bloody path on the city wall. Not long after, the Chiantang County magistrate jumped off the city wall to commit suicide. The city gate, full of knife marks and gunshot wounds, suddenly made a dull sound, and then a crack opened. One by one, the Chiantang officials came out from the interior of Chiantang County with the remaining remnants of the defeated army, knelt on the ground at the city gate, begging for surrender. Why did they surrender suddenly? Dongshi was confused. He was killing them so fast that he was about to break through this section of the city wall. But the enemy suddenly surrendered. Doesn't this mean that their previous charge was in vain? Zhou Tsang, a dark-faced man, carried the bloody sword on his shoulder and said sullenly, "Wouldn't it be better to surrender? Don't forget that we have to take 3 county towns. And this is the first one." "That's right. There should be a chance to make contributions later." Dongshi touched his head and smiled foolishly. Zhou Tsang glanced at him and instructed the soldiers around him to suppress the enemy soldiers, and then ordered people to control the city gates and all the officials to avoid accidents. The gates of Chiantang County were taken over by the Dragon Sparrow Army. Yang Su and the remaining soldiers outside the city quickly entered the city. Before the people in the city could react, they took control of the city walls and all the gates, and implemented strict control to prevent anyone from sneaking out. Your county magistrate is more courageous than you. After taking Chiantang County, Yang Su rarely continued to adopt the previous radical tactics, but let the army garrison here to rest and reorganize military affairs. While resting, Yang Su also met with Chiantang County Magistrate, the former second in command. Chiantang County Magistrate was selectively deaf, filtering out Yang Su's ridicule, and smiled apologetically. "General, you are wise and brave, and you are the Marquis of Chomping in the world. How can we, the little soldiers, be your opponents? The Chiantang County Magistrate is stubborn, and he deserves to die. Let's talk about the compliments later. Let me ask you, what is the relationship between the county magistrates of Yuhan County and Fuchun County, and you?" Yang Su waved his hand impatiently, as if he was shooing away flies. If it comes to relationships, I'm afraid even the general can't know the twists and turns." As soon as he touched on his own strengths, Chiantang County Magistrate immediately started talking. However, before he could even start, Yang Su glared back at him. "Speak to the point." "Yes. Yes. Yes." The Chiantang County Magistrate, who was sweating profusely due to the terrifying murderous aura, touched his face, and his palms were covered with sweat. Then he said, "There are many bandits on the Chiantang River. If the previous county magistrate had not ordered people to eliminate the bandits, I am afraid that the other 2 counties would have been invaded by bandits." "So they have a good relationship with your master?" "General, that's wrong. My master? Bah. My previous master likes to help them eliminate bandits. But all this is an illusion. Every time we eliminate bandits for them, they have to pay us a high reward. There was even a period of time when we specially sent people to pretend to be bandits in order to get the reward, and to cry thief and catch thief, and ask for money from the other 2 counties. After that, he handed the account book recording all this to Yang Su for inspection. Yang Su looked at the county magistrate's expression and saw that he did not seem to be false, and the records in the account book were also very clear. So he thought that the other party was not lying. In fact, it is very simple to confirm whether such a thing is correct. He has also captured Li Jun, the leader of the Chiantang Navy, and he only needs to interrogate him to know whether it is true or false. In your opinion, if I make this account book public, what is the chance of persuading them to surrender?" "I don't know, but I am sure that the county magistrates of these 2 counties all obey the orders of the court, and they will listen to whoever is the governor. Moreover, there are many powerful families in their counties, and the general can persuade them to surrender through them." Yang Su pondered, then nodded, pointed at the county magistrate and said, "I will write a letter, and you will be our envoy to act as a lobbyist for us and persuade them to surrender in person. If persuading them to surrender is unsuccessful, then there is no need for you to live." Chiantang County Magistrate had cold sweat on his forehead. Yang Su's murderous eyes made him feel much more pressured, so he had to accept the order on the spot, and went to Yuhan County and Fuchun County with Yang Su's letter. A few days later, Yang Su's persuasion seemed to have an effect, and Chiantang County Magistrate brought back 2 people. Ling Chao from Yuhan greets the general. Sun Jing from Fuchun greets the general. Chapter 348 A Desperate Fight. I didn't expect that the navy of Chudao was so capable that they could take down Chiatang and other 3 counties with only a small number of troops. In this way, we have nothing to worry about. Wang Ming left Luxiangxing in Yangtze County and personally led his troops south to besiege Wuchang County with Fan Zhongyan and others, totaling more than 70,000 troops. After the 2 troops joined forces, Wang Ming did not call for an attack on Yan Baihu, who was hiding in Wuchang County. Instead, he divided his troops and sent Qingdao and Yiqi to Yukon County and Haiyan County respectively, trying to take down the 2 counties before Sugong. Facts have proved that Wang Ming's strategy is very effective. The county magistrates of the 2 counties were also willing to obey orders when they learned that the new governor had sent people to take over the county. Under the threat of the fierce generals and elite soldiers, they obediently offered the city and were forced to retreat to their mansions to become rich men. In this way, with the addition of the 3 counties controlled by Yangsu, 6 counties in Wu County have fallen into Wang Ming's pocket. Among the cities south of Taihu Lake, only Wuchang County has not been taken by Wang Ming. Knowing that Yukon and Haiyan were taken without any effort, Wang Ming was naturally very happy. But he did not get carried away. On the one hand, he asked Qingdao and Yiqi to continue to stay in these 2 counties to prevent people with bad intentions from causing damage. On the other hand, he promoted a large number of officials to Li Ji, who was in charge of Kuaiji, wanting to take advantage of this great opportunity to make a big change in these cities, so that they can be managed more easily in the future. Now only Wuchang County has not been captured by our army. As long as we take down Yanbaihu, we can say that half of Wu County is under the control of our army. Shi Shisai on the side immediately congratulated, with Shi Shisai taking the lead in congratulations. The other generals present also stood up to congratulate Wang Ming, with smiles on their faces. There is nothing more exciting than expanding territory. Their forces have been shrinking in Kuaiji County for too long. It is time to expand outward, especially for these generals. They cannot get credit when there is no war. Only when the war breaks out can they move their positions up. Most of the forces of the Dragon Sparrow army are gathered here, except for Li Cunqiu and Shi Jingxi, who need to follow Li Ji to guard Kuaiji County. All the generals present are top figures in the army. They have been thirsty and eager to fight. I, Huang Hanqing, am willing to take Yan Baihu as the first to climb. Wang Zhong has completed the task of breaking the boundary, and his force value is even higher than that of Li Cunqiu, who has not broken the boundary. It can be said that he is the number 1 figure in the Dragon Sparrow army at present. So he naturally wants to take the task of climbing first. I, Li Guang, have just joined the army and have not made any achievements. I should take on this mission of being the first to ascend the battlefield. Li Guang was also getting anxious. It was clear that Wuchang County was a great achievement. He wanted to complete the feat of being a marquis. Even if he had to compete with others for the credit, he had to grab it. I, Lu Pai, am willing to take Wuchang County for the general. I, Yan Xing, am willing to take Yan Baihu for the general. Me too. Everyone wanted to make achievements, move up their official positions, and command more troops. Wuchang County was such a big piece of fat meat that naturally attracted the generals to shout and fight for it. Wang Ming smiled, waved his hand to stop the arguments of these people, and said, "Don't worry. Yan Baihu is now a caged beast, and we still have Yan Yu as a trump card. So why worry that he will not be defeated? You just need to reorganize the troops." The meeting ended quickly. After the generals dispersed, they began to reorganize their troops. With Wang Ming's order, they moved their camps directly to Wuchang County. The rolling torrent raised dust, as if covering the sky and the sun. The horses' hooves trampled the ground, making a thunderous sound, which shocked Yan Baihu and others in Wuchang County. Yan Baihu took Qian Tong and Zhou Ta to the blood-stained city wall, and his eyes reflected the army like a steel torrent. There were more than 50,000 troops. How could a small county like him need so many people to attack? And they were all elite soldiers. The mighty army, led by the generals, quickly surrounded Wuchang County and deployed heavy troops in all directions. Wang Ming's signal to Yan Baihu was very clear. He did not want to give these bandits a chance to escape. They either died here or surrendered to them. Yan Baihu stood on the city wall, looking at the army not far away, and his face suddenly became ugly. He was the most capable commander among the bandits, and the backbone of them. If he showed a timid expression now, it would probably cause a great blow to the morale of his army. But the oppression brought to him by the army under the city wall was unprecedented. Even the 100,000 troops led by Shang Xian before. The oppression was not as strong as this army. Even Yan Baihu had reason to think that Shang Xian's 100,000 mobs would be easily penetrated by this army, and would have no power to fight back. At this time, several figures rode out of the Longke army on war horses, and Wang Ming appeared on the city wall under the protection of Huang Zhong and Li Guang. Yan Baihu, now you are trapped in Wucheng, and there is no reinforcement outside to rescue you. Why don't you surrender to us? With your ability, you are more than enough to be a general. Wang Ming squinted at Yan Baihu on the city wall, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Yan Baihu on the city wall did not change his expression after hearing Wang Ming's call. He just shook his head and refused. Haha. You are the new governor of Wu County. How can you tolerate me? Don't forget that I killed Shang Xian with my own hands before, and his body is still lying in the county magistrate's mansion. I am different from Shang Xian. Naturally, I will not be betrayed by the villains. And you can't kill me. Besides, if you don't surrender, do you want to die? Wang Ming chuckled. The next second, his face suddenly became cold and said, even if you, Yan Baihu, want to die, do your brothers behind you want to die? If your brothers want to die, do their families who stay in the mountain stronghold want to die too? What? The mountain stronghold was breached. But the big boss told us before that the second boss was still stationed in the mountain stronghold. How could it be breached? Many bandits on the city wall were in chaos after hearing Wang Ming's words. These bandits are older and have been married for many years. Their wild and bandit nature has been completely worn out. They just want to live a stable life in the mountain stronghold. These people are also the largest group that opposed Yan Baihu's dispatch of troops that day. If Yan Baihu had not promised them that the mountain stronghold would never be lost, they would have fled with their families long ago. Now that Yan Baihu's promise has been broken, their families have been controlled by the other party, and they are immediately panicked. Don't listen to his nonsense. My brother is in the mountain stronghold and it is safe, and I have sent Wang Sheng to lead troops back to rescue. The mountain stronghold is easy to defend but difficult to attack. How can it be easily broken? Yan Baihu roared like a tiger, and the fearful aura made the surrounding soldiers shudder and shut their mouths obediently. It's just that he is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and the slight trembling of his fingers has exposed his fear. In fact, when Wang Ming's troops appeared near the city, he vaguely guessed that the mountain stronghold might have been lost, and the continuous news coming into the city made him more certain. But in order not to cause panic, Yan Baihu has been suppressing this matter, and he didn't reveal any wind until just now. It's not up to you, Yan Baihu, to decide whether it's true or not. Come on, bring Yan Yu out. As soon as the voice fell, a cavalry rushed out of the Dragon Sparrow army, led by Yan Qing, holding a spear in his left hand and a person's belt in his right hand, dragging the other party to the bottom of the city wall. When the people on the city wall saw this dead dog-like person, wasn't it the former second-in-command Yan Yu who was in great glory? The appearance of Yan Yu caused an uproar, and more bandits looked at Yan Baihu with inexplicable eyes. Persuading someone to surrender is just a routine matter. Wang Ming doesn't expect that his words can make this bandit leader, who roams the mountains and forests, surrender to him. He just wants to hit the other side's morale. And the uproar on the city wall is exactly what he wants. Brother, save me. I don't want to die. Yan Yu raised his pale head and asked Yan Baihu for help. Rather than asking Yan Baihu for help, it is better to say that he asked Wang Ming for mercy, hoping that the other party would spare his life. Yan Baihu's face was horrible. His eyes were red, and his fists kept hitting the wall to vent his anger and helplessness. What he was worried about finally happened. His dearest brother fell into the hands of the enemy and suffered inhuman torture. Yan Baihu, I will give you some more time. Think about whether you and your brothers should surrender. After that, Wang Ming laughed disdainfully, ignoring Yan Baihu's tiger pupils that could devour people. Qian Tong, who was standing beside him, looked at Yan Baihu, who was shaking with anger, and asked cautiously, Boss, what should we do? Many brothers want to surrender. After all, their families are still in the hands of the enemy. You really want to surrender? Yan Baihu suddenly shouted, grabbed Qian Tong's collar and cursed, My brother is also in the hands of the enemy. But will they accept your surrender? You are all a bunch of traitors. They can't wait to chop off your heads and exchange them for rewards. The surrounding bandits bowed their heads and said nothing. No one dared to refute Yan Baihu's words. If we take out enough gold and silver treasures for them and let them make way, we may still have a chance to survive. Zhou was a little afraid of death, and his voice was trembling. He was very afraid that Yin Baihu would get angry and kill him first. Are you a fool? They are determined to get us now. How can they let us live for just gold and silver treasures? And our village has been destroyed. How can they have so much money to exchange for our lives? Yin Baihu glared at Zhou Ta, and his red tiger eyes made him shrink his neck and dare not look directly at Yin Baihu. Zhou Ta gritted his teeth and thought that this idea was unrealistic. Not to mention that they were already trapped in a cage. As long as Wang Ming defeated them, the gold and silver treasures on their bodies would still be obtained by Wang Ming. But he would have to pay some price. Besides, their families are still in Wang Ming's hands. Even if they can convince him to let them go, what will happen to their families if they are detained? Will they just abandon them? If so, who will be willing to join them when they set up a mountain in the future? We will die anyway. So why don't we fight our way out? Qian Tong was also angry and said. Yin Baihu was a little tempted, but seeing the bandits not far away looking depressed, he could only be unwilling. No one wanted to fight, and morale had already fallen to the bottom. How could they still have the energy to fight their way out? This would only increase casualties. Boss, if you really want to fight your way out, I am willing to follow you. Anyway, I have no parents, and I will have nothing to worry about even if I die, Qian Tong said heavily, looking at Yin Baihu with a very firm look. Yes, boss, not all brothers want to surrender. We are not afraid of death. If boss hadn't taken us in, how could we live a life of plenty? My life was given by boss. Wherever boss wants to go, I will always follow. Brothers who want to surrender can stay in the city. We gather all the brothers who don't want to surrender and fight our way out. Boss, lead us to charge again. Qian Tong's words aroused the blood of many people, and more people agreed and expressed their willingness to follow Yin Baihu. Seeing so many people willing to follow him through life and death, Yin Baihu was a little moved and replied, Okay, let's charge again. Yin Baihu decided to fight to the death, and was followed by many bandits. At his call, they all put on armor and weapons and gathered at the city gate. The tightly closed city gate was slowly opened, and many bandits rushed out under the leadership of Yin Baihu and gathered in formation outside Wucheng County. Wang Ming and others who had been paying attention to Wucheng County naturally discovered this movement. When the city gate was opened, Wang Ming had already assembled his army and recalled various generals from the army that besieged Wucheng County on all sides, facing Yin Baihu and others face to face. Wang Ming was surrounded by fierce generals such as Huang Zhong and Li Guang, and wise men such as Shi Cai and Fan Zhongyan. But he was dismissive of Yin Baihu's actions, whether in terms of top combat power or military strength. There is a huge gap between the two sides. Even if Yin Baihu is the reincarnation of Bai Qi and Han Xian, he cannot save the current situation. It's just a desperate fight, Wang Ming said very calmly, but there was a hint of admiration in his tone. Knowing that he was doomed to die, Yin Baihu still decided to go out of the city to fight them, without any intention of surrendering. Despite his hostile status, Wang Ming could not help but admire such a person. He hasn't seen such a backbone person for a long time. Yin Baihu is just courting his own death. This will undoubtedly push himself and the soldiers behind him into the fire pit, and they will die faster, Wang Zhong said sarcastically, and the other generals all nodded in agreement. Since Yin Baihu dares to do this, then you should all do your best to leave him with a whole body. Chapter 349 Death and Extinction. Yin Baihu gathered 100,000 people in the Baihu mountain area. He can be regarded as the largest bandit leader in Wu County. Even though he suffered a lot of losses in the capture of Wucheng County, he still has tens of thousands of soldiers. Excluding the bandits who want to surrender, there are still 10,000 or 20,000 bandits following Yin Baihu to charge into battle. If Wang Ming doesn't take it seriously, I'm afraid Yin Baihu will really fight his way out and go into exile. Kill! After leaving the city, the more than 10,000 bandits, led by Yin Baihu, immediately charged towards Wang Ming, who was waiting in a fierce battle. The shouts of killing shook the earth, and the clouds above were about to be shattered. In the eyes of Wang Ming and others, these bandits were determined to die. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, and no one showed any emotion of retreating. Yin Baihu's previous words made these people abandon the idea of living in shame. Now they have already stepped half a foot into the side of H.L. Unless they defeat Wang Ming's army, the only fate waiting for them is death. Only when the moment of despair comes will human beings unleash their most amazing potential. The morale of Yin Baihu's army of more than 10,000 people has reached an unprecedented high state, and the momentum that has erupted should not be underestimated. It's just a fight between trapped beasts. Shoot! Although Wang Meng admires Yan Baihu's move, the gap in strength is in front of him. Even if the Overlord is reincarnated, he will strangle the opponent here. At the command, a harsh noise sounded, and the rain of arrows, like locusts, covered the sky and the sun, whistling out from the dragon bird army, and fell into the crowd in an instant, nailing a large number of bandits to the ground. At the same time, the left and right sides of the dragon bird army took action, and several troops twisted their bodies like pythons in this battlefield, roaring and rushing to the front of the bandits. Come and die! Lu Pai, Gong Du, Pei Yuanshao. The three former yellow turban generals roared wildly. Their hair stood on end, and they kept swinging their weapons in front of them. The shining blades suddenly raised countless lights, and in the blink of an eye, they swept away the enemies in front of them. The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army following behind them saw that their generals were so cruel, and their morale immediately rose. They roared and rushed into the crowd, swinging their weapons, killing, and set off a bloody and ugly scene, like a python rolling in the crowd, killing countless bandits in an instant. The three former yellow turban generals were soaked in blood, and their hideous faces were as terrible as the devils of H.L. Damn it! Take my sword. Qian Tong found that these three people were killing in his formation as if they were in an unmanned place, and he couldn't help but get angry. Then he slapped his horse and stabbed the long spear in his hand from a distance. Pei Yuanshao, who was targeted first, felt a sharp pain in his chest. The next second, a long spear tore through the air and came at him. The sharp tip of the spear seemed to be able to penetrate the space in front of him and came across several meters. Pei Yuanshao roared and vented his anger. He swung the big knife in his hand like a full moon. Before the opponent pierced his chest, he chopped the spear with a knife. There was a sound of metal and stone exploding. The force of the landslide bent the spear. The terrifying shock almost made Qian Tong unable to hold the long spear in his hand. His arms trembled unconsciously. There was an evil wind in his ears, and a dazzling edge was reflected in his pupils. Pei Yuanshao took the initiative and slashed at the opponent with a big knife like a galaxy waterfall hanging above the sky. Oops. Qian Tong secretly said that it was not good. The shocking scene in front of him was instantly swallowed up by the silver blade. The next second, there was a burst of explosion from the armor on his body. The overwhelming impact directly knocked him off the horse's back, and he flew several meters in the air and fell into the crowd, knocking several bandits dizzy. Although Pei Yuanshao's bravery was not ranked in the Dragon Sparrow army, he was appointed by Zhang Jiao as Zhang Ning's guard general, and his strength was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Qian Tong was not Pei Yuanshao's opponent. Pei Yuanshao rode his horse to kill, and his big knife swung like a full moon again, trying to chop off Qian Tong's head with one knife. At the critical moment, the bandit leader Yan Baihu arrived, roared and swung his knife at Pei Yuanshao, but the latter sensed the danger and drew his knife to block the opponent's attack. Boom! Pei Yuanshao's face was flushed, and his weapon was strongly suppressed by Yan Baihu in front of him. His arms kept shaking, which showed that Yan Baihu's strength was still above him. Yuanshao, we are here. Lu Pai and Gong Du found Pei Yuanshao in trouble and rushed to support him. The two swords turned into snow-silver streaks, carrying sharp blades and rushing towards Yan Baihu. Zhou Ta, who was following Yan Baihu, immediately took action and blocked Gong Du's weapon. The powerful force almost made him fly backwards. Facing Lu Pai's sword, Yan Baihu did not panic and pulled the sword back horizontally in front of him, blocking it easily. His majestic body sat on the horse's back like an iron tower. Lu Pai was surprised and doubtful. It was obvious that Yan Baihu's strength was beyond his imagination. Zhou Ta, Qian Tong, you work together to block one of them, and leave the rest to me. Yan Baihu's tone was very contemptuous, and he didn't seem to take the three people seriously. This made Lu Pai and the other two people furious and rushed towards him with a long roar. Zhou Ta and Qian Tong obeyed Yan Baihu's order and stopped Pei Yuanshao, the weakest one, while Lu Pai and Gong Du fought with Yan Baihu. It seemed that the battlefield was divided into two places. Pei Yuanshao fought against two people. Although he was stronger than Zhou Ta and Qian Tong, the other party's desperate fighting made him feel restrained for a while, and it was difficult to kill the two. Zhou Ta and Qian Tong had already seen death as home, but Pei Yuanshao didn't think so. It would be great to kill the general and get the credit, but for these credits, he put himself in danger, which was not worth the loss. He hadn't fought to the point of exchanging his life for the other party's two lives. On the other side, Yin Baihu, Lu Pai and Gong Du fought with each other. The figures of the three people intertwined, and countless forces flew under the sword light, and blood and flesh splashed from time to time. In an instant, the three people fought to the death. Their eyes were extremely red, and they regarded each other as the enemy who killed their father. Yin Baihu has appeared. The noise of the three men fighting was so loud that the generals wandering around in other places immediately sensed it and rushed here. Among this group of bandits, Yin Baihu's head is undoubtedly the most valuable. Even if they kill more enemies, it is not as valuable as Yin Baihu alone. So with Wang Ming's tacit consent, the other generals temporarily handed over the power of commanding troops to their deputy generals. And they came here alone. Yin Baihu, who was in the center of the battlefield, felt several powerful and boundless auras rushing here quickly, and his face suddenly changed. Yin Baihu gritted his teeth, and his aura suddenly surged. He swung his sword with all his strength, and he fought against two people alone, forcibly knocking away the weapons of Lu Pai and Gong Du. Then he made a feint, and before Lu Pai, Gong Du and Meiyu could react, he retreated into the crowd. Big boss? Zhou Ta and Qian Tong screamed subconsciously when they saw this. Yin Baihu had the ability to escape, but they didn't. They had already performed exceptionally well by desperately entangled Pei Yuan Shao. Now they had freed two fierce generals, who were not inferior to Yin Baihu. How could they fight? However, they had no time to curse. Lu Pai and Gong Du had let Yin Baihu escape, and they were already furious at the moment. They didn't care about Pei Yuan Shao's face, and rushed over with their swords. The extremely sharp blade made Zhou Ta and Qian Tong's necks pierce extremely painful. We surrender. Screaming and trying to surrender, the sharp python cut his throat. Two terrified heads flew up to the sky, then fell to the ground, and the headless bodies fell off the horses with blood gushing out. Lu Pai and Gong Du lifted the two heads. Their expressions were very ugly, and it seemed that they were still upset about Yin Baihu's escape from them. At this time, Yin Baihu, who was hiding in the crowd of bandits, galloped on his horse. His clothes were all covered in blood, and a look of fear kept appearing on his face. He had to admit that he was a person who was afraid of death. What a bullshit fight to the death. These heroic words before the war turned into silence at this time, and Yin Baihu didn't even want to mention it. Suddenly, a close-ear whistle sounded behind him, and Yin Baihu, who was terrified deep in his heart, instinctively shrank his neck. The next moment, an arrow with sparks whizzed in, piercing Yin Baihu's helmet and sending it flying. The strong aura rubbed a bloody mark on his scalp. Li Guang, who was far away, cursed Yin Baihu for his good luck. He clearly shot an arrow at Yin Baihu's head, but the other party dodged the fatal arrow with a trick of shrinking his head. Get out of my way! Li Guang pulled out the ring-headed knife, as if holding a piece of silk in his hand, and the sharp blade fell on the enemy soldiers in front of him. Countless screams suddenly rang out, and a lot of blood and flesh flew everywhere, sweeping out a bloody path like cutting through waves. Yin Baihu noticed the roar behind him, turned his head, and saw that the bandits behind him were being harvested by Li Guang like wheat. He was instantly frightened and whipped the horses but with the whip, roaring to escape from Li Guang's clutches. But at this moment, the surroundings suddenly became extremely chaotic, and a terrifying momentum suddenly rose. As if a volcano was erupting, the surrounding air was as sticky as a tax, suppressing Yin Baihu to the point of being unable to breathe. I saw a flash of cold light, and the exploding flaming long sword swept across a large area. The violent cry of a phoenix sounded in the void. The surrounding space seemed to be ignited by the raging fire, and the high temperature caused it to twist into a ball and ripple. Boom! With a bang, Huang Dong rushed out of the crowd. It was as if the momentum of the pressure of heaven and earth filled the entire battlefield, making the sky and the earth one side, and the wind roared and rolled up the sand and dust. Large patches of dark clouds condensed into a ball, as heavy as a mountain. Damn it! Yin Baihu's face twisted. He didn't expect that after escaping for so long, he was finally caught by the enemy's fierce general. He had no choice but to roar, and the broadsword spit out a sharp blade, and slashed at Huang Zhong with all his strength. Nothing more. Huang Zhong spat out 4 words coldly, facing Yin Baihu's desperate blow. Neither his figure nor his expression changed at all. The divine fire covering the broadsword suddenly surged several points, and with Huang Zhong's gentle swing, it bombarded Yin Baihu's weapon. In an instant, Yin Baihu's face turned pale. He only felt that the power of Mount Tai suddenly pressed down, and the scorching flames burned his arms. The armor on his body seemed to be unable to withstand the high temperature, and had some signs of melting. The airways roared, and the wind was rolling up. The void of the battlefield could not stop the collision between the two and began to break. The warhorse under Yin Baihu was the first to be unable to withstand the suffocating pressure. After a mournful cry, its limbs were broken by the pressure, and Yin Baihu was thrown to the ground. Wang Zhong pulled back the big knife with his backhand, pulled up a dazzling fire in the air, and chopped Yin Baihu's neck in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Yin Baihu's head flew up, and the blood in his body gushed out from the incision on his neck, but was evaporated into gas by the divine fire remaining in the air. And a strong bloody smell suddenly rose around. Huang Dong, with a bravery value of 103, only used 2 knives to chop off Yin Baihu's head, and his body and soul disappeared. The gap between the two was too big, even if Yin Baihu and Huang Zhong had a head-on confrontation. I am afraid he could not take a few knives. Moreover, Huang Zhong also used the method of sneak attack to quietly approach Yin Baihu, and then took advantage of the distraction to kill him. The 2 cuts and pulls of the knife were full of Huang Zhong's understanding of the knife method, which was enough to kill Yin Baihu so cleanly. Li Guang, who arrived at this time, saw that Huang Zhong had killed Yin Baihu, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. There was once an opportunity to kill Yin Baihu in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. If he was given another chance, Li Guang promised to shoot 3 stars in a row. No, 7 stars in a row. Anyway, he would shoot Yin Baihu's head to pieces. Yin Baihu is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Huang Zhong held Yin Baihu's head high in one hand, and held a big knife in the other hand, to kill the bandits, who tried to snatch Yin Baihu's body. He promised to leave Yin Baihu a whole body. If someone took away this headless body, it would be difficult to give an explanation to Yin Baihu, who was on the road to the underworld. However, what Huang Zhong didn't know was that Yin Baihu wanted to surrender loudly at the moment when his big knife fell on Yin Baihu's neck. But his knife was too fast. So fast that Yin Baihu chopped off his head before he could even say the word of surrender. Without the charge led by Yin Baihu, Zhou Ta, and Qian Tong, the bandits, who had been ready to die, were killed in large numbers. Knowing that survival was the most important thing, they immediately threw their weapons on the ground and knelt on the ground to surrender. Since all the leaders were dead, there was no need for them to pretend anymore. It was best to surrender obediently. Wang Ming immediately ordered the soldiers to detain the captives and clean up the battlefield. In Wucheng County, not far away, the bandits on the city wall witnessed the miserable situation of Yin Baihu and others. They had already thought of surrendering, but now they were more determined and chose to surrender unswervingly. The tightly closed city gates opened again, and the bandits in the city became guides to welcome Wang Ming's army into the city. Chapter 350, Beating and Surrendering. Kuaiji County, Longke City. Li Ji sat in the first seat calmly, squinting his eyes at Yin Yu, and suddenly showed a contemptuous smile. Not long ago, my general sent news from Wucheng County that your elder brother had been killed. Do you have any complaints? Yin Yu, who was already fidgeting, immediately replied after hearing Li Ji's words. Lord Wang is the new governor appointed by the court. But my elder brother is stubborn and has always wanted to occupy the city as king. Being defeated by Governor Wang and dying on the battlefield is also a deserved punishment. Yin Baihu was used by Wang Ming to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. His head is still hanging on the wall of Wucheng County to set an example. Even Yin Yu, who has a blood relationship with Yin Baihu, is eager to sever his relationship with the dead Yin Baihu. Hearing Yin Yu's flattery, Li Ji just curled his lips slightly. Compared to Yin Baihu, who died on the battlefield, Yin Yu, as a younger brother, did not have the backbone of his elder brother. If the other party could answer him in a tough way, Li Ji might even look up to him. Suddenly, Li Ji drew out his long yuan sword, and the extremely sharp blade came out of the sheath, cutting the surrounding air in an instant, and a sharp sound burst out. Yin Yu, who was under great pressure, was horrified. His majestic body shook instinctively, and he subconsciously thought that Li Ji was going to draw his sword to cut him. Li Ji saw Yin Yu's ugly appearance and couldn't help laughing. I heard from the bandits in Wucheng County that you seem to be different from ordinary people and can jump up while sitting. I just drew the sword out of the sheath just to see if you can do this. Don't take this seriously, my lord. It's just what others say. How can I have such ability? Yin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained hurriedly after hearing Li Ji's ridicule. So, you are just a person with nothing but a show? It's all rumors. Don't take it seriously. Yin Yu saw that Li Ji did not make any further moves, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He just thought that Li Ji was going to draw his sword to kill him. Li Ji raised his head and looked at him, pinching his chin, and jokingly said, "Originally, I thought you had such a skill to make me happy on weekdays. But you said that you are just to show off and follow the crowd. So what is the value of keeping you? Don't kill me, Governor. I have a lot of value. For example, I can lead these bandits for the governor and become the governor's sharp knife." Yin Yu immediately heard what Li Ji meant, and immediately knelt on the ground and begged Li Ji for mercy. "Humph! You still want to lead the bandits? These bandits are your confidants. Letting you lead them is just putting a knife on my neck. Come on. Drag Yin Yu down, chop off his head for me, and hang his head on the wall." Li Ji kicked over the table with a very unfriendly look. At the command, two fierce generals, Li Tsuinqiu and Shi Jingxi, rushed out from the left and right, dragging Yin Yu out, leaving only two traces. It didn't take much time. Li Ji only heard a shrill scream, and Li Tsuinqiu walked in with a bloody head. "My lord, the traitor has been beheaded. First hang Yin Yu's head on the city wall to warn the scoundrels, and then send Yin Baihu and Yin Yu's bodies to Luoyang, saying that the traitor in Wujuan has been killed by us, and ask Dong Zhuo for an official position." Li Ji waved his hand in disdain, and asked Li Tsuinqiu to take the head away. Jia Su, who witnessed all this, said, "My lord, Sun Jing from Fuchun and Ling Chao from Yuhang have been waiting outside the mansion for a long time." "Wenhe, Fo Xiao, what do you think of my performance?" Li Ji grinned at Gu Jia and Jia Su, who were calm as water. Gu Jia fanned his feather fan lightly, and said gracefully, "My lord, you killed Yin Yu this time, but just to show your power to these two people. In my opinion, the effect should be very good. In fact, this strategy was proposed by him to Li Ji. According to the information provided by Yang Su, the Ling family of Yuhang County is a powerful family in the local county. Ling Chao himself is loved by the local people because of his chivalry and courage, and has a good prestige. And Sun Jing from Fuchun, his Sun family also has a very high reputation in the local county. And Sun Jing's brother is also an old acquaintance of Li Ji, the current Changsha prefect Sun Jian. However, these two noble families are only famous in the local county. If they are placed in the entire Wu County, they probably have no say. In addition, Li Ji has a relationship with Sun Jian, so it is very easy to make these two families obedient and not make trouble. Ling Chao from Yuhang has met the governor. Sun Jing from Fuchun has met the governor. Ling Chao and Sun Jing entered Li Ji's mansion under the guidance of the attendants. Their faces did not seem as calm as before. They had been waiting outside the mansion for Li Ji's summons, but they actually heard Yin Yu's screams. When Li Tsuinqiu took out the head, the distorted face was deeply imprinted in his mind. As a martial artist, Ling Chao was a little better when he saw such a scene, but Sun Jing had never seen such a storm and was directly shocked. While the two greeted each other, Li Ji began to look at the appearance of the two. In history, Ling Chao was a general who followed Sun Tzu to conquer everywhere, and he also defeated Yin Baihu and others, and had a lot of credit. It's just that this man was not very lucky. When attacking Huangzu, he was shot dead by Gan Ning with an arrow. Although Ling Chao had a certain reputation in the Eastern Wu forces, his son Ling Tong was even better than his father, and became one of the 12 tiger ministers of Jiangbu, with a great style of a national scholar. However, Li Ji was a little puzzled. Gan Ning was the enemy who killed Ling Tong's father. Why did Sun Quan dare to take Gan Ning in as his general? Was he really not afraid that Ling Tong would rebel on the spot? You should know that the Eastern Wu adopted the hereditary system of leading troops. Ling Tong took over Ling Chao's old subordinates at that time and had military power. Li Ji had the courage to take in the general who killed his son, but he didn't have the courage to take in the general who killed the family of his generals. After all, he had to pay attention to the emotions of his generals. Name Ling Chao. Occupation military general war. Identity Yuhang. Wujuan. Level 76. Brave 82, 84. Commander 75, 75. Wisdom 50-50. Political strategy 45, 45. Charm 60. Luck 5. Personal characteristics. Hit by an arrow. Black, there is a chance of being hit by a stray arrow during combat. Courage. Blue, fearless of life and death. Ling Chao's strength plus 15%. Chivalry. Blue, attract talents of the chivalrous profession to settle in the territory. Bravely marching. Purple, when fighting on the river. Ling Chao ignores the influence of terrain factors. Improves his own balance ability. And his personal combat effectiveness plus 15%. Ling family, father and son. purple when fighting together with Ling Tong. Ling Chao's personal combat effectiveness plus 10%. Champion walking front, gold when acting as a vanguard. Ling Chao's personal combat effectiveness plus 25%. Greatly improves physical strength. Improves physical strength recovery speed. Increases personal speed. Greatly reduces pain. And slightly improves the sharpness of the weapon. Skill Sharp Blade, S level. Rapid Attack, S level. Walking on the River, S level. Quick Knife, S level. Mental Method Ling Family Mental Method. Equipment none. Special Arms none. Ling Chao is a good material for executing the first landing. And a general who could also fight on the river. If Li Ji can subdue this man, he will most likely send him to Yang Su's command to let the other party train him. However, Ling Chao's luck is lower than that of ordinary people. And he has the negative characteristic of being shot by arrows. If he is not careful, he will be shot and killed on the battlefield. Just like he was shot and killed by Gan Ning in history. As for Sun Jing, his personal data is not particularly outstanding. Only his wisdom exceeds 80 points. Moreover, he has the characteristic of caring for his family, and is unwilling to serve as an official. No wonder Li Ji met him in Fuchin. Most of the disciples of the entire Sun family followed Sun Jian, and only a few disciples stayed with Sun Jing in the ancestral land to defend the foundation left by their ancestors. I don't know why you two came to me. If I remember correctly, you two are from Wujuan. If you want to find a prefect, you should go to the newly appointed prefect of Wujuan. Li Ji asked, pretending to be ignorant. Hearing this, Ling Chao and Sun Jing looked at each other awkwardly. Who in the whole Wujuan doesn't know that Wang Meng is your Li Ji's sideman, and once served as the county magistrate of Kuaiji County? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it was you, Li Ji, who pushed your confidant to the position of Wujuan prefect. It is better to find you, Li Ji, than Wang Meng. What is the difference between discussing things with Li Ji and discussing things with Wang Meng? Ling Chao scratched his head and replied, Sir, isn't Wang your man? It is better for us to find you directly. Before he finished speaking, Li Ji waved his hand to interrupt Ling Chao, and said a little aggrievedly, Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by my man? Wang Jinglu is a capable person with both virtue and talent. I recommended him just because I value his ability. The appointment was decided by the court, and has nothing to do with me. Li Ji's words made Ling Chao a little confused. This is something that everyone tacitly agreed to. So why don't you, Li Ji, recognize it? Ah, is that so? But people outside say that you. Ling Chao still didn't finish his words, and was interrupted again. But this time the initiator of interrupting him was not Li Ji, but Sun Jing beside him. That's right. The governor is right. Sun Jing coughed twice, grabbed Ling Chao's arm, and signaled him not to speak. But we heard that you, Governor Li, are on good terms with Governor Wang. We came here just to get your opinion on Governor Wang. Forget it. I won't act anymore. I'll just tell you straight, Li Ji said impatiently, and went to the meeting alone to state his purpose. Qiantang, Yuhang and Fuchin are important towns that control the Qiantang River system, and Chadu is a key place leading to Kuaiji. I will definitely deploy heavy troops to control this place. I don't want any accidents to happen in these 3 counties. You know what I mean? I understand. Ling Chao and Sun Jing fell into silence after answering. Li Ji's meaning is very clear. He just wants them, these unstable factors, to evacuate the 3 counties. At worst, they must abide by the law and survive under Li Ji's constant surveillance. Before this, they were all the most powerful families in the local county, especially Sun Jing. After his eldest brother Sun Jian became successful, the prestige of the Fuchin Sun family still radiated to the surrounding areas. Many people came to join their family and strengthen the prestige of the Sun family. You must know that although their Sun family used to be a noble family, they were not much different from the poor family in front of the upper noble family. Now they have the opportunity to strengthen their own family. But in the end, a ruthless person who dared to attack the noble family came. This matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with my brother. After all, it concerns his own family. Even if Sun Jing is reluctant, he can only go to Changsha to meet with Sun Jian to discuss the future of the Sun family. I am an old acquaintance of Sun Taisho. With our friendship, it is not difficult to accomplish this matter. After all, he has become a prefect and has more capital to expand the family. Moreover, this decision is made only because the 3 counties of Qiantang River are still unstable. When these 3 counties are stable, the Sun family will still be the Sun family. Li Ji agreed to Sun Jing's request and released him to discuss it with Sun Jian. Thank you for your understanding. The prefect. We will reply to you as soon as possible. Sun Jing heard that Li Ji did not mean to kill them all. But he was more powerful than other prefects, and wanted to bring all the counties under his control. This kind of beating was the first time Sun Jing had seen it. And he was somewhat helpless. Then what about you? Ling Chao? Li Ji tilted his head to look at Ling Chao. At this moment, the other party looked tangled, and seemed to be making some important decisions. Sir, Ling Chao, want to move to Kuaiji County, with the people of Lingjiazhuang. I wonder if you can agree. The family behind Ling Chao does not have people like Sun Jian. At best, there are people who serve as county officials in the county town, and their power is far less than that of the Fuchen Sun family. So when Ling Chao heard Li Ji's words, he did not think of rejecting Li Ji's intention. Instead, he thought about whether he should move the whole family here to reassure Li Ji. And there is another benefit of bringing the family to join the new force, which is that Ling Chao can have a certain voice in the Dragon Sparrow army in the early stage. Just like bringing capital to invest in the present world. Even if it is only a small shareholder, it can allow Ling Chao to enter the middle and high levels of the army. However, at the time when Ling Chao surrendered to Sun Tzu in the historical period, the little tyrant was still penniless. And now Li Ji's power has begun to take shape, which is not comparable to Sun Tzu at that time. Ling Chao's capital is not enough for Li Ji to fill his teeth. Oh, no. It should be in Li Ji's eyes that the family behind Ling Chao is not as powerful as Ling Chao. Move to Kuaiji County? Li Ji touched his chin and suddenly laughed. Of course. But the children of your family must abide by our laws. If there are any criminals, I will definitely not let them go. Of course. Ling Chao bowed and returned the greeting. Sir, I have learned a lot of martial arts, and want to seek a position in the army. I wonder if you... I have heard that Ling Chao from Yuhang is light and courageous. Now I see that his reputation is well deserved. The Long K Navy was newly established not long ago. Why not Ling Chao go to Yang Su's command first? I really want to, but I dare not ask you. Chapter 351 Su Gong's Plot. Wang Ming is not an ordinary person. Your so-called Hongmen feast has long been seen through. He will not be fooled. Su Gong sat in the prefect's mansion. After hearing Sun Shao's sarcastic words, his face suddenly became ugly. It took Wang Ming only more than 10 days to bring the 7 counties of Yangtze, Wuqing, Yukon, Haiyan, Xiantang, Yuhang and Fuchen under his control. At this time, Su Gong could only control the counties north of Taihu Lake and gather troops from various counties. In order to quickly take these counties, Su Gong spent a great price to persuade the noble families in various counties, almost overdrawing the development potential of his forces. If he cannot defeat Wang Ming, then these blood-sucking insects will suck him clean one day, and then replace him with another potential force. Upon learning that Wang Ming had captured 7 counties, Su Gong did not immediately lead his troops south, but followed the advice of his retainers and invited Wang Ming to the north to attend a banquet in Wu County on the pretext of welcoming the new governor. But less than a day after the invitation was sent out, Wang Ming mercilessly rejected him and wrote back to denounce Su Gong, listing several crimes to warn Su Gong. Su Gong was then mocked by Sun Shao, who had just appeared here. This just proves that Wang Ming is timid. And it seems that the other party is just like that. People fight for a breath, and Buddha fights for a stick of incense. Facing the other party's ridicule, Su Gong naturally did not lose the battle, and insulted Wang Ming to maintain his face. The retainers below, and the children of the noble families, after hearing Su Gong's words, all covered their mouths and laughed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Ming had seen through his trick. But when it came to Su Gong, he said that Wang Ming was as timid as a mouse. If Wang Ming was really as timid as a mouse, how could he be valued by Li Ji? And how could he take over more than a dozen counties in just a dozen days? Compared with Wang Ming, Su Gong was far behind. Of course, they dared not mock Su Gong in person. After all, the big man behind Sun Shao was Liu Yao, the governor of Yangzhou, and most of them were ordinary people without a big backer. Sun Changshu, you didn't come here to mock us, did you? Su Gong's eyes were full of coldness and indifference. Sun Shao chuckled and replied, Of course not. This time, I came here on behalf of my master, hoping to form an alliance with you. Alliance? What alliance? You should know that your master is the famous governor of Yangzhou, and I was just a small commander of Wujian. If you want to form an alliance, shouldn't you form an alliance with the new governor Wang Ming? Su Gong's words were full of yin and yang. But Sun Shao was not affected. His face always maintained a light and calm expression. If you really recognize Wang Ming as the new governor of Wu County, why didn't you give up your military power again and again, and obey Wang Ming's orders to hand over Wu County and other counties? According to my observations in the past few days, you seem to have been gathering troops from various counties, intending to fight a decisive battle with Wang Ming. Your actions are against the laws of the Han Dynasty. What is the difference between you and Yin Baihu before? Since you know everything, why didn't Li Yao send troops to help Wang Ming capture me, but instead sent his confidant to lobby a rebel to form an alliance? Su Gong pouted and retorted. Because my master thinks that you are more suitable to be the governor of Wu County than Wang Ming. Sun Shao leaned forward and tempted Su Gong. Isn't everything you do for the position of governor of Wu County? What Yang Zhoumu means is that he wants to support Lord Su to become the governor of Wu County. A son of a powerful family exclaimed. That's right. After hearing what Sun Shao said, Su Gong's eyes were full of suspicion and vigilance. He is nothing now. His previous position as a captain was removed by Li Ji. If he hadn't arranged to win over the aristocratic families in Wu County first, and with his prestige in Wu County, he would have controlled other counties in advance. Otherwise, Wang Ming's troops would have marched north by now, instead of shrinking in the southern county and confronting him across the lake. As if seeing Su Gong's doubts, Sun Shao immediately said, You should know the banquet my master set up before. Li Ji ridiculed my master several times at that time. Since the banquet ended, my master has been looking for an opportunity to teach Li Ji a lesson. Everyone in the world knows that Wang Ming is Li Ji's confidant, and my master wants to disrupt Li Ji's purpose. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Sun Qingshu, you keep holding back. How can I trust you? Su Gong sneered, thinking that the other party did not reveal his purpose in full. Why would Liu Yao take a fancy to his power that didn't have much chance of winning? Just because Li Ji had embarrassed Liu Yao in the previous banquet? Su Gong was not a fool, and he would not easily believe this reason. In that case, I'll tell you the truth. Sun Shao stood up, glanced at the people around him, and said loudly, Wang Ming is Li Ji's man. If Li Ji really helps Wang Ming to get his position right, then Li Ji actually controls 2 large counties, which is unprecedented. Li Ji's attitude at the banquet before showed his wolfish ambition. If this man really takes Wu County, then my master's position as governor can be said to be in name only. So this is why my master is obsessed with helping you to ascend to the position of Wu County governor. It's nothing more than not wanting Li Ji to become bigger. I wonder if this reason satisfies Lord Su. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Su Gong and found that the other party seemed to be a little moved. So Sun Shao struck while the iron was hot and persuaded him very temptingly. Wang Ming has Li Ji's support behind him, but you have no background. It's too wishful to think that you can defeat Wang Ming and Li Ji behind him with just these counties. Lord Su, if you want to turn the tables now, my lord can be your biggest backer. This? Su Gong raised his eyebrows, and a moving expression appeared on his face. Sun Shao's words were right. Although it seemed that he and Wang Ming were still sharing Wujuan, anyone with a little wisdom could see that Su Gong was just a caged beast at the moment, and he would be defeated by Wang Ming sooner or later. Wang Ming did not stop the war because he could not defeat him, but he did not want to stop the war because he defeated him at this time. According to the retainers he took in, the reason why Wang Ming withdrew his troops at this time was just to follow Li Ji's intention and start preparing for the next battle against Dong. As long as the war against Dongzhou is over, the troops in the south of Wu County will immediately march north under the leadership of Wang Ming and defeat Su Gong in Wu County. If Su Gong can't think of any way to break this situation during this period, he might as well collect some money and leave Wu County overnight. Sun Shao looked at the other party's hesitation to make a decision, and felt that the dose he had given was not strong enough. Then he saw the children of the noble families whispering around Su Gong, and he suddenly had another idea. Don't forget how Li Ji treated the Kuaiji family. Although my lord did not witness the tragic situation of the Jiao family, he also knew from word of mouth that Li Ji treated the family cruelly. If you let Wang Ming take the position of prefect smoothly, with Li Ji's temper, I'm afraid he will cut off your family, and the whole Wu County will be in a bloody storm. Don't you care about your family? Sun Shao pointed at several children of the noble families, and questioned them in a very cold tone. Sir, what you said seems to make sense. A young man from an aristocratic family was frightened by Sun Shao, and quickly stood up to dissuade Su Gong. Sir, we must not let Wang Ming take the position of prefect. And you have an agreement with us? Yes, Sir Su. Our family has been entrenched in Wujuan for many years. If Wang Ming wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, We may be the best targets. Sir, our Zhang family has always wanted to help you become the prefect. But we can't break this situation. And we must seek external forces. Even the children of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major surnames in Wujuan, stood up and spoke. As soon as Zhang Yun came forward, more and more children from aristocratic families persuaded Su Gong, hoping that Su Gong would agree to Lu Yao's alliance. Seeing so many people putting pressure on him, Su Gong could only take a long breath and said helplessly, "What is the price of the alliance? And what can I get? My master has always been tolerant. If Lord Su forms an alliance with us, then my master will do his best to help you take the position of prefect. As for the price, you need to express your position to other county governors and directly surrender to my master and obey my master's orders. I wonder what you think of this condition." Sun Shao narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Gong with a hint of expectation in his pupils. Su Gong pursed his lips and said in surprise, "That's it? It seems Lu Yao sent troops to help him drive Wang Ming, the great enemy, out of Wujuan, and the price was just to let him bow to Lu Yao and obey Lu Yao's command. Such a condition is really too simple. So simple that Su Gong doubted Lu Yao's ambition. With such a small ambition, how can he satisfy the ambition of his subordinates? Of course it's not just that. If my lord helps you become the governor, after everything in Wujuan is stable, my lord will also lead his troops to eliminate other governors, especially Li Ji of Kuaiji, who my lord is thinking about. After pacifying Yangzhou, with my lord's status as a relative of the Han dynasty, perhaps he can go further." Sun Shao painted a big cake for Su Gong, hoping to convince him. After listening to Sun Shao's explanation, Su Gong also nodded, thinking that this big cake was not bad. "I am not afraid that the Lord has no ability, but I am afraid that the Lord has no ambition. If his Lord only wants to live in a corner, then he, Su Gong, should join others as soon as possible." Listening to Sun Shao's tone, Lu Yao was not satisfied with the land of Yangzhou, and seemed to be plotting something. Such an ambitious person was in line with Su Gong's appetite. "Okay, I promise you, if the governor of Yangzhou helps me take down Wang Ming and makes me bow down, what can I do?" Su Gong stood up, bowed to Sun Shao and said, agreeing to Sun Shao's alliance. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Sun Shao also smiled, picked up the wine bowl in front of him, and said heroically, "Then Shao congratulates Lord Su in advance on his position as the governor." "Please, please." Su Gong laughed, touched Sun Shao's wine bowl with his wine bowl, and then drank all the wine in the bowl. The two who reached an agreement immediately started the banquet, and the originally dull atmosphere became hot under the stimulation of wine. As a confidant of the governor of Yangzhou, Sun Shao was immediately sought after by most of the people present, and they came to toast. Sun Shao also accepted all the offers, and drank one bowl of wine after another, and was actually a little drunk in the end. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Gong suddenly asked Sun Shao, "By the way, I wonder when the governor of Yangzhou will send troops to help me. And how many troops will he have? You don't have to worry about this. Li Ji promised my lord to participate in the war against Dongzhuo. At that time, he will definitely draw troops deployed in Wu County, or even in Kuaiji. As long as we gather our troops, we can take advantage of the emptiness of Li Ji's rear and attack him in one fell swoop. Not to mention Wang Ming in Wu County. Even Li Ji's Kuaiji County is in danger." Sun Shao tried hard to maintain his demeanor, but he couldn't help burping. After hearing the plan between Lu Yao and Sun Shao, Su Gong couldn't help but feel happy. Originally, his followers had been reminding him that Li Ji would definitely bring a large number of troops to participate in the war against Dongzhuo. Now with Sun Shao's words, this news has been confirmed. Su Gong had wanted to give it a try, and follow the plan of his retainers, concentrating his troops to attack the counties in the south of Wujuan at this time point. Now with Lu Yao's participation, the success rate of this plan will be greatly improved. As Sun Shao said, they can not only drive Wang Ming out of Wujuan, but also take down Li Ji's old nest and Kuaiji. Although Li Ji has military merits and a certain reputation in the entire Eastern Han dynasty, he, Su Gong, will definitely be criticized behind his back for attacking the rebels. But he doesn't care about his reputation. As long as he can win the war, what's the harm in bearing some infamy? Besides, it's not just Su Gong who is involved in this plan. There is also the big backer of Yangzhou Mu. Lu Yao doesn't care about his reputation, so why should Su Gong care about it? But I am a little worried that Wang Ming has many fierce generals under his command, and we are more than a little bit behind him in this regard. Not only Yangzhou Mu, But also any fierce generals? Su Gong cautiously probed. Governor Su. Don't worry. My lord has many brave generals under his command. Fan Ning, Zhang Ying, and Yumi are all as brave as Fan Kuai. And my lord has recently gained a new brave general, who is as brave as 10,000 enemies. Who is this person who can defeat 10,000 enemies? Taisher Ci from Donglai. Qingzhou. Su Gong was not from Qingzhou, so he had never heard of this name. But seeing Sun Xiao's expression, he had to believe what the other party said and thought that Taisher Ci had the ability to defeat 10,000 enemies. At a place in the banquet, Gu Hui, a descendant of the Gu family, one of the 4 surnames in Wujuan, silently remembered the conversation between the 2 men in his heart, with an inexplicable expression flashing in his eyes. Chapter 352 The Second Battle Order. Taisher Ci of Donglai? After hearing the report from the children of the Gu family below, Li Ji could not help but fall into deep thought. A real man born in troubled times should carry a 3-foot sword and make great achievements. Now that his ambition has not been fulfilled, how can he die? This sentence of Taisher Ci before his death expressed his unwillingness. At this time, he was only 41, still in his prime. But he died of illness in bed. Looking at the entire Dongwu force, there are only 1 or 2 people with outstanding military strength. One is Gan Ning, who robbed Chao's camp with 100 riders, and the other is Taisher Ci, who is skilled in archery and horse riding. Lu Yao and Taisher Ci are from the same county, so it is not surprising that the other party can recruit Taisher Ci for their own use. However, what surprised Li Ji was that he did not expect that Lu Yao would not hesitate to form an alliance with Su Gong at the cost of the position of prefect in order to deal with him. Fortunately, before this, the Gu family of Wu County took the lead in surrendering to him. Even if Su Gong later lured the Gu family to his pirate ship, he could not get the wholehearted help of the Gu family. Instead, it helped Li Ji to put a firm nail in Su Gong's own power. Su Gong's every move could be transmitted to Li Ji through the eyes and ears of the Gu family. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you will win every battle. Su Gong still doesn't know that there is a traitor around him. Just like Su Gong, the traitor, appeared around Sheng Xian before but didn't know it. Give my regards to your family master and ask him to pay more attention. I will not forget these things after all these wars are over. Thank you, Lord Governor. The children of the Gu family did not take advantage of the situation to ask Li Ji for benefits, but directly withdrew from the mansion. For them, the potential of Li Ji, who owns 1 county, and Li Ji, who owns 2 counties, is too different. The Gu family is not in a hurry to achieve success and take the interests of their own family. Li Ji is also quite troubled by the Gu family, who seeks progress and stability. He knows the other party's plot, but he can only turn a blind eye and be forced to use them. The aristocratic family is not an ordinary opponent. At least Li Ji does not have the confidence to go to war with the aristocratic families in the world. Su Gong and his men chose to attack me when I was participating in the war against Dongzhuo. At that time, I had to leave enough generals to deal with them. At least 1 or 2 generals who could tie or defeat Taisher Ci. Although Taisher Ci was not a fierce general at the level of the 5 tigers of Shuhan, he was also in the echelon below the 5 tigers, and his strength should not be underestimated. Among Li Ji's forces, only Li Tsuinxiao, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Li Guang and Chen Dao could suppress Taisher Ci, who had not yet reached his peak. But considering that Dongzhuo had 2 peerless generals, Lu Bu and Qin Fan, Li Ji might have to withdraw these 5 generals to prevent any unexpected events. Li Guang is the reward I got from the battle order. Now I have 1 left, and maybe I can get a general who can rival Taisher Ci from it. Li Ji completed a battle mission before Dongzhuo entered Beijing, and obtained Li Guang's loyalty in the Battle of Monan, as well as a token that could recruit Hutsubing. Today, Li Ji still has the last battle order in his hand, which can start a battle in the 5,000 years of China. However, the difficulty of the battle was not something Li Ji could control. There were still more than 20 days before the battle against Dongzhuo, and Li Ji was a little worried that he had been drawn into a battle that would take a very long time. If he had not completed the battle, and the battle against Dong had already begun, his situation would be very embarrassing. It's better not to have a long battle like the Battle of Monan, and to have a quick battle. Li Ji used the battle order nervously. The last battle of Monan was divided into 3 stages, and each stage took Li Ji several days. If the time flow rate in the battle was not different from that in the main world, Li Ji would not have used this battle order at this critical node. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the battle order and opening the historical battle of Yenching. Please participate in the battle within a week. Otherwise the historical battle will be closed and cannot be opened if the time is exceeded. Battle of Yinqing? Li Ji frowned and tried to recall the whole process of this battle. This battle took place in the early Southern Song dynasty. The Jin people openly and unilaterally tore up the contract with the Southern Song dynasty. And with Jin Wushu as the marshal, they led 100,000 troops to attack Kaifeng, and also ordered 3 troops to attack the Song dynasty. In less than a month, Hunan and Shangxi of the Southern Song dynasty were captured. Later, Jin Wushu saw that the Song dynasty was so weak, and immediately led his troops south to attack the Song dynasty, attempting to seize the Jianghuai area. Seeing that the Jin people were so fierce, Song Gaozong Zhao Go hurriedly ordered Yu Fei, who was still in mourning at home, to lead troops to snipe Jin Wushu, hoping that the other party could recapture Kaifeng. However, not long after Yu Fei set out, another famous Song dynasty general Lu Qi defeated Jin Wushu in Shunchang City, eliminating the danger in the Jianghuai area. Xiao Go was overjoyed, and then issued an edict ordering Yu Fei the troops should not be moved lightly, and it is better to return to the army, asking Yu Fei not to continue to go north. But in Yu Fei's eyes, this was a good time to recapture the Song dynasty. So he ignored Zhao Go's order and continued to lead his troops north. Alone, when Jin Wushu, who had been repaired in Kaifeng, saw Yu Fei's division of troops to recapture the city, he immediately saw the gap in Yinqing, the headquarters of the Yu family army, and immediately led his troops to attack Yinqing in an attempt to complete the decapitation operation. Yu Fei and Jin Wushu were both the best generals in their camps. They were well matched and the battle was difficult to resolve. This is why the novel Shoyu lists Jin Wushu as the biggest villain in the book. Named Battle of Yinqing. Battle background: Yu Fei sent Liang Xing and others to cross the Yellow River, unite with the Hedong and Hebei righteous armies, and attack the Jin army in the rear of the Jin army, recovering many prefectures and counties. Wanyan Zongbing saw that Yu's army was scattered, and found out that Yu Fei only had a small number of troops stationed in Yinqing. So he decided to lead 15,000 elite cavalry and 100,000 infantry to Yinqing, trying to destroy the command center of Yu's army in one fell swoop. Song Army Camp: Yu Fei, Yu Yun, Yang Zixing, Yao Zheng, Beiwei Army and Yui Army totaling more than 13,000 people. Jin Army Camp: Wanyan Zongbing, Jin Wushu, Dragon and Tiger King, Wanyan Tehisu, Geiqian King, Wanyan Zongqian, Han Chong, Iron Buddha, and Crooked Horse totaling 15,000 people. 100,000 signed troops. Battle description: according to the player's civilization recognition system, you will be automatically divided into the Song Army Camp. Players can bring 6,000 soldiers to participate in this battle. Battle victory conditions: Song Army Camp kills Jin Wushu. Song Army Camp kills Dragon and Tiger King, Geiqian King and Han Chong. The Song Army defeated 15,000 cavalry, including the Iron Buddha and the Crooked Horse, before the arrival of the 100,000 sign army. The Song Army defeated Jin Wushu's army. Players can win the battle by completing any one of the conditions. Note: the more conditions are completed, the richer the rewards for the battle settlement. Battle failure conditions: Yu Fei died in battle. Yu Yun and Yao Jing died in battle. Yang Zixing died in battle. The Yu family army here was defeated by the Jin army. Yinqing fell. If any condition is met, the battle fails, regardless of whether the player is killed or not. He will be forced to exit the battle. Note: no matter how many stage victories the player has achieved, as long as the failure conditions are met, the previous stage victories will be regarded as failures and cannot be settled as rewards. Battle reward unknown. Others remember? This round of battle has only one stage, and players need to listen to the system's notification before they can choose to exit. Note: if the player chooses to exit without receiving the system notification, the system will automatically determine that the battle has failed, whether it is a general, a civil official, or a soldier. Dying in the battle is not a real death, but a forced exit from the battle and returning to the main world. The time spent in the battle will flow 10 times faster than the main world. The player will spend 10 days in the battle, and only 1 day in the main world. Please consider carefully. The battle order shows the strength of the two camps, among which Yu Fei only has his own Beiwei army and Yui army, which add up to only more than 13,000 people. If Li Ji's 6,000 soldiers are included, the Song army has only about 20,000 people. On the other hand, Jin Wushu has 15,000 cavalry alone, followed by a full 100,000 soldiers. The difference in strength between the two sides is huge. However, in Li Ji's view, these 100,000 soldiers are just bluffing. The so-called 100,000 sign army of Jin Wushu was composed of a large number of Han males. All healthy Han people were forced to go to the battlefield by Jin Wushu. What kind of combat effectiveness can such an army have? Furthermore, if Li Ji remembered correctly, Jin Wushu attacked Yanqing with the idea of beheading, and brought a large number of cavalry to capture Yanqing before Yu Fei could react. The 100,000 sign army had no war horses to travel, and could not keep up with Jin Wushu's pace. As a result, when the Battle of Yanqing took place, most of the 100,000 sign army did not reach the battlefield. So the 15,000 cavalry brought by Jin Wushu were the real main force of the Jin people. And there were many elite cavalry such as Iron Buddha and Crooked Horse among this main force. To deal with heavy armored cavalry such as the other side's Iron Buddha, either choose a medium armored cavalry to hedge against him, or learn from Yu Fei and use heavy armored infantry to cut off the limbs of the Iron Buddha's warhorse. In this way, Li Ji quickly finalized the troops he wanted to bring. 3,000 Jingsai troops and 3,000 Shizhou Huban troops. The reason is very simple. Jingsai troops are the only heavy cavalry in Li Ji's hands. Only this cavalry can fight against the Jin people's Iron Pagoda. The Shizhou Huban troops are 9th level heavy infantry, and their strength is not inferior to the heavy infantry of Yu Fei's Beiwei troops. They are the best choice for cutting off the horse's legs. After selecting 6,000 soldiers, Li Ji began to finalize the generals and counselors who needed to be brought into the battle. Li Tsuanqiu and Huang Zhong are Li Ji's most capable generals, who have the ability to charge into battle and take the heads of enemy generals in the midst of thousands of troops. In addition, Li Ji will bring Shi Jingxi into the battle dungeon as a cavalry general to command his troops. As for other people, Li Ji has no intention of taking them away, especially Wang Ming and others who are on the front line. If people know that Li Ji is going to withdraw them, Su Gong may be bewitched by Lu Yao and lead troops to attack the county town in the south of Wujuan. Leaving Wang Ming and others on the front line can also play a role in concealing others. In Kuaiji County, Li Ji left Zhu Yi and other second and third tier generals to suppress the scoundrels for him to prevent accidents. Of course, he also has to leave a counselor to assist Zhu Yi and others. So in terms of counselors, Li Ji decided to leave Jiasu, the old fox, and bring Wu Jia into the battle. With the reputation of a genius, who knows what kind of ideas Li Ji will come up with. As for the commander, Li Ji did not choose to take Yang Su, Lu Xiangqing and others away, but kept them in their respective positions to continue to stabilize the people's hearts. After all, he only brought 6,000 soldiers and horses, which was not a large number. And there was a top commander like Yu Fei leading the army in the battle. And Yang Su and others could not compare with him in terms of commander. As for the internal affairs of Kuaiji County, that was the least thing Li Ji was worried about. Not to mention that talents like Anzai, Yu Fan and Gu Yong, Zhang Juzheng alone could govern Kuaiji properly. Moreover, Li Ji passed the imperial examination not long ago, which filled a lot of low-level officials for the government system of Kuaiji and improved the efficiency of the government's policy implementation. You ask someone to transfer Han Sheng back. And remember not to leak the news. Yes. Jia Su, who was slacking off on the side, didn't understand why. So he had to ask someone to bring Huang Zhong back with doubts. During the time when Huang Zhong returned to Longke City, Li Ji also ordered the reorganization of the Jingsai Army and the Western Zhou Huban Army, and was about to take them to participate in the Battle of Yanqing. Since Li Ji spent a lot of money to fully staff this heavy armored infantry, they have not experienced a major battle. Letting these new recruits participate in the Battle of Yanqing for the first time should result in a lot of losses. Fortunately, there will be no casualties in the battle, and Li Ji does not have to worry about his own losses. With the help of this battle, they can grow up quickly in order to cope with the next battle against Dong. Li Ji announced to the outside world that he was ill and needed to recuperate in the mansion, and he would not meet anyone during this period. At the same time, Li Ji also asked Li Jinglong and Zhao Kuo to take troops to find trouble with the bandits in Kuaiji County, and make as much noise as possible to cover up Li Ji's movements. This made the bandits hiding in the deep mountains and old forests suffer. Obviously, they were taught a lesson by Zhao Kuo and his men before, and dared not go down the mountain. They had not gone down the mountain to rob the people and act arrogantly for a long time. But in the end, they became cowards, and still had to face the encirclement of the officers and soldiers. Didn't the young master say that he would prepare for the alliance of Yuan Taisho? Why is he now like he is going to go to war? And didn't the young master say that he wanted to recuperate? Du Chan helped Li Ji put on the armor, But her hands wandered around Li Ji's body dishonestly, as if checking Li Ji's condition. Recuperating is just a cover-up. I have to lead troops to conquer foreign tribes outside. But don't worry. It only takes 1 or 2 days. You must not let people know that I am not at home during these few days. Li Ji tapped Yuqian's hand with his index finger, signaling her with his eyes to hurry up and do serious things. Yeah. I heard from Mr. Jia that the young master went to the desert last time. I also want to see the desert that Mr. Jia mentioned. If you complete the ceremony of coming of age, I will personally take you to the outside of Yamen Pass. How about it? Chapter 353, Yui Army. The sky was covered with a layer of haze, and the battlefield below was filled with shouts and cries of killing. A Song Dynasty general held a long sword in his left hand and tightly grasped the tattered flag with his right hand, roaring and beheading the Jin people in front of him. Behind him was a tired Song army, covered in blood, and no one knew whether it was from the enemy or their own wounds. Boom! Suddenly, there was an unusual vibration from the earth, and a thin streamline suddenly rose on the horizon in the distance. In the sight of these Song soldiers, it expanded rapidly and turned into a torrent of steel, charging towards them. The leading Song general was horrified and immediately roared, "The Jingo cavalry is coming. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, our Yui army is likely to be annihilated by the Jingo here." As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Yui soldiers suddenly changed, and a trace of fear crept up on them. Since they started serving, they have been fighting the Jin people on the front line under the command of the marshal. They know the fear of the Jin cavalry. Even their marshal has a headache facing the large-scale Jin cavalry. General. But the marshal's Yanqing is about to be attacked by the main force of the Jin people. We must pass through here to support the marshal. The deputy general beside him grabbed the arm of the main general. Looking a little panicked, Yao Zheng, the commander of the Yui army, gritted his teeth and said, "We don't have horses to travel with. No matter how fast we run, we can't outrun the Jin people's horses. We should split up into several units to support Yanqing from different directions. The main force of the Jin people is not here, so they will not kill us all. If we scatter, it will probably take a lot of time to gather them together. This is the only way out. Only by doing this can we keep the flag of the Yui army. Notify them to scatter and go to Yanqing. If they can't get to Yanqing, they will return to find General Zhang Xian." Yao Xing cut off the flagpole of the flag, stuffed the flag into his close-fitting leather armor, and swept the long sword in front of him, like a galaxy waterfall rushing through the Jin people's formation. Relying on his personal bravery to kill a gap, many soldiers received the order and dragged their tired bodies to follow their commander to fight out of the siege. But more soldiers fell behind. Their waists and abdomens were cut into a bloody mess by the blades of the Jin people. They wailed and fell in a pool of blood. Their eyes gradually collapsed. At this moment, the Jin cavalry rushed here, tearing the air at an extreme speed, and a gust of wind rolled up wherever they went. The thunderous sound of horse hooves drowned everyone's ears, and no sound could squeeze in. This cavalry was only 1 or 2,000 people, but the momentum they formed was comparable to tens of thousands of troops. The murderous aura that rushed into the sky stirred the world, and everything in this space lost its color the moment they arrived. Boom! The Jin cavalry crashed into the rear of the Yui army, and countless shrill screams sounded in an instant. A large number of weapons protruded from the backs of the horses, and with the impact of the war horses, they penetrated the backs of the Yui army soldiers. Then the blades hanging on the broken flesh and blood pierced through the chests, and flew out with the bodies of the soldiers who were not yet dead. In just one encounter, the famous Yui army, one of the troops of Yu family army, was killed to pieces under the strong charge of the Jin cavalry, and large pieces of blood and flesh were splashed everywhere. Kill all the Song army. The Jin general whistled and led the cavalry to knock everything in front of them away. Even the Jin infantry in the same camp as them could not escape, and they screamed and fell to the sides. The pressure on the surviving Yui army soldiers doubled, and they were led by their respective generals and officers and turned into dozens of armies and fled in all directions. The Jin general looked at the scattered Song army, and his face suddenly became ugly. Although they had war horses and were much faster than these Song troops, the number of the opponents was also greater than theirs, and the troops were insufficient to pursue them. Moreover, the Yui army was affiliated with the Yu family army. This army was as terrible as a demon in the ears of the Jin people. He also killed the opponent with the help of sneak attacks. If he divided his troops to pursue them, he might be counterattacked by the enemy. If he lost his cavalry, it would be a loss. The Jin general touched the blood on his face and said indifferently, "If we divide our troops to pursue them, we may fall into the enemy's trap. Let's focus on one army to pursue them. How far is it from Yanqing?" Li Ji appeared in a wilderness with 6,000 soldiers, surrounded by Li Tsunqiu, Huang Dong and others. There was no inhabited place in the area where they were. Li Ji subconsciously felt that he had entered the wrong battle and thought he had entered some expeditionary war. However, Li Ji thought about it and realized that it was normal that there was no one near Yanqing. After all, this was the front line of the battle between the Jin army and the Song army. The people around Yanqing had moved their families south to the Jianghuai area if they had the conditions. Those who had no conditions and had to stay here might also be moved to other surrounding cities by Yufei. The system assigned us the identity of the righteous army in this battle. But how can a righteous army gather a team of heavy cavalry and heavy infantry? A full 6,000 people. Li Ji was powerless to complain about his identity. As long as he thought about it a little, he could find the suspiciousness of Li Ji's identity. This identity of the righteous army was even more ridiculous than the heavenly army in the previous battle of Imonan. Released the War Eagle to find the trace of Yanqing. Li Ji did not bring Shi Jingxi's Crow army into the battle copy, and could not use the vision of the Black Crow to quickly obtain the surrounding information and situation. However, fortunately, in the previous battle of Imonan, Li Ji learned the method of training War Eagles, and could use War Eagles to obtain information like the Huns. The dominance of War Eagles in the air is much stronger than that of Black Crows. A large number of War Eagles cried and flapped their wings to rise into the air, as if a group of creatures that should not appear here appeared in the sky. "My lord." The War Eagle discovered that there are two groups of soldiers fighting not far ahead. "Let's go and help." At the same time, the remnants of the Yui army led by Yao Zheng were chased by the Jin cavalry. With a constant roar of horse hooves, the Jin cavalry was getting closer and closer to them. The leading Jin general drew his bow and arrow, and a stream of light flew into the air in an instant, dragging the divine light with a roar, and shot at Yao Zheng's back at a high speed. There were gusts of evil wind from behind, and the sharp air from a distance made his skin sting before the arrow arrived. Yao Zheng let out a long roar and swung his sword with all his strength to knock the arrow away. Taking advantage of this gap, the Jin general once again closed the distance between him and Yao Zheng. And Yao Zheng could see the other party's ferocious smile clearly. "Song people, die!" The Jin general roared wildly, galloped over on horseback, and the weapon in his hand tore through the wind and clouds. The terrifying power made the surrounding void turbulent, and stabbed at Yao Zheng. Bang! Yao Zheng's face was shaken by the strong wind, and he also swung his sword to chop the opponent's weapon, putting all his strength on it. In an instant, the surrounding void was crushed by the strange power of the two people and vibrated. Fierce strong winds were blown up layer by layer with the roar of air waves, and a large amount of energy hidden in it flew in all directions. The soldiers around the two were instantly pierced through the body and screamed and flew backwards. Yao Zheng's face was flushed, and his hands pressed on the sword, forcibly withstanding the opponent's attack, and his legs forcibly left 2 marks on the ground. The Jin generals were not very strong. If Yao Zheng had not lost a lot of physical strength in order to break through the Jin blockade, he would have dragged the other party off his horse and killed him with a sword. "Die!" the Jin general shouted, and the cavalrymen who fell behind him finally caught up. They all shouted like their commanders, and the murderous spirit and blood rushed up to the sky. The violent momentum was like a cover, covering all the Yui army in front of them, making it difficult for the other party to breathe. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Jin cavalry burst into shouts like waves, one wave after another, one wave higher than the other. The sound of the horses' hooves of the Jin cavalry continued to sound like thunder. The Jin cavalry rushed into the formation and killed this tired army to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Almost with a charge, the Jin cavalry killed through the Yui army's formation, and the bloody road they crushed was full of corpses, which were trampled into a pool of meat mud under the trampling of horses' hooves. Yao Zheng, who was entangled by the Jin generals, witnessed all this with his peripheral vision. His arm swinging and slashing movements suddenly accelerated a few points, and he actually forced the enemy back several steps. However, more and more Jin soldiers surrounded him, and more weapons slashed at him. A lot of blood splashed in the air. Yao Zheng was like fighting in a bloody shirt, and the look in his pupils began to collapse. At this time, without the knowledge of both parties, a 3,000 cavalry stopped on a small hillside, followed by 3,000 extremely strong heavy armored infantry. These 3,000 cavalry were all wearing extremely heavy armor, and the war horses under them were extremely majestic, and their sturdiness was even larger than that of the Jin war horses. The eyes under their helmets were full of murderous aura, as if they were real. At the forefront of the Jingsai army, Li Ji was wearing a beast-swallowing black gold armor, with the overlord spear in front of him, and several strong and powerful generals behind him, with a momentum that could shake the sky. Li Ji's eyes kept scanning the battlefield below, and suddenly his eyes were stern, and his eyes were locked on the two people who were fighting. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, this Song army would have been annihilated. Everyone listen to my orders. Follow me and kill, Li Ji shouted, swung the reins and rushed out of the battle formation first. The warhorse under him burst into excited neighs, swung its limbs, and turned into a black wind blowing on the battlefield. The Jingsai army behind him also roared wildly. Like a tsunami, the high shouts of killing shattered the clouds above, carrying carefully crafted weapons, and rushed down the hillside under the leadership of Li Ji. Galloping out, the earth shook, and huge waves rolled up in the air, with overwhelming momentum. With the help of the terrain of the hillside, the Jingsai army climbed to the top in the blink of an eye. The heavy armor in the past was as light as paper at this moment, and there was no obstacle for these 3,000 people. Wherever the Jingsai army went, strange winds were raised, tearing the air in front of them in half like breaking waves, and the strange force that appeared out of thin air compressed and squeezed them to both sides, bursting out with earth-shaking roars. What is that? Yao Zheng and the Jin generals heard the movement almost at the same time, and turned their heads to look at the roar coming from afar. In their sight, the Jingsai army was like a huge black wave, roaring towards them, and the momentum was unstoppable. The 3,000 Jingsai army charged, as if 1,000 troops were galloping on the land, with a mighty momentum like thunder and gusts of wind. They are coming towards us. The Jin general finally saw the direction of the enemy clearly. The Jingsai army's target was them. As soon as the screams fell, the Jingsai army rushed to the front of the Jin cavalry. Boom! Just like a mountain collapsing in the world, and like a river breaking through a dam. The 3,000 Jingsai army at this moment has become the sharpest divine weapon in the world, as if inserted into a pool of stagnant water, and rushed into the crowd without any hindrance. In an instant, as the weapons were swung, countless blood and flesh flew across the sky. The Jin soldiers who stood in front of the Jingsai army seemed to become a piece of white paper, and were torn into pieces by the Jingsai army under a charge. The Jin soldiers who faced the front of the army screamed their last screams, and were directly torn apart by the snow-white weapons. Large pieces of blood mixed with broken meat splashed out, and countless broken bodies flew out from the horse's back. One after another. In the blink of an eye, Li Ji led the Jingsai army to crush the two Jin army formations in full view of the public, defeating hundreds of people. Damn it. Stop! The Jin general finally reacted, abandoned Yao Zheng, and roared and turned to kill Li Ji, who was rushing in front. A long spear came from the front, and the whistling wind made Li Ji narrow his eyes slightly, and the murderous aura of the opponent enveloped him. Bang! A sharp sound of weapons hitting each other rang out. Li Ji's expression did not change at all. Facing the opponent's flying weapon, the overlord's spear in his hand just swept slightly in front of him and hit the opponent's weapon accurately. The unparalleled power in his body suddenly erupted, like a volcano erupting, and the arms of the Jin general were directly numb, and he could hardly hold the weapon. Swish! Li Ji did not intend to give the opponent time to react. He touched his waist with his left hand, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword whistled out of the sheath, and the divine light soared into the sky. With a twist of his wrist, the tip of the Long Yuan sword drew a fatal arc in the air, and suddenly chopped towards the head of the Jin general. The opponent was extremely frightened, and the sharp energy almost split his helmet in two, and a stream of blood flowed from the top of his head. The Jin man shouted and subconsciously held the weapon across his head. The next second, the Long Yuan sword fell suddenly and hit the gun barrel. The divine light on the blade surged again. Li Ji drove his strength and pressed down, and actually split the Jin general's weapon in two. The power of the Long Yuan sword did not diminish. The Jin general and the armor on his body were also split in two. The two halves of the body fell to the ground at the same time, and countless blood sprayed in the air, causing a bloody storm. Chapter 354. Serving the country with loyalty. Leave no one alive. The Long Yuan sword drew a bloody arc in the air, and the infinite divine light turned into starlight in the void as the sword entered the scabbard. After Li Ji attacked and killed the Jin general, He led the Jingsai army to break through the remaining Jin army formation from beginning to end, and then grabbed the reins to rein in the warhorse, and stopped in front of Yao Zheng, who was a little dazed. After hearing Li Ji's order, Li Tsuanqiu, Shi Jingxi, and other Longhai army generals led their troops and horses to kill the Jin soldiers, who were still in the center of the battlefield like hungry tigers. Accompanied by a series of extremely shrill screams, the few remaining Jin soldiers were no match for the Jingsai army at all. While emitting a long and desperate howl, they were pierced through the body by sharp weapons and fell to the ground, and then trampled into meat paste by the ruthless horses. Yao Zheng and his group of soldiers of the Yue army saw this bloody scene clearly, and their faces were covered with blood. Where did this cavalry come from? They killed nearly 2,000 Jin cavalrymen completely. Such a record must be achieved by their commander's personal soldiers. Thank you for your help, brother. I am Yao Zheng, a general under General Yu, and the commander of the Yue army. I don't know how to address you. Yao Zheng thanked Li Ji with his hands clasped. But before he finished speaking, he saw Li Ji's overly young face, and his words suddenly became a little awkward. The other leader was not very old, and looked to be in his early 20s, and seemed to be only 2 or 3 years older than the commander's eldest son. You know, their commander's eldest son is only 22 now. Yao Zheng muttered in his heart that Li Ji was young, but he was still very polite. After all, the other party saved the lives of more than half of their people. Li Ji got off his horse and saluted in return, saying, I am Li Ji Lianmin, born in the Jianghuai area. I heard that General Yu was heading north to recapture Kaifeng Prefecture, so I led the villagers to form a volunteer army to support General Yu. Hearing this, Yao Zheng's mouth twitched slightly. Volunteer army. Which volunteer army has such strong combat power? They killed a cavalry of 2,000 people in one encounter. And where in the Jianghuai area can so many war horses be raised? The soldiers behind them are all strong and sturdy, and they are wearing heavy armor. Wait, heavy armor. Yao Zheng tilted his head slightly to observe the Jingsai army, and found that the style of their armor was very familiar, but a little strange. Before Yao Zheng figured out the situation, a burst of dense footsteps came from not far away. A group of heavily armored infantrymen wearing heavy armor, carrying large shields on their backs, and holding large swords in both hands appeared in the dust. Led by a weak scholar and a strong general, they rushed towards them at a very fast speed. It's a friendly army. Li Ji saw the Yue army, who were facing a formidable enemy, draw their weapons, and said loudly, Could it be your righteous army again? Chiefly? Yao Zheng looked at the 3,000 Western Zhou Tiger soldiers, and finally had to say this. In response, Li Ji nodded indifferently and said casually, People in the countryside have big appetites and eat a lot, so it's normal for them to be a little stronger. A little? Yao Zheng was somewhat speechless. Who can eat as well as an elite soldier? The might of this heavily armored infantry is almost as powerful as their commander's personal soldiers. In addition to the previous heavy cavalry, there are a total of 6,000 elite soldiers comparable to the Beiwei army's personal soldiers. Yao Zheng had a headache and was faintly excited. Originally, he planned to lead the remnants of the Yue army to join Zhang Xian if he could not support Yanqing. Now he encountered such a powerful righteous army on the way. If he brought them to Yanqing, with the commander's ability, he would have a good chance of defeating Jin Wushu's attack. After the war, he could also rely on this army to gain certain merits and be appreciated by the emperor. Fo Xiao, have you encountered other Jin cavalry? Li Ji left the Western Zhou Tiger guards to the rear, and handed them over to Guijia and Huangzhong, and asked them to pay attention to whether there were other Jin cavalry on the edge of the battlefield to prevent Li Ji and others from being ambushed. Never seen. Guijia answered truthfully. It seems that there should be no Jin cavalry nearby. The 2,000 cavalrymen who were chasing Yao Zheng and others were almost annihilated here by Li Ji, and only a few fish escaped by chance. If they want to pass the news to Jin Wushu's main force, it will probably take a lot of time. During this time, Li Ji can follow Yao Zheng to Yanqing to find Yufei safely. Thinking of this, Li Ji turned to look at Yao Zheng, who looked a little erratic, and said, General Yao, although there are no Jin cavalry nearby, this is not a place to stay for a long time. Please take us to Yanqing, which is the real main battlefield. That makes sense. That makes sense. Li Ji asked to go to Yanqing with him, and Yao Zheng saved the invitation and nodded to agree to Li Ji's request. Now there are still hundreds of mobile soldiers here, relying on Li Ji's 6,000 people. The morale and momentum have risen a lot in an instant. Although it cannot be said that everyone is heroic and high-spirited. At least they are not as weak as before. under the leadership of Yao Zheng. More than 6,000 people crossed dozens of miles, and finally arrived near Yinqing. At this time, under the gate of Yinqing, a majestic and handsome young general was riding a warhorse and leading a cavalry out of the city. Li Ji's 6,000 soldiers and horses appeared in sight. The young general was not afraid. He directly rushed towards Li Ji and others with his 2 hammers in hand. "Uncle Yao, is that you?" There was a hint of joy in his voice. "Mr. Ing." Yao Zheng didn't expect Yu Yun to be so sharp-eyed that he could see himself hiding in the army at a glance. So he had to bite the bullet and appear in the front row, with a disheveled appearance that was seen by Yu Yun. Seeing Yao Zheng in such an embarrassed state, Yu Yun's heart skipped a beat, and his original joy was immediately dispersed. Then he looked at the army again, but found that they were all heavily armored cavalry and heavily armed infantry, and there were only a few hundred soldiers in the Yi army. "Uncle Yao, what happened?" "It's a long story. Let's make it short. After we received the assembly order from the marshal, I agreed with Zhang Xian that he would continue to lead his troops to attack Yicheng, and I would lead the Yi army to the south to support the marshal. But we were entangled by the Jin people on the way and encountered a cavalry. As a result, the Yi army suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the timely appearance of Chief Li and the righteous army, I'm afraid I would have died on the road to the northern expedition." After hearing what Yao Zheng said, Yu Yun suddenly fell silent. He knew very well how powerful the Jin cavalry was. The Yi army was just a patrol army, with a small scale and not particularly strong combat effectiveness. Facing the organized Jin cavalry, it was normal for them to be defeated. "You saved the lives of Uncle Yao and many Yi army soldiers. I, Yu Yun, am very grateful. I will report this to my father." Yu Yun thanked Li Ji with gratitude in his words. Now the entire Song dynasty army has fallen into a state of stagnation. Even Han Shizhong's army has not moved. Only their Yu family army is still continuing the great cause of the northern expedition. Faced with such an isolated situation, they did not expect that someone would lend a helping hand to them. And it was a strong army, which made them more confident in the next northern expedition. Recovering Kaifeng Prefecture may not be just talk. We all don't want our homeland to fall into the hands of barbarians, so helping them is not worth mentioning. It's just that we have experienced a war before, and we are a little tired physically and mentally. I wonder if General Yu could persuade General Yu to let us go into the city to rest. Of course, I will welcome you into the city after I ask my father for instructions. I believe my father will not refuse your request." Yu Yun was also straightforward. He raised his whip and rushed into Yinqing directly, without even taking Yao Zheng and the soldiers of Yi army back. If Yu Fei suspected Li Ji's identity and refused him to enter the city, then his situation with Yao Zheng would become very embarrassing. But fortunately, Yu Yun did not make this mistake. After returning to the city and getting Yu Fei's approval, he rushed out of the city like an arrow from a string to inform Li Ji and others. This happened in less than an instant stick. According to Yu Yun's instructions, Li Ji settled the Jingsai army and the Western Zhou Huban army in the barracks in the city. During this period, because of the entry of unfamiliar troops into Yinqing, Li Ji's troops were spied on by many soldiers of the Yu family army. Especially the heavy armor and sophisticated weapons on them made many soldiers envious. You know, they had only seen such good equipment among the marshal's personal soldiers. But the equipment of a random army was comparable to the elite of the Beiwei army. On an inconspicuous high place, a senior general with a bright star and a slight beard under his chin appeared here. The figure of the Jingsai army was always reflected in his pupils, and he showed a nostalgic expression from time to time. "Zaixing, do you know the origin of this cavalry?" Yu Fei suddenly asked the fierce general behind him. "I don't know. Please tell me." "Marshal," Yang Zaixing answered loudly, full of energy and ambition. "Do you know the Jingsai army?" "I don't know." Yu Fei suddenly felt like he was talking to a cow. But it's no wonder that Yang Zaixing didn't read any books. Naturally, he wouldn't know about this heavy cavalry that was active in the northern Song dynasty and had a strong record but a low reputation. Yu Fei put his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and explained to Yang Zaixing, the Jingsai army was founded during the reign of Emperor Taizong. It once defeated the Liao people in the Battle of Tanghe and won victory for our Song dynasty. Unfortunately, the soldiers of the Jingsai army were brave and good at fighting, and were deeply loved by the generals. So that this cavalry was divided and used by these generals, and was forced to disband. Now someone has reappeared the Jingsai army. I hope they don't insult this army. Zaixing, gather all the generals. We should defeat Jin Wushu. Did the leader Li invite him to join? Of course. I didn't expect to meet Yu. Compared to the meeting with Chomping Ho Wei Qing, Li Ji felt more nervous about meeting Yu Fei in person. After all, Yu Fei is the most famous national hero, and countless children have heard of Yu Fei's glorious deeds. When he was in the present world, the young Li Ji even wanted to learn from Yu Fei and tattoo serve the country with loyalty on his back. But he didn't know whether to tattoo these 4 words or wolf smoke rising. So he gave up on it. In any case, the image of Yu, who served the country with loyalty, has been engraved into the bones of the Chinese people. I don't know how many people feel sorry for Yu Fei's death due to unfounded charges. And even many people ridicule the then Song Gaozong Xiao Go as Wanyan Go. I, Li Ji, Lian Min, have met the commander-in-chief. Li Ji finally met Yu Fei. Yu Fei is only over 30 years old now, in his prime, and is at the peak of his experience in leading troops and wisdom. Yu Fei, who defeated the Jin people and recovered the Song territory, was full of vigor and vitality. He was now only more than 270 miles away from Kaifeng Prefecture. If he was given more time, he might really be able to take Kaifeng and fulfill Zhao Go's wish for him. But what Yu Fei didn't know was that he would be executed by Zhao Go more than a year later. In addition to Yu Fei, Li Ji also saw Yu Yun and Yao Zheng appearing here, as well as a fierce general. Li Ji didn't need to guess that this fierce general should be the first fierce general in Yu's army, Yang Zixing, who was subdued by Yu Fei instead of killing his brother because of his amazing appearance. In history, in the Battle of Yanqing, Yang Zixing tried to break into the Jin army alone and wanted to kill Jin Wushu. But he returned without success, and had to rely on his bravery to kill through the Jin army again. Later, near Xiaoshang Bridge, Yang Zixing met Jin Wushu's troops with hundreds of people. He also rushed to the other side fearlessly. Before he died in battle, he killed more than 2,000 enemies and had a fierce fighting power. After his death, the Jin people burned his body with fire, and they got 2 liters of arrowheads, which was shocking. If Yu Fei was the pillar of Yu family army, then Yang Zixing was the most fierce fighter of Yu family army. If it was a commoner, why would he form 6,000 troops? And these 6,000 troops can be compared with the elite of my Yu family army. Yu Fei, who had been silent, suddenly laughed out loud. And what he said made Li Ji not know where to continue. You are joking, Marshal. Yu family army can defeat the Jin army head-on. How can my small army be compared with the elite of Yu family army? Besides, now that Jin Wushu led his troops to attack Yanqing, shouldn't you pay more attention to this matter? Li Ji had to smile and change the topic to other places. Yes, Marshal. Now that the Golden Dog is coming to attack us, why are you still bothering with Chief Li's troops? And Chief Li saved me. Otherwise you would have to collect my body now. Seeing Yu Fei entangled with Li Ji's identity, Yao Zheng quickly spoke up to cover for his savior. Yu Fei's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect Yao Zheng to jump out and speak at this time. So he scolded, if you hadn't acted recklessly, the Yui army wouldn't have suffered a heavy blow. If it weren't for the fact that I thought you still had the strength to fight the enemy, you would have taken the military stick long ago. Chapter 355 Yuyun Charges. Faced with the scolding of his immediate superior, Yao Zheng subconsciously shrank his neck and shut his mouth obediently. Compared to rescuing his savior, Yao Zheng still hoped to save his own life. After all, he knew that his commander-in-chief never talked nonsense, and would beat him if he said he would. However, with Yao Zheng's interference, Yu Fei reluctantly gave up questioning Li Ji's identity. In the entire battlefield of the northern expedition, only his Yu family army went deep into the battlefield alone, and fought to a place only more than 200 miles away from Kaifeng Prefecture. Now that a righteous army has appeared to support them, the generals and soldiers of the Yu family army have been excited. At least they know that they are not fighting alone at this moment. As for whether Li Ji is a spy sent by the Jin people, Yu Fei did not consider this aspect. It should even be said that Li Ji had no reason to be a running dog of the Jin people. With a full 6,000 soldiers and horses comparable to the elite of the Beiwei army, it is much better to find a hilltop and establish himself as a king than to be a running dog. Besides, Jin Wushu was not a fool. How could he send such an elite army to act as a traitor? He was not afraid that Yu Fei would become ruthless and destroy this army. Jin Wushu occupied Kaifeng Prefecture, which is only more than 270 miles away from our Yanqing. Now I have received news that he led more than 10,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry to attack us. Do you have any ideas? Yu Fei supported his hands on the table, like a tiger holding up his body, and his deep eyes kept scanning the generals of the Yu family army below. Jin Wushu just wants to wipe out our headquarters in one fell swoop. He will definitely send cavalry to entangle us first, and then wait for the arrival of infantry to launch a large-scale attack. The mobile army led by Yao Zheng has the task of patrol inspection. Even though he had put down the task before he acted with Zhang Xian, the sudden increase in the number of Jin cavalry in recent days made him quickly know Jin Wushu's strategic design. Even Yao Zheng could think of it. So how could Yu Fei not think of it? However, as a general, he could not take everything on himself, and he needed to use military affairs appropriately to inspire and train his subordinates. So Yu Fei had a good idea in his mind, and still pretended not to know and asked his own questions. Obviously, the experienced Yao Zheng spoke for him, but Yu Fei was a little depressed when he saw that his eldest son Yu Yuan and Yang Zixing still had a confused expression of scratching their heads. Then, "Father, should we defend Yanqing and wait for other troops to return to support us?" Yu Yuan saw his father's eyes fall on him, and immediately understood that his father wanted him to express his thoughts. So he said tentatively. After hearing Yu Yuan's words, Yu Fei was a little disappointed, but there was no ripple on his face, which made Yu Yuan confused. Li Ji, who was shrinking aside, observed the changes of Yu Fei and his son, and couldn't help but sigh. Yu Fei was not only a martial arts expert, but also a great commander of troops. However, Yu Yuan seemed to have inherited only his father's martial arts, and his strategic vision was not as good as his father's. Fortunately, Yu Yuan was young and had Yu Fei's guidance. If it weren't for the false charges that caused the father and son to die unjustly, Yu Yuan would have had a long time to hone his abilities. Chiefly, what do you think? Yu Fei skipped Yang Zixing and suddenly asked Li Ji a question. Li Ji pondered for a while, then said, as Commander Yao said, in order to ensure the marching speed of the troops, Jin Wushu will definitely let the cavalry arrive near Yanqing first and wait for the arrival of the follow-up infantry. So in the early stage of the war, we may only need to face Jin Wushu's 15,000 cavalry. In my opinion, instead of defending Yanqing and waiting for support, it is better to take the initiative to fight a decisive battle with the Jin cavalry in the wild. Now the northern expedition is only left with the Yu family army. If the entire northern expedition is delayed because of Jin Wushu's troops, the pressure on the marshal will become greater and greater, and the probability of success of the northern expedition will become lower and lower. The combat power of the Jin cavalry is very fierce. We don't have the advantage of the number of troops, and it may be difficult to defeat them. A commander of the Yui army was worried. The last time they faced the Jin cavalry, they knew the horror of the other side, and Jin Wushu's main force had more elite troops and horses, and their strength was even more exaggerated. With the general here, how can we not defeat Jin Go and his men? If you continue to disturb the morale of the army, go down and get a few dozen military sticks to sober up. Yao Zheng shouted at the other party. If it weren't for the presence of Yu Fei and others, he would have slapped the other party in the face. After hearing Yao Zheng's scolding, the commander calmed down and apologized to Yao Zheng and Yu Fei with a trembling body. Yu Fei is the pillar of the entire Yu family army. With Yu Fei, the Yu family army is the real Yu family army. If there is a person who says that he can defeat Jin Wushu head-on, then all the soldiers of the Yu family army will choose their general without hesitation. There is no other reason. Their general is really good at fighting. Leaderly, since you said it is best to fight a decisive battle with the Jin cavalry in the wild, I guess you have a plan in mind. Yu Fei asked Li Ji with a curious look. But Li Ji shook his head and replied, the marshal is better at commanding troops than us. This should be decided by the marshal. However, as the saying goes, when the enemy is exhausted, we are full. We can wait for the opportunity to fight the Jin people at an appropriate time. A few days later, a steel torrent that seemed to have no end suddenly appeared on the land dozens of miles away from Yanqing, galloping and rolling up thousands of feet of sand and dust, as if a ferocious beast swallowed everything along the way. Marshal, we have marched nearly 100 miles. The weather is hot now. Why don't we let the boys rest for a while before going to Yanqing? King Dai Wanyan Zongqian rode forward and came to the side of the marshal of the Jin army and persuaded him. Marshal Jin Wushu looked up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. His eyes narrowed unconsciously, and the lining on his body had long been soaked with sweat, dripping through the gaps in the armor. After hearing Wanyan Zongqian's words, Jin Wushu subconsciously nodded and agreed to the other party's request. But with his excellent military qualities, he quickly discarded this idea. It's only 20 or 30 miles away from Yanqing, and it only takes a short time to get there. Why do we need to waste time on such a short journey? Jin Wushu adopted a surprise attack strategy. The most taboo of such a strategy is to waste time on the march, so that the enemy will know their actions and fail. In Jin Wushu's opinion, since they have already run more than 100 miles, they don't mind running another 20 miles, which can also reduce their risks. After hearing Jin Wushu's words, Wanyan Zongxian curled his lips helplessly, and had no intention of continuing to persuade. After all, Jin Wushu is their nominal marshal. He and the Dragon and Tiger King Wanyan Tahisu were both temporarily summoned by Jin Wushu, and the previous affairs were not completed. Marshal, Yu Fei has always been cunning and treacherous, and his use of troops is ghostly. If they take advantage of our unstable position to attack us, then the probability of our defeat is not small. Wanyan Tahisu is brave and good at fighting, although his position in the army is not as good as Jin Wushu. He has been charging and fighting for many years, and is active on the front line. His prestige in the army is not low. Regarding Wanyan Tahisu's concerns, Jin Wushu patiently explained, Yu Fei's main force has long been scattered everywhere, and it will take some time to gather. Even if we are not stable, he may not dare to go out of the city to fight. Moreover, the number of soldiers and horses in his hands is not as many as my cavalry. How can he have a chance to defeat us? Before setting off, Jin Wushu keenly calculated that Yu Fei's troops were seriously insufficient, so he dared to be bold and reckless. He had lost the battle in Shunchang before, and he had to gather troops to attack Yu Fei in the south. But he missed one thing. Li Ji's righteous army entered Yanqing silently. Jin Wushu had to face Yu Fei, who had 20,000 troops on hand, and there were also many fierce generals. If he knew about this, I don't know if he would have the courage to lead his troops to continue to march south. Not far from the Jin army, several soldiers of the Yu Yi army successfully withdrew, and told Yu Fei and others the news of the Jin cavalry galloping. I will be the vanguard in this battle. Yang Zixing held the golden spear and asked Yu Fei majestically, Father, I want to be the vanguard too. Although Yu Yun was young, he was already a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for many years, facing the main force of Jin Wushu. He was not afraid at all, but was eager to try. Seeing the high spirits of the two generals, Yu Fei also smiled rarely and said to Yu Yun, Yun, you lead the light cavalry to kill into the Jin army and catch them off guard. You must defeat the Jin people before you can return. If you don't go all out, I will be the first to kill you. I understand, my child. Facing Yu Fei's stern instructions, Yu Yun was not angry, but became more excited. In the past, he had to obey Yu Fei's orders and advance and retreat without error. But now Yu Fei's words undoubtedly told him that he had no need to come back before defeating the Jin people, which did not mean that he could keep charging until the end of the battle. After receiving the order, Yu Yun rode his horse with 2 hammers in his hands, led some of the Beiwei cavalry and the Yu Yi army on war horses to rush out of the battle formation and rush straight to the opponent Jin Wushu. Seeing that Yu Yun, a half-grown boy, could serve as a vanguard, Yang Zixing immediately became anxious and continued to ask for orders. General, I also want to serve as a vanguard. Yu Fei waved his hand, rejected Yang Zixing's request and said, no hurry. The fun is yet to come. After that, Yu Fei's eyes fell on Yu Yun and others who had left the battle formation. At this time, they began to fight with the main force of the Jin people. Boom! The sudden sound of horse hooves startled Jin Wushu and others. They saw dust rising in front of them, and a cavalry of the Song army suddenly appeared in the dim yellow color, led by a young general holding 2 hammers. The sound of the Song army's war drums resounded through the sky, and the sound of the horn mixed with the thunderous shouts of the Song army soldiers, almost shattering the entire sky, and the entire battlefield space was shaky. Yu Yun led the Beiwei army cavalry and the Yu Yi army cavalry, a total of 3,000 people, to kill the Jin army formation in the distance. Jin Wushu looked at the suddenly appeared Song army cavalry, and his face suddenly became ugly, because he felt uneasy about the momentum exuded by this cavalry. Such a strong momentum can only be possessed by the army led by Yu Fei. This means that Yu Fei did not defend the city as Jin Wushu thought, but instead chose an extremely bold strategy to fight a decisive battle with the Jin cavalry in the wild. But the next second, Jin Wushu's face showed a trace of cruelty, and his shrunken pupils were like a lone wolf walking in the lonely night, which made people shudder. The plains around Yanqing are the most suitable place for cavalry combat. For Jin Wushu, this is not the home field, but it is better than the home field. Since you are attacking us, let the Song people see our strength. Everyone, wipe out this cavalry, and leave no one alive. Jin Wushu shouted loudly. and the Jin cavalry behind him were encouraged. The speed of the warhorse sprinting suddenly increased a few points, and rushed towards Yu Yun and others, like a pack of wolves pouncing on prey. Although Yu Yun was young and frivolous, he thought he was very powerful. But facing thousands of Jin cavalry, he did not dare to be careless. The teachings of his father in the past became Yu Yun's most precious wealth at this moment. He suddenly stopped the reins, roared and turned the horse's head, and the whole person rushed to the flank of the Jin army in an oblique direction under the stunned gaze of the Jin cavalry. The Song cavalry behind him did the same. They avoided the most ferocious vanguard of the Jin people and followed their commander to try to break through the flank of the Jin people. Kill! Yu Yun's face became very ferocious. He roared and swung his arms. The double hammers in his palms rolled up the air force, instantly tearing the surrounding wind and air, and suddenly blasted forward with the sound of breaking through the air. The double hammers swept out left and right, and the air waves roared. The extremely powerful force smashed the chests of several Jin soldiers in front of them, and they screamed and flew backwards from their horses. He rushed into the flock of sheep like a tiger, and the double hammers were like strong and powerful forelimbs, sweeping the enemy away like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Yu Yun's strength was extremely terrifying. Every time he swung the double hammers, he could bring up a violent gale. Even if he was not hit by the hammers, he would suffer considerable damage from the gale, like slicing through waves. Yu Yun used his double hammers to charge into the crowd in an instant. Facing the enemy's charge, he remained motionless, like a reef constantly washed by the waves. The Song soldiers behind him saw Yu Yun so ferocious, and their morale suddenly soared. They roared and picked up their iron spikes and followed Yu Yun into the battle, piercing the enemy's chest. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. He didn't lose to our cavalry. He is worthy of being Yufei's general. Jin Wushu's face changed after seeing Yu Yun's ferocity, but he still admired him. For him, defeating a strong opponent is much more honorable than defeating a weak opponent. I'll defeat him. Wan Yantua quickly picked up his weapon and said sullenly, among the three people, he has the highest martial arts, and only he can stop Yu Yun from continuing to charge. Chapter 356 Iron Pagoda. Crooked Horse. Wan Yantua jumped on the horse. The broadsword in his hand was madly swallowing and spitting out sharp blade light. His hawk-like eyes were always locked on Yu Yun, who was charging in the formation. His face was very calm. Suddenly, he took a long breath. Wan Yantua suddenly pulled the reins, urged the precious horse under him, and began to rush towards Yu Yun. Boom! The sound of horse hooves was like thunder that broke through the sky. Roaring and shaking, Wan Yantua's blood was like boiling water burned by a big fire, gushing out like crazy, forming a blood-colored gust of wind around him. His body twisted like a bear or a tiger, making a crackling sound like raindrops. And the fierce power urged the weapon to cut the void outward. Song dog, come and die! Wan Yantua roared wildly. The blood in his body was attracted by the invisible force, and gathered on the broadsword in his hand. The sharp tip of the knife seemed to be covered with a layer of blood, evil and deadly. With both arms swinging suddenly, the broadsword cut out an arc in the air in an instant, leaving a visible white mark, and the surrounding space was almost cut into pieces. Dozens of Song soldiers had no time to dodge. At the same time as the arc appeared, a blood mark appeared on their necks, and dozens of blood lines were thrown in the air with the tip of the knife. Wan Yantua passed by on horseback, and the heads of dozens of Song soldiers soared into the sky, flying and falling from the air. Countless blood gushed out from their flat wounds, setting off a bloody rain. These Song soldiers were all elites of the Yui army, but facing a fierce general like Wan Yantua, even if they were wearing the hardest armor, they could not escape the fate of being killed by a single blow. Yu Yun blasted out with his two hammers, smashing the Jin man in front of him into pieces. Seeing Wan Yantua coming towards him, he also roared and met him fearlessly. Boom! The double hammers smashed against the back of the knife, and in an instant, a shocking sound was heard, almost piercing the sky above the battlefield. Countless sparks rose in the void as the weapons smashed, and the collision between the two set off a terrifying aftermath. Just like a huge rock smashed into a deep pool, it immediately set off countless ripples, and the aftermath was the same. In the extremely turbulent space, circles of visible ripples were swaying, and the wind and waves swept in all directions outside. Dozens of soldiers around became the first victims. When they were hit by the aftermath, the armor on their bodies made an irreversible deformation sound, and then they were thrown off the horses back to the ground with a mouthful of blood. This collision was only the first round between Wanyan Tahisu and Yu Yun. The two burst out with amazing strength. And almost at the same time, they forced the other party back several steps with their horses. Come again! Yu Yun was overjoyed to see that someone could stop him. The double hammers were like two flying meteorites, accompanied by countless sparks and flames, and blasted towards the other party. Wanyan Tahisu was not lenient with Yu Yun, and his purpose in coming here was to entangle Yu Yun. As long as he could entangle Yu Yun, the Song cavalry would not have Yu Yun as their sharp knife, and their impact capability would be greatly reduced. They could use their advantage in numbers to wipe out the Song army. The Dragon and Tiger King roared, and the sword in his hand turned into a silver streak. Fireworks and lightning suddenly appeared in the void, and a purple thunder flashed and roared out, wrapping around the tip of the sword and launching a fatal bombardment. The two collided again, and this time, they set off even more terrifying aftermath, with roaring air waves, shaking the world, and strong winds flying out with vigor, piercing the bodies of the surrounding soldiers. Fortunately, many soldiers had already evacuated far away because of the previous collision. Otherwise this collision would probably kill and injure many people. Yu Yun was entangled by Wanyan Tahisu. But the battle between the Song cavalry and the Jin cavalry continued. The two cavalry charged and killed each other. The Song army's iron spike spear penetrated the body of the Jin man, and the Jin man's long spear and sword also cut into the armor of the Song army. The cavalry of both sides fell to the ground from the horses' back like dumplings, and before they could get up, they were trampled into meat paste by countless iron horse hooves. It seemed that the two sides were fighting fiercely, but if someone could observe this battlefield from a high place, they would find that the Song cavalry was gradually falling behind. Although the Jin cavalry brought by Jin Wushu to the south suffered a great loss in the Battle of Shuncheng, they had already rested and replenished in Kaifeng Prefecture, and their morale was not much worse than that of the Song army. Moreover, the number of Jin Wushu's cavalry was far greater than that of Yu Yun's cavalry, and their horsemanship and war horses were slightly better than that of this cavalry. The change that the Song army fell into a disadvantage was seen by Yu Fei and others in the distance. At this time, they had completed the deployment of the army. Tens of thousands of soldiers were spread out in the wild like a tide. The silent momentum was like a dark cloud covering the heart, which made people a little depressed. Marshal, Mr. Ng and his men have already gone deep into the depths alone. If we don't get volunteers again, I'm afraid we... The commander-in-chief Wen frowned, showing a trace of uneasiness on his face. Seeing Yu Yun gradually falling into danger, he said to Yu Fei, I understand. Yu Fei looked up at the sun that was beginning to set in the west, and his eyes fell on Yao Zheng and Yang Zixing. You two lead the remaining cavalry of the Beiwei army to support Yu Yun, and be sure to pay attention to the changes of Jin Wushu. I understand. Yang Zixing and Yao Zheng, who were thirsty and impatient, immediately took the order and led the cavalry, who were ready to rush out of the battle. Thousands of cavalry went out in full force, and the sound was like thunder rolling in the clouds, and the rumbling sound filled the entire battlefield. At present, Yu Fei still had the cards in his hand, including the 3,000 Jingsai army, the 3,000 Western Zhou Huban army, and the heavy armored infantry of the Beiwei army. It's not time for you to appear yet. Although Li Ji did not raise any questions, Yu Fei explained his behavior first, hoping that Li Ji would understand. Although the Jin cavalry is powerful, I am still confident that I can deal with them head-on in the wild. But their iron pagodas and crooked horses are their first-class elite, and we must keep a backup to deal with them. Li Ji nodded to show his understanding. The tactics of the iron pagoda and crooked horses, which the Jin people relied on for survival, were actually the anvil and hammer tactics. They used the crooked horses on both wings to disrupt the opponent's formation, and then sent out the iron pagoda, a heavy cavalry, to rush the opponent and achieve the effect of killing with one blow. To deal with such tactics, either the iron pagoda in the center or the crooked horses on both wings can be defeated to break the opponent's intention. In history, Yu Fei used heavy armored infantry to solve the iron pagoda in order to win the Battle of Yanqing. Now it seems that Yu Fei still follows his own thinking, using the infantry of the Western Zhou Huban army and the Beiwei army to solve the iron pagoda, while using the Jingsai army to solve the crooked horses, so as to achieve victory in the war. Li Ji calculated the victory conditions of the battle, and found that he could only complete the condition of defeating Jin Wushu's cavalry, and the reward was not very generous. Since Yu Fei already had a plan to defeat the enemy, Li Ji had to think about how to make the reward for victory more generous. Yu Fei sent all the cavalry to support Yu Yun? Humph. Very good. This plan is just what I want. Jin Wushu saw all the Song cavalry enter the battlefield under the leadership of Yang Zixing and Yao Zheng, and immediately guessed Yu Fei's idea. So he decisively waved the flag and issued orders. Wanyan Zongxian, who was standing aside, saw Jin Wushu's flag signal. His face changed slightly, and asked, "Marshal, we are in the upper hand at this time. There is no need to use the Iron Pagoda. After all, they are too expensive." "Humph! What do you know? Yu Fei no longer has cavalry in his hands. As long as we can defeat this cavalry, then we can go straight to Yu Fei. He is only guarded by infantry. How can he be a match for my cavalry?" Jin Wushu threw a look at Wanyan Zongxian and said coldly, "But Marshal, no one stipulates that cavalry can beat infantry. And I heard that Yu Fei is a man of great martial arts. So don't underestimate him. Well, in that case, you personally lead the Iron Pagoda to attack the enemy. With you leading the charge, the morale of the soldiers will definitely be boosted." Jin Wushu pretended to be thoughtful, and this attitude made Wanyan Zongxian feel that his words would work. But Jin Wushu's next words put him in danger. It's really not getting the mutton, but getting himself into trouble. Wanyan Zongxian put on a smile that was uglier than crying, and was forced to put on the helmet on his head. After leaving Jin Wushu, he rode his horse to an army. This army was wearing heavy armor like an iron tower, and the tall horses under them kept snorting hot air. The pupils under the helmets revealed a biting look. They had been waiting here for a long time. These Iron Buddha cavalrymen were silent, even when their comrades were fighting with the enemy. Their expressions did not change. The breath of all the soldiers was stable, and the bloody smell was diffused in the air, as if it was a calm and terrifying sea of blood. Seeing Wanyan Zongxian appear, their pupils immediately burst out with divine light that could devour everything, and their momentum suddenly changed from silence to violence, like a volcano suddenly erupting. Wanyan Zongxian looked at such an elite army, and his tongue licked his dry lips unconsciously. Even if he opposed Jin Wushu's decision, he never doubted this elite army, because it was this elite army that helped them defeat the enemy many times on the battlefield, and won a lot of land and money for them. Go! Defeat them! Boom! The air on the battlefield suddenly became dull, and the sky above gathered large dark clouds at some point, and there was a faint flash of lightning. Thousands of Iron Pagoda soldiers slowly moved under the leadership of Wanyan Zongxian, with the black light flowing back from their armor, which was very dazzling. The limbs of the tall horses were slowly swinging, carrying their heavy masters forward, but the frequency of their movements began to speed up, suddenly climbing to an almost terrifying speed. The horses' hooves swung into afterimages, forming a deafening roar, and a violent and strange wind swept around the Iron Pagoda soldiers, and countless noises suddenly sounded and echoed in the air. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment. As the Iron Pagoda moved forward, they also rushed towards the sky above the Song army, like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open, sweeping everything along the way into its mouth. Thunder roared, the wind blew up, and countless sand and dust were attracted by the strange force at this moment, covering the entire space. The Iron Pagoda used such momentum to inform everyone in this space that they were going to attack. Iron Pagoda. Crooked Horse. Li Ji, who witnessed all this, shrank his eyes slightly, and was obviously frightened by the movement made by the Iron Pagoda. But then he thought, when he led the Jingsai army to go out, would he also bring such a movement to people? In a blink of an eye, the Iron Pagoda rushed out of the Jin army's formation, easily tore a gap in Yu Yun's army and horses, and suddenly rushed towards Yang Zixing and others. Following them were the crooked horses on both wings. Crooked horses, disrupt their formation. Wanyan Zongxian roared and immediately adopted the tactics that the Jin people were best at. With his order, the speed of the cavalry on the left and right wings suddenly increased to a level, and while setting off a gust of wind, they instantly rushed into the flanks of the Song army. The speed of the crooked horses was as fast as lightning, and the weapons in their hands were as sharp as a blade. Before the Song soldiers could react, they cut off the heads of the Song soldiers first. Countless corpses fell to the ground, and were then trampled by the dense horses. Those Song soldiers whose heads were not cut off quickly reacted, and wanted to kill the opponent with their weapons, but found that the opponent had already passed by him. The next Jin soldier quietly killed in front of them, and repeated the previous action to cut off their heads. In cavalry battles, the emphasis is on stopping at a certain point. If the opponent cannot be killed in one round, then the speed of the warhorse will pull the distance, thus losing the possibility of fighting again. However, the individual capabilities of the crooked horses were much stronger than those of the general Jin cavalry. Even the elite cavalry of the Beiwei army could hardly gain an advantage over them. The crooked horses on both wings were like a sharp knife. With one blow, they cut a gap in the formation of the Song cavalry, and then rushed in frantically to strangle them, turning the interior of the Song army upside down. Yang Zixing and others, who were in the front, were not having a good time either. Although they wanted to drive away the crooked horses that had entered the interior, they had been targeted by the Iron Pagoda in front, and could not leave. The impact capability of the Iron Pagoda was several times more terrifying than that of the crooked horses. If Yang Zixing and others did not lead the team to resist the attack of the Iron Pagoda, I am afraid that their Song army would be defeated even faster. Die! Yao Sheng shouted, and the big knife in his hand disappeared in the air, and then flashed with countless sword beams, rolled up a sword energy storm, and blasted towards the several Iron Pagodas in front of him. Countless clanging sounds rang out, and the Iron Pagoda soldiers covered by the sword energy immediately showed painful expressions, and dozens of dents appeared on their armors, and blood flowed out from the cracks. What a bunch of iron cans! Yao Yang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. It took several times more effort to get rid of these Iron Pagoda soldiers than ordinary ones. Fortunately, there were not many Iron Pagodas. Otherwise, he would probably die of exhaustion on the battlefield. Chapter 357 Meat Grinding Field. Yang Zixing held the golden spear in his hand, and his majestic body burst out with incomparable power, like a heavy hammer slamming into the armor of the Iron Pagoda. The next second, a sharp roar sounded, and the armor on the Iron Pagoda was dented for the most part, and countless blood flowed out from the gaps in the armor. The whole person was still sitting on the horse's back, and the body in the armor had lost its voice. Yang Zixing not only had superb spear skills, but also had great strength, facing the Iron Pagoda like an iron tower. He did not choose to use tricky spear skills to kill the opponent, but instead used his own strength to kill the person in the iron can. This is a good way. After all, the armor is dead, and the person is alive. The flesh is not as hard as the armor. In the face of a powerful bombardment, the armor is not broken, and the person hiding underneath is likely to be shocked to death inside. Just like the Iron Buddha that Yang Zixing had just killed. It seemed that the opponent's armor was only deformed, but in fact the person inside the armor had been killed. Of course, this method is not suitable for everyone. It is only suitable for generals, like Yang Zixing, who are born with supernatural powers, or use blunt weapons. For those who are not strong enough, it is better to honestly break the Iron Buddha's armor first. Although the rolling golden spear is a long spear with a sharp tip, its weight is also not bad, even if it is slightly inferior to blunt weapons. With Yang Zixing's strength, the destructive power to the Iron Buddha is also terrible. Blunt weapons may be more effective than long spears against Iron Buddha. Li Ji saw Yang Zixing's posture like a god of war, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although the Iron Pagoda is powerful, it mainly depends on their war horses to charge. If they don't have war horses, they are not much different from canned iron cans that cannot move. Yu Fei, who is used to seeing the Iron Pagoda charging, still looks calm and unconcerned. It is obvious that he has a way to deal with the Iron Pagoda in his mind. It's time for us to deal with them. Yu Fei waved his hand and began to mobilize his troops. The Iron Pagoda has already killed deep into the Song cavalry, and once again broke through the formation of the Song cavalry under the leadership of Wanyan Zongxian. Wanyan Zongxian's goal is not to defeat Yang Zixing's troops, but to break through the blockade of this army and turn to kill Yu Fei and others at the back. As long as Yu Fei is dealt with, Jin Wushu will have no rivals in the south, and it is not a dream to take over the Jianghuai area. Punch them through. Kill Yu Fei. Wanyan Zongxian let out a long whistle, and swung the weapon in his hand forward to cut several sword chi, galloping across the ground and cutting several Song soldiers in half. The Iron Pagodas at the forefront were connected to each other by iron chains, and the blood and chi flowed into the void, rolling up the dust. A pair of bloodthirsty pupils were revealed under the iron helmet. The tall horses under them swung their strong muscles, bursting out with earth-shaking power. The momentum of the entire cavalry was like thousands of troops, which was shocking. The crooked horses on both wings fully demonstrated their level of stirring. They broke into the crowd and used the advantage of war horses to frantically stir up the formation of the Song army. Yang Zixing and Yao Sheng were not masters of commanding troops, and they had no way to deal with the situation being stirred. Moreover, they had to face the frontal charge of the Iron Pagoda. The Iron Pagoda and the crooked horse tactics made the Jin cavalry invincible. Wherever they went, they set off a bloody storm. The blood stained their warhorse armor red, and the mincemeat stuck to his weapon face. Fortunately, This cavalry was trained by Yu Fei himself. The military quality was very high. Even in the face of such a terrifying attack by the Jin people, there was no sign of collapse at this time. If it were other Song army soldiers, they would have been killed and frightened. And Yu Fei had no choice but to call back the troops. The general has an order. Let us avoid the Iron Pagoda and directly support Mr. Ng and others. Yao Zheng chopped off a crooked horse soldier and turned around to see the change of Yu Fei's flag, and immediately roared at Yang Zixing. After hearing what Yao Zheng said, Yang Zixing instantly gave up the idea of rushing into the depths of the Iron Pagoda, raised his hand, and killed an Iron Pagoda on horseback. Then swung the reins and led his troops to avoid the Jin cavalry. The Song cavalry who received the flag signal command did not doubt him, even though they felt a little aggrieved by the Iron Pagoda's crooked horse. But they still followed Yang Zixing and Yao Zheng to avoid the Jin people. Thousands of Iron Pagoda cavalry rushed out, and the crooked horses on the left and right wings rushed out of the formation like a dragon. And behind them were the Song cavalry, who were penetrated and avoided to both sides. Wanyan Zongxian was shocked to see that he had broken through the siege so easily. He was a major general active in the front line of the Song Jin battlefield, and he had frequent battles with Yu Fei and others. And he knew the horror of Yu's army, even if the cavalry of the Beiwei army was not as good as the Iron Pagoda and Crooked Horse. They could not defeat the other side in such a short time. Wanyan Zongxian suppressed his doubts and looked at Yu Fei and others who were close at hand. Go out. Yu Fei's powerful voice sounded, and he waved the flag in his hand again. As the flag was waved, the heavy armored infantry of the Beiwei army and the Western Zhou Hubin army set up a large formation in front of Yu Fei and others. Their majestic bodies were covered with heavy armor, except for their eyes exposed to the air. The rest of their bodies were wrapped in hard armor. The heavy armored infantry of the Beiwei army held swords, axes and other sharp weapons to cut off the legs of horses. And in front of them were the Western Zhou Hubin army holding large shields to block them. Thousands of heavy armored infantry slowly moved forward under the command of Yu Fei, like a mountain blocking the way for the Iron Pagoda to rush to the Song army's center. The momentum was so heavy that it was breathtaking. Boom! The Iron Pagoda rushed over, and the momentum was as mighty as thunder. In front of the heavily armored infantry of the Song army, a fierce general holding a weapon in both hands appeared, with Bai Yanlao in his left hand and Yu Wang's spear in his right hand. Li Tsunshu twisted his neck to make a crackling sound, and divine light burst out of his pupils. That is, Wanyan Zongxian rushed to the front and naturally discovered this heavily armored infantry. The fierce aura of the other side soldiers and horses made his face pale. Only then did he know why the previous Song cavalry had to avoid them. It turned out that Yu Fei had already prepared and placed a heavily armored infantry in front of him. He suddenly felt that the heavily armored infantry in front was a trap waiting for prey to take the bait, waiting for them to rush into it. How can infantry withstand the impact of the Iron Pagoda? Not even Yu Fei. Wanyan Zongxian gritted his teeth. They had no way to retreat. It was like an arrow shot out. How could they suddenly turn around and return to Jin Wushu? Not to mention that Jin Wushu didn't have to agree to their escape. They couldn't even get over the hurdle in their hearts. Thousands of Iron Pagodas came out in full force, like a surging wave washing over the land, and rushed to the front of the Song army infantry in an instant. Wanyan Zongxian abandoned the traditional method and did the opposite. This time he wanted to use the Iron Pagoda to disperse the opponent in one fell swoop. Swish! Suddenly, a gust of evil wind blew up in front of them, and a loud noise broke through the air. A black spot in Wanyan Zongxian's sight instantly enlarged, and the next second an arrow dragged a divine light and flames and rushed over. Wanyan Zongxian roared wildly, waving the broadsword in his hand, as if a vicious dragon broke out of the water, circling and twisting its waist and abdomen in the void, making a roar while smashing the extremely deadly arrows into pieces. Huang Zhong's sneak attack did not cause any fatal damage to Wanyan Zongxian. Song army rats! How dare you sneak attack? Wanyan Zongxian was extremely furious, and he and his horse became one, like a black whirlwind blowing on the battlefield. And the next moment, he rushed to the front of the Song army. The broadsword turned into a stream, like a waterfall hanging above the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a sharp sword energy was pulled up in the void. The few Western Zhou Hubin soldiers who blocked him screamed in pain, and their large shields and arms were instantly smashed into pieces under the bombardment of the sword energy. The whole person was blown away like a tattered linen, and his life or death was unknown. The surrounding Beiwei soldiers, who were ready to go, roared, picked up their swords and axes and rushed towards Wanyan Zongxian like hungry tigers. and swung their weapons at the BMW under him. Fortunately, Wanyan Zongxian's BMW was quite smart. It neighed and raised its front legs to the air, and then stepped heavily on the chest of the Beiwei soldiers, trampling them on the ground with their swords, and crushed them into meat paste. Wanyan Zongxian pulled the reins, showing his skillful horsemanship at this moment, while the sword turned in the air, knocking down several soldiers who rushed to kill him. Wanyan Zongxian, who killed more than a dozen Song soldiers in a row, could no longer laugh, and a trace of shock flashed across his face, because in his sight, the Iron Pagoda seemed to have rushed into a swamp, and under the threat of the big shield and axe, its speed was forcibly slowed down. The soldiers of the Iron Buddha did not have such great strength as him. The warhorse hit the big shield of the Western Zhou Hu Bin army, in addition to knocking the opponent back several steps. It also staggered and slowed down. The Iron Buddha, which had lost its speed, was not a threat at all. The surrounding Beiwei army used swords and axes to cut off the front legs of the warhorse. The Iron Buddha, who fell to the ground, was killed by the blunt weapon. The heavy infantry of the Song army showed its ability to defend and attack at this time. While resisting the impact of the Iron Buddha, it used the threat of the weapon to kill the warhorse, thereby eliminating the gap between the warhorse and the Jin people on horseback. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wanyan Zongxian's face was full of disbelief. At this time, the situation of infantry suppressing cavalry overturned his guess about the war. The Iron Buddha, who was once so arrogant, actually fell on the Song army. Nothing is impossible. We Song people will recover all our homeland sooner or later. Yu Fei's steady voice reached Wanyan Zongxian's ears. At this time, Wanyan Zongxian found that Yu Fei was only a few dozen meters away from him, and the other's face was clearly reflected in his pupils. If we kill you, we can turn defeat into victory. You can try it. Yu Fei chuckled, pushed away the Lichuan gun handed over by the soldiers, and said to Li Ji, I will entrust my life to you. Li Ji shrugged and said helplessly, the commander thinks too highly of me, and he may not be able to kill me. Oh, it seems that you are very confident in your subordinates. You can't be their leader if you are not confident. Don't ignore me. Seeing Yu Fei and Li Ji chatting and laughing, Wanyan Zongxian couldn't help but get angry. He roared wildly, and the blood in his body was gushing out like boiling water, and the inexplicable force pulled out a strange phenomenon. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly broke through the dark sky, and it seemed to be called by Wanyan Zongxian's roar, leaving a trace of brilliant light in the void, and entwined on the tip of the knife with the swing of the action, like a jumping lightning snake. The next second, Wanyan Zongxian showed a ferocious expression, and swung the big knife in his hand towards Yu Fei. A blade of energy suddenly split the ground and spun, and the lightning on the tip of the knife burst out. At the same time, a heavy breathing sounded in Wanyan Zongxian's ears, and then the golden divine light rushed into the sky, and a long spear was seen piercing out of the divine light in the sky. The long spear was like a dragon, like a giant dragon covered with golden scales, roaring and seemed to cross many spaces. Before the sword energy killed Li Ji and others, the long spear touched them first. Boom! A thunderous roar broke out between heaven and earth, and the lightning blade energy seemed to be crushed by the fingers of a god, bursting out countless violent winds that swept all around, blowing the surrounding soldiers left and right. After the violent wind, Li Zuinxia's bear-like body intercepted in front of Wanyan Zongxian, his eyes emitting brilliance, as hot as two small suns. You are? The one who killed you is Li Zuinxiu. Swish! There was a turbulence in the void, and the King Yu's spear burst out with dazzling golden divine light, and lightning and violent winds emerged in the sky, and heavy dark clouds kept rolling. The long spear suddenly stabbed forward, and Li Zuinxia's momentum was like a mountain torrent, unstoppable. In an instant, the long spear came in front of Wanyan Zongxian, and the sharpness stung Wanyan Zongxian's eyes. Wanyan Zongxian's pupils were completely submerged by the golden divine light, and then his eyes went black. The next second, there was a clamor in his ears, and the harsh sound pierced his eardrums in an instant, whether it was hearing or vision. The moment Li Zuinxiu thrust out the long spear, Wanyan Zongxian seemed to be deprived of these two abilities by the gods, and panicked in an instant. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his neck. After Wanyan Zongxian showed a panic expression, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and there was no possibility of waking up again. Li Zuinxiu cut off Wanyan Zongxian's head and tied it to the horse's head. He and his spear once again killed into the Iron Pagoda's formation, and he was like a peerless fierce weapon, and directly broke through the Jin army formation in front of him. At this time, a burst of joyful cheers suddenly rang out in the battlefield full of shouts and killings. All the Song soldiers, who had seen Li Tsunxia's strength, roared and screamed to kill the Jin people. Your generals are really powerful. Yu Fei saw Li Tsunxia's strength. Even though he had developed a calm personality after becoming a general, he couldn't help but get itchy when he saw such a powerful general appearing on the battlefield. Once upon a time, Yu Fei was also a powerful general who was good at charging into battle. Chapter 358, Breaking the Jin Formation. Wanyan Zongxian was stabbed to death by Li Tsunxia, and the remaining Jin generals were horrified. Their courage had been broken by the Song army, and they were unable to control the remaining Iron Pagoda. With the death of the general, the morale and momentum of the entire army fell sharply. Even if this was the most elite heavy armored cavalry of the Jin people, it could not avoid such a situation. Fewer and fewer Iron Pagoda soldiers continued to resist. Yu Fei saw this scene and immediately waved the flag to launch the final offensive. The Iron Pagoda was a cavalry built by the Jin people at a high price. Yu Fei had no reason not to see the opportunity to severely damage this army. Under the command of the flag, the soldiers of the Beiwei army quickly moved forward with their weapons, surrounded the remaining Iron Pagoda, and cut it into small pieces like cutting tofu. Seeing that the Song army was about to surround them, the crooked horses in the Iron Pagoda immediately urged the horses under them. With a neigh, many crooked horse soldiers roared and increased their sprint speed. But they had just accelerated, and the big shield of the Western Zhou Hu Bin army stood in front of them. The unstoppable war horses crashed into the hard shield, and their eyes were full of stars. They were dizzy and knocked their masters to the ground. A large group of crooked horse soldiers fell to the ground with the help of the war horses. They wanted to struggle to get up, but they were cut off by the weapons of the Song army first, and they only had time to scream. Jin Wushu, who was behind the Jin army, witnessed the whole process of Wanyan Zongxian being killed. His face suddenly became ugly, and a trace of surprise flashed between his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Yu Fei actually kept a group of infantry that could resist the charge of heavy cavalry. You know, he didn't see Yu Fei have such a backup unit in previous encounters. Now that Wanyan Zongxian was killed, the Iron Buddha lost its general and ran around in the Song army like a headless fly, with Yu Fei commanding and dispatching beside him. Jin Wushu could see clearly that the Iron Buddha's proud military formation was being cut into pieces, and it was difficult to exert its previous combat power. Wave the flag and let the Iron Buddha withdraw. Jin Wushu didn't want this elite cavalry to be eaten by Yu Fei. Now that the Iron Buddha was surrounded, he could only hope that more soldiers of the Iron Buddha could run back. Whether the Iron Buddha could run back was a small matter, but if it affected the battle of other cavalry of the Jin army, it would be a big deal. The Iron Buddha was an ace unit. If other Jin soldiers found that this unit was defeated by the Song army, they were forced to let their marshal issue an order to notify the Iron Buddha to withdraw, which would cause a big blow to the morale of other soldiers. Although the Iron Pagoda was defeated by Yu Fei, the rest of the Jin cavalry fighting against the Song army had already gained the upper hand. If it weren't for Yang Zixing's cavalry joining the battlefield to support Yu Yun, Jin Wushu would have eaten up Yu Yun's troops long ago. Yu Fei saw Jin Wushu's actions, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he waved the flag in his hand and continued to order the infantry to separate the Iron Pagoda and the crooked horse that had entered the encirclement. As soon as this move was made, the Iron Pagoda soldiers in the encirclement felt like they were firmly locked in a fishing net. The Song army seemed to be the experienced fishermen, constantly tightening the fishing net to catch them. This made them very angry. But they were helpless. They wanted to escape but couldn't. And they wanted to kill, but couldn't kill many. The marshal's troops have entangled the Iron Buddha. It's time for our Jingsai army to go out. Li Ji jumped on his horse, holding the Overlord's spear, followed by Huang Zhong and Shi Jingxi. Your generals are very useful. Let me destroy the Iron Buddha first. Yu Fei pointed at Li Tsunxiao, who was constantly killing Jin generals in the formation, with admiration in his eyes. Apart from Yang Zixing, this was the second time Yu Fei saw a general who had the ability to take the head of an enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops. No. In Yu Fei's opinion, Li Tsunxiu's ability should be much higher than Yang Zixing. If the two were put together to fight, Yang Zixing would probably lose more. No problem. Yu Fei asked Li Tsunxiu to stay and help him destroy the Iron Buddha. And he, Li Ji, had no reason to refuse him. After all, another purpose of his participation in the battle was to get a general's token. And Yu Fei's token was undoubtedly the most precious in the battle order. He could deepen the bond between Yu Fei and himself. So even if Li Ji was asked to charge into battle by himself, he would never hesitate. After agreeing to Yu Fei's request, Li Ji let out a long roar, and the momentum in his body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The next second, the sound of the Song army's war drums rang out, and Li Ji led 3,000 Jingsai troops to fight out of the army, like a beast out of a cage, and rushed towards the direction of the Jin army. The murderous aura that soared into the sky spread across the entire battlefield, and the heavy bloody smell swept to Jin Wushu and others under the encouragement of the strong wind. The solemn murderous intent that the Jingsai army unconsciously exuded completely enveloped him. Jin Wushu was shocked and immediately looked in the direction of the Jingsai army. In his sight, a cavalry of about 3,000 people suddenly appeared in front of the Song army. They were all wearing strong armor, and their momentum was no less than that of the Iron Pagoda. The leading general held a long spear, and the armor on his body shone brightly under the reflection of the sunlight. It seemed that there was a divine light flowing on the armor pattern, outlining an ancient beast. How is it possible that Yu Fei still has a heavy armored cavalry in his hands? Jin Wushu was extremely shocked and involuntarily blocked the weapon in his hand in front of him. As far as he knew, the defects of the Song dynasty's horse policy made it difficult for them to train a large number of war horses. Even if Yu Fei tried his best, the cavalry of the entire Yu family army was only a few thousand people. It is not that only Yu Fei continued to march north in the entire Song dynasty army, and the rest of the army was stationed in the local area. Now the thousands of Yu family army cavalry have been deployed by Yu Fei on the battlefield. Where did Yu Fei get the support of 3,000 cavalry and 3,000 armored cavalry? Jin Wushu suddenly realized that this was the confidence that Yu Fei dared to fight him in the wild. The two sides are now evenly matched. If a armored cavalry breaks this balance, then Jin Wushu will definitely lose. Yu Yun's vanguard troops were bait. No, not really. The entire Yu family army was Yu Fei's bait to lure him into a decisive battle. The real culprit was the 3,000 cavalry. Jin Wushu roared and waved the flag in his hand. Under his command, several cavalry units that were encircling Yu Yun's troops broke away from the formation and pounced on the Jingsai army like a tiger descending from the mountain. Jin Wushu didn't expect to defeat this cavalry, but at least he had to delay its speed. Kill! Li Ji shouted loudly. His murderous eyes narrowed slightly, and the overlord's spear seemed to be a spirit snake circling in the void, whistling forward with an extremely powerful force. The Jin general, who was targeted, was frightened by the long spear and raised his weapon to block in front of him in a panic. The next moment, an unreasonable force rushed over, shaking his blood and chi, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and the weapon in his hand was almost uncontrollable. The overlord's spear shrank under the pull of Li Ji's arms, and then suddenly stabbed forward, like a spirit snake poking out of a cave, opening its bloody mouth to reveal its sharp teeth, and stabbing at the opponent's neck with a bang accompanied by a 1,000-foot divine light. Almost at the same time, the divine light completely submerged the pupils of the Jin generals. The Jin generals, who lost their sight, were horrified and instinctively waved their weapons to block in front of him. But even so, the evil wind kept coming, and the overlord's spear seemed to have a spirit to move away the weapon. And when the Jin general was panicking, a spear pierced his neck. There was a trace of blood on the tip of the spear. Li Ji shook his arms, and the powerful force drove the overlord's spear to throw the body of the Jin general away and knock down several enemies. Shi Jingxi and Huang Zhong, who were guarding on the left and right. One of them grabbed a long spear, whistling and turning into a swimming dragon, constantly piercing the enemy's chest, and the other held a big knife, raised a divine fire to condense a phoenix, and burn the enemy to ashes with the cry of the divine beast. The Jingsai army was like an unstoppable sharp arrow, fiercely piercing into the Jin formation, and the extremely sophisticated hook and sickle spear pierced the Jin armor, and the barb mixed the enemy's flesh and blood into a blur. In just one encounter, the fierce and ferocious Jingsai army, with its terrifying and boundless impact force, knocked the frontline Jin cavalry out and fell to the ground like dumplings. Soon, the Jingsai army defeated the Jin cavalry in front of them and continued to charge towards Yu Yun. The free-flowing posture made Jin Wushu furious, but apart from being angry, he did not do anything. The flag in his hand did not wave for a long time. Obviously, he had no way to deal with the Jingsai army. To deal with such a Jingsai army, Jin Wushu could either learn from Yu Fei to send a troop of infantry to implement the horse leg-cutting tactic, but he did not have infantry like the Beiwei army, or he could send an army with the same strength as the Jingsai army to confront it, such as the Iron Pagoda. But now the Iron Pagoda could not protect itself, and was solved step by step by Yu Fei. Why hasn't Wanyan Tahisa gotten rid of Yu Yun yet? Jin Wushu was very annoyed. The battle had lasted for so long. But Wanyan Tahisa hadn't gotten rid of a kid in his 20s yet. He was extremely disappointed. If Wanyan Tahisa heard Jin Wushu's inner thoughts, he would definitely call it unfair. At this time, Wanyan Tahisu was very depressed. He didn't expect that Yu Yun was so young and his strength was quite good. Even for him, it would take a lot of means and time to kill Yu Yun. And Yu Yun didn't know where he learned the life-for-life fighting method, which made Wanyan Tahisa timid. It was difficult for him to fully exert his 10th level skills. And he was even suppressed by Yu Yun. What bad luck. Wanyan Tahisa forced Yu Yun back with a knife. But before he could catch his breath, 2 heavy hammers whistled towards his head, facing Yu Yun's attack. Wanyan Tahisa swept his knife in front of him, and used the strength of his whole body to repel Yu Yun's 2 hammers. Yu Yun looked young, but the strength of his arms was beyond Wanyan Tahisu's imagination. Facing such an enemy with natural supernatural power and desperate fighting style, Wanyan Tahisu regretted it. He now felt that it would be better to lead the Iron Buddha to attack Yu Fei's rear than to fight Yu Yun. Anyway, they would have to fight unhappily. So it would be better to kill a few Song soldiers, and then feel unhappily. Jin Wushu's actions could not be hidden from everyone. Wanyan Tahisa saw with his own eyes that Jin Wushu ordered the Iron Buddha to retreat. At first, he thought that Jin Wushu had given the wrong order. After all, how could such an army fall into trouble when facing such a weak Song army? However, when he saw Yu Fei waving the battle flag and ordering the Song army to surround and cut off the Iron Pagoda, his beautiful fantasy was shattered. Although Wanyan Tahisa did not spread the news of the failure of the Iron Pagoda, the commotion caused by the Jingsai army attracted the attention of many soldiers to the Iron Pagoda. More and more Jin soldiers found that the Iron Pagoda was surrounded by the Song army. And Jin Wushu kept issuing orders to retreat, which confirmed this point. At this time, the morale of many Jin soldiers plummeted, and their desire to fight with the Song army became lower and lower. After all, even the Iron Pagoda could fail. So how much ability did they, the ordinary cavalry, have? So this is why Wanyan Tahisa felt aggrieved. Not only because of the fearless Yu Yun, but also because of the failure of the Iron Pagoda, and the foreseeable possibility of the defeat of the Jin army. Ha ha ha. No wonder the marshal let you out at this time. It turns out that he wanted to give Jin Wushu a heavy blow. Li Ji led the Jingsai army to kill through the Jin People's Square formation, and pulled out Yao Zheng and Yang Zixing, who were trapped in the formation. Seeing such a ferocious Jingsai army, Yao Zheng laughed, his eyes full of joy. It has been a long time since they defeated the Jin cavalry in the wild. Your cavalry is very powerful. Yang Zixing was covered in blood, and even the white robe draped behind him was stained red with blood, and blood kept dripping from the corners of his clothes. Now he understood why the marshal had enough praise for this Jingsai army. Just based on the fact that this cavalry could burst out energy comparable to that of the Iron Pagoda. It was enough to make people wait and see. The commander has surrounded all the soldiers of the Iron Buddha. It's only a matter of time to take them down. Now we just need to defeat the remaining Jin cavalry. It doesn't matter. With your 3,000 Jingsai troops, let alone defeating the Jin cavalry, I dare to charge directly at Jin Wushu. After hearing Li Ji's words, Yao Zheng was in high spirits, completely forgetting the embarrassment of being chased by the Jin cavalry before. Then killed Jin Wushu. Yang Zixing grabbed the rolling golden spear, his eyes full of murderous intent. Are you serious? I was just joking. Yao Ying's eyes were as big as copper bells. He looked at Yang Zixing in disbelief, but found that the other party looked serious and didn't seem to be doing a show effect. Now Wanyan Tahisu is entangled by Ing Guanren. Jin Wushu has no fierce generals to protect him. And we have the Jingsai army. Why can't we kill Jin Wushu? Yang Zixing said with a straight face. That makes sense. General Yang is absolutely right. I am willing to lead my troops and General Yang into the Jin army and kill Jin Wushu. Chapter 359 Flooding. Leader Li, why are you fooling around with Yang Zixing? Li Ji's attitude of supporting Yang Zixing to rush into the Jin formation and kill Jin Wushu surprised Yao Zheng. Yao Zheng had been dealing with Yang Zixing for a long time and knew what kind of person he was. It was not surprising that he decided to rush into Jin Wushu alone. But you, Li Ji, are the leader who can lead 6,000 elite soldiers. It should not be a steady advance. Why is your brain as reckless as Yang Zixing? And even full of muscles? Yao Zheng said that he could not understand or support the decision of these two people. Although Jin Wushu did not have a great master like Wanyan Tahisu to guard him, Jin Wushu's personal soldiers were the elite of the Jin army, and might even be more powerful than the soldiers of the Iron Buddha, even with the support of 3,000 Jingsai troops. Facing Jin Wushu, who was surrounded by personal soldiers and the army, the possibility of killing him was not very high. If Jin Wushu was not killed, and the 3,000 Jingsai troops were lost, let alone the impact on the next war. At least if the Song army wants to maintain the current advantage, it will probably cost more. Yao Zheng's opposition was naturally expected by Li Ji. After these days of contact, Li Ji can easily see that the other party is actually a more cautious person, and he will not easily make bold decisions without full confidence. Although such a character can improve the safety of the army, and there will be no major mistakes if it is steady and steady. If there is a need to use a strange strategy to break the situation, this character will become a compromise. This is why Yao Zheng can sit on the command of Yue army, but he cannot be as highly regarded by Yu Fei as Zhang Xian. After all, sometimes the commander needs to use his imagination. Such as now. If Yang Zixing successfully kills Jin Wushu, it will have a tremendous impact on Yu's army and even the entire Song dynasty. In a small sense, it can immediately relieve the situation of Yanqing being besieged by the Jin people. In a big sense, it can greatly increase the probability of success in the northern expedition, and retaking Kaifeng Prefecture is not a problem at all. Of course, before Yu Fei retakes Kaifeng Prefecture, Li Ji cannot guarantee whether Zhao Go, the emperor of the Song dynasty, will not give Yu Fei a hindrance. If the news of Yang Zixing's charge is told to Yu Fei, according to Yu Fei's character, he will definitely not maintain an opposing attitude. After all, if it fails, it will only lose 3,000 Jingsai troops. But if it succeeds, it will be much more beneficial to the subsequent northern expedition. Dare to win big with a small investment, which is the only way to become an excellent general. In fact, before the Battle of Yanqing, Li Ji had deduced the current situation. In history, the Song army in the Battle of Yanqing was not like it is now. With the help of Li Ji, they were able to suppress Jin Wushu's army. The two sides once maintained a situation of equal strength and fought for an entire afternoon. During this period, in order to break the situation, Yang Zixing decided to charge into the Jin army alone and try to take Jin Wushu's head in the midst of thousands of troops. Although he did not succeed in the end, Yang Zixing once approached Jin Wushu's position during the process. But due to the strength of the Jin army, he was forced to kill hundreds of people and break out of the Jin army. In Li Ji's opinion, the reason why Yang Zixing failed to kill Jin Wushu was that he was alone in the battle and had no helpers around him, and that no one had dealt with Jin Wushu's personal soldiers, which ultimately led to Yang Zixing's failure to kill Jin Wushu. However, now that the Jingsai army is joined, and with the help of Li Ji, Shi Jingxi, and Huang Gong, Yang Zixing's chance of killing Jin Wushu will increase significantly. Moreover, Li Ji did not forget that killing Jin Wushu was a major victory condition for the battle, and satisfying this condition would allow Li Ji to obtain a more generous reward. In terms of emotion and reason, there was nothing wrong with Li Ji's decision to support Yang Zixing. Are you scared? Yang Zixing saw that Yao Zheng held an opposing opinion, and could not help but glance at him. Instantly, Yao Zheng's face flushed red, and he cursed, "Why are you afraid? Do you think I look afraid? If I was afraid, I wouldn't be here. I fought my way out of the Jin cavalry before, so why would I be afraid to charge into the Jin army?" The marshal said that if you overreact, it means you hit his sore spot. UTM. Yao Zheng clenched his fist and wanted to punch Yang Zixing in the face. But then, he thought of the other party fighting with his marshal, and his momentum unconsciously weakened a lot. He knew how powerful his marshal was, and Yang Zixing was a figure who could fight with Yu Fei. If he punched him, it would not be Yang Zixing who would be beaten, but Yao Zheng himself. You don't even know that your brain is made up of muscles. If the marshal was like you, our Yu family army would have been beaten to pieces by the Jin people long ago. So I can only be a vanguard, and the marshal can be a marshal. Yang Zixing looked serious with a stern face. Yao Zheng was completely speechless by Yang Zixing. It is said that martial artists have a missing string in their brains. Now that Yang Zixing has behaved like this, Yao Zheng has no doubt about the truth of this statement. Alright, stop arguing. We haven't dealt with Jin Wushu yet. Why are we quarreling among ourselves? Li Ji quickly made peace and said, "Whether Jin Wushu lives or dies is very important to us. I have decided to go with General Yang to see if we can deal with him. Since General Yao objects, I hope you can continue to support General Yu with your troops. Jingxi, you will temporarily obey General Yao's orders, and make sure to kill Wang Yantuha and his men. Yes. Yang Zixing cast an admiring look at Li Ji. He didn't expect Li Ji to dare to do such a big thing with him. And his favorability rose sharply. Facing the other party's eyes, Li Ji smiled. Since you have decided, let's fight quickly and make a quick decision. Seeing this, Yao Zheng couldn't stop Li Ji and others. So he had to step back and was forced to agree with the other party's decision. Shi Jingxi, dressed in a white robe, holding the 100-flower silver spear, left behind Li Ji. His majestic aura shocked Yao Zheng. When did so many masters appear in the rebel army? His strength is not much worse than mine, Yang Zixing suddenly said. Yao Zheng's eyes widened immediately. You know, Yang Zixing is the #1 fighter of Yu family army. If someone can be praised by him, his strength will naturally be recognized by Yang Zixing. Although Shi Jingxi had fought against Yang Zixing many times, the perception between masters allowed Yang Zixing to instantly judge Shi Jingxi's approximate strength. If he was not much worse than Yang Zixing, then it might not be a dream to take down Wanyan Tahisu with Ingguanren. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Yao Yang's mind. Wanyan Tahisu may not be as important to the Jin people as Jin Wushu, but he is also a big figure in this army. If he can kill or capture him alive in the battle, the credit he gets is not much worse than taking down Jin Wushu. However, Wanyan Tahisu's strength is extraordinary. Even the brave and warlike Ingguanren Yuyun has not taken him down until now, which shows that he is very powerful. If only Yao Zheng went to support Yuyun, with Yao Yang's strength, it would basically not change the situation of the fight between the two. But if there is a master who is not much worse than Yang Zixing, the probability of taking down Wanyan Tahisu is much greater. Li Ji didn't know what Yao Zheng was thinking. But even if he knew, he wouldn't say much. After all, killing Wanyan Tahisu was also part of his plan. Li Tsuingxia had already dealt with Wanyan Zongxian before. As long as Wanyan Tahisu was dealt with, he could complete another victory condition. Otherwise, he would not have said Shi Jingxi to help Yao Zheng deal with Wanyan Tahisu. Then go! Li Ji pulled the reins and turned the horse's head, and was the first to kill out of the formation, followed closely by Huang Zhong and Yang Zixing. The Jingxi soldiers who slowed down pulled the reins again, and the war horses under them shook their strong muscles, bursting out with amazing power, and suddenly increased their sprint speed. Suddenly, the 3,000 Jingxi soldiers turned into a black steel torrent, like a huge wave, washing the earth wantonly. Boom! Boom! As if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The horses' hooves trampling on the ground burst out with a roar like thunder, as if it was a tsunami, and the momentum was as terrible as thousands of troops. Li Ji rode his horse with a gun in hand. The strong wind hit his armor, making a loud noise. The sound of breaking wind continued in his ears, almost covering up other sounds. Charging towards us, Jin Wushu could not hide the charge of the Jingxi army from his eyes and ears. In fact, his attention was always on this armored cavalry that could change the situation. Jin Wushu had used the iron pagoda before, so he naturally knew the horror of the armored cavalry. Facing such a group of soldiers rushing towards him, he did not have full confidence to stop them. But he is now the marshal of the Jin army. There is no reason to show a timid expression in front of the army. Otherwise the Jin army will collapse more quickly. Form a formation and stop them. Jin Wushu drew out his weapon, roared loudly, and commanded the soldiers around him. His soldiers were among the best in the Jin army. They were all selected from the Iron Pagoda. As Jin Wushu's soldiers, they had always been guarding Jin Wushu and had never charged into battle. This group of soldiers were in their best condition both physically and mentally at this moment. This was Jin Wushu's last trump card if he wanted to stop the Jingxi army. As one of the most famous generals among the Jin people, Jin Wushu was at his best in terms of talent and experience at this time. Facing the threat of the Jingxi army, he still kept a clear mind and began to dispatch the troops around him. Hundreds of personal soldiers were mobilized, and they formed a defensive formation with the surrounding Jin soldiers to block Jin Wushu. No, it was not enough. Jin Wushu suddenly burst into a violent rage, and the flag in his hand waved wildly, ordering the Jin cavalry around the Jingxi army to launch a suicidal charge against the other side, in order to delay the Jingxi army's charge speed. As long as the heavy cavalry can't charge, they are no different from tin cans. Kill! Li Ji roared wildly, and the Overlord's spear was pushed forward by the extremely powerful force, whistling like a giant dragon circling in the void, and the sharp spearhead seemed to pierce a balloon, making a bursting sound. The next second, a gust of wind suddenly rose in the void, and heavy air waves rolled in all directions. The harsh explosion filled the entire battlefield in an instant, and people subconsciously covered their ears. The Jin cavalrymen who roared and rushed towards Li Ji had not seen clearly what happened. They only felt that they could not open their eyes because of the strong wind. Then they felt a sharp pain in their chests, and their bodies became as light as a kite, and they were picked up by the long spear and flew out. Yang Zixing, who fell behind, waved the rolling golden spear, and the long spear was like a dragon. A Jin general with eyes wide open had no time to react at all, and was hit by the rolling golden spear. The surging power instantly crushed his bones into pieces, and the whole person exploded like a bomb, turning into a ball of blood mist. Huang Dong, who was sitting on top, abandoned his sword and used a bow. His arms seemed to become invisible, while the arrows on the quiver were rapidly consumed. Countless streams of light dragging the divine fire pierced the enemy's body and nailed him to the horse's back. Jin Wushu was also taken care of. He swung the weapon in his hand repeatedly, cutting the incoming arrows into 2 pieces, and flew out from both wings while brushing his body. His face became more and more ugly, and in the end his face became extremely hideous and distorted, because the Jingsai army had crushed several Jin cavalrymen who rushed up, and stepped on their corpses to rush into the guards, who were waiting in formation. Boom! A deafening roar broke out between heaven and earth. The 3,000 Jingsai army was like a heavy hammer, hitting the army formation with one hammer, and the terrifying force instantly blew away countless Jin soldiers, accompanied by a burst of extremely shrill screams. The 3,000 Jingsai army instantly submerged the Jin soldiers in front of them, and countless flesh and blood flew in the air, and broken limbs and arms splashed everywhere. The formation set up by Jin Wushu was like a blank sheet of paper in front of the Jingsai army, in the face of the powerful force. It was instantly crushed into pieces. Stop them! Jin Wushu watched his guards being trampled into meat paste, his eyes red and almost dripping with blood. He kept roaring. The flag in his hand never stopped waving, and frantically commanded his personal soldiers and soldiers to stop the rampage of the Jingsai army. But the 3,000 Jingsai army was like an unstoppable meat grinder. Once the Jin soldiers were swept in, they would be strangled to death in an instant. Marshal, let's retreat. Only by retaining our strength can we still move south. The Jingsai army was like a bulldozer running at full power, speeding across the land. Whether it was the Jin personal soldiers or ordinary soldiers who stood in front of them, they were all smashed to pieces and flew in the air with screams. The unstoppable momentum made the personal soldiers around Jin Wushu sweat profusely, and they all tried to persuade Jin Wushu. Retreat? Where should we retreat? They are already here. Chapter 360. The battle is over. As soon as Jin Wushu finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly rose not far away. At this time, Li Ji and others had already approached where Jin Wushu was. A long spear was wielded like a dragon, constantly picking up and killing the enemies in front of him. Die! Li Ji flew forward, and the overlord's spear in his hand suddenly burst out with an unprecedented speed. Even the surrounding air sounded a harsh roar at this moment. The wind was raging, and the air waves were rolling, under the blessing of the tyrannical force. The long spear burst out with unimaginable power. The sharp spear tip tore through the wind and clouds and spit out an unstoppable divine light. Boom! A loud noise rose from the ground, and in an instant, the Jin soldiers in the front row seemed to be swept by the storm. The unstoppable strange force threw them all off their horses. 2 terrifying momentums, like mountain torrents, suddenly broke out on the left and right. Yang Zixing and Huang Zhong, holding weapons, were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they killed the flying Jin people in the air. The rude and unreasonable force directly tore everyone's armor into pieces, and under the pull of the strong wind, it flew in all directions in the air. The sound of piercing continued to sound, and the armor fragments flying at high speed pierced the bodies of the soldiers who wanted to rush over, and fell to the ground with blood and flesh. I am the commander-in-chief of the Jin army. I can't lose. Jin Wushu let out an unwilling and desperate roar. His eyes were extremely red, and he snatched a long sword from the hands of his personal soldiers. While swinging his arms, a dazzling blade light rolled up on the blade and slashed towards Li Ji at a high speed. Facing Jin Wushu's final fight, Li Ji responded, swung the overlord's spear in his hand, and urged the strength of his whole body to the extreme. The divine light suddenly appeared, containing endless evil spirits, and the long spear suddenly hit the broad back of the knife, and a thunderous roar suddenly sounded. The weapon in his hand had a strong rebound force, making it difficult for Li Ji to hold the overlord's spear in an instant. and it almost flew out of his hand. Li Ji frantically squeezed his potential and exerted unprecedented strength. And just then, he grabbed the Overlord's spear in his hand and barely resisted Jin Wushu's knife. It must be said that Jin Wushu is not only an extremely excellent commander, but also a powerful general. At least Li Ji has no confidence to fight Jin Wushu alone now. However, Li Ji is not just one person. Marshal, be careful! Jin Wushu's personal soldiers screamed loudly, and a figure suddenly appeared in his sight, and his momentum made it difficult for him to breathe. Boom! Yang Zixing suddenly rushed out from Li Ji's side. His figure flashed in the void, and the rolling golden spear in his hand, under the push of huge force, instantly set off a gust of wind in the air that could strangle flesh and blood. Then the wind and air waves quickly condensed into a point at the tip of the spear, turning into an unstoppable edge. As the top fighter of Yu family army, Yang Zixing's strength is not the best in the world. At least there is no one in the Jin army who can match him. A spear thrust out, making Jin Wushu feel horrified and tingling. And the skin hidden under the armor felt a tingling sensation. In the rolling air waves, Yang Zixing's spear seemed to turn into a falling meteor, instantly blasting dozens of Jin's soldiers who wanted to defend Jin Wushu's killing moves into blood mist. And the sparks caused by friction in the void flew everywhere. Come! Jin Wushu was locked in place by the spear and could not move. He had to roar loudly, and the weapon in his hand danced like a dragon, trying to block Yang Zixing's spear. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jin Wushu. The spear in his hand was like a graceful dragon, possessing the ability to break through everything. It instantly tore open the space in front of him, and before Jin Wushu's sword fell, it took the lead to penetrate Jin Wushu's chest. Blood and flesh flew out from the hideous wound. Jin Wushu looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. This spear seemed to be born here. And then a heart-wrenching pain came, instantly engulfing his consciousness in darkness. Bang! Jin Wushu's powerless body fell from the horse's back and hit the blood-stained ground heavily, splashing a burst of sand and dust. This top commander of the Jin dynasty died in the Battle of Yinqing. Marshal! The remaining Jin soldiers around screamed wildly and rushed forward regardless of their own lives, trying to snatch Jin Wushu's body, which was not yet completely cold. However, the Song army had three brave generals: Li Ji, Yang Zixing and Huang Zhong. The three of them turned their weapons, and the Jin soldiers who rushed over covered their necks, their faces showing pain, screaming and falling to the ground, with a lot of blood flowing from the gaps between their fingers. Yang Zixing cut off Jin Wushu's head, and his eyes full of murderous intent kept scanning the surrounding enemies. The surrounding Jin soldiers looked at the face covered with blood, and their bodies trembled unconsciously. Moreover, they also saw Jin Wushu's head with his eyes open, and they were too scared to move forward, and even froze in place. Yang Zixing cut off Jin Wushu's head, and now Jin Wushu could not die again, unless someone in the Jin dynasty knew the art of resurrection. Jin Wushu is dead. When a Song soldier saw the head held high by Yang Zixing, he immediately roared with anger, venting his long-suppressed emotions. One voice was answered by 100. And more Song soldiers shouted in unison the news of Jin Wushu's death, and their morale was greatly boosted. Although Jin Wushu was dead, the Jin soldiers had not surrendered. The Yu army had received the most rigorous training. Even though victory was in sight, they did not relax at all. Under the leadership of generals at all levels, they continued to charge at the stunned Jin soldiers. The shouts of killing resounded through the sky, and the sound of horses' hooves roared on the earth. After the news of Jin Wushu's beheading spread, the Song army's soldiers and horses soared in both momentum and morale, and the power of swinging their weapons was a few points greater. After losing Jin Wushu's command, the Jin soldiers seemed to have become a headless fly, and were instantly defeated by the Song army. And the defeat was like a landslide. Jin Wushu is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? I am the Dragon and Tiger King. How can I surrender to you Song people? Hearing Yu Yun's words of persuasion, Wan Yin Tahisa's eyes widened with anger, and the big knife in his hand suddenly accelerated a few points, turning into a streak of silk and slashing on the heavy hammer, smashing a spark. Suddenly, a long spear came from the flank, like a spirit snake clinging in the void, and pierced his shoulder socket with a spear under Wan Yin Tahisu's exclamation. Wan Yin Tahisu felt pain and immediately drew back the big knife and rode away. But Shi Jingxi was faster, holding the 100-flower silver spear to block Wan Yin Tahisu's escape route. Wan Yin Tahisu was almost gritting his teeth. He had to use all his strength to face Yu Yun. And with Shi Jingxi, who was a little stronger than Yu Yun. He had no chance of winning. There are only dragon and tiger kings who died in battle, but no dragon and tiger kings who surrendered. Jin Wushu died on the battlefield, and Wanyan Tahisu was the only one left among the Jin generals. If he surrendered to the Song army like this, he didn't know how to face Jin Wushu and Wanyan Zongxian in the underworld. Wanyan Tahisu quickly took in the surrounding situation. At this time, the Jin army was without Jin Wushu's command, and was simply a mess. It was no match for the Song army led by Yu Fei, and defeat was only a matter of time. As a senior figure in the Jin army, even if Yu Fei was willing to accept his surrender, the Song emperor far away in the Jianghuai area would never agree to his surrender, and the other party would find ways to torture him. Rather than being tortured, Wanyan Tahisu might as well choose to die on the battlefield, so that he could earn a good reputation after his death. Thinking of this, Wanyan Tahisu roared, and the big knife in his hand rolled up the wind, and he rushed toward Shi Jingxi. Shi Jingxi, who was dressed in a white robe, narrowed his eyes slightly because of the wind. The movement of his hands did not stop at all. The tip of the spear suddenly accelerated several points. While picking up the big knife with a spear, several spear shadows were stabbed out with a bang, covering Wanyan Tahisu in the blink of an eye. Yu Yun immediately understood Shi Jingxi's intention to resolve the battle. The two hammers suddenly blasted forward, as if they turned into two meteorites, hiding in the spear shadows and ready to go. Boom! The gun and the two hammers seemed to turn into a huge millstone, constantly strangling Wanyan Tahisu, who was surrounded in the middle, and smashing him to spit blood from time to time. With a series of roars, Wanyan Tahisu vomited blood, and his shattered internal organs kept vomiting blood, and his breath gradually became weak. The armor on Wanyan Tahisu's body had become fragmented, and the light in his pupils dissipated from time to time, and the whole person began to step into the end. A moment later, a long spear broke through his defense, and a harsh noise suddenly sounded. Before Wanyan Tahisu could expect it, it pierced his heart and stabbed out from his back. I am the Dragon and Tiger King. Before he finished speaking, Wanyan Tahisu was shaken out by the long spear, like a tattered sack flying in the air, and finally fell to the ground. So far, the three high-ranking generals of the Jin people all died in the wilds of Yanqing. Wanyan Tahisu is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Yu Yun cut off Wanyan Tahisu's head and tied it in front of the horse's head, then urged the warhorse to rush into the Jin army that was still resisting stubbornly. With a burst of shrill screams, he smashed a bloody path with two hammers, and a large number of enemies collapsed on the ground in a bloody mess, and the blood gathered into small rivers. Countless broken limbs and arms flew out, and incomplete corpses were everywhere on the ground. Yu Yun, who was full of fierceness, combined with his young face, created a full sense of gap, which intimidated many enemies. Yu Yun's lead caused many Song soldiers to follow suit. Under their unreasonable attack, the remaining Jin soldiers were killed fiercely, leaving only some weak soldiers. They were so frightened by the killing of the Song army that they had to put down their weapons and kneel on the ground, begging the Song army to spare their lives. The Song dynasty and them were incompatible. They all knew that they would basically have no good end if they fell into the hands of the Song people. But there was always a chance to survive. If they did not choose to surrender at this time, they would probably follow the fate of their dead companions and be thrown into the wilderness. Yu Fei had already cleaned up all the iron pagodas and obtained a large number of sophisticated equipment and horses. Seeing that the battle at the front was over, he began to order people to clean up the battlefield and guard the prisoners. Jin Wushu brought more than 15,000 cavalry this time. As long as Yu Fei cleaned up the battlefield a little, he could get a lot of war horses and equipment. This was a good opportunity for the Song dynasty, which lacked war horses. In addition to the war horses, what Yu Fei did not expect was that Li Ji and his men really accomplished the task of killing Jin Wushu in the midst of thousands of troops. Jin Wushu's head was much more valuable than a war horse. If this matter was passed on to the court of the Song dynasty, even if Xiao Go didn't like the northern expedition, he would still reward Yu Fei and his men. Haha. I didn't expect that I would actually meet Han Chang in the battle. This guy is also a coward. As soon as Jin Wushu died, he took his soldiers and wanted to run away. If I hadn't met him, I'm afraid he would have really slipped away. Yao Zheng smiled happily, holding a bloody head, and found Li Ji and others, showing off his achievements to Li Ji and others. Although Han Chang's head was not as valuable as Jin Wushu, Wanyan Zongxian and Wanyan Tahisu, he was still a general among the Jin people. Yao Zheng's ability to capture this person was also a good achievement. Yao Zheng knew that his martial arts was not as abnormal as Yang Zixing. So he didn't think about Jin Wushu's head at the beginning. Even when he went to support Yu Yun to kill Wan Yan to Hisa later. He just played the role of a guide. If the war ended at this point, Yao Zheng would have made only a few minor contributions. But with Han Chang's head, it would be different. This was at least a general-level figure, which could make Yao Yang's contributions rise to several levels. According to Yao Yang's guess, after the Battle of Yinqing, his accumulated contributions were enough for him to be transferred out of Yu's army and serve as the commander of an army alone. Then congratulations, Commander Yao. Li once again wishes you a smooth career. Li Ji bowed and congratulated him. Yao Zheng waved his hand cheerfully and said casually, if it weren't for you, Chief Li, saving me before, I don't know where my body would be buried at this time. Don't worry. I will let the Marshal report your contributions truthfully. With your ability, you will definitely be valued by His Majesty. Maybe. Li Ji shuddered unconsciously when he thought of Yu Fei's final fate. He fought desperately outside, but ended up being wrongly killed in the end. Li Ji felt that he might as well rebel and overthrow the Song dynasty, whether it's courage or ability. I, Yang Zixing, admire you very much. If there is a chance, we must fight side by side. Yang Zixing has been holding Jin Wushu's head and has not put it down. He said to Li Ji with a serious face, General Yang is skilled and brave. It is my honor to fight side by side with you. Yang Zixing is the general of the Song army second only to Yu Fei. Li Ji is always thinking about ways to improve his relationship with Yang Zixing so that he can get the recruitment order to recruit Yang Zixing after the battle. Generals. The commander-in-chief has called back the troops and asked all generals to enter the city to rest. Chapter 361 Wu Mu's Testament. Congratulations to the player for completing all stages of the Battle of Yinqing. Based on the player's performance, he was rated as a top-class player. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the Battle of Yinqing and obtaining all victory conditions. Please exit the Battle of Yinqing dungeon and claim the reward in your free time. Players can now freely choose to exit the dungeon within 3 days of the dungeon. Do you choose to exit the dungeon at this time? Exit later. Standing on the wall of Yinqing, Li Ji suddenly received a system notification sound. But he did not pay too much attention to it. He then set his sights on the dust in the distance, and heard the earth-shaking shouts of killing. Not long after, the sound of fighting in the dust gradually became smaller. A Song general held a spear in one arm and grabbed a bloody head with the other hand. Judging from the appearance, it was obviously the head of a Jin general. In the chaos, swords and knives were blind, and soldiers were constantly chopped to the ground by weapons. But Yu Fei stood firm in the middle, and the enemy was terrified with a Li Chu and spear, and no one dared to move forward with a knife. When the other Jin soldiers saw the flag symbolizing the commander in the army being chopped down, and then saw the head in Yu Fei's hand, they suddenly became chaotic and were defeated. After Li Ji and others killed Jin Wushu and repelled the Jin cavalry, Yu Fei set up a simple banquet in Yinqing to reward the 3 armies. But the banquet didn't last long, and they got the news that the 100,000 Jin army would arrive at the Yinqing battlefield in 3 days. Although the army was a worrying army, it had 100,000 people, which was several times more than the Song army. So Yu Fei immediately canceled the banquet and reorganized the army, intending to defeat the army while it was still unstable. Originally, Li Ji planned to follow Yu Fei to attack the Qin army, but Yu Fei refused on the spot and asked Li Ji's troops to guard Yinqing, while Yu Fei himself went into battle and led the Yu army to defeat the enemy. So this is why Li Ji stood on the city wall and saw Yu Fei beheading the generals and killing the enemy. Speaking of which, Li Ji was still a little confused at the time. He killed Jin Wushu and the other 2 outside Yinqing, but the system prompt did not sound. It turned out that he still needed to pass this plot. After killing the leading Jin general, the 100,000 Qian army collapsed without attacking, and there were continuous signs of defeat and escape. The Qian army was composed of Han people. Facing his compatriots, Yu Fei obviously would not treat them like he treated the Jin people. Under the command of Yu Fei, the Song army soldiers killed the Jin army officers at all levels who led the Qian army on the spot, and drove the Han people together and controlled them, and transported them back to Yinqing in batches. The quality of these people is not comparable to that of Yu's army. But with Yu Fei, it only takes some time to turn them into a qualified army. At least it is no problem to defend Yinqing. There was a burst of dense footsteps behind him. Li Ji turned around and saw that it was Yang Zixing, Yu Fei's trusted general. Yang Zixing also did not follow Yu Fei to raid the Qian army, but was left behind by Yu Fei and Yanqing to prevent any accidents. The strength of the marshal is not worse than mine. I know. I saw it just now. Li Ji smiled and replied. Just now. Yu Fei charged into the Jin army with a Lichuan spear. The Jin general on the opposite side was no match for Yu Fei at all. After 3 or 5 moves, he was knocked to the ground by Yu Fei's spear, and then killed by another shot. I don't know why Yu Fei felt itchy when he saw Yang Zixing charging into the battle and killing Jin Wushu before. But today he actually charged into the Jin army alone, ignoring his status as a general. Normally, as a commander of an army, he would try to avoid the possibility of personally going into battle to prevent being injured by stray arrows. Even Li Ji has reduced the frequency of his own battles in recent years. Even if he went into battle, there were always fierce generals around him to protect his safety. However, Yu Fei did not bring Yang Zixing, the number 1 fighter of the Yu family army, with him this time. He only brought his eldest son Yu Yun. And Yu Yun was not by his side when he broke into the battle. He went into the dragon's den alone. I'm going to lead the troops away from here. Yang Zixing was not a person who was good at starting a topic. So Li Ji took the opportunity to tell him about his plan to leave. After hearing Li Ji's words, Yang Zixing was stunned and became silent. Then said, I will find the general immediately. Without waiting for Li Ji to respond, Yang Zixing left the city wall with a rolling golden spear, rode on the warhorse, and rushed out of Yanqing. Not long after, the 2 warhorses entered Yanqing one after another. Yu Fei came to Li Ji with a bloody head in his right hand and a bloody Lichuan spear in his left hand, followed by Yang Zixing. General. Yu Fei winked, signaling Yang Zixing not to speak, and then handed the head of the Jin man to the other party, asking Yang Zixing to take it away for processing. The name of the Jin general just now is Ali Duobujin, and his strength is not very good. I killed him in a few rounds. Yu Fei smiled at Li Ji, but he didn't look very relaxed. I'm very sorry. Li Ji was interrupted by Yu Fei before he finished speaking. I understand that your troops suffered heavy losses and need to retreat to the Jianghuai area. But your appearance at least let me know that there are still people who support our northern expedition. Although the Song army defeated more than 10,000 cavalrymen of Taifutu and Jin Wushu, they also paid a lot of price. The Western Zhou Hu Bin army that Yu Fei borrowed to dispatch was more than 30%. Not to mention the Beiwei army as the main force. So Yu Fei had already thought of this possibility for Li Ji's withdrawal. And he also understood Li Ji's decision. The other party was just a leader of the rebel army, although the troops in his hands were too elite. After all, this army was built by the other party alone, and the money consumed was difficult to measure. But what really made Yu Fei a little disappointed was that from then on, the entire Song dynasty army did not respond to his northern expedition process and always adopted a passive defense strategy. The northern expedition is a matter that cannot be done. Li Ji shook his head and said cautiously, Even you think so. I only know that I know it is impossible to do it. I, Yu Fei, am a citizen of the Song dynasty. In order to recover the homeland of the Song dynasty, what does it matter if I give up my flesh and blood? Yu Fei sighed, patted Li Ji's shoulder without saying anything, and then took out a boxing manual from his arms and handed it to Li Ji. This is a set of boxing that I have studied for many years. It is suitable for promotion in the army. Most of the soldiers in Yu's army have practiced it. Now I will hand it over to you, and I hope you can make more use of it. This, Li Ji was at a loss when he held the boxing manual of Yu's boxing. Of course he knew the origin of this Yu's boxing. Originally, this set of boxing was passed down by Yu Fei to his 2 sons Yu Lin and Yu Ting, who were far away in Zhejiang. But now he has intercepted it. Although he knew that this battle copy belonged to an independent space and would not have any subsequent impact on history, this was Yu Fei's inheritance, and suddenly gave Li Ji an inexplicable feeling. Zhuge Liang was entrusted with the important task of entrusting his son to Zhuge Liang in Baidi City. I will keep it well. Li Ji gritted his teeth and replied, although he knew that all this was not true. Facing this national hero, Li Ji did not neglect it at all, and made a promise to Yu Fei. Well, Yu Fei had no intention of continuing to speak, but after taking a deep look at Li Ji, he left the city wall and continued to deal with the military affairs of Yanqing. For him, the mission of the northern expedition is not over yet, as the Jin people still control the former capital of Kaifeng. Li Ji gathered the remaining troops, said goodbye to Yang Zixing, Yao Zheng, and Yu Yun, and then left Yanqing, choosing to exit the battle dungeon in the wild. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the Battle of Yanqing. Please accept the battle reward in your free time. Do you want to accept the reward at this time? Accept it later. Li Ji quietly left Longke City to participate in the battle dungeon, and then quietly left the battle dungeon to return to Longke City. There was not much commotion during this period, and no one else knew about it except the senior figures of Longke City. Although the Western Zhou Bin army suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Yinqing, being killed in the battle dungeon was not considered a real death. Instead, they could use this battle to pass the test of life and death and quickly become an elite soldier. The test of blood and death is not available anytime and anywhere. A battle of Yinqing is enough to be comparable to 10 bandit suppression operations. After returning to Longke City, Li Ji directly sent the 6,000 soldiers to his own military camp to rest, and also gave Li Tsuinxiu and others a few days off to rest and wait for the battle against Dong. At this time, less than a month was left before the battle against Dong, and Li Ji needed to handle the affairs of Kuaiji County and half of Wu County. At least dispatch troops and generals from various places to prevent Su Gong and Lu Yao from stealing their homes during the battle against Dong. Li Ji still remembered that Lu Yao had joined forces with Su Gong to attempt to sneak attack the half of Wu County he controlled during the battle against Dong. "Sir, Duchan has prepared hot water. Please let Duchan help you undress." After returning to the mansion, the first thing Li Ji did was to take a bath to wash away the blood and dust he had stained in the Battle of Yinqing and relax his mind. Of course, the most important thing was to wash away the bad luck on him, so as to unlock better battle rewards. Even though Li Ji had long known that the battle rewards had been determined by the system. Congratulations to the player for completing all the victory conditions of the campaign, and the rewards have increased significantly. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the equipment blueprint of the Divine Arm Crossbow, Diamond level. The personal soldiers of the Beiwei Army, 1,000 people. And Yufei's keepsake. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden conditions capture the enemy general's head in the midst of thousands of troops, and Yufei's trapped state, and obtaining the designated recruitment order Yang Zixing, and the treasure, Wu Mu's last will and testament. Like the last battle of Monan, Li Ji completed all the victory conditions of the Battle of Yinqing, and the number of rewards he received was the same as before, and the types were also similar. However, in the Battle of Monan, Li Ji completed the hidden condition of Zhao Xian was captured and received the reward of War Eagle training, while in the Battle of Yinqing, Li Ji completed Yufei's trapped state and received a treasure. What made Li Ji a little concerned was when he completed this condition. However, he quickly put it behind his mind and turned to look at the new treasure. Wu Mu's last will and testament. Name Wu Mu's testament. Quality artifact grade. Status bindable. Effect. Wu Mu. The binder obtains the Wu Mu color feature Wu Mu color when leading the army in battle. Personal combat power plus 40%. Unit combat plus 50%. Morale remains high, and when at a disadvantage, the soldier's physical upper limit increases. Physical recovery speed increases. Defense increases. Attack power increases. And attack speed increases. If the bravery value of the soldiers or generals is lower than 60, their bravery value plus 1. Mighty and strong, when the binder faces a foreign race. If the bravery value of the soldiers under his command is not higher than 60 points, their bravery value is plus 1. Zongking Yangxiang, the binder's charm value is plus 1. Testament, the binder can be a player or an NPC. If the binder is the descendant of Yufei, their commander's upper limit is plus 1. If the bound person is Yufei himself, Yufei's commander limit plus 3. Description: it is said that this is a military book written by Yufei, a famous anti-Jin general in the Song dynasty. It gathers Yufei's life experience in commanding troops. Talented people can gain a lot of experience by studying it. Amazing! Seeing the effect of the artifact treasure, Wu Mu's last book, Li Ji's eyes were wide open. If he hadn't been worried about Duchan, who was massaging his shoulders next to him, he would have jumped out of the bathtub. Wu Mu's last book. This is the first military book Li Ji has touched. It is placed in various shopping malls. Military books like Wu Mu's last book will be measured in millions of merit points. I didn't expect Li Ji to dig out such a reward in a battle. It seems that the diversity of battle rewards may exceed Li Ji's previous cognition. Wu Mu's last book is a military book written by Yufei with great effort. Although its reputation is definitely not as good as military books such as Sun Tzu's Art of War and Sun Bin's Art of War, it is at least a military book written by the top generals in Chinese history. And the blessing effect is too terrible, let alone rewarding a colored feature. Just the fact that it can improve the upper limit of the bravery of the soldiers is already better than most treasures or equipment in this world. And if it is equipped to Yufei's descendants such as Yu Yuan and Yu Lei, or even Yufei himself, The blessing effect of Wu Mu's posthumous book is even more amazing. Wu Mu's posthumous book was written for Yu Fei's descendants. Moreover, equipping Wu Mu's posthumous book will add a new colored feature to the binder. Li Ji is very greedy for this treasure. You know, he had seized Zhang Jiao's Taiping Yao Shu Tiandarin 3 volumes before. And the feature he got was only gold. And the bonus effect was not as good as Wu Mu's posthumous book. It is best to bind Wu Mu's posthumous book to Yu Fei. Although Yu Fei has the Wu Mu feature, binding it may waste this effect. But the increase of 3 points of commander value is enough to make up for this regret. At the very least, this thing is bound to Yu Yun or Yu Lei. After all, they are Yu Fei's sons. Inheriting Wu Mu's posthumous book may cultivate a new Yu Fei. Chapter 362 Heavenly Power. A military book treasure is detected. Does the player choose to bind Wu Mu's posthumous book? Note that the player can only bind one military book treasure. Please choose carefully. If the player unbinds the military book, one of its effects will be damaged randomly. And the player cannot bind this type of military book within 5 years. The damaged military book can be rewritten and repaired by the original author of the military book to restore the damaged effect. Li Ji just wanted to try what effect would be achieved by binding Wu Mu's posthumous book. As a result, before binding, the system popped up a lot of information about military book treasures. According to the logic of the system, players are not allowed to bind multiple military books to obtain multiple high-level characteristics. For example, if Li Ji binds Wu Mu's posthumous book, he cannot bind other military books in Sun Tzu's Art of War. This is good. At least it will not allow players to acquire a large number of military books and obtain a large number of high-level characteristics, and forcibly pile themselves up to the level of Sun Tzu and Wu Zi. Of course, if you want to be on par with these great gods, it is unlikely to rely solely on stacking military books. Their methods and thinking are not something that ordinary players can learn. In addition to limiting the number of military books that players can bind, the system also imposes corresponding penalties on unbinding military books. The purpose is to prevent players from taking advantage of system loopholes and quickly switching to features that suit the current situation by removing and binding military books. Wu Mu's posthumous book has a total of 4 effects, which means that this military book can be removed 4 times. After the 4 opportunities are used up, this military book will become a waste book with no effect. However, if Li Ji recruits Yu Fei, the original owner of Wu Mu's posthumous book, he can remove this military book without any scruples. Coincidentally, Li Ji obtained Yu Fei's token in the campaign copy, which can increase the probability of recruiting Yu Fei and is a rare good thing. Unfortunately, from the information of Yu Fei's token, Li Ji learned that in order to recruit Yu Fei, he must consume a peerless military general and civil official recruitment order. Name Yu Family Boxing Manual Yu Fei's token. Quality Special. Status Unused. Effect when used together with the recruitment order for peerless generals and civil officials. The probability of recruiting the peerless general Yu Fei can be greatly increased. Description: this is a token given by Yu Fei to the player. A symbol of friendship. From the time Li Ji entered here to now, he has only recruited 2 generals and civil officials with a full value of 100. Looking at the entire Huaxia area, the number of peerless generals and civil officials that have been born now can probably be counted on one hand, which shows how difficult it is to get this recruitment order for peerless generals and civil officials. Only in large-scale events or national war events, those who rank at the top have the opportunity to win such a reward. And the nearest large-scale event is the Battle of Defeat Dong. With Li Ji's current team, it is not too difficult to win the Battle of Defeat Dong. And with Yu Fei's value, it is worth consuming a recruitment order for peerless generals and civil officials to recruit him. But the difficulty lies in that this token only increases the probability of recruiting Yu Fei, and it does not allow Li Ji to recruit him 100%. If he failed to recruit Yu Fei and wasted Yu Fei's token, Li Ji would probably want to die. Let's make sure we win the first place in the coalition camp. Li Ji quickly forgot about all these things. He was very confident in his luck. After all, there shouldn't be many people in the entire Huaxia region who were like him, with a luck value of 99 points. Unless someone recruited the great magician Lu Xiu against the will of heaven, no one could match him in terms of luck. Li Ji could randomly recruit Li Cunxiu, who could compete with Xiang Yu, and Zhang Juzheng, who prolonged the life of the Ming dynasty. By luck, it wouldn't be too much to recruit Yu Fei by the token next. It's best to leave the Wu Mu's posthumous book to Yu Fei himself, or leave it to Yu Yun, Yu Lei and other descendants of Yu Fei, so that the military book will play the greatest effect. Li Ji put the Wu Mu's posthumous book aside and receive the remaining rewards of the battle copy. Soon, the forging drawings of the Shinbi crossbow appeared in Li Ji's hands. This crossbow is one of the standard weapons of the Song army crossbowmen, because its range far exceeds other crossbows. It was praised by Wanyan Zongbi, also known as Jin Wushu, who was killed by Li Ji. As when I went south, I saw the military weapons used by the Song army. The best one was the Shinbi bow, and the second was the heavy axe. There was nothing else to fear. Now I will make a model. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Yanqing, Yu Fei's army did not have the Shinbi crossbow, which failed to open Li Ji's eyes. The bow is 3 feet and 3 inches long. The string is 2 feet and 5 inches long, and the maximum range is more than 340 steps. It is said that other weapons cannot match it. It is an effective killing weapon for the Song army to deal with the Jin cavalry. However, in Li Ji's view, the Song army had a magical weapon like the Shinbi crossbow, which was really a waste of natural resources. The performance of the Song army soldiers on the battlefield was a bit unworthy of the Shinbi crossbow. Li Ji was a little confused. The Song army had excellent equipment such as the Shinbi crossbow and infantry armor, and also had talents like Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Why were they so timid when fighting the Jin people and liked to serve others as dogs? Name Shinbi crossbow. Quality diamond grade. Physical attack 499. Magic attack 199. Special effects. Sharp. When shooting at the enemy's armor, there is a chance that the durability of the opponent's armor will be doubled. Armor breaking. When shooting at the enemy's armor, there is a very small chance that the opponent's armor will be scrapped, without any defensive effect. Long-range shot. Consume extra physical strength to increase the range of the arrow. Continuous shot. You can shoot multiple arrows at the same time. When the number of arrows shot reaches a certain level, the damage of the arrows decreases. Crossbow cart. Can be used with crossbow cart. Forging conditions iron or wood. As a diamond level equipment, the God Arm crossbow is worthy of the system's rating in terms of damage and effect. But the forging conditions are extremely harsh, which is also worthy of the system's rating. The God Arm crossbow can cause considerable damage to cavalry. If it is equipped to the first-line soldiers, who are known as cavalry killers, it will definitely become a nightmare for cavalry. When they are matched, it is probably not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. As for what expensive wood and iron ore are needed to build it, Li Ji does not need to worry too much. These things can be left to professionals. Speaking of which, since Li Ji recruited Oyezi, the legendary swordsmith, the old guy personally built a diamond-level equipment in front of the public that day, and the divine light emitted by the equipment almost blinded the onlookers. As a result, due to the unintentional spread of the melon-eating players, countless people knew that Li Ji had a fairy-level craftsman, and they all brought various rare ores to Longhai City to meet Oyezi, hoping that he could make a piece of equipment for them. That's not all. Even the group of generals under Li Ji knew about Oyezi's existence, and they kept pestering Oyezi to make new weapons and new armor for them all day long. You must know that weapons, armor and war horses are the 3 favorite things of generals. If they have a good relationship with Oyezi, they can solve the problem of weapons and armor. However, the weapons and armor of the generals under Li Ji are mostly diamond-level weapons. If they want to upgrade their equipment by 1 grade, they need Oyezi to make artifact-level equipment. And to make artifact-level equipment, not only does it require people like Oyezi to take action, but also requires various rare ores and iron ingots, which even Li Ji does not have much. So after the end of the war against Dong, Li Ji can exchange some rare ores as rewards and entrust Oyezi to make suitable equipment for his generals. The last time Li Ji visited the National War Mall, he saw with his own eyes that the equipment that suited his generals could enhance the bravery of his generals. Li Ji summoned Zhang Juzheng, handed him the blueprint of the Divine Arm crossbow, and asked Zhang Juzheng to give it to Oyezi, asking Oyezi to build the Divine Arm crossbow as much as possible before the battle against Dongzhou. Dongzhou Shiliang Iron Cavalry and Lu Bu's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry are famous cavalry brigades in the world. Using the Divine Arm crossbow and the first-line soldiers to deal with them is the best choice. But what made Li Ji a little concerned was that when Zhang Juzheng saw him lying in the bathtub, his eyes turned around, and he would stay on Yu Chan from time to time, and there was always a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. After sending Zhang Juzheng away, Li Ji took out the Tiger Talisman of the Beiwei Army, named Beiwei Army Guards. Quality 8th level troops. Army equipment Iron Spike Spear, gold level. Big Axe, gold level. Big Shield, gold level. Diamond level Iron Armor, gold level Warhorse. Army characteristics. Invincible. Attack speed increases. If it is a heavy cavalry, the impact force is greatly increased. If the impact is lower than or equal to the Beiwei Army grade, the effect is doubled. Invincible. Attack power increases. If it is a heavy infantry, the defense power is greatly increased. If it blocks equal to or higher than the Beiwei Army grade, arms, double the effect. Horse and infantry. Beiwei Army soldiers do not need to be trained, and can switch freely between infantry and cavalry. They only need to be equipped. Description: You phase 1,000 Beiwei Army soldiers, who once defeated Jin Wushu's Iron Buddha, are divided into 500 Beiwei Army heavy infantry, and 500 Beiwei Army heavy cavalry. Like the previous 800 cavalry, this 1,000 Beiwei Army is a one-time consumable item. Unless Li Ji recruits Yufei himself, there is no possibility of continuing to use this 1,000 Beiwei Army after the battle. The Beiwei Army soldiers sent by the system are divided into half. 500 Beiwei Army heavy infantry, and 500 Beiwei Army heavy cavalry. But with horse and infantry, as long as Li Ji gathers all the equipment, he may get a 1,000-man heavy cavalry, or a 1,000-man heavy infantry. Unfortunately, unlike the previous 800 cavalry, the 1,000 Beiwei troops did not give Li Ji a low-level general. The Beiwei troops lacked generals to command, and Li Ji needed to arrange a few veterans to lead them in battle. Due to the effect of horse and foot, the positioning of the Beiwei troops may need to be discussed. Before that, Yang Zixing should be recruited first. Among all the rewards of the battle copy, the most expensive one is the recruitment order that can recruit Yang Zixing, who is a fierce general who can fight with Yufei. Although Li Ji recruited a peerless fierce general like Li Tsunqiu, he was also looking forward to the recruitment of Yang Zixing. With Yang Zixing's ability, he should be comparable to the 5 tigers of Shuhan, and can be ranked in the forefront of the dragon and sparrow generals. A white light flashed, and a fierce general appeared in front of Li Ji, holding a golden spear in his left hand, and the reins in his right hand. His whole body suddenly burst out with evil spirits, shaking the surrounding wind and rolling up smoke and dust. Name: Yang Zixing. Occupation: Military General, War. Identity: Citizen of Langkai City. Level 100. Brave 98, 98. Commander 70, 70. Wisdom 61, 61. Political Strategy 43, 43. Charm 70. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Spear General, blue when using a spear. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Spear Skill Power plus 25%. Cavalry General, blue. Warhorse's Sprint Speed plus 20%. Warhorse's upper limit of physical strength increased. Yu Family Army, purple together with Yufei, Yu Yun, Zhang Xian, Wang Gui, Niu Gao, Dong Xian, Yao Sheng and others. He is a general of the Yu Family Army. For every additional general of Yu Family Army in the faction, Yang Zixing's combat power plus 3%. 100-man killing, purple for every 100 people killed. Yang Zixing's personal combat power plus 3%. No upper limit. The duration lasts for a war. Single-handed battle, gold breaking into the enemy's formation alone. Yang Zixing's personal combat power plus 25%. Physical strength increased. Physical strength recovery speed increased. Attack speed increased. Defense increased. Not easy to be killed instantly, if the number of enemies is larger than his own. Personal combat power plus 10%. Various effect bonuses increased. Brave and good at fighting, gold when fighting with others, if the opponent's bravery value is lower than his own. Yang Zixing's personal combat power plus 25%. There is a chance to kill the opponent instantly, if the opponent's bravery value is equal to or higher than his own. Yang Zixing's personal combat power plus 30%. Defense increased. Unyielding body, gold when in a state of war. Yang Zixing's personal combat power plus 30%. Defense greatly increased. Attack speed increased. Physical strength recovery speed increased. Physical strength increased. And warhorse sprint speed increased. If the troops under your command are far less than those of the enemy, your personal combat effectiveness will be increased by an additional 1% to 10%. And the bonus of various effects will be doubled. The bonus effect is related to the difference in troop strength. Fighting without retreat, gold winning crisis. Yang Zixing's personal combat effectiveness will be increased by 1% to 35%, according to the degree of crisis. A hero of the moment, gold when fighting with others, if the opponent's reputation is higher than Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing's personal combat effectiveness will be increased by 20%, if the opponent's reputation is lower than Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing's personal combat power plus 25%. Tianzong Shui, color when fighting with others. Personal combat power plus 45% when charging into battle. Personal combat power plus 50%. The commander soldier's combat power plus 20%. Yang Zixing is immune to the attacks of soldiers with bravery values below 60, greatly reducing the probability of being killed instantly. Yang Zixing's defense and physical strength are improved to varying degrees. The improvement effect is related to the situation. Skills: Yang Family Spear Skills, S level. Bloody Fighting, S level. Galloping Breaking the Formation, S level. Brave and Fearless, S level. Mental Skills: Bloody Battle Secrets. Equipment: Rolling Golden Spear, Diamond level. Silver Maned Horse, Diamond level. Special Arms: None. Chapter 363 Fighting for Taihu Lake. General Yang Zixing greets the Lord. Yang Zixing appeared in the mansion alone and on horseback, and said with great enthusiasm. However, the next second, when he saw Li Ji sitting in the bathtub, his old-fashioned face suddenly became a little flustered, and he lowered his head quickly. Seeing the change in Yang Zixing's expression, Li Ji instantly understood something. So he stood up and took the bath towel from Du Chan to wrap himself up. Li Ji coughed lightly, patted Yang Zixing's shoulder as if nothing had happened, and said, Zixing is brave and comparable to the overlord. I will need you to charge for me in the future. Yang Zixing is a fierce general who charges, and has the ability to kill generals and seize flags. Li Ji saw his ability in the Battle of Yanqing. Now that Li Ji has recruited Yang Zixing, he can leave more generals in Longjie City to ensure the safety of his rear. Please leave it to me. Yang Zixing patted his chest and answered loudly. I will lead troops to the north to attack Dongjue in a month. During this time, you should first get familiar with the generals and soldiers of the Longjie army, and follow me to the north soon. By the way, you will be in charge of the 1,000 Beiwei army. Yes, sir. Yang Zixing took the tiger talisman handed over by Li Ji, and was then sent by Li Ji to the barracks in Longjie City to recruit 1,000 Beiwei army. As a general of the Yu family army, Yang Zixing has a high degree of fit with the Beiwei army, and is the best candidate to lead the Beiwei army. Like the flying general Li Guang, Yang Zixing is a full-level existence when he is recruited. So Li Ji can naturally know Yang Zixing's breakthrough mission. Task: take the head of the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops. Yang Zixing's exclusive breakthrough task. Task description: Yang Zixing single-handedly breaks into the enemy's formation and kills one or more military generals and civil officials with a command value greater than or equal to 95 points. Task reward: after completing the task, Yang Zixing's four-dimensional data will be increased by 1 to 5 points, and any one of his characteristics will be upgraded to color. Yang Zixing's breakthrough task is simple and crude, but also difficult. Single-handed means that Yang Zixing can only rely on himself to break into the formation, even if there is a soldier to help him. This breakthrough task cannot be completed. How can a general with more than 95 points not have heavy soldiers around him? With such a high command value, Yang Zixing can be killed in minutes. A general with enough troops in his hands is much more terrifying than a fierce general. My lord, General Yang has sent a message. Please ask if you can mobilize troops during this period. Not long after Yang Zixing was sent to the barracks, a civil official broke into Li Ji's mansion. The one who came this time was one of Li Ji's advisors, Jia Su. Shi Shizai was placed by Li Ji beside Wang Ming to give advice. And Gui Jia had just finished the Battle of Yanqing with Li Ji and was now on vacation. So Jia Su, who often slacked off, was forced to start working and give advice to Li Ji. Mobilize troops? Is it Chu Dao's idea or Jing Lu's idea? Li Ji put on his clothes, with a hint of confusion on his face. There was less than a month left before the battle to defeat Dongjue. During this period, Li Ji planned to withdraw troops from the front line, and specifically instructed Wang Ming and others on the front line not to mobilize troops at will during this period, so as not to get stuck in the quagmire of war and affect the plan to defeat Dongjue. Although Su Gong controls half of Wujuan on the surface and is working with Lu Yao behind the scenes, in Li Ji's eyes, Su Gong is just a slightly larger grasshopper, and he can be crushed to death with just a little effort. The battle against Dongjue is different. In Li Ji's eyes, this activity is even more important than dealing with Su Gong. After all, the rewards for ranking high and low are very different. Li Ji is eager for all kinds of talents, and at the same time, he does not want others to recruit any powerful generals and civil officials. It is General Yang's intention. He hopes that the Lord can agree to him and let him appear in Taihu Lake with the Navy to take Taihu Lake for the Lord. Do you want to take down the entire Taihu Lake with the power of the Navy? The number of naval soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow army is just over 10,000. And Chu Dao is so confident. Taihu Lake is not as big as it is in the present world. It is expanded 10 times here. And the area can even be described as a sea. The vast Taihu Lake naturally became a good place for water bandits to run rampant. In addition, the former Wujuan prefect Sheng Xian was not good at military affairs. So more and more bandits poured into Taihu Lake to stir up trouble and colluded to rob ships in the lake. In addition to these water bandits, Su Gong's Navy water fort was set up in Taihu Lake. If Yang Su wanted to control Taihu Lake, he would not only have to deal with a large number of water bandits, but also Su Gong's navy. Even if Yang Su was a famous general in the Sui dynasty, if he did not have sufficient troops at hand, how could he clean up the filth in the entire Taihu Lake? Besides, it was not long before the 3 counties of Qiantang were controlled by Li Ji. Although some local powerful families came to surrender, there were always some rats hiding in the sewers. When Yang Su withdrew his troops, they would definitely jump out to make trouble. In terms of emotion and reason, Li Ji was not very interested in Yang Su's request. What do you think about this matter? Li Ji threw this difficult problem to Jia Su, the old fox, to see if the other party had the same idea as him. Jia Su pondered for a moment, then said, Taihu Lake is located in the heart of Wu County. Countless villages are built on Taihu Lake. The surrounding fertile land uses the water of Taihu Lake to produce food. Taihu Lake can be said to be the heart of Wu County. If the Lord takes over the entire territory of Wu County, then dealing with Taihu Lake will also be put on the agenda. Considering the importance of Taihu Lake to Wu County, dealing with the filth in Taihu Lake is one of the Lord's main affairs in the future. In my opinion, the reason why General Yang made this request at this time is to help the Lord clean up some of the filth in advance for the Lord's subsequent actions. If only the navy is used, it will only affect the control of the 3 counties of Qiantang. For Wang Jinglu, who is on the front line, the impact is almost negligible. Moreover, General Yang's elimination of water bandits in Taihu Lake can show our army's strength and deter the traitor Su Gong, so that the latter dare not move easily. In Su's opinion, this action is beneficial to us without any harm. It's just that the number of navy is only 10,000. It seems that General Yang seems to have other intentions. Jia Su's slightly hesitant tone made Li Ji quickly understand what he meant. You mean, the governor wants to use this opportunity to ask me to expand the size of the navy? It should be. Our army has now built a large number of 5-toothed warships, tower ships and other things. The upper limit of the number of soldiers that warships can accommodate is much higher than the number of navy soldiers. It is not surprising that General Yang has such an idea. Li Ji nodded, thinking that what Jia Su said made some sense. The Dragon Sparrow Navy was established not long ago, and the number of soldiers recruited was not large. Before, Li Ji only controlled the county of Kuaiji, and there were not many places where the navy was used. Now that Li Ji is about to expand his territory and attack other counties, he will definitely encounter large and small naval battles in the future, and the navy will be the main combat force of a force. Let the governor recruit navy soldiers on his own, and at most 30,000 people can be recruited. In addition, let him drive more Weal warships to the center of Taihu Lake, and let those bastards see the world. The expansion of the navy means that Yang Su's available troops will increase significantly, and the power in his hands will become greater and greater. Li Ji has the spare capacity to expand the navy to a larger scale, but he also knows Yang Su's character. So Li Ji can only expand the navy step by step and slowly expand the navy, and find ways to weaken Yang Su's military power in the future. A few days later, a Weal warship, escorted by many warships and scout ships, passed through the Zhejiang water system and successfully entered Taihu Lake. Yang Su, who was in high spirits, boarded the deck of the Weal warship, followed by 3 important naval commanders, Dong Shi, Zhou Tsang, and Ling Chao. As for his deputy Li Shunshan, he was left in Qiantang County by Yang Su to continue recruiting soldiers for him and expand the scale of the Lonke Navy. I didn't expect that the Lord would agree to my request. Such a wise Lord is the Lord that I, Yang Su, deserve to follow. Yang Su laughed loudly, and his voice echoed on the vast surface of Taihu Lake for a long time, pulling a circle of ripples. The Lonke Navy cut through the waves and galloped quickly on the surface of Taihu Lake. Report to the general. There is a water fort set up by pirates ahead, with a scale of about hundreds of people. Order the warships and scout boats to attack and take down the water fort. At Yang Su's command, the surrounding warships and small boats were dispatched, rushing out of the formation like an arrow from a string. and heading straight for the water fort not far away. The bandits in the water fort had never seen such a posture, especially the five-toothed warship, which was not enough to describe the huge ship. The ship was as big as a hill, and was beyond the imagination of these people. The leader of the pirates was in a panic, and took some of the pirates to fight on the boat. However, facing these wolf-like warships, their ships were not vulnerable at all. In Yangsu's sight, the warships of the two sides suddenly collided with each other, and the pirate's ship was instantly split in half, with a lot of wood chips flying and broken wooden boards floating with the lake. After breaking through the defense line set up by the pirates in the lake, several small boats of the Dragon Sparrow army rushed out of the lake and rushed straight to the water fortress set up on the shore. These small boats wanted to act as pioneers to land on the beach and take a place to gain a foothold before the large army arrived. Such vanguard troops are often the troops that die the fastest, and are also the troops that are promoted the fastest. As long as they complete several beach landing missions, they can accumulate merits in a very short time and be valued and promoted by generals. And Yangsu likes such soldiers the most. Who are they? They are so brave that they dare to rob the water fortress of hundreds of people with only a dozen people. It is really courageous. Yangsu looked at the small boats rushing in the front, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. General, these are my people. All of them are strong and skilled fighters. Ling Chao was proud of his people, and answered with his chest puffed out. Yes, yes. If they are not dead, you can promote them to boost morale. But there are only a dozen of them, and I am afraid they are no match for the pirates. Ling Chao, since they are your people, you can take a small boat by yourself and help your people seize the beach. Yes, sir. While Ling Chao was speaking, he took off his leather armor, revealing his strong arms, holding a short knife in his mouth, and jumped directly from the deck into the water, swimming quickly in the lake like a fish entering the sea. Soon a small boat approached Ling Chao, who grabbed the edge of the hull and climbed onto the small boat, cutting through the waves and quickly approaching the water fort. At this time, the vanguard troops had already approached the water fort, and several small boats rushed directly to the shore. A dozen Navy soldiers drew their short knives and fought with the bandits who surrounded them. In an instant, blood was dripping, and cold light flashed. Several arms were completely removed, flying several meters in the air and falling to the ground. A dozen Navy soldiers formed a small military formation, like a millstone grinding rapidly in the water bandit formation. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their bravery was much higher than that of the bandits. At the cost of only 3 or 4 people, they killed more than a dozen water bandits. The blood gathered on the ground into a river, and there were flesh flakes everywhere. The leader of the water bandits was hacked to death in the boat in the encounter on the lake. Now the water bandits, who lacked a backbone, had no one to command them. Facing a dozen murderous soldiers, they did not solve them for a while, but were killed and retreated step by step. Shoot! Shoot! Shoot them! A water bandit roared, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at a Navy soldier. It happened that the soldier's short knife was stuck in the flesh of a bandit, and it was difficult to withdraw the defense. The next second, it was directly pierced through the body and fell to the ground without a sound. Seeing this, the other bandits roared, and their morale rose a lot. Many of them rushed towards the Long K Navy soldiers with weapons in hand, and dozens of people who were good at using bows and crossbows hid in the dark and drew their bows and arrows. The dozen soldiers suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and people were constantly chopped to the ground. Even if they could kill more bandits, the disadvantage in numbers had already been revealed, and they soon fell into crisis. Kill! Suddenly, a long roar sounded, and a general rushed down from the boat without thinking, strode across the shore, and rushed into the back of the bandits like a tiger with a short knife in one arm. Fighting together, the short knife in his hand instantly turned into a streak, like silver light flashing in the void. With just a wave of his arm, the bandits blocking Ling Chao screamed in pain, and their heads rolled to the ground in unison, and blood gushed out of the wounds like a fountain. Wherever Ling Chao went, all the surrounding bandits were hit by the sword, screaming and being chopped to the ground, with broken limbs flying everywhere. It didn't take much time for Ling Chao to break through the loose formation of hundreds of bandits and kill them in front of the besieged Navy soldiers. At this time, only 2 or 3 people of the original team of more than 10 people survived the siege of the bandits, and the rest had died tragically under the blades of the bandits. Follow me to kill! Ling Chao's eyes were red, and he roared with anger. The evil spirit around him suddenly burst out, rolling up gusts of wind, and the blood and she gathered into a fierce tiger, faintly emerging in the void behind him. It seemed like a tiger coming down the mountain, rushing forward with a short knife. Chapter 364. Divide the troops and clean up. With such a brave general charging and fighting for our army, why worry about not cleaning up this Taihu Lake? On the Wuya ship on the lake, Yang Su stood on the deck and looked at Ling Chao, who was fighting in the crowd. With a short knife, the enemy was scattered and fled everywhere. The formation, composed of hundreds of people, was defeated and shaky under the power of Ling Chao. Yuan Fu. Yuan die. You quickly lead people to the shore. And you can't let Ling Chao die in it. Yang Su immediately gave orders to Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi behind him, asking them to lead their soldiers to land quickly to prevent any accidents. It is easy to get thousands of troops, but it is difficult to get a general. There are not many brave generals who can charge and fight on the river. In Yang Su's eyes, Ling Chao's life is much more noble than these hundreds of water bandits. It's just that Yang Su's order was issued a little late, and he seemed to have underestimated Ling Chao's ability. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi had just left the Weil warship and boarded the assault boat when they heard a loud shout from the pirates, followed by an uproar. Yang Su looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly a bloody figure appeared in his sight, holding a knife in his right hand and grabbing the hair of several corpses with warm blood in his left hand. You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, and you are not my enemy at all. If anyone dares to rush up, I will kill him. Ling Chao stepped on the corpse, and the 2 or 3 Navy soldiers following behind him kept roaring. His solemn murderous aura made the surrounding pirates dare not approach easily. They just saw Ling Chao's ability. Every time the knife flashed in the void, several pirates were chopped to the ground. In their eyes, Ling Chao, who killed people like crazy, was simply a demon crawling out of H.L. The difference between pirates and regular troops is that when they face adverse situations, their collapse boundary is much lower than that of regular troops. As long as some people die, their morale and fighting spirit can be easily shattered. To put it bluntly, these people are not united in mind and have their own ulterior motives. They are not as united as the army controlled by the generals. As long as they see a little blood, they can be quickly dispersed and make them think. The word rabble is very suitable for the characteristics of this group of water bandits. If the leader of the water bandits is here, he can restrain this group of water bandits with his own reputation. But their leader has been hacked to death on the lake and sank into the water without a trace. How can anyone control this group of water bandits? If you want to live, kneel down and surrender. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi personally led their troops to land on the shore and surrounded the group of water bandits. The shining blades frightened many water bandits, and then they unconsciously threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. After cutting off dozens of stubborn enemy heads on the spot, the remaining water bandits no longer had the desire to resist, and they threw down their weapons and accepted the care of the Dragon Bird Navy. At this time, Yang Su came down from the Weil warship under the escort of his personal soldiers and went ashore to meet Ling Chao, who had just fought bloody battles. There was no hidden admiration in his eyes. This battle is the first battle of our army in Taihu Lake. Ling Chao, you killed the bandits and captured the water stronghold for our army, which is the first merit of this battle. After cleaning up Taihu Lake, I will report all your achievements to the Lord. If the general hadn't given me a chance, how could I have taken this water stronghold? In this battle, the general should take the first credit. Ling Chao is also a person with high emotional intelligence. He didn't take too much credit for the credit, but gave most of the credit to Yang Su. Yang Su smiled and shook his head, saying, "Many soldiers saw you fighting. And what does it have to do with me as the main general? If you report the credit to the Lord according to your statement, not only will the Lord be suspicious, but my soldiers will also be quite dissatisfied. In this battle, you are the first credit. The credit of taking down the water stronghold of hundreds of people is just the size of a mosquito leg." Yang Su, who has been entrusted with an important task by Li Ji, has no need to take Ling Chao's credit. Moreover, Ling Chao had just joined the Dragon Sparrow army not long ago. If the credit he had just made was taken by Yang Su, he might feel uncomfortable, and even think that the Dragon Sparrow army has always been like this. He might leave in anger. By then, if the loss of a general was heard by Li Ji would definitely find him, Yang Su, to be the first to ask for punishment. Seeing Yang Su's refusal, Ling Chao immediately felt favorable towards him, and his recognition of the Dragon Sparrow army increased significantly. Starting from the grassroots level of the army, the most taboo thing is that your superiors unreasonably usurp your achievements. In this case, The chance of success is too slim. And naturally you have no intention to continue to charge for such an army and force. If all soldiers are treated like this, then this force will not be far from extinction. Ling Chao joined Li Ji's forces halfway, and thought that he would suffer some unfair treatment in the early stage of the army. But Yang Su's attitude made him quickly abandon this idea. Dare to fight in the battlefield and make contributions. Maybe you can really win a high position in the Dragon Sparrow army. The bandits in Taihu Lake are scattered and insignificant. Some have dozens or hundreds of people, while others have hundreds or even thousands. However, our army has more than 10,000 soldiers. It would be a waste and time-consuming to concentrate our troops to deal with the water strongholds one by one. What does the general mean? Ling Chao felt that Yang Su had something to say. So he asked tentatively, I mean to divide our army into two parts. One to go north to sweep the bandits in the north of Taihu Lake, and the other to go south to sweep the bandits in the south of Taihu Lake. In this way, we can divide Taihu Lake into two parts. And the two troops will sweep around Taihu Lake and finally meet on the other side of Taihu Lake. This will greatly improve our army's efficiency in cleaning Taihu Lake. The bandits on Taihu Lake are a group of scattered soldiers. Because of the conflict of interests, they have not united to resist the officers and soldiers until now. Yang Su saw the scattered characteristics of the bandits, and proposed a plan to divide the troops to improve the efficiency of cleaning the bandits. Taihu Lake is a circle. It takes a lot of time for one army to go around the circle. But it takes much less time for two armies to go around the circle. I want to personally lead some of the troops to the north to sweep away the bandits in the north. In addition, I will send 6,000 troops to the south to sweep away the enemies along the way. I want you to be the commander of this army. Chao has just joined the army. Whether in prestige or ability, he is not as good as General Zhou and General Dong. Chao cannot be the commander of the southern army. Seeing that Yang Su suddenly entrusted him with an important task, Ling Chao quickly spoke out to shirk the responsibility. In his opinion, his qualifications were not as good as Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi. One was an old man who followed Li Ji since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. And the other, although he had not joined the Dragon Sparrow army for a long time, was personally appointed as a military marquis by Li Ji, and was a general that Li Ji valued. Whether it was Zhou Tsang or Dong Shi, Ling Chao thought he was not as good as these two. Of course, he did not think he was much worse than these two in terms of ability. You mean that the chief general should be one of Yuan Dai and Yuan Fu? Yang Su smiled and said. Ling Chao nodded and replied. That's right. Both generals are more suitable than Chao. You don't take credit for yourself, which is very rare. However, you have forgotten that I am the commander of the navy appointed by the Lord, and I still have the power to appoint you to lead a troop. If they are not convinced, they can impeach me in front of the Lord. Yang Su glanced at Ling Chao and the other three brave generals, with arrogance in his eyes. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi lowered their heads and said, General Yang is the commander of an army. We have no objection. They didn't object to my transfer. So what objection do you have? You, Ling Chao, must serve as the commander of the southern army. Yes, sir. Yang Su's appointment caused Ling Chao a lot of trouble, and he was forced to bite the bullet and agree. Such an appointment undoubtedly let the newcomer ride on the old man. Ling Chao could not guarantee whether Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi would have any complaints about him. However, Ling Chao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi's expressions did not change much. The thoughts of military generals are basically unconcealable. Since these two people did not change much, it means that they did not have too much opposition to Yang Su's appointment and did not have much resentment towards Ling Chao. Zhou Tsang, you will serve as Ling Chao's deputy general. I obey your order. The black-faced man Zhou Tsang answered with a big knife, and then moved to the back of Ling Chao and nodded slightly to Ling Chao. Yang Su continued to instruct Ling Chao, in addition to the water bandits on Taihu Lake. There are also the traitor Su Gong's navy. If you encounter them during the sweep, if they are small in scale, you can wipe them out without leaving any alive. But if they are large in scale, you must contact me quickly, and we will gather together and eat them all. I understand. Ling Chao nodded heavily and answered loudly. Wujuan, Wuxian, in the mansion of the former governor of Shangxian, Su Gong, who was sitting in the first seat, listened to the report of the soldiers below, and his brows were twisted. The Longke navy broke into Taihu Lake in a mighty manner, and naturally it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of Su Gong. In the previous battle of Qiantang 3 counties, Li Ji's navy officially appeared in the sight of Su Gong and others. Before that, they all thought that Li Ji's navy was small in scale and weak in combat effectiveness. After all, in their impression, Li Ji mostly used cavalry and made too little use of the navy, which basically played the role of transporting supplies and soldiers. As a result, the naval fortress on the Qiantang River was crushed beyond recognition by Li Ji's navy, shocking Su Gong and even Lu Yao, who was far away in Zhejiang. Especially the five-toothed warship that was as big as a small mountain, which was the largest ship they had ever seen in their lives, beyond their cognition. Although there are countless water bandits on Taihu Lake, most of them are just a few small ones, and can't make a big difference. Facing Li Ji's navy, there is no other situation except being crushed. It is said that they are fighting under the banner of bandit suppression. But in fact, they are just looking for opportunities to break through the situation on Taihu Lake. But Su Gong's navy is not very good. His navy is the Wujuan Navy that inherited Shang Xian, and it is expanded on the basis of Wujuan Navy. This navy can't even solve the water bandits on Taihu Lake. So how can it be the opponent of Long K Navy? Mr. Sun, Li Ji sent the navy to Taihu Lake. Is he trying to break through our defense line through Taihu Lake and go straight to Wu County? Su Gong has no think tank around him, so he can only ask for help from Sun Shao, a smart man. But Sun Shao's brows are also tightly locked at this time, and his face is not very good. Sun Shao met Su Gong's gaze as if he was seeing a savior, so he had to clear his throat and answered, Su Taisho. Don't worry. Li Ji's navy appeared in Taihu Lake this time just to intimidate the prefect. Now it's less than a month away from the battle against Dongzhuo. At this time, Li Ji should be worried about how to withdraw his troops. How could he pose a threat to the prefect's county? According to what you said, can't I rest assured? Su Gong breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Li Ji wanted to attack his territory at this time. But the next second Sun Shao's words made his heart rise to his throat again. No. On the contrary, Su Taisho needs to be alert to the movements of the Long K Navy. They are indeed suppressing the bandits in Taihu Lake. But this movement is too big. How can tens of thousands of troops be dispatched for such a simple purpose? Sun Shao shook his head, thinking that Li Ji's purpose was not so simple. Even a wise man like Sun Shao couldn't guess Li Ji's thoughts. So how could Su Gong guess it? Su Gong had no choice but to frown and scan the retainers and children of noble families below, hoping to get some useful information from them. These people were all people Su Gong had won over to his power during this period. Among them, most of the noble families in the north of Wujuan were forcibly pulled onto his warships by him with the help of Lu Yao's name. In addition, Su Gong also followed the advice of his retainers and recruited local lord players in Wujuan. Such actions not only allowed Su Gong to obtain a large number of military horses in a short period of time, but he also found a great lord from Chue County among them. The other party had a fierce general in his hands. Facing the siege of many generals under Su Gong, he did not fall into a disadvantage. In the end, Lu Yao's General Taisher Ci took action and suppressed the other party. Finally, Zhang Yuan, an outstanding son of the Zhang family in Wu County, stood up and said loudly, Yuan believes that Li Ji's dispatch of troops to Taihu Lake has only one purpose, which is to use the strength of the navy on Taihu Lake to deter our army from easily moving troops south to attack the city when he leaves. Please continue. Su Gong urged anxiously. Mr. Sun has just said that in order to prepare for the attack on Dongzhuo, Li Ji will inevitably withdraw a large number of troops from the county to the north. And during this period of time, the southern part of Wu County controlled by Wang Ming and the entire Kuaiji County will definitely be in a state of empty manpower. So he sent the navy to sweep in Taihu Lake, relying on the record on Taihu Lake to deter us, so that the morale of our soldiers is low, so that you, the governor, dare not easily send troops to threaten his rear. In this way, Li Ji will not have to worry about Kuaiji County and the southern part of Wu County being threatened. Chapter 365, Taking a Beating for Others. If that's the case, what should we do? Should we just watch Li Ji's troops show off their power on Lake Taihu? Even though he knew that Li Ji sent troops to Lake Taihu and did not attack his territory by water, Su Gong was still a little unhappy. The other party was flying around in front of him like a fly all day long, but he had no ability to swat them to death. This helpless situation forced Su Gong to swallow his anger. A retainer said tentatively, should we send troops to at least prevent Li Ji's navy from galloping so arrogantly in Taihu Lake? No. Guiqing, the lord of Chue County, immediately stood up and objected, Su Taisho. We are at a disadvantage now, and we cannot send troops at will. Otherwise, with Wang Ming's ability, he will definitely seize the opportunity to beat our army. This matter must be carefully considered. Su Gong is a local, But the Lord players are from the present world of the 21st century. Even if Wang Meng's reputation is no longer prominent, it is not easy for ordinary people to be selected into the martial temple. Guiqing always felt that Li Ji must have some ulterior motives for sending troops at this time. Maybe it was Wang Meng's idea to provoke Su Gong's temper, and make Su Gong fall into a state of shame and anger, and then send troops directly to the south without reason. With the strength of Su Gong's army, even with Liu Yao's reinforcements and the help of many lords in Wujuan, I am afraid that it is not a match for Wang Meng alone. Besides, Wang Meng has countless generals, just from Qindao, Lu Xiangxing and others. He knows that Wang Meng's troops are not easy to mess with. If they fight in the wild, they will most likely be defeated by Wang Meng, and their army will be in disarray. By then, it will be difficult to stabilize the county town in the north of Wujuan. Now Su Gong is in a disadvantageous situation. Wang Meng's army is strong and powerful. They must rely on the solidity of the city to defend one side. Only by delaying until the anti-Dong campaign begins, Su Gong and his men will have a hope of turning the tables. In order to keep his territory, Guiqing directly gave up the qualification to participate in the anti-Dong campaign, and personally persuaded other lords not to participate, and helped Su Gong resist Wang Meng. These lords have tied their entire fortunes to Su Gong's pirate ship. Only if Su Gong wins can they make up for the loss of not participating in the anti-Dong campaign, and have a future. Sir, if it is as Lord Gua said, then we must be cautious and not fall into the trap of Li Ji and Wang Meng easily. After hearing what Guiqing said, Sun Shao's mind suddenly opened up a lot. And then he tried to persuade Su Gong. Now they are on the defensive, and Li Ji is on the offensive. If Li Ji really wants to let his navy in the center of Taihu Lake for such a purpose, then they must be careful to deal with it. Su Gong was slightly stunned, but still said unwillingly, I didn't expect Mr. Sun to have the same idea. Then we will watch Li Ji's navy appear in Taihu Lake, and watch them control the entire Taihu Lake. This, Sun Shao ignored the importance of Taihu Lake to Wujuan. Now Su Gong brought it up, which made him fall into deep thought again. Seeing that Sun Shao was silent again, Su Gong had to look at his retainers and children of noble families again. These are the people he has spent a lot of money to support. It makes no sense that they can't come up with any ideas at the critical moment. What's the difference between them and parasites and blood-sucking worms? Guiqing looked around and found that no one had come up with any good ideas. So he had to stand up again and said loudly, Sir, we can't send troops, but we can't give up Taihu Lake. After all, Taihu Lake is a natural barrier. We have no reason to give it to the other side. Have you thought of any solution? Zhang Yun asked with a frown. However, Guiqing just shook his head and said regretfully, I haven't thought of any solution. But I only know that if we give up Taihu Lake, we will definitely lose. A small Taihu Lake is so important? One of Su Gong's retainers asked with a skeptical attitude. Of course Taihu Lake is important. It can even be said that we are here when Taihu Lake is there, and we will lose when Taihu Lake is gone. The one who spoke was Sun Shao. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes, including Su Gong, were immediately focused on him. Sun Shao stood up, coughed lightly, and explained, all the counties in Wu County were built on the banks of large rivers. Among them, Qiantang, Yuhang, and Fuchun were built on the banks of the Qiantang River. Dantu, Chui, Yuquan, and Haiyan were built either on the sea or on the banks of large rivers. And the remaining counties were built around Taihu Lake. If Taihu Lake is regarded as the full moon in the sky, then cities such as Wuxian and Yangxian are the stars guarding Taihu Lake. It can be said that without Taihu Lake, these counties would not have been born. The counties controlled by Prefect Su are distributed in the north and northeast of Taihu Lake, while the counties controlled by Wang Meng are in the south and southwest of Taihu Lake. From a topographical point of view, Wang Meng's territory is mostly in hilly areas, while we are in plain areas. As we all know, Li Ji is a general who is good at commanding cavalry. If he controls Taihu Lake, he can use the navy to transport a large number of cavalry to our side through Taihu Lake. Judging from our military structure, fighting a large number of cavalry on the plain is no different from sending ourselves to death. If we control Taihu Lake, the other side will not be able to transport troops by water, so we don't have to worry about the safety of the cities along the shore of Taihu Lake. Although we can transport troops through Taihu Lake, Wang Meng can use the terrain to defend and reduce the pressure on the city. In general, Taihu Lake has more advantages than disadvantages in our hands. We must not let Taihu Lake fall into the hands of Li Ji and Wang Meng. Sun Shao's explanation made everyone present very recognized, and they nodded in agreement. Although he was not a famous counselor in history, He was at least a think tank around Liu Yao. And he looked at things on a different level from these people. It is no wonder that Su Gong would rather ask outsiders for advice than listen to the advice of his own retainers. Because none of these retainers had flexible brains. Mr. Sun means that we have to fight Li Ji's navy on the surface of Taihu Lake. But I have heard that this navy is extremely fierce, and can easily capture 3 counties. I am afraid that my navy is no match for them. Su Gong said rather embarrassedly. It is extremely difficult to admit to the other party that he is stronger than himself. Especially since Su Gong is the leader of a faction. It is even more difficult. It's just that Li Ji's navy's record was too exaggerated. No matter how arrogant Su Gong was. He had to admit that the other side was strong. After hearing Su Gong's words, Sun Shao couldn't help but feel a little relieved. But also worried. What's gratifying is that Su Gong can face up to the gap between himself and the enemy and roughly recognize that he is at a disadvantage. This is an extremely rare thing. There are countless people in history who can't see their own situation clearly, so that their forces are destroyed and disappear in the long river of history. What's worrying is that he also knows that Li Ji's navy is too terrifying. Before, Liu Yao sent someone to ask Sun Shao whether Li Ji's navy is so strong. Obviously, Liu Yao, who is far away in Zhejiang, was also alarmed, waving his hand to appease Su Gong's emotions. Sun Shao said, I know that Su Taisho's navy may not be as good as the other side. But I didn't say that the Taisho's navy should confront the other side head-on. Mr. Sun, have you thought of a way? Although there is a way in my mind. Shao doesn't know whether Su Taisho will support Shao's method. Sun Shao said hesitantly. Mr. Sun, please feel free to speak. It was not easy for someone to come up with a solution to Su Gong's current problem. He didn't care if there was anything wrong with it. He just supported it directly. Since Governor Su said so, I have no choice but to speak out the solution in my mind. Sun Shao glanced at Su Gong, then at the retainers and children of the noble families below. At Su Gong's urging, he slowly said, our goal is to prevent Li Ji from controlling the entire Taihu Lake. We don't say that we must defeat him and take control of Taihu Lake ourselves. Governor, don't forget that Taihu Lake is not just about us and Li Ji. Besides us, who else? Su Gong muttered a few words, and suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, Mr. Sun, are you referring to the pirates? That's right. Sun Shao smiled, showing a treacherous expression, and continued, Governor Su, don't forget. The reason why Li Ji's navy appeared on Taihu Lake is because they were under the banner of eliminating pirates. With their powerful actions, it is not necessary to inquire to know that these water bandits are now in a state of danger. After all, such a fierce navy is dispatched to eliminate the water bandits. Which water bandit in Taihu Lake dares to say, with confidence, that it can defeat Li Ji's navy? That makes sense, Su Gong said happily, clenching his left fist and hitting the palm of his right hand. Although these water bandits are fierce, even Shang Xian's navy can't eliminate them. But Li Ji's navy is different. The previous Qiantang battle and the powerful posture of sweeping across a water fort not long ago will definitely make these bandits restless and unable to sleep and eat. These people are used to being at large in Taihu Lake, and they look lawless. Once someone threatens their safety, they will definitely try every means to stop the other party. Zhang Yun below immediately asked, could it be that Mr. Sun wants to unite these water bandits and use the power of these water bandits to defeat Li Ji's navy? The water bandits are just a bunch of rabble. Even if they gather together, they may not be a match for Li Ji. Chui Lord Guiqing has experienced many battles and has fought with the water bandits before. He knows that these water bandits can only fight when the wind is favorable, and they can't be relied on when the wind is unfavorable. Lord Gui is right. Li Ji's navy is strong and powerful. Even if all the bandits in Taihu Lake gather together, they are just a slightly larger mob. How can they be Li Ji's opponent? Sun Shao agreed with Guiqing's opinion, but he changed the subject and said, but no matter what, these bandits gather together in large numbers. Even if they are weak, they can still cause some trouble to Li Ji and his men. If Governor Su doesn't mind, you can send someone to contact them and cooperate with them to resist Li Ji's raid. Given their situation, plus the governor giving them some benefits, I believe they will agree to our alliance. That's great. I'll send someone to contact them right away. Su Gong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. His thoughts were a mess. After hearing Sun Shao's method, he immediately sent someone to contact the bandits. But the next moment, Sun Shao grabbed Su Gong's arm and said, Su Taisho, if you do this, it may affect your reputation. If the official and the bandit collude, once caught, It is easy to be impeached. Liu Yao colluded with Yan Baihu, still in the name of saving his life. And Liu Yao had the official position of Yangzhou Mu to calm the people. So not many people dared to point fingers behind Liu Yao's back. But this time Su Gong's collusion with the water bandits was different. First, Su Gong did not have a formal official position, while Wang Meng was the governor appointed by the court. In legal terms, Su Gong had already lost. Second, the water bandits on Taihu Lake were already notorious, and the counties around Taihu Lake were often harassed, and the people suffered from them. If this matter spread, the people of Wujuan would definitely insult Su Gong behind his back. However, Sun Shao's dissuasion was directly ignored by Su Gong. Su Gong waved his hand and replied disapprovingly, "Don't worry. As long as we can repel Li Ji's navy, what does it matter if we lose some reputation?" He had secretly colluded with Yan Baihu to kill his boss Xing Xian. If this matter were to spread, the impact and movement would definitely be greater than colluding with the pirates. Su Gong already had a criminal record, and colluding with the bandits again would not put any pressure on him. Since Su Taisho has figured it out, I will not stop him anymore. Sun Shao's face flashed with an inexplicable expression, and I don't know what he was thinking. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the wall of the stockade on the beach collapsed, and Dong Shi, who was naked, personally led a team of Lonke Navy to land on the shore in a small boat, crossed the stockade wall and fought with the pirates, setting off a bloody storm. Another pirate was captured by us. On the deck of the Weiyao warship, Yang Su looked at the battlefield not far away and smiled unconsciously. The Dragon Sparrow Navy had a large number of people. Even though Yang Su had assigned thousands of soldiers to Ling Chao, he still had a lot of soldiers in his hands. Together with a large fleet of ships, it was easy to wipe out the pirates on Lake Taihu. Yang Su's five-toothed warships galloped on Lake Taihu, wherever they went. No matter how large the pirates were, they were all crushed. They were no match for the Dragon Sparrow Navy. The same was true for Ling Chao on the other side. He and Zhou Tsong swept the pirates on the south side of Lake Taihu, and they crushed them just like Yang Su, with great momentum. General, we have already found out that most of the pirates on Lake Taihu gathered on the east side of Lake Taihu, and they seem to be united with Su Gong's navy. A soldier came to Yang Su and reported, "No wonder there are fewer and fewer pirates in this period of time. It turns out that they all ran to Su Gong." United? These pirates don't know that they have been fooled by Su Gong. They are taking a beating for others and smiling at them. Chapter 366 Blood flows in Taihu Lake. Water stronghold on Dongting Shishan Island in Taihu Lake. Su Gong sent his confidants to persuade the big and small water bandits in Taihu Lake with emotion and reason, and united them to fight against Li Ji's navy. Although the water bandits were scattered, they gathered together for 40,000 to 50,000 people, which was even several times more than Li Ji's navy. However, their combat effectiveness was somewhat worrying. For such a large number of water bandits, Su Gong's tiny water stronghold of the navy naturally could not accommodate so many people. Fortunately, Sun Shao beside him came up with an idea for him to place these water bandits on Dongting Shishan Island, the largest island in Taihu Lake. Dongting Shishan Island is surrounded by water on all sides. It is a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It can also be used as a place to settle down, which naturally becomes the best place to place water bandits. Tens of thousands of water bandits gathered on Dongting Shishan Island with their families. Although they were on the same front at this time, due to various tooth marks before, chaos often occurred on Dongting Shishan Island. Su Gong was afraid that these water bandits would fight each other before Li Ji came. So he quickly sent many of his trusted followers to sit on the Shishan Island of Dongting Lake to coordinate the conflicts among the water bandits. Do I still fear Li Ji? They are just the soldiers of a county governor. I don't take them seriously. I don't take them seriously. You are more skillful than your hands and feet. If you didn't take them seriously, how come the water fort was directly crushed and taken away, and you are hiding here in a hurry? Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, even if Su Gong's confidants are mediating among them. These water bandit leaders are not afraid of trouble when they are fierce. Don't care about Su Gong's confidants. Even Su Gong himself will not give them face. Su Gong's confidants saw the two water bandit leaders quarreling with each other, and their heads hurt so much. It is easy to gather them together, but the various internal conflicts are not something that ordinary people can solve. Su Gong's words made these trusted followers busy like a dead dog. Dongting Shishan Island is the largest island in Taihu Lake. The enemy knows that we have gathered a large number of troops here, and they will definitely launch an attack here. Seeing that you are arguing so much, it seems that you are confident that you can stop the enemy's offensive. When the two were arguing, a group of officers and soldiers suddenly appeared, and the leading general put his hands behind his back and looked at them with a defiant expression. They were ordered by Su Gong to go to the island to check how the island's defense system was established. Although the water bandits were just a group of scattered soldiers, it must be said that they could survive in Taihu Lake and had a few brushes at hand. They patrolled around and did not find many loopholes. However, when they patrolled here, they found that two large-scale water bandits were confronting each other. Their leaders were arguing so much that they almost started a fight. Seeing that the person who came was not Su Gong's confidant, but a real Wujuan officer and soldier, the two water bandit leaders immediately stopped talking. Su Gong's confidant had no military power or ability, but the Wujuan officers and soldiers were different. They were even more cruel than them. They saw with their own eyes that once a group of pirates defied Su Gong's generals and were wiped out on the spot. Blood flowed like a river, and the corpses were thrown into Taihu Lake to feed the fish. The officers and soldiers of Wu County were so arrogant and domineering that the bandits were certainly not happy with it. They rebelled on the spot and wanted to ask Su Gong for an idea. As a result, Su Gong's answer came out that night. The leaders of the bandits, who made the most trouble during the day, were directly attacked and killed by the officers and soldiers. Their heads are still hanging on the wall of the village. There was the fierce tiger of Long K Navy outside, and the jackal of Su Gong beside them. In order to save their lives, many bandits had to bow their heads to the officers and soldiers and let them be slaughtered. Therefore, they were forced to obey Su Gong's orders and dared not make any rash moves. After hearing the words of the generals of Wu County, the faces of the two bandit leaders changed slightly, and the corners of their mouths twitched unconsciously. What a joke! The Long K Navy was notorious, and the bandits and water forts that encountered them were all crushed beyond recognition, and even decent resistance was not seen. The bandits they were in charge of added up to only 1,000 or 2,000 people, which could not even rank among the Shishan island of Dongting. How could they be the opponents of Long K Navy? Encountering the Dragon Sparrow Navy, relying on just this group of people, it was already an extraordinary performance that they were not eliminated within an hour. They could burn incense and pray to Buddha. One of the leaders of the water bandits smiled and said flatteringly, "General, we were just drunk just now, and we were just talking nonsense. To deal with the Dragon Sparrow Navy, you have to rely on people like you to defeat them." Yes, the general is wise and brave. At first glance, he is a general who can command thousands of troops. I'm afraid that the Marquis of Huayin would be no more than this. The other leader of the water bandits reacted quickly and immediately flattered the general of Wu County according to the other party's words. A series of flattery made the general of this army feel happy. Then he pressed his hand and said with a smile, "Huayin Ho was able to defeat Xiang Yu. With my talent, how can I compare with him? However, you are right about one thing. It is still up to us to defeat the Long K Navy." The two bandit leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were full of disdain. A hint of ridicule appeared at the corners of their mouths. They knew why Su Gong joined them. It was nothing more than that the other party could not deal with Li Ji's navy, so they could only drag these bandits to fight together. However, this Wujuan general looked disrespectful, which was really ridiculous. However, although they all had such thoughts, they all showed a hint of flattery on their faces, saying, "General, what you said is very true. Once the general takes action, the Long K Navy will definitely be defeated. If you ask me, Su Gong can have such a large territory because of people like the general who work by his side. How dare you slander the relationship between me and my lord?" The Wujuan general's face turned black, and he scolded the two people. The sudden change scared them. But the next second, the general's expression changed as bright as the sun, which made the two people secretly relieved. This general is in a good mood, so I won't pursue it with you. If I hear such words again in the future, I will definitely chop off your heads. Yes, I dare not. The two nodded and apologized. Seeing that the two people were so sensible, the general nodded with satisfaction. I wanted to say a few nice words to encourage the other party, but was interrupted by a sharp whistle. In the water fort where they were, the scout who was monitoring the surrounding situation blew a whistle, and the sharp whistle instantly spread throughout the water fort. All the water bandits and soldiers in the water fort were startled by the whistle, and stood up one after another. "What are you looking at? Why don't you get on the boat? The enemy is coming. It's the ship of the Dragon Sparrow Navy. They appeared near Dongting Shishan Island and are killing us. Notify the brothers in other water forts, and let them support us immediately." The whole water fort exploded in an instant, and everyone was in chaos, running around like headless flies. Most of the water bandits had panic expressions on their faces, and their pupils trembled constantly. They had more or less heard of the horror of the Dragon Sparrow Navy. Among them, there were also water bandits, who escaped from the Dragon Sparrow Navy. They had faced this wolf-like army, and the momentum was deeply imprinted in their minds, and it could not be erased for a long time. Now they are about to face this army again, and the fear deep in their hearts suddenly erupted, making their hands and feet cold and unable to move. The situation suddenly changed, and the generals of Wujuan didn't care about their bragging, and immediately sent the bandits in front of them to their respective forces, asking them to lead their men to board the ship to meet the enemy. Tell the other water forts to immediately notify the general of the governor to come to support. The enemy is coming fiercely, and only he can stop the enemy's offensive. Although he boasted a lot, he still knew how much he was worth. Now that something big has happened, he still has to find someone who is really capable of solving it. At the same time, a large piece of dark cloud suddenly gathered above the Taihu Lake, which was as big as an ocean, and there was a faint flash of lightning. The strong wind on the surface of Taihu Lake suddenly blew violently, and the waves began to become turbulent. The Navy fleet led by Yang Su sailed towards Dongting Shishan Island. The waves that rolled up hit the solid hull, like an ant trying to shake a tree. The waves that hit the hull were instantly shattered, except for making the hull shake slightly. There was no substantial effect. The huge Weal warship, as big as a mountain, was like a ferocious lake monster that appeared on the surface of Taihu Lake, and the warships guarding it were its sharp as teeth. Yang Su stood on the deck of the Weal warship. The hot and humid wind made the armor on his body rustle. In his sight, the water fort on Dongting Shishan Island seemed to spit out a number of pirate warships. Although the pirates were numerous, their craftsmanship was extremely backward, and they did not even have the ability to build small boats. Most of their ships were fishing boats that hijacked fishermen and merchant ships that came and went. They were modified from these things. Whether it was the sturdiness or the size, they were simply a joke in front of the Lonke Navy. Even though they later joined forces with Su Gong and obtained a batch of official warships from Su Gong, they could not catch up with the Lonke Navy in terms of quantity. At the same time, another Lonke Navy led by Ling Chao had also arrived here and attacked this water fort together with Yang Su. Pass the order. Attack! Yang Su gave the order and launched the attack. Woo! 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 The dull sound of the ancient horn came from the Weal warship, and the murderous aura that soared into the sky instantly spread over the surface of Taihu Lake, like a cover that completely covered the entire Dongting Shishan Island and a group of water forts. All the water forts were startled by the sound of the horn, and the dull sound quickly spread to the sky above other water forts. All the water bandits on Dongting Shishan Island appeared on the wall of the fort at almost the same time, and witnessed the might of the Dragon Sparrow Navy with their own eyes. The water bandits, who did not need to be ordered to arrive at their own water forts. The water bandit officers and soldiers in charge of various water forts made a decision in an instant, and all the warships in the forts were dispatched to fight a life-and-death battle with the mighty Dragon Sparrow Navy. Dong! 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 Yang Su personally beat the drum, and the thunder-like drum sound shook the earth and almost shattered the black clouds gathered above his head. A large number of low-level generals received the order to march, and with the soldiers they led, they rushed out of the Navy formation on various warships and killed the enemy like wolves and tigers. Suddenly, the water flow in front of them was directly cut in half. As the hulls dispersed to both sides, the dispatched warships were like sharp short knives, suddenly inserted into the formation of the water bandits. They just want us to die. We will fight them. Kill one and I'll make a profit. I'll still be a hero next year. You dog officers and soldiers, let me show you my strength. The bandits who rushed out of the water fort felt that there was no way back, so they all showed ferocious looks, picked up short knives, bare-chested, and drove the boats under them towards the warships of the Dragon Sparrow Navy. The reason why they joined forces with Su Gong was because Su Gong promised them personally that as long as they could repel the Dragon Sparrow Navy, they could continue to be domineering on Taihu Lake without being controlled by officers and soldiers. These bandits are all licking knives to live, and they are used to the days of drinking and eating meat. If they are controlled by others, they might as well die. Now that the Dragon Sparrow army wants to wipe them out and make them unable to live such a life again, they have to sacrifice their lives and fight the Dragon Sparrow army to the end. In a blink of an eye, the Lonke Navy and a group of water bandits fought fiercely, just like Mars hitting the Earth, and the situation became extremely tragic in an instant. Yang Su personally led a team of generals, Dong Shi, to rush to the enemy, driving the assault boat to crash into the warships of the water bandits and engage in a boarding battle. On the other side, Ling Chao was more radical. He handed over the command to the generals around him, and he and Zhou Tsang rushed into the water bandits' formation and rushed straight to the water fort on the shore. The soldiers of the two sides fought fiercely, like dumplings. Whenever the weapons were swung, there was always a soldier on one side who was chopped in the body, screaming and falling into the lake, with splashes on his shoulders. A ball of blood often appeared on the lake, and as the water flowed in all directions, the screams of the soldiers continued to resound over the entire Taihu Lake. With a large number of warships leading the way, the Weal warships of the Dragon Bird Navy were not hindered at all and rushed into the pirates' formation unimpeded. Under the command of Yang Su, the large warships turned into war beasts. The pirates' warships were not even ants in front of them. They were easily smashed to pieces, and a lot of wood chips were scattered with the lake water. There were also small warships that were directly overturned by the waves raised by the Dragon Bird Navy, and the pirates on the warships were buried in the lake. The archers of the large warships took advantage of the height and shot arrows at the pirates, who fell into the lake from a high position, forming a dense rain of arrows covering a large number of pirates and nailing them to death on Taihu Lake. Soon, under the leadership of Yang Su, the pirates from this water fort fell into the lake with screams, struggling to sink to the bottom of the lake, and countless blood almost dyed the waters red. Chapter 367, hit by an arrow and falling into the water. The numerous defense lines set up by the pirates on the lake were quickly broken through by Yang Su's cutting and annihilation tactics. The defense lines, like worn-out sacks, could not stop the attack of the Dragon Sparrow Navy. In Yang Su's sight, the assault boats and small boats, like jackals, led by Dong Shi, Ling Chao, and Zhou Tsang, launched a fierce attack on the water fort on the shore. Before the ships rushed into the water fort, a large number of sailors stood on the warships as if walking on flat ground, shooting arrows into the water fort, as if covering the sky and the sun. The dense rain of arrows was like a group of locusts rushing into the rice fields, accompanied by screams. The pirates hiding behind the wall of the fort were pierced through the body and nailed to the ground, dying with their eyes open. "Kill them all for me!" Dong Shi, who led the way, roared loudly, his face flushed with excitement. The many warships behind him seemed to emerge from the water like dragons, and led by Dong Shi, they rushed into the water fort of the pirates. The drums on the Weal warship were loud, inspiring the morale of the sailors in the front. All their blood and energy rose and fell with the drum beats, providing the sailors with the ultimate strength and spirit. More than a dozen warships, under the command of a group of fearless sailors, rammed into the enemy pirates' warships. The solid hulls were immediately shaky, almost throwing the sailors on the warships into the water. But the pirates' warships were even more unbearable. Facing the impact of the Dragon Bird warship, the hull was directly cracked, and the lake water continued to pour into the ship from the cracks. And in a blink of an eye, the pirates' ankles were submerged. What's more, under the impact of the Dragon Bird warship, it was directly broken into two pieces. The pirates on the warship screamed and fell into the water and were submerged. The fighting in the water stronghold was even more brutal. Soldiers from both sides rolled up their sleeves, swung their weapons with all their strength, and roared as they chopped each other into the water. "Why are you rowing so slowly? Speed up. Speed up." Zhou Tsang, a big man from Guanxi carrying a big knife, finally lost his patience, and his face, as black as coal, shook unconsciously, seeing that there were constantly assault boats and small boats surpassing his warship. Zhou Tsang felt that he couldn't hold his face. Others were charging forward fearlessly, as fast as an arrow, while his warship was like a snail, paddling slowly on the lake. In fact, this was not the first time Zhou Tsang encountered a problem. In the Qiantang battle, he was the first to discover the traces of the enemy generals. But because the speed of the warship was not as fast as Dongxi, the other side took down the enemy generals first. Even if Zhou Tsang did not value his achievements, there was no reason for him to hide behind the queue and watch his brothers kill the generals and seize the flags and make military achievements. If this gets out, people will think Zhou Tsang is afraid of death or something. It's okay to have a bad reputation, but if it gets to Li Ji's ears, Li Ji might think Zhou Tsang is a cowardly waste, and in a fit of anger, he will be transferred to the rear, and there will be no future for his career. That would be terrible. So Zhou Tsang urged the rowing soldiers to speed up so that he could reach the most brutal battlefield. The soldiers rowing frantically behind Zhou Tsong were sweating profusely, and looked at Zhou Tsong and stammered, "General, we want to speed up, but you are too heavy." "Oh, no. You and your sword are too heavy." Zhou Tsong's face was so dark that it couldn't be any darker. If someone observed Zhou Tsong's face from a distance, they couldn't even recognize the facial features on Zhou Tsong's face. Zhou Tsong was helpless. The big knife on his shoulder was his old friend who had fought in the dust. He had been carrying this big knife on the battlefield since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. If he didn't fight with this big knife, Zhou Tsong wouldn't get used to it for a while. Naval battles are different from land battles. Naval battles can only rely on the transportation of warships. It is impossible to cross the distance as quickly as war horses. Unexpectedly break into the enemy's army and kill enemy generals. Of course, on the water, enemy generals can only stand on the warships. Facing a boarding battle, they can only rely on the footholds provided by the warships to fight, unless the enemy is good at water and can swim into the water to leave the battlefield. Otherwise, once they fall into a disadvantage, there is no way to retreat. Not far from Zhou Tsong, Ling Chao, holding a short knife, rowed a warship into the water fort and directly found the location of a bandit leader. He commanded the warship like a wild bull crashing into the enemy's warship, and the strong impact almost flipped the bandit leader into the water. "Come and die!" Ling Chao roared, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Suddenly crossed the space between the two warships, jumped up, and fell into the warship of the bandit leader. The short knife in his hand was like lightning in the void, and the sharp blade instantly tore the surrounding air apart, bursting out with a piercing roar. Under the shining divine light, the bandit leader could not stop Ling Chao's attack at all. At the same time as the scream rang out, the short knife directly cut his throat, and a hideous head suddenly soared into the sky, flew in the air for several meters, and fell into the lake, splashing a ball of water turbid with blood. Ling Chao kicked the headless corpse in front of him into the water, and his eyes, that seemed to be able to devour people, scanned the remaining bandits on the warship. At this time, they were already frightened by Ling Chao's ferocity, trembling and shrinking in the corner of the warship, with their weapons shaking irregularly with the trembling of their arms. "Kill!" The short knife dripping with warm blood suddenly rose up, and Ling Chao seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, and suddenly rushed into the crowd. Every time he swung the knife, there was always a head flying in the air, and a headless corpse fell from the warship into the water. Not far from the murder scene, the Wujuan general who witnessed all this kept twitching his eyes, and his fingers trembled slightly, indicating that he was not relaxed at the moment. As if noticing the sight on his body, Ling Chao turned his head slightly in the direction of the owner of the sight, and an inexplicable expression appeared on his bloody face. That was the expression of a fierce tiger looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Ling Chao jumped up and plunged into the water like a depth charge, and a fountain of water rushed up several meters above the lake. In everyone's view, a vague figure was seen in the lake, like a dragon lurking in the abyss, swimming rapidly towards the warship where the Wujuan general was, almost turning into an afterimage. "Shoot! Shoot!" The Wujuan general became nervous instantly, and his voice was hoarse like before without him realizing it. The surrounding Wujuan Navy soldiers gathered together, drew their bows and shot arrows at Ling Chao underwater. In an instant, dozens of arrows appeared on the lake like a dark cloud, and with a roar, they fell into the lake, splashing blood-colored water. However, Ling Chao, who was swimming in the water, looked extremely relaxed. He twisted his waist and abdomen, and his figure sank into the water again for several minutes. This time, as if he had changed his appearance, Ling Chao disappeared from everyone's sight, and no one knew where he was. "Where are they?" The voice of the Wujuan general was trembling, and could not be heard clearly. The weapon in his hand did not bring him a sense of security. Instead, he kept shrinking his neck towards the strong wind. At this moment, behind him, a ball of water suddenly rose on the other side of the warship, and a figure rushed out from it, grabbed the edge of the warship with one arm, and flipped into the warship with a nimble figure. At this moment, Ling Chao's short knife, which was washed clean by the lake water, instantly turned into a flash of lightning, making a thunderbolt sound in the void, and suddenly attacked the Wujuan general. "Die!" With a loud shout, the short knife flashed in the air like lightning. Before the Wujuan general could react, it took the lead to pierce his back. The tip of the knife, wrapped in true energy, instantly minced his flesh and blood into meat paste, and the hard tendons and bones were immediately torn into pieces, and blood continued to flow out with the wound. All the Wujuan soldiers on the warship showed incredible eyes. In their sight, Ling Chao's short knife had already pierced through the back of the general. The tip of the knife with mincemeat and blood pierced out from the chest, and forcibly cut the powerful beating heart into two halves. Blood splattered. Ling Chao's arm pushed hard, and the dead body of the Wujuan general flew backwards in an instant, like a kite with a broken string. After flying several meters in the air, it fell into Taihu Lake, and the blood turbidized the clear lake water. The warship that had been riding Ling Chao also quickly approached, and the soldiers on the warship roared one after another, and excited expressions kept appearing on their red faces. But the next second, an extremely furious shout suppressed their voices. "Kill my general! You thief general must die!" Many Longke water soldiers looked in the direction of the shout, and saw a general who was 7 feet and 7 inches tall holding a double halberd, guarding the water soldiers rowing the oars, and rushing towards Ling Chao at a high speed. The murderous aura emanating from his body followed the strong wind to attack Ling Chao and the surrounding Longke water soldiers. In an instant, the heavy feeling like Mount Tai made it almost impossible for everyone to breathe. Ling Chao's face twitched slightly, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his pupils. This was the first time he encountered such a strong momentum. This general holding a double halberd brought him great pressure. He had not joined the Longke army for a long time, and the generals he met were only Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi. But the pressure this general gave him far exceeded Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi, which meant that the opponent's strength was much better than his. "Kill!" Before the warship of the general with 2 halberds approached Ling Chao, the general shouted loudly, and his legs burst out with amazing power, driving the whole person to fly out of the warship, crossing a distance of nearly 10 meters and landing on the warship where Ling Chao was. With a wave of his arms, the 2 mad singing halberds stabbed at Ling Chao from the left and right, and the fierce power directly crushed the surrounding space to the point of being shaky, creating a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. The double halberd general's movements were extremely fast, even though Ling Chao's naked eyes could catch the opponent's attack. His muscles could not keep up with the speed of his brain and react in an instant. 1 step slower. Every step slower. The opponent was too fast. By the time Ling Chao was able to resist, the opponent's 2 halberds had already stabbed at him. The sharp wind stung his skin and caused goosebumps. It was too late to defend, so he might as well give it a try. Fighting to the death might still give him a chance of survival. Ling Chao's mind was like lightning. He made a decision in the next second. He did not advance but retreated. The short knife in his hand drew a ghostly arc in the air. At the same time as the opponent came to kill, he suddenly slashed at the opponent's neck. Bang! At the critical moment, the double halberd general did not choose to fight desperately. The Kwangda halberd in his left hand was suddenly withdrawn, bringing a wave of air, and instantly bombarded the deadly short knife. A sound of metal and stone ringing suddenly rang out. The rude and unreasonable force numbed Ling Chao's arms at the moment of collision, and the whole person swayed, like a drunk on a warship, drifting with the lake. At the same time, another Kwangda halberd came, and the sharp halberd tip instantly tore Ling Chao's leather armor into pieces, and his skin automatically turned to the sides under the blowing of the wind, revealing pink flesh and blood. Under the cold gaze of the double halberd general, the Kwangda halberd suddenly penetrated Ling Chao's shoulder socket. Blood splattered, and broken flesh flew. Puff! Ling Chao spit out blood, screamed in pain and twisted his body, using the opponent's power to directly fly out of the warship and fall into a nearby warship, like a tiger with its hair blown up. Ling Chao was injured, but after all, a tiger is still a tiger. He endured the pain and wielded the weapon, killing several pirates on the warship one after another, and fled back to the Longke warship that came to respond. His movements were so swift that even the general with the double halberd, who had just severely injured him, had not yet reacted before he saw Ling Chao hiding in the warship of the Dragon Sparrow Navy. Damn guy. He actually ran away like a mouse. Come! Give my bow. The soldiers on the left and right of the general with the double halberd stepped forward and held up the general's precious bow with both arms. The general with the double halberd got the precious bow and arrow, and his movements of drawing the bow and arrow were smooth, aiming at Ling Chao on the Dragon Sparrow warship. At this time, Ling Chao was panting heavily and commanding the soldiers on the warship to row away quickly. The collision just now made him realize the gap between him and the opponent. He was not the opponent of the general with the double halberd at all. However, Ling Chao suddenly had a creepy warning in his heart, and his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. A harsh noise instantly suppressed all the surrounding sounds, and a divine light suddenly appeared in Ling Chao's vision. And the dazzling light swallowed everything in front of him in an instant. The next second, Ling Chao suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Following his line of sight downward, an arrow piercing his chest appeared in his eyes. Ling Chao screamed in pain, as if he was hit head-on by a chariot. The strong impact directly threw him out, and he disappeared into the water. Oh no! The general was shot and fell into the water. The Long K sailors on the warship were horrified and screamed. The double halberd general of the Wujuan Navy immediately drew out his double halberds and jumped onto the warship of the Long K Navy. His arm suddenly disappeared, and countless sharp air blades blasted out, tearing all the soldiers on the battlefield into pieces. The broken bodies fell into the lake from both sides of him. Chapter 368, Taking Shishan Island. Report to the general. General Ling Chao was shot and fell into the water. Shou Tsang's warship was not too far away from Ling Chao, and because the warship was slow to leave for the front line, the news that Ling Chao was shot and fell into the water quickly reached Shou Tsang's ears. Hearing that his temporary commander was shot and fell into the water, Shou Tsang didn't know whether to say Ling Chao's luck was good or bad. If it was good luck, Ling Chao was the first to go, but was shot by the enemy's arrow and fell into the water. If it was bad luck, he, Shou Tsang, was near Ling Chao, and it wouldn't take much time for him to reach the scene and rescue the seriously injured Ling Chao. Report to the general. General Ling originally led the team to attack the water fort and kill the leader of the enemy's water bandits. But there was a general holding a double halberd in the Wujuan Navy, who was extraordinary in martial arts and superb in archery. He first stabbed General Ling with the double halberd, and then shot General Ling in the chest with a bow and arrow. Please go to rescue him quickly. Is the general of Wujuan the general of the traitor Su Gong? Looking at the soldiers who came to report, Shou Tsang's eyes flickered slightly. Although Ling Chao's strength is weaker than his, the gap between the two is not big. If Shou Tsang wants to deal with Ling Chao, he will need to spend a lot of rounds to suppress the opponent. Now someone has severely injured Ling Chao with only one arrow and two halberds. His strength should be above him. Shou Tsang. Shou Tsang thought of the intelligence he had obtained recently, but he could not lock on a suitable target, and his brows could not help but frown. They knew exactly how strong Su Gong's generals were. There was absolutely no one who was stronger than Ling Chao, and there was no one who could severely injure Ling Chao in a few rounds. Unless, as his lord Li Ji said, Liu Yao really cooperated with Su Gong secretly, and sent generals and counselors to support Su Gong and others. If this was true, then this general with two halberds was not Su Gong's general, but Liu Yao's general. Thinking of this, Shou Tsang finally found a name, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Taisher Ci of Donglai. Before this, their Long K Navy had not confronted Taisher Ci head-on, and they knew about this person from Li Ji. 7 feet and 7 inches. Beautiful beard, 8 arms and good archery. The bow never missed. He was a rare tiger general in the world. According to Taisher Ci's performance, Shou Tsang believed that his lord's evaluation of this person was correct. Mobilize the surrounding warships and rescue the general with me. Also send people to find General Dong Shi and General Yang Su, and ask them to send troops to support as soon as possible. Shou Tsang was afraid that Ling Chao would die at the hands of Taisher Ci, so he did not have time to gather the troops at hand, and only took 3 or 2 surrounding warships to support. The swift and hasty departure caused a wave on the lake. Although Shou Tsang's warship had a deeper draft than other warships, Shou Tsang was anxious and urged the rowing soldiers to speed up. The whole warship flew on the lake. At the same time, Taisher Ci, holding a double halberd, rushed into a dragon bird warship. The 2 mad singing halberds rolled up a hurricane, and countless sharp edges were hidden in the hurricane, instantly tearing all the soldiers on the warship into a ball of flesh and blood splattered. Report to the general. The body of the enemy general is not here. The soldiers behind Taisher Ci saw the mess on the warship, and their foreheads were immediately covered with cold sweat. He knew that Taisher Ci was very powerful, but seeing Taisher Ci's attack with his own eyes was beyond his imagination. Taisher Ci's strength was even beyond his imagination. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his body. Being shot and falling into the water does not mean death. This enemy general is good at swimming and may use diving to leave here. His beautiful beard swayed slightly with the breeze, and Taisher Ci's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The timing of the Dragon Bird Navy was too clever, so that when the enemy attacked the water fort on Shishan Island, the Wujuan Navy stationed on Dongshan Island had no time to react. If he hadn't remembered Sun Shao's instructions, and often patrolled the people in the water fort on Shishan Island to suppress these water bandits, he would not have arrived at the battlefield so quickly. But the soldiers he brought were too few. In front of the huge fleet of Dragon Bird, they could not make any waves. Taisher Ci could only kill a few more enemies at most, and could not save the situation. However, he met an enemy general on the battlefield. If he could kill the enemy general, he could at least boost the morale of the pirates and delay the offensive of the enemy navy, so as to wait for the support of their Wujuan navy. Shishan Island and Dongshan Island are across the water from each other and form a horn. If any island is attacked by the enemy, it only needs to hold on for a while to wait for reinforcements from the other island. General. Look! It's the enemy's warship. A general with a knife is rushing towards us. Judging from his dress, he should also be an important general of the enemy. Following the guidance of the soldiers, Taisher Ci soon saw Zhou Tsong's figure, and a group of warships that kept gathering towards Zhou Tsong. Zhou Tsong led the surrounding Dragon Birdwater soldiers to approach this side quickly, and his aggressive look was obviously looking for trouble with Taisher Ci. Taisher Ci swung his arms, his eyes filled with evil, and reached out to the soldier beside him, saying, "Take my bow." Zhou Tsong was coming with great momentum, and there was no reason for Taisher Ci not to give him a great gift. Taking the precious bow from the soldier beside him, the true energy in his body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Under the guidance of his mind, the strong true energy instantly wrapped around the arrow on the bowstring. The sharp arrowhead suddenly burst out with a golden sound, shaking the surrounding void with circles of visible ripples, and the air waves were lifted in all directions with the strong wind. "Hit me!" Taisher Ci shouted violently, and the arrow seemed to turn into an untouchable rainbow light, whistling and shaking the void, roaring and tearing the air, and instantly disappeared into the precious bow as his fingers loosened. The next second, the rainbow light flashed in the void, and the harsh explosion sounded throughout the space. The space in front of Taisher Ci seemed to be torn apart, and the rolling air waves rolled on both sides of the arrow. Zhou Tsong, who was standing at the front of the warship, suddenly became alert, and his skin suddenly raised a series of bumps. A sharp aura made him feel a sharp pain. Without thinking much, Zhou Tsong's arms trembled first, relying on the instinct honed by many years on the battlefield. He held the broadsword on his shoulder horizontally in front of him, and the broad back of the sword was like an indestructible wall. Boom! A sharp roar suddenly sounded. As soon as Zhou Tsong stopped moving, a thunderous rainbow light tore through the space, as if a giant python opened its bloody mouth and bit the sword in an instant. The sharp arrow nailed on the back of the sword, and the sharp aura, with the help of the overwhelming impact, blasted a hole in the back of the sword. The muscles on his arms were shaking wildly, and Zhou Tsong's forehead was bulging with blue veins. He mobilized all the strength of his body to stop Taisher Ci's arrow. 2 holes had been stepped on the warship, and the lake water continued to pour into the cracks, instantly submerging Zhou Tsong's instep. "General, our ship is leaking, and we need to replace the warship. Send a small boat over. In addition, let everyone shoot at the enemy general's warship, and don't get close to them easily." Zhou Tsong's voice trembled slightly, although he overestimated Taisher Ci as much as possible. Taisher Ci's arrow instantly shattered his fantasy. Taisher Ci's strength was still beyond his expectations. He couldn't kill Taisher Ci with his own shadow blade, so he could only mobilize the soldiers around him, use the advantage of numbers, and use arrows to surround and kill Taisher Ci. At worst, he could hold Taisher Ci here and wait for the support of the Dragon Sparrow Navy. The noise continued, and a large number of arrows were shot out from the Dragon Sparrow warship, forming a dense rain of arrows on the blood-colored lake, whistling and covering Taisher Ci and the soldiers around him. Taisher Ci waved his double halberds, and the strong true chi rolled up a strange wind, forming an airtight defense in front of him. Most of the arrows could not penetrate this defense at all, and were swept away and fell on the warship with a clanging sound. The remaining small arrows, even if they avoided the swing of the double halberds, fell on the armor wrapped in true chi on Taisher Ci's body, as if hitting a ball of cotton, and the speed and impact force were greatly reduced, and there was no threat at all. But the soldiers of Wujuan behind Taisher Ci were not so lucky. Zhou Tsong knew that Taisher Ci was not easy to deal with, so he ordered his soldiers to suppress Taisher Ci while shooting at the soldiers of Wujuan in a targeted manner. Even though Taisher Ci consciously blocked the arrows for his soldiers, there were always some fish that slipped through the net and escaped his interception, nailing the soldiers to death on the warship under his gaze. "Damn it! Taisher Si was extremely furious, and swung his double halberd suddenly. At the moment of sweeping down a bunch of arrows, his figure flashed on the warship like a ghost, and rushed into the nearest Long K warship in the blink of an eye. The Kwanga halberds were like two poisonous dragons drilling out, opening their stinking mouths to cover all the soldiers in front of them. Several bloodlines appeared in the void, and accompanied by a scream, all the soldiers on the warship were killed by Taisher Si alone. However, as soon as Taisher Si stopped, a dense rain of arrows followed, like a group of huge wasps shaking their wings, stabbing Taisher Si with poisonous needles. The sound of clang 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 sounded, and Taisher Si's face was furious, but his body had been suppressed on this warship. Even though his life was not in danger, under Zhou Tsong's special care, Taisher Si was suppressed and could not move. We must leave here. Otherwise there will be more and more soldiers on the other side, and then even my life will be threatened. Taisher Si's mind was like lightning, and he took advantage of the gap to scan the surrounding war, but found that more and more Dragon Bird warships were approaching them. And after the Dragon Bird Navy broke in, the pirates' warships were quickly surrounded and killed, and lost their combat effectiveness. If Taisher Si stayed here, he might be pierced to death by thousands of arrows. Thinking of this, Taisher Si suddenly rolled up a gust of wind in front of him, and the incoming arrows were swept away on both sides under the pull of the strange force. Then the figure righted, and Taisher Si jumped into the air under the exclamation of everyone, and landed on a Long K warship. The sailors on the warship were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Taisher Si, and were killed on the spot by Taisher Si at just one encounter. Taisher Si shook the oars frantically, turned the direction of the ship, and launched a breakout in the direction of Dongshan Island like an arrow from a string. The rain of arrows behind him whistled, but most of them did not keep up with the speed of the ship. Only a few arrows pierced Taisher Si's armor. Taisher Si endured the pain on his back, and quickly left the range of the rain of arrows of the Long K Navy. He actually escaped. Zhou Tsong's face turned black, but he was helpless. A fierce general like Taisher Si cannot be kept by himself. If Dong Shi and Ling Chao are added, the probability of keeping the opponent is not too high. And the most important thing now is to fish Ling Chao out of the water. It's General Ling. A cry came from the warship not far away, and a figure covered in blood came out of the lake and fell into the warship. The sailors on the warship hurriedly moved Ling Chao to a safe position, leaving a bloody mark in the hull. Zhou Tsong came to Ling Chao on the warship and said, "Fortunately, I am not far away from you, and can come here in time to support you. Otherwise, you will die here. Those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future." Ling Chao laughed bitterly. "Go and send the general back for treatment. The rest of the war has been decided." Taisher Si rode on a warship, galloping on the Taihu Lake, and soon he ran into the ships of the Wujuan Navy. "Why is your support so slow? The water fort on Shishan Island is almost captured by the enemy." Taisher Si was taken to the big ship, and he started to attack the general, who commanded the fleet. If Taisher Si had not retained some rationality, he might have used two Kwanga halberds to pierce two transparent holes in the opponent. Facing the furious Taisher Si, even though the Wujuan generals had many reasons to stop the opponent's abuse, they immediately extinguished such thoughts after seeing the two extremely sharp short halberds. Although Taisher Si was not a member of the Wujuan military, he was at least a general of Luyao. In addition, with the promotion of Su Gong, he had a certain status and prestige in Su Gong's army. To put it bluntly, the other party was his nominal superior. If he refuted and angered the other party, he could not guarantee that Taisher Si would not give him two halberds. After cursing for a while, Taisher Si finally stopped talking after venting his emotions, and asked, "Dongshan Island is not far from Shishan Island. We stationed the navy there to support Shishan Island. The battle on Shishan Island has been going on for a long time. Logically, our navy should have reached the battlefield long ago. But I have only seen your fleet appear so far. Tell me, what accident happened on Dongshan Island?" The general of Wu County shrank his neck and answered timidly, "Report to the general. We are not here to support Shishan Island this time. But the prefect ordered us to find the general." "What happened?" Taisher Si instinctively felt something was wrong. Wang Ming's army suddenly sent troops from Yukon County to attack Wu County not long ago. In order to protect the safety of Wu County, the prefect drew the navy stationed on Dongshan Island. In addition, he asked us to come out to find you, the general, and hope that you can go back to support Wu County. Chapter 369. The battle against Dong finally arrives. Report. General Dong Shi has led his men to break through the water stronghold on the west bank of Shishan Island. successfully landed on the shore, and is currently destroying the enemies in the stronghold. Report. Our soldiers have already broken through the water stronghold on the north bank of Shishan Island, and are fiercely fighting with the enemies in the water stronghold. We have a great advantage, and we expect to successfully land in one stick of incense. Yang Su stood on the deck of the Weal warship, with his hands behind his back. The bloody smell on the lake surface came with the wind, making him frown slightly. The Weal warship he was on had already sailed into the center of the battlefield, and the layout of the water strongholds on Shishan Island could already be clearly seen in his sight. Around this Weal warship, assault boats and scout boats kept approaching or moving away, bringing timely news from the battlefield to Yang Su. In ancient times, unlike the modern world, people could not rely on radio and other methods to obtain various battlefield news in a short time. They could only rely on people to bring back what they saw and heard, and what happened on the battlefield, for the commander to identify and handle. When Yang Su was training the Long-K Navy, he attached great importance to the speed of battlefield information transmission. Now the long-term targeted training has brought enough advantages to the Long-K Navy. In this large-scale surface combat, Yang Su relied on timely information to make judgments in a very short time and adjust the attack direction of the Long-K Navy. On the other hand, even though the water bandits have an advantage in numbers, they have no capable commander like Yang Su. They are simply a mess, fighting alone and fighting on their own. They were easily broken through by the Long-K Navy. From the beginning of the war to now, the Long-K Navy has relied on the advantages of ships and the crushing of military quality to directly beat the water bandits without temper. Although many soldiers and warships were killed and destroyed in this battle, the number is still within Yang Su's tolerance. Shishan Island is the largest island in Taihu Lake, located close to the east bank of Taihu Lake. Its geographical location plays an extremely important role for both the Long-K Army and the Shigong Army. The reason why Yang Su fought so hard to take down Shishan Island was to find a place for the Long-K Navy in Taihu Lake. If they occupied Shishan Island, their fleet would not have to withdraw from Taihu Lake and return to the county town through the Qiantang River system for supplies. With a place to stay, they could rely on the advantages of the fleet to block the river and escort the supply teams from Yanxian, Qiantang and other counties. If Shishan Island was taken at the same time, Wang Ming's army in the counties of Wu County could be transported to Shishan Island by boat, and they could look across the lake at the county town on the east bank. For Wang Ming's army, their attack routes would be more diverse. In order to take down this strategic location, Yang Su had no time to take care of the Wu County Navy station on Dongshan Island, and played all the cards in his hand, with the goal of taking down the entire Shishan Island in one go. If it had been before the expansion of the army, Yang Su would not have dared to launch such an aggressive attack, and would definitely have allocated some troops to resist the reinforcements from Dongshan Island. However, Yang Su was a little surprised. Although the outcome of the war had been decided, it also took a lot of time. Why didn't he see any reinforcements arriving until now? Report. General Ling Chao encountered an enemy general when he attacked the water fort on the south bank of Shishan Island. General Ling Chao was not as strong as the enemy, and was seriously injured by an arrow. He fell into the water, and his whereabouts were unknown. Just as Yang Su was thinking, the soldiers sent by Zhou Tsang came to the Wuya ship, and told Yang Su the news about Ling Chao. Yang Su's face froze, and his eyes stared at the soldiers tightly, as if he wanted to see if the other party was lying about the military situation. However, the soldiers' unchanged expressions made him give up this idea. This was the first time he heard the news that a general of Ling Chao's level was suspected to have died in this war. In the past, the entire Long-K army had never lost a general of this level. If Ling Chao really died here, and it was heard by Li Ji, even if he took over the entire Shishan Island, his credit would be greatly discounted. The death of a high-level general would cause a great blow to the morale of the army. Block the news. Don't let it spread. Also, send someone to salvage Ling Chao for me. I want to see him alive or dead. Yang Su's expression soon calmed down. With a wave of his hand, he mobilized the remaining soldiers in his hands to search for Ling Chao's traces. Although Ling Chao was valued by him before the war, and was granted the power to lead thousands of soldiers, it is really questionable that as a commander of an army, he chose to lead the troops in charge into battle. If Ling Chao did not die in the end, Yang Su might not appoint him as a commander of an army again because of Ling Chao's performance in this battle. But if Ling Chao really died in the battle, no matter how much Yang Su valued him before, he would not be too sad. At most, he would find the enemy general who shot and killed Ling Chao. crush his bones, and scatter his ashes to sacrifice Ling Chao's spirit in heaven. As the saying goes, a kind person cannot command an army. If Yang Su cried in front of the soldiers because of the general under his command, it would not only damage Yang Su's prestige in the army, but also damage Li Ji's trust in him. General Zhou Song was not far from where General Ling Chao fell into the water. When I came here, General Zhou Song had already personally rescued General Ling Chao. This is barely good news. At least Ling Chao's survival rate can be greatly improved. However, the general who could seriously injure Ling Chao with one arrow must be extraordinary. Although Zhou Song's strength is much stronger than Ling Chao, he may still not be an opponent facing the opponent's general. To deal with such a fierce general, either rely on force to suppress and kill the opponent, or rely on military force to surround and kill the opponent. Thinking of this, Yang Su waved his hand and said, "Order Dong Shi to take down the water fort on the west bank, and quickly lead troops to support Zhou Song and rescue Ling Chao." It didn't take a long time. Dong Shi rushed into the depths of the water fort on the west bank, and the big knife in his hand turned into a sharp streak. With the movement of his arms, the water bandits in front of him almost screamed at the same time, and their heads flew in the air. Blood splashed, and gathered into a river. General Yang has ordered you to lead your troops to the south bank to support General Zhou Song and rescue General Ling Chao. Is Ling Chao in trouble? When Dong Shi heard that Ling Chao was in trouble, he didn't waste any words and took the soldiers who had just experienced a high-intensity battle to the south bank of Xishan Island on a warship without hesitation. But not long after they set off, they ran into Zhou Song and others who were coming by boat. Ling Chao, who was seriously injured, was lying in the corner of the warship. It looks like he's not in good condition. Seeing the swollen wound on Ling Chao's shoulder, Dong Shi shook his head and said, although Dong Shi didn't know medical skills, he was a guy who lived in the river and knew that raw water would cause wounds to become infected. Ling Chao's injuries may not be completely treated by the accompanying doctors. I want to escort him back to Longke City and ask Dr. Sun for help. I understand. I will report this to General Yang. Yuanfu, please go and come back soon. Zhou Song bowed to Dong Shi and left on a warship to the nearest county. After saying goodbye to Zhou Song, Dong Shi asked his deputy to return to the water fort on the west bank and let him continue to control the bandits in the fort with his troops. He personally found the Weal warship where Yang Su was and reported the news to Ling Chao. After hearing the news that Ling Chao was still alive, Yang Su was obviously relieved and said to Dong Shi, I understand. The battle on Xishan Island is almost over now. Ling Chao should temporarily return to Longke City to recuperate for a while. I just got the news that Wang Jinglu sent a troop to threaten Wu County where Su Gong was after we sent out troops. In order to protect himself, Su Gong mobilized part of the navy on Dongshan Island to support. In addition, some soldiers saw that Su Gong's generals had evacuated the battlefield. Now there is no one on Xishan Island who can stop our army. Yuan Dai, you lead the soldiers to control all the water forts on Xishan Island. Then rest and wait for my order to attack Dongshan Island, which is empty of troops. Dong Shi clasped his fists and said loudly, I understand. Kuaiji County, Longke City. When Li Ji heard that Ling Chao was seriously injured on the front line, he immediately left the government affairs to Kenzei, Zhang Juzheng and others to deal with, and took Wu Jia and Jia Su to visit Ling Chao. I'm here to see the governor. Sun Simu, who had just treated Ling Chao's wound, ran into Li Ji and his party as soon as he came out. Li Ji waved his hand, indicating that Sun Simu didn't need to salute, and then asked, I don't know how Ling Chao's injury is, and if he has any worries. The governor really cares about the soldiers, and I admire you very much. Sun Simu complimented Li Ji, and then replied, the man who shot General Ling was very strong, almost piercing his entire shoulder. And then, he was soaked in the lake for a period of time. The injury is already so bad that it can't be any worse. If it's sent later, I'm afraid I can't save Ling Chao's arm. But General Ling is lucky and was sent to me in time. I have treated the general's wound. With the general's physique as a martial artist, it won't take much time for him to recover. After hearing Sun Simu's words, Li Ji was relieved. Ling Chao's personal characteristics have a negative characteristic of being shot by an arrow, which greatly increases his probability of being shot by an arrow. Moreover, he learned from Zhou Song that the archer was Taishar Ci, a famous sharpshooter in the Three Kingdoms. Those who were shot by him would hardly survive that night. You should know that in history, Ling Chao was shot to death by Gan Ning with a bow and arrow. And here, he was targeted by a sharpshooter. If Li Ji had not recruited the king of medicine Sun Simiao, the probability of Ling Chao dying in battle would be too high. In history, if Ling Chao died in battle, his son Ling Tong would avenge his father. But here Ling Tong was not born yet. If Ling Chao died in battle, no one knew who could avenge him. Li Ji bowed to Sun Simiao and thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Sun, for saving my general's life. I will definitely give you a big reward. No need, Lord Governor. You can take me in here and support me to recruit apprentices and establish a clinic. I should thank you. Sun Simiao was just a doctor. How could he dare to accept such a big courtesy from Li Ji? He immediately supported Li Ji and answered, General Ling needs to rest for a while. Please come to visit him another day. Then I'll leave it to Dr. Sunday. After bidding farewell to Sun Simiao, Li Ji led Gu Jia and Jia Su back to the Lord's mansion, but found that the envoy from Yuan Shao was waiting for them. When summoning Yuan Shao's envoy, Li Ji asked Gu Jia and Jia Su to guess the intention of the other party, or Yuan Shao behind them. Gu Jia chuckled and replied, The Lord is entrenched in Kuaiji County, has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and has made military achievements in the Yellow Turban and Liangzhou Wars. He is one of the most powerful lords in the world. Now he sent people here, just to win over the Lord and participate in the battle against Dong in a few days. It seems so, Li Ji soon realized. In fact, as early as when the announcement of the anti-Dong event came out, Li Ji planned to participate in this event and chose the coalition camp. It's just that Li Ji had something to ask Dong Zhuo at that time, hoping to get the position of Wujuyuan governor from Dong Zhuo. So he never publicly announced that he would join the coalition camp. Choosing a camp only needs to be selected 3 days before the start of the anti-Dong event. So Li Ji has been suppressing this matter and waiting for the deadline to make a choice. He is not the only one who does this. In fact, many players have been suppressing this matter at the end in order to obtain the position of governor and prime minister from Dong Zhuo. The purpose was not to offend Dong Zhuo in Luoyang City easily before getting the official position. After all, the great devil Dong had the magic weapon of Emperor Xian of Han. If he wanted to promote someone, he would promote him. And if he wanted to demote someone, he would demote him. Although Li Ji had already broken off in his heart, he did not expect Yuan Shao to be unable to sit still and directly sent someone to contact him, trying to persuade him with emotion and reason, and invite Li Ji to join his pirate ship. Li Ji was a little curious. He wanted to see what Yuan Shao wanted to rely on to win him over. Soon, a young man from a noble family was summoned by Li Ji. Meet Li Taisho. Yuan Shao's envoy came from a noble family in Jizhou. The arrogance in his eyes was not hidden, but he did not dare to act rashly in front of Li Ji. Li Ji looked at the other party and checked the other party's number panel, but found that the other party was just an inconspicuous person, and he immediately lost interest. He thought that Yuan Shao sent his advisors to persuade him in order to value him. It seemed that Yuan Shao was still thinking about the unhappiness with him in the general's mansion, and there was some estrangement in his heart. Tell me, what is the purpose of Yuan Taisho sending you here? Yuan Shao's envoy bowed to Li Ji and replied, My master wants to get rid of the traitor Dong Zhuo, and invites all the heroes in the world to gather in Suanzhou. Li Taisho has repeatedly made military achievements in the court, and is highly valued by the late emperor. He has always regarded himself as a Han minister. Now Dong Zhuo is threatening your majesty and controlling the court. He is a Han minister in name, but a Han traitor in reality. With the temper and prestige of the Taisho, I believe he will not stand by and watch. So the master specially sent us to Kuaiji County to invite Li Taisho to get rid of the thief together. Oh! He even used moral kidnapping. Li Ji was immediately happy. Chapter 370 Gathering from all over the country. Yuan Shao was born in Renan Yuan family, which has the reputation of 4 generations of 3 officials. It is one of the top aristocratic families in the world. Only Hongnong Yang family can be compared with it. But Yuan Shao is not a family of Renan Yuan family after all. For Li Ji, he is no different from a passerby. At most, he looks up to him, because he is the future overlord of Jizhou. Yuan Shao also knows his own weight. So the envoys he sent tried to force Li Ji to send troops to Suanzhou, and fight Dong Zhuo with him through moral kidnapping. If Li Ji did not agree, Yuan Shao could take advantage of the situation, and use the resources of his family to discredit Li Ji's reputation, so that the children of aristocratic families in the world would not dare to easily surrender to Li Ji. If it were Lu Yao, Lu Biao and other NPC princes, Yuan Shao's goal could be easily achieved. But for player princes from the real world like Li Ji, reputation does not seem to be particularly important, compared with his own reputation. Li Ji cares more about what benefits Yuan Shao can promise him. Participating in the war against Dong Zhuo was inevitable. But Yuan Shao came to him personally, so Li Ji had no reason to let this prey go. A man who had been a minister for 4 generations must have something good on him. Li Ji winked at Guijia, who understood and stood up, shaking his feather fan and said, Dong Zhuo was originally a minister of the Han dynasty, and was highly valued by the late emperor and your majesty. However, this man was ambitious and led his troops into Luoyang city to coerce your majesty, disregarding the court order and proclaiming himself prime minister. Just as you said, he was a minister of the Han dynasty in name, but a traitor to the Han dynasty. My lord is a minister of the Han dynasty, and his loyalty is known to heaven and earth. Naturally, he hates Dong Zhuo's misbehavior in the court. Hearing this, Yuan Shao's envoy was immediately delighted. He understood what Guijia meant, and Li Ji also planned to send troops to fight against Dong Zhuo. If this was true, he would not need to spend too much time persuading Li Ji, and he would be able to get him to lead his troops to the battle, and he could easily complete the task assigned to him by the military advisor. However, he was not happy for long. Guijia changed the subject and said in a low voice, It's a pity that my master has caught a cold recently and is weak. The doctor warned my master that he needs to rest for a while, and not to start a war. So my master is willing to get rid of the thieves, but he is powerless to do so. Li Ji also cooperated with Guijia's words, holding his chest and coughing a few times, frowning and pretending to be in pain. Li Ji would not easily agree to something that was not beneficial. It has been more than 2 months since Yuan Shao issued the anti-Dong Zhuo edict, but the effect was not very good, except for Lu Dai and Cao Cao and Yinzhou. Yuan Shu, the governor of Nanyang, and Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha, who took the lead in responding to his call. No princes agreed to send troops. At most, they responded verbally and cheered for Yuan Shao. The rest of the princes either planned to hold their breath until the end like Li Ji before announcing their participation, or they were afraid of Dong Zhuo's power and did not dare to offend Yuan Shao, so they did not choose to stand. At this time, not many lords announced to join the coalition. The most anxious one was not Li Ji and his men, nor was it Dong Zhuo and Luoyang. The most anxious one was Yuan Shao, who initiated the campaign against Dong. If he really did not gather many people, not only would the whole world laugh at him, but Dong Zhuo would be the one who laughed the loudest. Therefore, in order to save his face, Yuan Shao did not hesitate to send envoys to find powerful princes in the world, trying to persuade them to join the coalition camp. But not everyone agreed to join because of the title of 4 generations of 3 officials, and gave Yuan Shao a face. Princes like Li Ji would not help Yuan Shao to fight against Dong Zhuo without promising benefits. After all, after the success of fighting against Dong Zhuo, the one who could earn the most benefits would be Yuan Shao, who was the first to issue a manifesto. But if the fight against Dong Zhuo failed, there would be other princes who would share the firepower for Yuan Shao, and he would not be laughed at by the world. After listening to Guijia's words, the envoy's face suddenly turned black. Even though Guijia looked sincere and did not seem to be pretending, Li Ji's coincidence of catching a cold made him doubt Li Ji's real purpose. Before he went to the Lord's mansion to meet Li Ji, the military advisor beside Yuan Shao had reminded him that Li Ji would not be trapped by reputation and must be given benefits before agreeing to send troops. After seeing the reactions of Li Ji and his advisors, he had to admire the military advisor for his accurate judgment of people. After Yuan Shao's envoy knew Li Ji's real purpose, he immediately said sternly, "It's too coincidental that Li Taisho caught a cold. Could it be that he was pretending and didn't want to fight Dong Zhuo with my master? How dare you, a small envoy, slander my master? When my master was fighting the Yellow Turbans and serving the former emperor, Yuan Shao was still hiding in Luoyang, afraid of death. Come on, drag him out and beat him with 30 sticks, and then drive him back to Bohai." Guijia was furious and shouted while shaking his sleeves. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tsuinxiao, a fierce general, flashed out of the door. At Guijia's signal, he strode towards Yuan Shao's envoy, grabbed his arm, and used brute force to force him. Hearing Guijia's unreasonable expulsion, Li Ji, who was sitting in the first seat, was unmoved, and obviously approved of Guijia's approach. The envoy who was dragged backwards panicked immediately and exclaimed, "Li Taisho, my master used to work with you in the general's mansion. Don't you care about the private relationship with my master? Besides, my master is from the Runan Yuan family. Aren't you afraid of offending my master by beating me?" Li Ji raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the envoy was still so short-sighted, and still used Yuan Shao's name to threaten him. It's a pity that Li Ji was least afraid of Yuan Shao's title of 4 generations of 3 officials. Moreover, in the general's mansion, he also had a conflict with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Although the two were not incompatible, they could be said to have never had any contact with each other. The reason why Yuan Shao sent an envoy to invite him to participate in the war against Dong was nothing more than that he was a county governor and had a lot of troops in his hands. My lord, our goal this time is to get benefits from Yuan Shao. Doing too much will inevitably embarrass Yuan Shao, which will be somewhat disadvantageous for our subsequent war against Dong. Jiasu whispered to Li Ji to dissuade him. He was not begging for mercy for the envoy. In fact, he also felt that Guijia's punishment of the envoy was reasonable, and even felt that it was too light and should be more severe. However, they had already planned to respond to Yuan Shao's call to participate in the war against Dong Zhuo. If they offended Yuan Shao to death, there was no guarantee that the other party would put obstacles in their way in the war against Dong Zhuo. Now the final result is that Li Ji got enough benefits from Yuan Shao, making the latter think that Li Ji responded to his call for benefits. As the saying goes, a man who eats people's mouths is soft, and a man who takes people's hands is short. Yuan Shao will despise Li Ji because of his snobbery at this time, and then Li Ji will flatter Yuan Shao more, and the other party will surely not make things difficult for them in the fight against Dong. Yuan Shao even thought that Li Ji had taken his benefits, and automatically turned Li Ji into his temporary faction, and gave him help when necessary. Anyone who is not a fool can know that the coalition formed by Yuan Shao is a mixed bag, with many factions. And where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The coalition, which is a mess, may dislike each other because of the contradictions between them, and make small moves against each other. Since Jiasu had advised him not to go too far, Li Ji had no choice but to give up. He waved his hand and said lazily, "Sunqiu, stop it. Drag him over. As the saying goes, you should look at the owner before you beat the dog." Li Taisho said too much. "You should look at the owner before you beat the dog." The messenger replied in shock, not finding anything wrong with Li Ji's words. Guijia frowned slightly, stared at the messenger, and said, "But my lord, your cold has not healed. The doctor told you not to use weapons recklessly. For the sake of your health, you should not participate in the battle against Dong." "Is that so?" Li Ji scratched his chin and said with a little embarrassment, "I am a loyal minister of the Han dynasty, but I didn't expect that a small cold would prevent me from eliminating the traitors for your majesty. Alas, I really hope there is a panacea that can instantly cure my cold." "Panacea?" Yuan Shao's envoy, who had calmed down, finally cleared his mind a lot. After hearing Li Ji's words, his eyes turned. He now knew that Li Ji would not take hard or soft tactics, but only take the benefits that were sent to him. No wonder he could not make the other party compromise, no matter whether he used moral means or threats. In the final analysis, Li Ji wanted to get some good things from Yuan Shao through him. Thinking of this, the messenger said to Li Ji, "Don't worry, Li Taisho. My lord has a magic medicine to cure your cold. But I don't know how many of these magic medicines you need." "Oh, Yuan Binshu actually has a magic medicine." "That's right. Jizhou is one of the largest states in the world. How can my poor Yangzhou compare?" Li Ji was surprised, but then he smiled and winked at Jiasu. Jiasu, who understood, stood up immediately, walked quickly to the messenger, and whispered a few words to him. After hearing Li Ji's request, the envoy's forehead was immediately covered with sweat. Li Taisho's stomach is too difficult to cure. Li Ji laughed and replied, "You just need to tell Yuan Binshu that as soon as I recover from the cold, I will lead the troops to Xuanzhou immediately to support Yuan Binshu in the crusade against Dong Zhuo." "I understand." Fortunately, the envoy was not Yuan Shao, so even if he knew Li Ji's request, he didn't feel any pain. These things still have to give Yuan Shao, the boss, a headache. After sending Yuan Shao's envoy away, Li Ji looked at Jiasu and Guijia and ordered, "After Yuan Shao sends the things, we will immediately set out for Xuanzhou. During this time, you should prepare a list of names for the expedition." "Yes." Yanzhou, Dongjun, Cao Cao, who replaced Qiao Mao as the governor of Dongjun, immediately agreed to Yuan Shao's request after learning the intention of Yuan Shao's envoy. The 150,000 soldiers and horses of Dongjun were ready to go, waiting for Cao Cao's order to set off. Cao Cao was still a passionate young man, although the job of issuing the manifesto here was taken away by Yuan Shao. As soon as the manifesto appeared, He immediately decided to respond to Yuan Shao's call and participate in the war against Dong. The 150,000 soldiers and horses of Dong Jun were his confidence, especially the heavy armored cavalry at the forefront of this army. He spent a lot of money and energy to form it. It was called Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and was only controlled by Chao's clan generals. Sima Yan, you have made an indelible contribution to the emergence of Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Cao Cao looked at the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry with high spirits. This heavy armor cavalry was able to be born in such a short time, not only because Cao Cao spent countless money in it, but also because Sima Yan gave him advice and quickly collected a group of qualified soldiers. Hearing Cao Cao personally praise him, Sima Yan forced himself to suppress the joy in his heart and answered loudly, Sima Yan, I am the general of the Lord. This matter is not worth mentioning. Cao Cao nodded slightly, but his eyes were erratic, and from time to time he fell on a Tiger general behind Sima Yan. Compared to Sima Yan himself, he liked Sima Yan's family generals more. The coalition forces summoned by Yuan Shao are uneven, and each has its own ulterior motives. How many princes can really fight against Dongzhuo? Alas, I hope we can take down Dongzhuo this time. With Cao Cao's order, his generals and counselors, as well as 150,000 Dongjun troops, left Dongjun and headed for Swanzhou. Jingzhou, Changsha County. Sun Jian's face was as black as coal. After sending away the envoy sent by Yuan Shu, he said to Huang Gai and other trusted generals, if it weren't for my continuous battles that led to a shortage of food and grass, why would I need to look at Yuan Shu's face? Don't worry, my lord. We have solved the problem of banditry in Changsha County. There is no need to worry that bandits will come out to cause trouble after we leave. Cheng Pu stood up and said, the last time I was in Liangzhou, I found that Dongzhuo was ambitious and had mentioned to Zhang Wen many times that he wanted to kill Dongzhuo. But Zhang Wen was incompetent and reluctant to take action against Dongzhuo, which led to the current situation. This time, I will personally kill this traitor with my own hands. Sun Jian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. When he heard the name Dongzhuo, his mood became even worse. Father, I want to join too. Sun Ce, the little tyrant of Jiangdong, stood up and asked for battle. At this time, he was much older and stronger, and had the style of Sun Jian. Okay. Su'er has already learned my style. Sun Jian looked at his eldest son and said proudly, Yizhou, Mianju. After Lu Yan, the governor of Yizhou, sent away Yuan Shao's envoy. He was thoughtful, and then sent someone to find his youngest son Lu Zhang. Zhang, the world is in chaos now. That Dong thief is entrenched in Luoyang and controls the government. We are relatives of the Han dynasty, and cannot remain indifferent. Hearing this, Lu Zhang's face flashed a trace of fear, and he said tremblingly, Father, do you want me to lead the Yizhou army to respond to Yuan Shao's call and attack the Dong thief? That's right. Seeing Lu Zhang's expression change, Lu Yan's face suddenly flashed a trace of displeasure, and said, Zhang, don't worry. This time I will go with you 200,000 soldiers and horses, plus generals such as Zhang Ren. As long as you act carefully, you don't need to worry about your safety. I understand. Father. Seeing Lu Yan's firm tone, Lu Zhang did not dare to refuse Lu Yan's order, so he had to agree and lead the Zhou army to leave Shu and go to Swanzhou.